Chapter 1 Mars Base Olympus Mons, the highest volcano in the solar system. 2066 Solar System Mars. A Chinese-style base towers over the desolate land of Mars. A red flag at the top of the base flutters slightly, indicating its affiliation, Xia country. The base is designed in a courtyard style, comprising 3 levels and covering an area of 7,500 square meters. This is the largest base that can be constructed on Mars, and in terms of configuration and scale, it is a top-tier existence compared to other countries. Once the base is completed, it will begin a step-by-step comprehensive exploration of Mars, studying its geology and searching for exploitable resources. Humanity's exploration of Mars officially begins at this moment that Earth's technology has made rapid advancements, having completed a defense system for extraterrestrial systems in Earth's orbit, and has officially established the Moon as Earth's gateway. Earth's defenses have been comprehensively upgraded, with warships creating 8 major chain lines, using the Moon as a central axis, equipped with a deadly array extending 300,000 kilometers outward, as long as technology does not exceed that of Earth. Any entity entering this 300,000 kilometer range will be directly eliminated by the deadly array. Earth has not discovered extraterrestrial civilizations, but cannot deny their existence. The main purpose of this deadly array is to prevent any potential sudden appearance of extraterrestrial civilizations. Earth's unmanned drones have left the solar system and have received some mysterious signal sources. These signals cannot yet be determined to be cosmic storms or extraterrestrial civilizations, but as long as there is a possibility, Earth must take this matter seriously. Building these systems requires a vast amount of resources. Resources from the Moon and Earth are already insufficient, making Mars and Venus the second resource fields. Venus, with its harsher environment compared to Mars, led to a joint decision by Earth to establish a surveying and mining base on Mars. In early 2066, the Xia country base was completed. Although Xia country's base was completed last in terms of timing, its scale and equipment far surpassed those of the other 2 major powers and the 2 other representative bases. On the day of the base's inauguration, a live connection allowed the entire world to see the scale of Xia country's Mars base. This sparked considerable public opinion, but these discussions were unrelated to Xia country. The immediate priority was to begin surveying the Martian environment and prepare to find exploitable resources. This is the first step towards conquering the stars and the seas. The establishment of the Mars base indicates that Earth's technology has reached a bottleneck. To break through this bottleneck, resources from Mars must be relied upon. July. It is the scorching summer. On the 5th, Mars base, Xia country, and other nations that have established surveying bases on Mars formulated an exploration plan together. The data for surveying Mars is already very complete, with all countries possessing detailed Martian data. But large-scale resource detection is a first, so this exploration plan is to be executed jointly. 5 countries are participating: Xia country, America, Bear country, the European Union representative, and the non-aligned representative. This plan aims to explore the Martian mountain range they are most familiar with, Olympus Mons. This mountain was first discovered and named by satellites. However, this is the first time they will actually set foot and explore it. This mountain is not only the highest mountain on Mars, but also the highest known volcano in the solar system. There is very little information about this mountain range, making it quite mysterious. Morning on Mars. The light of a pale blue sun spills onto the Martian surface from the distant atmosphere, at the entrance of the Xia country base. The prepared exploration team, led by the old director Wu Daxiu, boards the exploration mining vehicle. 5 team members, all young, with the oldest not exceeding 30, are already seated on the vehicle. 3 men and 2 women. Exploring the terrain does not require too many people after all. This is not Earth, and if a Martian storm occurs, having 100 people wouldn't help. The 5 individuals appear excited, but they sit upright and do not speak. Daxiu, safe travels. The temperature and wind direction on Mars are good today, with no storms expected, but still be cautious. Our data on Mars is not yet complete. The base's overall commander, Yu Tianming, reminded that Wu Daxiu smiled and assured Tianming, "Don't worry, teacher. I will definitely ensure the students pass safely through that vast desert." "Good." Yu Tianming nodded. "We can trust you. You were the one who brought the team out for the lunar base. And those individuals are doing well on the Moon now." Wu Daxiu humbly replied, "You flatter me, teacher. I'm also trained by the country. These kids and students are not just future pillars, but are already pillars." He looked back at the students seated behind him. Teacher, old Wu. The five spoke in unison. Wu Dashio smiled at Yu Tianming. Teacher, did you see it? Yu Tianming smiled and replied, yes, our Xia country's current pillars. He waved his hand. You can set off now. Report. At any time we will wait for your safe return at the base. Wu Dashio saluted. Then we are off. Teacher. The five team members saluted in unison. Yu Tianming, dressed in a thick spacesuit, slowly raised his hand in salute. The mining vehicle left the base and quickly advanced along the pre-established route. The driver of the mining vehicle is a young girl who drives with focused determination, her eyes fixed ahead. When there are no storms on Mars, it is relatively safe. The mining vehicle can reach a top speed of 300 kilometers per hour, and at such a high speed, absolute attention is required to control the vehicle properly. Xiaomin, slow down, the rendezvous point is ahead. Wu Dashio said. Su Xiaomin reduced her speed as other countries' mining vehicles appeared ahead. Wu Dashio smiled slightly. They are quite punctual. It seems they have figured things out, that a young male student beside him remarked. Teacher, it seems the American mining vehicle hasn't arrived. Wu Dashio opened the long-range observation feature of his spacesuit, only seeing 4 mining vehicles, with those from Bear Country, the European Union representative, and the non-aligned representative present. But the American vehicle was notably absent. Ha ha. Wu Dashio chuckled and said nothing. As the mining vehicles approached, someone stepped out of the Bear Country vehicle and waved. Hey, good buddy. Wu Dashio got out of his vehicle and called out from a distance. Gov't, when did you arrive? About 20 minutes ago. Gov't walked over and shook hands with Wu Dashio through their thick spacesuits, while the representatives from the European Union and non-aligned also got out of their mining vehicles and came over to shake hands with Wu Dashio. Why hasn't the American mining vehicle arrived yet? Wu Dashio frowned. Gov't chuckled. This time, the terrain mapping and leadership are in your hands. That was decided by a vote at the conference, so the Americans are obviously unhappy. They can't throw a tantrum just because they're unhappy. Wu Dashio said with a hint of sarcasm. Gov't was about to speak when a mining vehicle quickly approached, stirring up a cloud of dust. Wu Dashio frowned and said, what is the American side doing? This is very dangerous. Gov't shouted from inside his spacesuit. What do you mean, Parnas? Oh, sorry, I'm in a hurry. I had my partner speed up a bit. Parnas' lazy voice was transmitted to everyone's spacesuit. The mining vehicle slowed down, but did not stop. Parnas opened the window and shouted, isn't today's destination Olympus Mons? What are you still doing here? Hurry up, today's temperature is minus 199 degrees. Mars is not Earth. Wu Dashio turned and boarded the mining vehicle, not intending to waste words with Parnas. Gov't snorted and went back to the Bear Country mining vehicle. Wu Dashio sat in the co-pilot's seat, and the young male student behind him said, Teacher, the Americans are going too far. Such actions would not be taken without the permission of the American authorities. Parnas wouldn't dare to act this way. Wu Dashio said. Chinsu, this kind of thing is just a joke. Mars is the most important step for humanity towards the stars and the sea. The U.S. likes to play these tricks, but we in Xia country cannot be so unreasonable. Chinsu replied, but it's really excessive and quite irritating. An older man beside them said, just listen to what the teacher says. They like to play little tricks, and we shouldn't stoop to their level. Anyway, when the time comes, we'll be swimming in the stars and the sea, while they can only watch from below. Chinsu smiled broadly, about to speak when Wu Dashio said, Suda, did you say to just listen to the teacher? Suda's face turned red, but luckily the spacesuit covered it, so no one could see. 5 mining vehicles drove toward Olympus Mons. Today on Mars, the weather is fine, with a temperature of minus 188 degrees Celsius. There are no dust storms in a large area, and all properties of Olympus Mons are normal. The volcano, which hasn't shown activity for many years, remains calm today. As the highest mountain known in the entire solar system, Olympus Mons holds many mysteries. As the first stop in exploring Mars, the International Joint Headquarters congratulates everyone on their success. The mining vehicles echoed with blessings from the headquarters. Light blue sunlight slanted down on Mars. Wu Dashio looked ahead at the giant mountain that was already in their sight. Olympus Mons, over 20,000 meters high, is more than 10,000 meters taller than Earth's highest peak, Mount Everest. This volcano also reaches an astonishing width of 600 kilometers, covering an area of 300,000 square kilometers, larger than many countries on Earth. From a distance, the peak of this mountain is completely invisible. It's a truly colossal mountain. Wu Daxiu, along with Su Xiaomin, Yang Su, Suda, and others, got off the mining vehicle and gazed at the towering giant mountain. Wu Daxiu's face showed excitement as he murmured, "Olympus, I finally came to see you." Wu Daxiu was so excited that it was needless to mention the other team members. Su Xiaomin and Yang Su, as the youngest members of the expert team from Xia Country's base, although tagged as interns, already possessed top talents and skills among their peers. At this moment, they couldn't suppress their excitement either. The highest mountain in the solar system was finally about to be set foot upon at this moment. This was a small step for them, but it was a giant leap for humanity. The first person to land on the moon, the first to excavate lunar soil, the first to live on the moon for a year, the first to establish a base on the moon. Every first is a supreme honor. At this moment, the glory belongs to them. Olympus Mons has no front or back this time. They would determine the front and back of the highest mountain in the solar system. A historic moment was unfolding step by step beneath their feet. In fact, from the moment they set foot on Mars, every step was historic. Wu Daxiu and the others chose a starting point at the square location of Olympus Mons. From here, they would travel 30 kilometers to reach an impact crater. Olympus Mons has 2 massive impact craters visible from satellites and over 10 medium-sized craters. Others were not visible, but there were many small craters. At that moment, a halo of light swept in from a distance. Wu Daxiu looked at the hazy colors and sighed. This is the Olympus halo. A special sense of sanctity shone around them. The Olympus Mons halo looks stunning from satellites, and scientists on Earth have yet to determine the origin of this halo. Wu Daxiu saw that people from other countries had already started to climb up. This place was not where they needed to record and survey. Their first destination was the small impact crater 30 kilometers away. Let's go. Wu Daxiu activated the auxiliary acceleration function, allowing them to easily walk on the barren slope. Although Olympus Mons is high, the slope is gentle and not steep. Panis led the 7-member team from U.S. The front, with dust flying all around. Mars is shared, but technology is not shared. Gov't, behind them, cursed under his breath. If it weren't for being on Mars, he would have definitely rushed up to punch that scrawny Panis. Looking at the representatives from other regions, each one dared not make sound. "Mr. Wu," Gov't called out to Wu Daxiu. Wu Daxiu replied, "Mr. Gov't, I know what you want to say, but let's wait until later." The group easily traversed the 30-kilometer slope and arrived at their first destination. The site was designated as Dragon 1, a small impact crater. As Wu Daxiu saw they were almost there, he immediately said, "Xiaomin, you are responsible for mapping the terrain and target points. Chen Su, collect samples here. Suda, mark clearly. We need to be precise." Zhang. Before Wu Daxiu could finish his sentence, a voice from ahead shouted in disbelief, "Oh my God, what is this?" Gov't, hearing Panis's tone, which was rarely heard, quickly rushed up the slope. The next moment, Gov't also shouted, "This is alien civilization." Wu Daxiu took a leap with the accelerator, and the scene before him made his expression change. In this small impact crater, all sorts of things that do not belong to Mars were densely packed. No, he didn't know if these things belonged to Mars, but he knew one thing. These things definitely do not belong to Earth. Wu Daxiu was momentarily speechless, unsure what to say. Before the Mars base was established, researchers had already walked on the Martian surface, and satellites had covered Mars to collect data. Although Olympus Mons is high, many surface environments are not mysterious, as satellites can see them. But the things in this small crater had surprisingly gone unnoticed. What lay before them, if spoken of, would probably make the whole world gasp in disbelief. Chapter 2. The Martian Battlefield. Mars is mysterious. Even though there had been pioneers active on Mars before the base was established, Olympus Mons was still uncharted territory. To think that such a terrifying secret was hidden here. Wu Daxiu, breathing rapidly, stared at the impact crater, feeling his heartbeat reach its peak. He quickly adjusted the comfort level of his spacesuit to avoid fainting at this moment. "Teacher," Chen Su crawled to the edge of the crater, stunned, and only shouted one word before falling silent. At this moment, everyone forgot to communicate and stared in shock at the things in the crater. The impact crater covers an area of about 15 square kilometers, containing what appeared to be a steel spaceship resembling a warship, lying like a huge bird in this low valley area. Surrounding it were numerous steel-like wreckage and many strange black objects that did not look like machinery or parts. Wu Dashio finally came to his senses and murmured, could this have once been a battlefield? As soon as he spoke, everyone immediately reacted, and Gridaf shouted, Mars. Mars has alien civilizations. Mars has revealed alien civilizations. This news is a heavy bombshell. Panis screamed, unable to contain his excitement, and was the first to rush down. He didn't even consider the potential dangers posed by an alien civilization. He just wanted to be the first to see the secrets inside what looked like a warship. He wanted to be the first to obtain everything. The other U.S. team members, seeing Panis rush down recklessly, could only grit their teeth and follow. Wu Dashio said, let's go down too. Teacher, Su Xiaoman stepped forward to block Wu Dashio. Teacher, this is an alien civilization. There may be dangers. I just checked with the scanner. There are no signs of life. Hurry up. We can't let the Americans take the lead. Whoever finds something useful first gets it. At this moment, we can't talk about joint coexistence. Hurry. Suda activated the accelerator and dashed down the pit. In this situation, reasoning was out of the question. Etiquette and such could go to hell. But just as they reached the side of the warship, a swirling dust storm rose around them, blocking their way forward. Even the reedied Panis had to stop and temporarily avoid the dust storm. A few minutes later, the dust storm passed. Panis dared not make a move. He looked up, his expression strange as he gazed at a corner of the warship. He saw the surrounding wreckage, materials that absolutely did not exist on Earth. Not even resources from the moon had such unique materials. This further confirmed that these spaceship wrecks belonged to an alien civilization. Wu Dashio took his legs out of the wind and sand. A solemn feeling surged in his heart. For some reason, he suddenly felt a special thrill. This was not the excitement of discovering an alien civilization, but a special sense of mission and familiarity that stirred within him. An epic aura seemed to rush out from the warship. What incredible battle had taken place here? Why do we know nothing about the war that occurred on Mars? How long ago was this war? Everyone's goal was the interior of the warship. Everyone wanted to be the first to enter, but the warship had been damaged for too long, and there was no entrance. Teacher, Su Xiaoman suddenly called out. Wu Dashio asked, what is it? Look at that. Su Xiaoman pointed to a piece of wreckage not far away, her face showing a hint of terror. Wu Dashio walked over, and the moment he saw the wreckage, his mind buzzed. This was the remains of an object, not metal remains. Wu Dashio's breathing quickened. This was definitely something with a carbon crystal structure. Absolutely. Though it looked pitch black and resembled metal debris, Wu Dashio could tell it was a carbon structure. All life on Earth, including humans, is primarily composed of carbon elements. Alien species? Wu Dashio's pupils constricted slightly. Had the Mars base already revealed the existence of Earth civilization to other cosmic civilizations? Otherwise, how could alien civilizations not have discovered Earth with Mars being so close? A cold sweat trickled down. Wu Dashio was unsure whether he should report this situation to the higher-ups. He wanted to suggest evacuating Mars, but the construction of the Mars base had cost Xia country a lot of manpower and resources. The joint headquarters would definitely not care whether Xia country evacuated Mars or not, but Xia country itself would inevitably be reluctant. Wu Dashio understood this logic. Yura, Grida shouted incredulously. This is organic life. This is organic life. Aliens, aliens. No, this is an alien monster. A monster. This is not human. Alien civilization. There's an alien civilization on Mars. Oh my God. Mars actually has an alien civilization. Does this civilization belong to Mars? No, this is just a battlefield. All of this is wreckage. It's a battlefield. If Mars has an alien civilization and we can find it, they can also find Earth civilization. Various voices echoed in the spacesuit communicator, and Panis was also shouting. No one could remain calm. The impact of all this was simply too strong. Panis began searching for the entrance to the warship, but the warship was sealed and they couldn't find a way in after circling around. Mr. Wu, what do you think? Grida asked for Wu Dashio's opinion. Wu Dashio smiled wryly. What else can we think? This is an area we haven't explored or surveyed, however. Our satellites have captured complete mountain ranges, but can only see a few other giant impact craters. None of these. Small impact craters. Grida said, there was once an alien civilization here, and it's just a battlefield? Just a battlefield, I suppose. Wu Dashio activated the imaging system. This matter is too significant. We must report to the joint headquarters. How to respond must be decided by the higher-ups. Grida nodded. You're right. Oh my god. Panis shouted again. Wu Daxiu, Su Xiaoman, and the others quickly ran over, only to see a huge, standing mech at the back of the warship. The mech's eyes seemed filled with endless rage. It was battered, and one of its legs was missing. An epic feeling rushed over them. What had this mech experienced? It stood there with its head held high, giving Wu Daxiu and the others the illusion of being invincible. Yes, it was an illusion, because the mech could not belong to Earth. But Wu Daxiu had a persistent feeling of unease, something inexplicable that had been there since he first saw the warship. Strange, very strange that Wu Daxiu stared at the mech, and the communicator buzzed with Chun Su's voice. Teacher, I feel an oddly familiar sensation, as if something is calling me. Yes, teacher, I feel that way too. Su Xiaoman chimed in. Soon, Su Da and the others echoed the same sentiment. They all felt something was calling them. Wu Daxiu took a deep breath. This feeling was not unfounded, but he couldn't guarantee that only they felt this way. Logically, Grida and Panis should feel it too. Wreckage of warships, high-tech mechs, and the remains of organic life, along with various scattered parts. What exactly had happened here? Was it a clash between two advanced civilizations? Or did Mars have a native civilization that was completely destroyed in this war before Earth civilization emerged? Chapter 3, The Bright Red Flag. According to the detection records, Mars once had ancient oceans, lakes, volcanic groups, and earthquake clusters. Moreover, some organic molecules have been discovered in the primordial zones of these lakes and ancient oceans, indicating that microorganisms once lived in these waters. Mars formed around 4 billion years ago, and it has long been confirmed that when Mars was newly formed, it had rivers, lakes, oceans, and forests just like Earth. But why did it change to this state? Was it due to civilizational wars that rendered this planet completely desolate? Wu Daxiu's mind flashed with one thought after another. Perhaps this battlefield could help them find the reason for Mars's transformation. Check if the mech still has data. That should be much easier than boarding the warship. Wu Daxiu decisively said. Suda immediately activated the gravity lift system and accelerated to the head of the mech using his spacesuit. Teacher, Suda shouted. These people had braved many storms to stand on Mars, and their mindset was already very firm. But at this moment, no one could control their emotions. What is wrong? Wu Daxiu asked. Suda yelled, Teacher, there's a signal source inside the mech, and just now when I looked directly at the mech, its eyes lit up for a moment. I swear it really lit up. Upon hearing that there was a signal source inside the mech, Grida and Panis immediately flew up. The energy reserves in their spacesuits were sufficient. As long as they didn't engage in large-scale flying maneuvers, they could last for 3 days. Wu Daxiu also flew to the head of the mech, wearing a heavy spacesuit, but it was only as big as one of the mech's eyes. This mech is something that Earth's technology definitely cannot produce. Stop just gawking and go collect some useful items around here to take back for testing. Don't miss any details, Wu Daxiu commanded when he saw Yang Su and the others preparing to fly up. These young people were so excited that they forgot what they were mainly supposed to do. Collect the signal source. Grida glanced at Wu Daxiu. Wu Daxiu nodded. Panis didn't communicate with Wu Daxiu and the others and directly began collecting data. The mech stood tall, and when the signal source was released, a buzzing electrical sound emanated from inside the mech. Wu Daxiu sighed, surprised that it was still alive. Just as Panis was about to establish a connection with the mech, Wu Daxiu suddenly said, Wait a minute, Panis. Although Panis was reluctant, he still glanced at Wu Daxiu. This mech is not a product of Earth. Where does the signal source inside it come from? What if we contact the signal source and other civilizations find out? Wu Daxiu cautioned. Grida frowned. You make a good point. Although Panis was eager to obtain first-hand information from the mech, Wu Daxiu's words made him hesitate. This concerned the safety of all humanity on Earth, and he didn't dare to gamble so easily. Wu Daxiu continued. Let us study it first to see if we can obtain information from inside without releasing the signal source. All right, Grida agreed. The representatives from the non-EU and EU regions also echoed in agreement. They typically wouldn't voice too many opinions unless it was in their areas of expertise. At that moment, the light in the mech's eyes suddenly brightened. Wu Daxiu quickly stepped back. This is bad. Could the mech have been passively activated? Grida Panis and the others also moved away from the mech. The light in the mechs flickered slowly, causing everyone's mood to fluctuate, uncertain of what the mech would do. However, they couldn't just withdraw immediately. Wu Dishio had already reported this to the base, and the base indicated that they should investigate everything while ensuring safety as much as possible. If they sent reinforcements from the base now, it would take a long time, and resources within the base would be difficult to allocate quickly. Is the mech going to move? Panis called out. The mech's arm slowly lifted, and a vague sound emanated from it. What is it saying? Su Xiaoman stood behind Wu Dashio, anxious, exchanging glances with Suda. Suda shook his head. It doesn't sound like Earth language. It's a product of an alien civilization, so of course, we can't understand it. After a pause, Suda added, but if we can bring this information back, we can slowly decipher it. Everyone present couldn't make out what the mech was saying, but its arms slowly pointed towards the warship. What does it mean? It's not surprising for a high-tech civilization to have autonomous awareness. It might have a special chip that activates when encountering outsiders. It's pointing at the warship. Possibly this is its mission as a mech warrior. It must guard the warship. Wu Dishio stated confidently. Although mechs are very convenient and much smaller than warships, they cannot fly in space for long periods unless the civilization's technology level has reached a terrifying Type 3 or even Type 4 civilization. Such advanced civilizations can create weapons and technologies that humans cannot even imagine, including the ability to create teleportation arrays. As Wu Dashio's voice fell, a beam of light suddenly shot from the mech's arm. Be careful. Su Xiaomin instinctively shouted. The laser struck the warship, and with a series of clicks, it sounded as if something was being unlocked. A door. Wu Dishio shouted. The mech is opening a door. Everyone ignored the mech and dove down. A hatch on the warship opened. As the door opened, a cloud of dust billowed out, and everyone first avoided it, waiting for the dust to settle. A heavy sense of history rushed at them. Wu Dishio suddenly thought of a possibility. The warship had been sleeping here for an unknown number of years, and the mech had been guarding it, waiting for life to come and awaken its program. He shared this thought with others from different countries. Gridaf gave a thumbs up. Mr. Wu, you're absolutely right. I think so too. The main representative from the EU, Fanny, and the main representative from the non-EU region, Hogan, both expressed their agreement. Panis snorted, I thought of that too. Wu Dishio remarked, whether it's other civilizations or unknown life forms, the mission they carry is essentially the same. Each person's home planet is different, and their races are different, but we cannot ignore others' loyalty to their home planet and country. Some people wanted to applaud, but found it inconvenient in their spacesuits. Panis chuckled, so full of yourself. As the dust gradually dissipated, the hatch opened to reveal an eerily quiet interior. There should be no living beings inside, but there might be corpses. Civilizations of this level have ways to preserve bodies for decades, even centuries or longer. Su Xiaoman took out a small flying robot and sent it inside. They didn't dare to enter recklessly and decided to check the situation first with the drone. Just as the drone flew in, the warship's engines roared to life, and a small light flickered on. Wu Dashio's breathing quickened. He was afraid that the alien beings inside would be disturbed and discover them, leading to the exposure of Earth's civilization. Civilizations, it's hard to achieve peace. The current Earth is not yet capable of confronting these high-level civilizations. Others shared the same thought, holding their breath and watching the shared footage from Xia Country. Meanwhile, the Xia Country base and several other national and regional bases also received this scene. Everyone stood in the operations hall, watching the footage returned by the drone on the big screen. Every person wore a serious expression. The flying vehicle seemed to have reached an endpoint, but found no anomalies. Nothing special was discovered along the way. The interior of the battleship is not complicated, but the information it provides is very limited. So, someone must go and take a look. Yu Tianming stood in front of the large screen, took a deep breath, and said to Xiao, you can go in now. Activate the scanning system, just in case. Wu Dishio replied, yes, teacher. He sent a message to the team members and was the first to step into the battleship. This step felt like crossing light years. Entering the battleship was like stepping into another civilization. With every step they took, everyone's heart was racing, trying hard to calm their excitement. It only took a minute to walk through this door, but it felt like they had walked for a century. The battleship was quiet. Everyone's breathing was minimized, and despite there being nothing, they were still afraid of disturbing someone. Su Xiaoman and the others closely followed Wu Dexiu. The passage inside the battleship was spacious enough for all 5 of them to walk side by side, while the people at the back walked backward, keeping an eye on the hatch door to prevent any accidents. This material is truly rare. Earth doesn't have anything like it. Panis used a device to measure the walls of the battleship, but it couldn't identify the material. Gov't whispered, "Don't move around." "I'm not moving around," Panis retorted. Gov't didn't want to argue with Panis, especially here, where danger could appear at any moment. The lighting system of the battleship seemed to be malfunctioning, dimly lit, relying entirely on the backup power of their spacesuits for illumination. After walking for a while, the space ahead suddenly opened up. Su Xiaoman said, "Teacher, we have entered the main chamber of the battleship. It should be, but there is nothing here. Is there not even a corpse?" It was too clean. Chun Su suddenly said, "Teacher, this type of battleship should have life pods or something. Perhaps we can look for them." Since they were unfamiliar with this battleship, it was better too. Before Wu Dexiu could finish his sentence, a platform in front of them rose up. "Be careful," Gov't shouted, taking a defensive posture. Everyone was startled by the suddenly rising platform, each of them breathing heavily in tension. After the platform rose, nothing unusual appeared, nor did it attack Wu Dexiu and the others. Instead, it raised something up. "What is that?" Su Xiaoman widened her eyes. Bang! A roar of an engine. Then came a series of clicks, and the main chamber lit up, bright as day, with large lights illuminating the surroundings. "Oh my God!" Su Xiaoman shivered all over. Under the bright lights, the entire main chamber was covered in dark red bloodstains. These bloodstains had already scabbed over, and some had even congealed on the walls into pillars. Just as expected, Wu Dexiu furrowed his brow tightly. "They're all dead. They should all be dead. A fierce battle must have taken place here. No, it's also possible that the battleship's side lost and fled here, unable to power down, and could only make a forced landing on Mars." As he spoke, his gaze moved to the platform. In the next second, Wu Dexiu's eyes seemed to be drawn to something. Unable to move, he opened his mouth, his breathing stopped, and his heart seemed to stop beating as well. On the platform, a bright red flag was raised high. Chapter for they fought bloodily. Hear this flag, as red as blood. Everyone present has seen this flag and knows where it comes from. This is the national flag of the Xi'an nation. At this moment, Wu Dexiu, Su Xiaoman, and the other 6 Xi'an nationals were completely stunned. Their hearts raced wildly. Thump, thump, thump. The main cabin was silent as night. A pin drop could be heard. The red flag fluttered without wind. It flapped violently, as if it had many words to say, but unfortunately, it was just a flag and could not speak. It is said that this flag was dyed red with blood. Therefore, it has a very beautiful name. Every person in the Xi'an nation has a unique feeling towards this name. It is the symbol of the Xi'an nation. Gov't looked strangely, not knowing what to think. He was not a Xi'an national and felt nothing special besides shock. Fanny and Hogan were the same, just staring dumbfounded at the Xi'an national flag. Quiet for a full minute. "What the hell is this? Why is there a Xi'an national flag here?" Panis suddenly shouted, his tone filled with disbelief. "What the hell is this? How could there be a Xi'an national flag here? How could this thing be here?" Panis's voice woke Wu Dexiu, who had been dazed. He wanted to rub his eyes, but unfortunately he was wearing a spacesuit, so he could only blink hard. The flag was still there. Still there. "Huri, Yang Su. Su Xiaoman, go get the flag." Wu Dexiu's tone was excited, almost shouting out loud. He was just too excited. This kind of excitement had rarely appeared in him. Even when he first stepped onto this mountain, even when he first stepped onto Mars and first entered the Xi'an nation's Mars base, nothing had made him this excited. Yang Su and Su Xiaoman exchanged glances, just about to go over. Suda said, "I'll go. I'm afraid you two will be too excited." When he said this, his teeth were chattering. The flag was calling him. Suda walked step by step toward the platform. "Stop!" Panis rushed over to block Suda, angrily saying, "Wu Dexiu, what do you Xi'an nationals mean? Huh? Have you long discovered this place, hidden a flag in advance to monopolize the technology and resources, and then say this place belongs to your Xi'an nation, right?" Another expert from the U.S. joined in the ruckus. No wonder you were so eager to apply to the United Headquarters to come to Olympus Mons. It turns out you had premeditated it. Wudashio said, Panis, what nonsense are you talking about? Nonsense? You know it clearly in your heart. Panis sneered coldly. Even if your flag is here, this place does not belong to your Xia nation. It belongs to all humanity. Wudashio helplessly said, Move aside, I just want to take down our flag. Not letting. Panis blocked Suda, saying nothing was clear, so why let him? Gridaf, you say, isn't it? Panis said as he shook his head at Gridaf. Gridaf said, I don't care. What about you? Panis looked at Fanny and Hogan again. Fanny and Hogan didn't want to get involved, but now Panis was dragging them into it. They didn't have Gridaf's confidence to say such things and were momentarily at a loss. Wudashio shouted, Suda, take it. Panis, I just want to take back our flag. If you keep blocking, when the report goes up, I won't be merciful. Suda hurried to get the flag. Reaching out, Panis, if you don't blame me for being rude. Everything here is humanity's precious wealth. No one is competing with you Americans. Don't be too self-important. Panis remained unmoved, still blocking the way. What, do you want to fight? Come try it. This is Mars, not Earth. Su Xiaoman kept staring at the flag. The more she looked, the stranger it seemed. She quietly said, Teacher, there are many bloodstains on the flag. Our flag has been stained with blood here. Here must be where our ancestors of the Xian nation fought. To the death. Bloodily. So much blood. What kind of battle could that have been? Wudashio listened to Su Xiaoman's words. His body trembled, gritting his teeth. Suda, get the flag, Panis. We must take this flag back. Wudashio, in your Xian nation's words, you are really thinking beautifully. Behind Panis, 6 team members stood in a row, and one even took out a weapon. Suda's eyes turned slightly red. He looked up at the flag, a sound squeezed from his throat, preparing to fight Panis. Zzz. Suddenly, an electronic voice sounded in the main cabin, followed by a virtual screen that appeared in front of the platform without warning. Unfortunately, there was no picture. The next moment, a voice echoed in the main cabin. Should be waiting for our compatriots, right? This voice was filled with exhaustion, with a hoarse tone that seemed to tear the throat. It is not our Xia compatriots who can enter here. This voice directly stunned the smug Panis, because this was the Xia language, still perfectly clear, without a hint of flaw. Silence. Dead silence. Everyone was dumbfounded, and no word could express their feelings at this moment. They felt that saying a word would break this balance. They didn't know how long it had passed. Panis was the first to regain his senses, and he shouted fiercely, Xia Nation, what kind of trick are you arranging here? Boom! In Wudashio's mind, Panis' shout seemed to explode like thunder. He looked incredulously at the extinguished virtual screen, clenched his fists tightly, completely ignoring what Panis was saying, tremblingly saying, This is something left by our Xia people. Something left by our heroes. Quickly, report this immediately. Hurry. Everything happening was too bizarre, too unbelievable. Wudashio even forgot to report to the base. Su Xiaoman hurriedly opened the recording system and filmed the fluttering flag. Compatriots, remember to take the flag back. This is our last wish, besides the flag. There are also 13 bodies, but you may not be able to find them. The 13 stationed at the Earth's border blocked the enemy's 25 attacks, not only on the Martian battlefield, but also on Venus, Jupiter, and the farthest Saturn. Unfortunately, we had no chance to return to our homeland with victory. Compatriots, please take this message back. Please rest assured, our 13, even if only one person remains, will swear to defend. See, the voice suddenly cut off. It was as if a dying person had not finished their last words and suddenly passed away. Wudashio staggered forward a few steps, reaching out his hand. It seemed he wanted to hold on, to the person speaking and bring him back. This voice carried deep reluctance and profound sadness. But beneath this hoarse voice, there was also a steel-like determination. Su Xiaoman was filming while being moved by this voice, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Suda clenched his fists, his eyes red to a frightening degree. He was waiting for Wudashio's words. At this moment, he didn't care about any Americans or Panis. Anyone who dared to block him from getting the flag would be pushed down from the pedestal by the gods. Xia Nation's Mars base. In the operations hall, Yu Tianming was in tears. He didn't know who the person speaking was, but he clearly understood the meaning of the words. Mars is a battlefield, The heroes of the Xia nation, a total of 13, once fought bloodily here. Were they fighting to defend something? No, there was nothing to defend on Mars. The only possibility was to place the battlefield on Mars to protect Earth, to protect the Xia nation. In this passage, besides Mars, there are also Venus, Jupiter, and Saturn, all of which are located around Earth. Clearly, the battlefield is not limited to Mars. How did the 13 people manage this? When did such a significant event happen in Xia country, and yet they were completely unaware? The hall fell silent, and everyone's eyes turned red from this one sentence. Just this one sentence. The voice even carried a hint of self-deprecating laughter, as if mocking its own uselessness. Yu Qianming's breathing quickened, and he slowly said, "The 13 sons of Mars. The 13 sons. Record this down. These 13 may help us find some clues." Furthermore, Yu Tianming paused, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Wu Daxiu, bring back the national flag. At all costs. Sometimes there are things that must be defended, even if it means risking one's life. The 13 sons are here, defending what they must defend, protecting this national flag. If we cannot bring it back, how can we face the 13 sons? These 13 are the heroes of Xia country. Suda, get the national flag. Wu Daxiu's voice was filled with undeniable determination. Suda charged directly towards Panis with a kick. "Are you going to let me?" Panis had to dodge. He was confused as well. The mecha pointed at the battleship. The doors opened, the national flag of Xia country was raised, and the last words were released. Panis would never believe that this was all planned by Xia country. However, as one of the top contemporary scientists, he couldn't deceive himself into thinking that these things were within Xia country's current technological capabilities. Suda accelerated and rushed onto the platform. He grasped the national flag with one hand. Tears finally streamed down his face uncontrollably. "The national flag our heroes left on Mars. I got it first, I got it." He pulled hard. Then he vigorously shook the flag, letting it wave. "We got the national flag. Did you see it? Did you see it?" Chapter 5, Who are the 13 sons? The ultimate secret. Wu Daxiu breathed a sigh of relief when Suda obtained the national flag without any other incidents. Suda gradually calmed down, step by step, holding the national flag straight as he walked toward Wu Daxiu. Su Xiaoman was already in tears, and the 5 members of Xia country stood straight. Wu Daxiu also straightened his back, which had been bent from years of work, his eyes filled with unwavering conviction as he looked at the fluttering red. "Teacher, the national flag has been obtained," Suda choked out. "Good," Yu Tianming exclaimed, almost jumping up in excitement, clapping his hands vigorously. Everyone applauded eagerly. Yu Tianming said, "Wu Daxiu, once you confirm there is no danger, immediately investigate everything. The area around the dragon. One impact crater must be thoroughly examined. We must understand this matter completely. The heroes of Xia country, the 13 sons, should be 13 individuals. We need to find their clues, find proof of their existence. Fine." As Yu Tianming spoke, he became choked up, and many sobs could be heard throughout the hall. "Find their bodies, bring them home. Bring them home." Everyone in the hall shouted. On the screen, Wu Daxiu stood straight and saluted. "Teacher, all the researchers of Xia country and the people of our nation can rest assured. We will comb through all the details here to strive to find proof of their existence and whereabouts, to find their nameplates." Wu Daxiu dared not say bodies. He didn't want to say it. Yu Tianming turned around and wiped away a tear. "Connect me to the motherland. Earth. Headquarters of Xia country." A group of people stood in the space conference hall. An elderly man said firmly, "Yu Tianming, have Wu Daxiu stay connected with the base throughout. We need to see first-hand footage. Right now, the leaders of the United States, Bear Country, and other representatives are watching everything. We must prove their existence. Since they fought there, they must have left something behind." "Yes, sir." Yu Tianming did not disconnect the call. The elderly man continued. "The leaders of the United States and Bear Country have already contacted me to inquire about this matter. This is not just a concern for Xia country. It affects the entire Earth and all of humanity. This war," the elderly man's voice was deep, "this war is against Earth, not just against us in Xia country. But are the 13 sons of Xia country the only ones defending all this? We must investigate thoroughly. We cannot allow other countries to gossip about this matter. We must defend the honor and dignity of the martyrs and our forebears. Yes, Yu Tianming's voice was clear and resonant. The elderly man said to those beside him, "Make arrangements. This matter cannot be disclosed for now, and no one is allowed to leak it. Immediately investigate the 13 sons of the martyrs nationwide. We know nothing about this, and the security department and other departments are also unaware. It must be a secret plan." An elder's eyes sparkled. Yes. The Yang family had 7 sons go, 6 return. The elder, wearing a military hat, showed a long-lost fighting spirit in his eyes. 7 sons went, 6 returned, 13 sons, 13 sons. As the elder spoke, his eyes reddened. It was a battle unknown to anyone. The 13 sons, 13 individuals, used what to defend the dignity of the motherland and the nation and the entire world. The warships clearly did not belong to Earth. The mechs could not be constructed with the current technology on Earth. Logically, these things should be trophies. They were trophies captured by the 13 sons. Let's investigate first. Since they were selected from Xia country, they couldn't have been born on Mars, right? We still need to find names. This will depend on our comrades in the base to work hard to find clues, find their identification. This mysterious war, even the most core people of Xia country did not know about, so one can imagine how few people actually knew about it. Moreover, those who knew about this matter would definitely not disclose it, taking the secret to their graves. After giving instructions, the elderly man continued, watching the large screen with those beside him. Mars, Dragon, 1 small crater. Wu Dixio handed the national flag to Su Xiaomin and began investigating the surroundings. Glidaf and Panis, though shocked, understood that this was a matter that had been kept secret from the entire world. Mars battlefield, alien civilization, blood battle, defending Earth. Even a fool could guess it. Fighting on Mars, or rather, fighting in space, ultimately landing on Mars with captured ships. This was definitely not just about protecting Xia country. This was about protecting Earth. Panis had many prejudices against Xia country, but at this moment, he couldn't help but feel admiration. Investigate the clues. Panis shouted. Everyone dispersed, maintaining communication while searching for clues. Wu Dixio, along with Yang Su and others, looked at the blood scabs on the wall. The interior of the warship was actually coated with layer upon layer of blood, and due to the long passage of time, the color of these blood scabs had turned dark red. So much blood, it definitely isn't from the 13 sons. It should be from the alien species. So brutal. Su Xiaomin trembled as she spoke. It was as if she could see 13 people fighting bloodily against the alien species here, blood splattering on the walls, staining the dome, staining the eyes. Teacher, the warship crashed here. Is the battlefield here, or did our heroes from Xia country land with a warship? Zhang Guanyu asked. I guess. Wu Dixio looked at the gigantic handprint on the wall, his expression slightly startled. It's possible they landed on Mars with the warship. Mars is the last bastion to defend Earth. If Mars were breached, Earth could be in grave danger. They landed on Mars and still needed to continue defending Earth's safety. The warship should have been sealed tight. But the alien species had the terminal control of the warship and opened the hatch. As Wu Dixio spoke, he could not continue. Those searching for clues elsewhere stopped and looked at Wu Dixio. So, the blood battle here must have been the most brutal. The 13 sons encountered enemies several times their number here. Wu Dixio's eyes brimmed with tears. They walked through every part of the warship, and every door that required a password matrix to open had been smashed into countless fragments. The life pods yielded nothing. Only mottled and desolate bloodstains remained. The entire warship was filled with a sense of death. Blood filled the entire interior of the warship, smeared across the windows, smeared in the control room. No weapons were left behind. No bodies were found. Everything was a mystery. All they knew was that a bloody battle had taken place here. Chen Su put some blood scabs into a bag and stood up, saying, Teacher, there may be another possibility. After the 13 sons boarded this warship, they fought with the enemy. The warship lost its pilots, became uncontrollable, and ultimately crash-landed on Mars. Su Xiaomin suddenly exclaimed, Teacher, is the Olympus Mons halo formed because of these things falling? Wu Dixio shook his head, saying, I don't know. Perhaps everything is possible, or perhaps none of it is. Until we find concrete evidence, all our speculations are invalid. He stood in front of a broken door. This should be the warship's warehouse. The entrance was piled high with blood and scabs. This area had been severely damaged, with traces of various weapon bombardments, as well as some strange marks that looked like they had been slashed by cold weapons. This was not caused by hot weapons, Panis said. It was cold weapons. Gov't confirmed. Wu Daxiu said, they fought their way here to obtain weapons, but the weapons here were destroyed, so they could only fight the enemy with cold weapons? Cold weapons against the hot weapons of such a high-level civilization? Panis exclaimed in disbelief. Gov't snorted. In this situation, killing the enemy was the main objective. What weapon was no longer important. As long as it could kill the enemy, it was a good weapon. You're right. Hogan echoed. Mars base. Yu Tianming watched this scene, his heart in agony. Why? Why do we know nothing? Why are these 13 people bearing all of this? Are we unworthy? Or is it only these 13 who could defend the Earth? We must find the truth. We must know where those alien races come from, whether they are now in the process of destruction or preparing to conquer one civilization after another. Bang! A loud noise came from the screen. Yu Tianming leaned forward and quickly asked, Wu Daxiu, what's happening? Wu Daxiu rushed out of the warship and saw the mech fall down, shattered from a distance. It seemed to have completed its mission and collapsed. Wu Daxiu said, Teacher, the mech has fallen. Yu Tianming let out a long sigh. How could it have fallen? I don't know. Get out of the way. Wu Daxiu's tone suddenly changed. Chapter 6. Alien Race Heads. Heroes must have a place to return. The mechs fell, and a sandstorm swept in. The pit outside stirred up a wild surge, with whirlwinds rushing towards the sky. Wu Daxiu grabbed Zhang Guangyu and pressed him to the ground as the surroundings continued to collapse, quicksand flowing back and seeping deep into the pit. The warship began to show cracks, large chunks breaking apart with a deafening sound. Quick, run. Get out. Activate the defense system. Panis and the others quickly ran out, activating the defensive mode of their spacesuits to avoid injury. The warship shattered into pieces, which no one had expected. Panis shouted, what a pity. This is a product of a high-level civilization, a cosmic warship, and it's been destroyed like this. Many people felt heartbroken. The research value of such things was too high. If only fragments remained, they could only study the materials, not the core technologies of the warship. Wu Daxiu also felt a bit pained and said, what a shame. The warship collapsed, and the mechs split into countless pieces, falling alongside the warship onto this dusty ground. The destruction of the warship and mechs showed that they had long been unable to withstand the pressure, holding on only for that one statement. After they fell apart, these things became a pile of broken scrap materials. Perhaps they were waste materials for that civilization, but for Earth, these materials were still precious. The sandstorm swirled continuously, but fortunately, these were not the rolling sandstorms of Mars, just a temporary one caused by the pit's collapse, posing little danger. Wu Daxiu and the others could only hide for a while, silently waiting for the sandstorm to pass behind the wreckage. Mas Baz. Each country watched the destruction on the screen, lamenting that all that remained were scraps, unable to decipher the core data. This was a rare opportunity for Earth. The control of future technology was within reach, yet lost in an instant. Many sighed helplessly. Yu Tianming stared at the screen and asked, how is the investigation back home? Teacher, the investigation has just begun. This matter shouldn't alarm too many people. Even those high-ranking leaders knew nothing about the 13 Suns incident back then. The secrecy surrounding this matter exceeds everything else. Yu Tianming nodded. It was indeed difficult to find, and he wondered if there were still people alive who had participated in that event back then. He paused, feeling distressed, and said, it's ruined. All that is left are scraps. What a pity. The self-destruction of such high-tech civilizations basically left no core data behind, nor was there any so-called black box. Even with today's Earth technology, it could quickly erase any data after a spacecraft-based self-destructed. Half an hour later, the sandstorm over the Dragon, one impact crater finally passed. Wu Daxiu couldn't wait to rush out and looked at the sinking pit. Depth measurement. It had collapsed 500 meters compared to before. An exaggerated number. Gov't approached. Using long-distance observation to look below, the light was dim, but with the aid of technology, the situation underground could be clearly seen. Among the wreckage of the warships, something seemed to be revealed. Mr. Wu, what is that? Gov't pointed below. Wu Daxiu observed for a moment and shook his head, saying, I'm not sure. We need to go down to find out. Without hesitation, he said to Chun Su, "You and Su Xiaoman go down." Yes. Su Xiaoman and Chun Su did not hesitate either, saluting before starting to descend with the help of their spacesuit propulsion. Gov't said, "You two follow them down." "You all go down," Panda spoke up. Dozens of people slowly descended, observing their surroundings while getting closer to the deepest point. Wu Dishio installed some surveillance cameras around with a flying device to prevent any sudden situations. This matter was not simple. If all the 13 sons were dead, that voice mentioned 13 corpses. Wu Dishio took a deep breath. If they were all dead, it meant that these alien races would return, though it was uncertain when. Perhaps the 13 sons might have perished along with that race. However, based on the current situation, this possibility seemed too low. "Teacher, we've arrived," Su Xiaoman said through the communicator. Wu Deshio replied, "Be careful." At the bottom of the pit, Su Xiaoman and Chun Su stood closely together, looking at the fragments of wreckage on the ground. In the distance, someone asked, "Did you see anything like a chip?" "No, Chin Surilav." "What tragedy?" A European district team member said in standard Xia country language. Su Xiaoman scanned while walking forward. The scanner could detect electronic information, and if these things were still undamaged, the scanner could capture it immediately. Such items might have recorded the deeds and identities of the heroic 13 sons. If they could find them, it would greatly aid their search for the 13 sons. "We must find these 13 heroes." This was Su Xiaoman's current obsession and that of Wu Dishio and the others. While they searched everywhere, Yang Su suddenly discovered an inward cave nearby. "Xiaoman," Chun Su tugged at Su Xiaoman. "There's a cave here." Su Xiaoman shone a light inside. It was pitch black, but she could vaguely sense a chill emanating from within. The spacesuit warned that the temperature was extremely low, below Mars' minimum temperature. "Let us investigate." Su Xiaoman felt a rush of excitement. This cold air felt much lower than the usual temperatures on Mars, which shouldn't normally happen. There must be something inside. A nano drone drilled in, flying forward bit by bit. Su Xiaoman widened her eyes, and suddenly a strange bright spot appeared on the drone's camera. "What is this?" Su Xiaoman shouted. Bang! The cave suddenly cracked open. A dark object, roughly the same size as Su Xiaoman, charged out. "Be careful." Chun Su pulled Su Xiaoman back, standing in front of her, his back instantly drenched in sweat. Goosebumps and a sense of impending doom washed over him. Wu Dishio rushed down, shouting, "Watch out, watch out." Su Xiaoman was pulled by Chun Su, but the thing was too fast. Even if Chun Su reacted quickly, he couldn't evade in time. It looked like they were about to collide. In a hurry, Chun Su pulled out a high-energy weapon that couldn't be used until the critical moment. Just as he was about to fire, the object suddenly fell down. Crack! The object hit the ground and split in half. The impact forced Chun Su and Su Xiaoman back several steps. Everyone immediately surrounded, looking at the thing that fell to the ground. The next second, everyone quickly stepped back, moving far away. Wu Dishio rushed down, and upon seeing the object, his face turned pale. The object was a head, a grotesque, terrifying, massive head. The size of the head was comparable to Su Xiaoman, who was 1.7 meters tall. If this was just a head, then the body of that creature was at least 7 meters tall, possibly even reaching 10 meters. Toshed, Su Xiaoman's heart raced, feeling a bit embarrassed. Wu Deshio said, "If it were me, I would be flustered too." He didn't blame the two young people and took a picture of the head. The photo was sent back to the base and then back to Earth. Is this the form of the alien race? On the big screen, the head that had split in two, with its large eyes wide open. Even in death, its gaze was filled with ferocity and bloodlust. After a while, Wu Dishio said, "Teacher, the nerves haven't completely died yet, so there was a reflex just now. But there are no signs of life remaining. It's somewhat ridiculous to say that a head shows no signs of life. But this is an alien species that Wu Dashio and the others have never encountered, so they have no idea what the life characteristics of this alien race are." Gridafu and Panis also landed and surrounded the head of the alien species. It was fierce-looking, covered in scales, with sharp tusks in its mouth that couldn't be harmed by ordinary attacks. Its eyes were a strange red-purple color, very frightening. The head also had numerous tentacles which, although not long or large, were abundant in number. Wu Deshio speculated that these might be a means of communication or could serve another purpose. Since there was only one head, he couldn't guess what the final form of this life form was. Bring it back and search for any other heads. If there are, bring them all back, Ming said. Wu Dashio crouched down and examined the incision on the head. It was very neat, indicating it had been quickly cut and then shoved underground before it could crack open. Wu Dashio glanced at Gritafu and Panis behind him. It was also possible that our heroes had quickly cut it open and, in a moment of urgency, couldn't continue processing it and just tossed it aside, accidentally getting it stuck here. Suddenly, the ground began to shake. It's going to collapse. Suda glanced at the observation device and shouted urgently. Wu Dashio immediately took the head and flew up. Although the head was large, it weighed less than 1,000 pounds, and the spacesuit's load-bearing system could lift it. As everyone just took off from the ground, a rumbling collapse occurred around them, spreading over the entire impact crater, sending dust flying. Wu Dashio and the others soared high into the air, looking down at the buried battlefield, all feeling a mix of emotions. Let's go back first, Wu Dashio said, glancing at the fierce head. We should study the life characteristics of this alien race first, and then return here. Perhaps we should expand our search area. After Wu Dashio finished speaking, he saluted straight towards the pit. Su Xiaoman, Yang Su, Suda, and the others also followed suit. Gritafu looked at Wu Dashio, then at the pit, slowly raising his hand. No matter what, we must do everything we can to find them. They are our heroes. Chapter 7 Anatomy. Powerful alien species, the dust has settled. The Dragon 1 impact crater is covered with dust and sand. Olympus Mons has not changed as a result. The mountain remains unaffected as a whole. But this crater has permanently buried itself in the hearts of Wu Dashio and his companions. The second excavation here should come soon. Matters like Mars resource exploration have all taken a back seat at this moment. Finding the 13 and uncovering their secrets to bring them home is what matters most. Once they are found, the secrets of the alien species can also be revealed. This is something that Earth must clarify right now, a top priority. Otherwise, resource extraction on Mars would be meaningless. On the way back, Wu Dashio and his companions did not say a word, their mood very heavy. The mining vehicle rolled across the Martian surface, with only the sound of the vehicle echoing in the air. For a moment, Mars seemed to have become very quiet. Wu Dashio looked out the window. He was over 40 years old, with graying temples. The age limit for going to Mars is 50 years. Only those whose data meets the standards can become the heads and commanders of the Mars base. Teacher, what are you thinking about? Wu Dashio came back to his senses and smiled slightly. Xiaomin, I was thinking when they recorded this message here. Why didn't they choose to return to Earth to tell us in person? Why didn't they reveal the truth behind all this? They must have their reasons. 13 people taking on an entire alien civilization. This head tells me that the alien civilization still exists. Su Xiaoman felt goosebumps all over. Alien civilizations are an eternal topic. If an alien civilization has not been destroyed and discovers Earth, the consequences are unimaginable. That would definitely be an unprecedented extinction. Even between nations, there are battles, wars, and even massacres. Let alone an alien species civilization. A heavy sense of oppression loomed over everyone's hearts. The discovery of the 13 on the battlefield remnants of Mars is something that excites and anticipates the entire globe. But if the truth behind it is destruction, then this anticipation and excitement will only turn into endless fear. The gap in civilization levels is too great. What Wu Dashio worries about is precisely this gap in civilization levels. 2 hours later, the mining vehicle returned to the base. Ming and other decision-makers from the base were waiting at the entrance. When they saw Wu Dashio get off the vehicle, Ming walked over quickly and asked first, "Are you all okay?" "Teacher, we are fine," Wu Dashio replied. Su Xiaoman and the others got off the vehicle, and everyone turned to look at the severed head displayed behind the mining vehicle. Xia Country Base. Representatives from other countries and regions' bases had arrived. Everyone stood in the temporary materials storage hall, looking at the head placed on the platform. The head of the American base, Capet, who had seen the alien species head with his own eyes, was astonished and unable to close his mouth, his eyes filled with deep concern. That's right. It's the head of the alien species, severed and split in two, confirmed the head of the Bear Country base, Bagachev. Ming said. Let's dissect this head first. See its structure and life characteristics. We'll discuss everything after the dissection is complete. The dissection is scheduled for 8 p.m. Xia country time. Yu Tianming and officials from other countries sat in the conference hall, repeatedly listening to the words of one of the 13 from the battleship. 13 corpses. You cannot find us. Blocking 25 attacks. Mars battlefield, Venus battlefield, Jupiter battlefield, and Saturn battlefield. We had no chance to return home with victory. This important information echoed in everyone's minds in the conference room. Caput pressed his forehead, worried, and said, This matter concerns the survival of all humanity on Earth, but currently, only traces of your Xia country's 13 people have appeared here. Does your Xia country really not know about this? Bagachev also looked at Yu Tianming, his eyes filled with inquiry and skepticism. Yu Tianming replied, We don't know. If we did, how could we let this matter be exposed? We have been investigating this, but it's hard to trace. There are almost no records. We have gone through the highest level confidential documents, and there is no record of these events. Caput sighed. It seems we can only find those 13 heroes from your Xia country to obtain new information. Bagachev, being straightforward, said, But they're already dead. Yu Tianming trembled slightly, but didn't want to refute. He sighed. If they can leave behind information, perhaps finding their bodies can also yield enough information. I believe they must have left what we need on their bodies. I firmly believe. Caput said, and now, we can only hope that the dissection can yield some clues about the alien civilization. Yu Tianming replied, exactly. Also, tomorrow we plan to organize a team to excavate the Dragon 1 impact crater site, trying to bring back as many shipwreck remains as possible, ideally finding some useful mainframes. An older man, walked in. The dissection is done. We are now checking the components. Yu Tianming said, Let's go take a look together. The group arrived at the temporary dissection room to see some professional dissection staff removing a large eyeball. How is it? Yu Tianming asked. A person in a mask and thick protective clothing came over and saluted, saying, Commander, we have disassembled this head. No abnormalities have been found so far. Life signs have stopped, and there is no information left. The mode of evolution is similar to that of humans. It belongs to viviparous mammals, needing mating to reproduce. He opened the data panel. Gentlemen, this alien species is enormous. Based on the head shape, this alien reaches 10 meters tall with a very strong build. From the end of the spine beneath this head, we can find that their bodies are curved, walking in a bent position. But Yang Beiping pointed to the lower end of the head. They have wings. The cells are very active and powerful. Everyone exchanged glances. Can cells be extracted? A female scholar asked. Yang Beiping shook his head. No, extracting the cells would lead to immediate death. Their bodies are very peculiar. Not only are they strong, but they're also very fast. However, all of this is our speculative simulation and cannot determine the truth. Can they be cultivated? The female scholar continued to ask. Yang Beiping continued to shake his head. The female scholar showed a disappointed expression, and Bagachev said, Tina, I know what you want, but this is too difficult for us right now. Unless we can find a living one on Mars. But if it's alive, He smiled but did not continue. Professor, a staff member shouted in panic. Yang Beiping went over to take a look. The head was gradually shrinking. It's freezing. Yang Beiping immediately shouted to his assistant behind him. The assistant hurried to get the cryogenic box, but it was useless. The head had completely shriveled up, turning into a deflated little fur ball. Yu Tianming said, Store it for now. It might be useful later. Right now, the only thing we can rely on is to find the 13 on Martian soil, our Xia country's 13 national heroes. That won't be easy. Bagachev shook his head. Yu Tianming said, It won't be easy, but we must find them. Only by finding them can we learn everything. Okay, I'll help you look. Tina volunteered. Yu Tianming just smiled and said nothing. Do you need your help? Don't we have anyone from Xia country? The next day, a 100-person team from Xia country, led by Wu Daxiu, headed to the Dragon 1 impact crater. Meanwhile, at a certain large canyon on Mars, a faint light occasionally emits some signals. However, the signal source is too weak to be detected by any satellites or receivers. Chapter 8, the main battlefield, Blood Fortress, Dragon 1 type small impact crater. Dust covered everything. If they hadn't discovered so many secrets here yesterday, it would be hard to imagine that a battlefield was hidden beneath. Wu Daxiu stood by the pit. somewhat lamenting. This excavation is our first hope. If we can find something useful, it would be a good thing for our search for the 13 heroes, a good start. The excavation machine slowly moved uphill. Besides the 100-member team from Xia Country, led by Wu Dashio, there were also American and Bear Country teams of 100 members, each led by Panis and Grida. Fanny and Hogan naturally couldn't be left out. This was a matter for the entire nation. They also had to help Xia Country find those 13 warriors. These heroes belong to all humanity, although they were from Xia Country. But they are the heroes of humanity, the beginning of an epic. The excavation work went smoothly. The temperature on Mars today hadn't risen. It remained around minus 188 degrees Celsius. However, the storm was much calmer than yesterday. The operators of the excavation machine worked cautiously, exploring bit by bit. They were so tense that even their breathing felt restrained, fearing that a single breath could lead to a mistake and destroy what they were trying to find. Su Xiaomin and Chun Su recorded some things while leaving monitoring equipment around. These needed to be deployed in large quantities to be effective. The warships and mechas were products of alien technology. If the alien civilization hadn't been destroyed, they might come back to look for these things at some point in the future. The best outcome would be that these alien races had been completely wiped out. Professor Wu, we've reached the bottom. We found the wreckage. The operator's tone was excited. Wu Dashio said, "Don't rush. Take it step by step. First bring all the wreckage up. Leave nothing behind." Okay. Watching one huge piece of wreckage after another being sent up by the machine, Wu Dashio didn't dare to slack off for a moment. The materials of the warships were very precious. If they could decompose the formulas inside, they could be reused. And that mecha, in terms of materials, was even better than the warship. Because mechas belong to the category of individual combat, they require very high specifications. Besides the wreckage of the warships and mechas, they also excavated quite a few bodily remains of the alien races. These remains, like the head they had brought back, had rough and tough skin and scales. Wu Dashio, Panis, and Grida exchanged glances and nodded at each other. This terrifying alien race was more than 10 levels stronger than Earth humans just in terms of size. As the wreckage increased, the research on the alien races would deepen, and eventually, they should be able to fully understand the general size and evolutionary curve of the alien races. "Professor Wu, what is this?" "Wings." Wu Dashio rushed over upon seeing what was sent up. These are the wings of the alien race. They were as heavy as steel, without any feathers, only thick scales. Besides this, there were no other new discoveries. The wings were a crucial element for their research on the alien race. Continue to excavate, but don't go too deep. Just focus on the details, Wu Dashio instructed. The workers below searched inch by inch. This was the only battlefield they knew of. Perhaps there were other battlefields on Mars. But since the warships had crashed here and mechas had been stationed, there should be other remnants left by the heroes. It was impossible that nothing had been left behind. "Teacher, the wreckage is all here." Shuda walked over. Wu Dashio and Panis joined the others by the pile of alien race remains. Surprisingly few. They had thought that after such a bloody battle, there would be many remains of the alien races, but there were only this little. They could probably piece together around 10 alien races. Grida said, "Wu, this is a bit too few." Wu Dashio's eyes sparkled with thoughtful light, and he suddenly said, "Do you remember, when we entered the warship, there was nothing but blood?" Panis said, "Right? No corpses. Could it be that these corpses were taken away by live aliens?" Wu Dashio proposed a bold hypothesis. He didn't believe that the wreckage in the warship had been cleaned up by the heroes, as there was no need for that. "Wu, don't scare people." Panis shivered all over. If this hypothesis were true, the alien civilization must still exist, and it would definitely descend upon Mars. This way, based on this hypothesis, it would prove that the time of this battle was not long ago. Otherwise, the alien civilization would have long come to collect the wreckage of the warship. In an instant, a dark cloud loomed over everyone's heads. "Professor, we found a deeper pit." The worker shouted. Wu Dashio said, "Let us go down and take a look." At the bottom of the previous pit, there was an entrance blocked by a huge rock. They hadn't brought large excavation equipment yesterday, and hadn't discovered this rock blocking the way. Inside was pitch black, with waves of cold air rising up. Wu Dashio said, "Let us go down." Wait a minute. Gov't said. Isn't it too dangerous to go down recklessly like this? Are you scared? Wudashio smiled and said. Gov't was angered by this smile and gritted his teeth. I'm not scared at all. Let us go. Who is scared of who? Wudashio led the way, with Su Xiaoman and Su De following behind, and Gov't also brought people along. Panis muttered to himself. Crazy, crazy, damn, all crazy. Unload the truck. He cursed about going crazy, but still followed into the tunnel. The tunnel was long, about 500 meters. Be careful. There's a natural cave below. Suda, who was at the front, reminded, grabbing the walls on either side with both hands and stopping. Below, it was extremely dark. Turn on the lights. With a click, the huge searchlight turned on. Holy shit. Suda couldn't help it. Wudashio leaned over to take a look, and his face suddenly turned pale. White. Piles and piles of blood fortresses popped up in this area, like bamboo shoots after rain. Many places were covered with dark red blood, and the ground was filled with fine blood clots, solidifying into hard masses. Blood fortresses. Wudashio's heart raced. Here is the main battlefield. Perhaps. Here they could find what they wanted. This scene reached the base, and then to Earth. Everyone's hearts were lifted again. Here is the main battlefield. Wudashio said, Teacher, our country, the battle inside the warship might have only been a small-scale fight during the crash. After they broke out of the warship, they might have faced a large number of enemies and could only retreat underground. No, this may not have been underground before, but a huge impact crater created when the warship crashed. So, the 13 heroes retreated here to engage in life-and-death battles with enemies hundreds of times their number. Su Xiaoman's voice was filled with disbelief and terror. Yes, very likely than here. Wudashio's breathing grew more rapid. Here, perhaps, is where the heroes. He couldn't finish his sentence. Go down and take a look. Be careful. Yu Tianming immediately ordered. Just then, Shun Su said, Teacher, here, there are still no corpses of the alien race. Could it be that the corpses really were taken away by the aliens? Everyone exchanged glances. This information was unfriendly. Quite unfriendly. Teacher, Su Xiaoman picked up the signal receiver. There's an unidentified signal source. Right below, at the 3 o'clock direction. Chapter 9, The Heavenly Path Plan. Year 8, to ensure safety, Wudashio released a drone to the 3 o'clock direction of the cave. The drone flew over, illuminating the dark area with special lights, revealing the blood fortresses, causing everyone's hearts to race. The blood had coagulated into fortresses, certainly not the blood of the 13 sons, but that of an alien race. They were tall, and there must have been a lot of blood. It was unimaginable how many aliens the 13 sons had killed here to create this seemingly endless fortress. A solemn, epic, and desolate atmosphere swirled around everyone, mingling with the cold air. The aircraft approached the signal source. Wudashio sighed. We are here, and we have to come to such a deep place to scan for the signal source. This is definitely not technology from Earth. Not necessarily. Since the 13 heroes can be here and fight in the universe, they must have powerful equipment, Gov't said. Wudashio nodded. As the aircraft neared the signal source, they saw a device flickering with a weak light, resembling an octopus spider. A signal receiver? Panis asked. Wudashio frowned, worried. Let's observe for a while. This thing is of unknown origin. Just as he finished speaking, the machine seemed to have detected the drone, and a blue beam suddenly shot out, striking the drone. The drone shook, as if losing power, and fell to the ground. Not good, Gov't exclaimed. Wudashio said, Everyone, retreat. Number 007. The Xia country is confronting an unknown invasion, Seventh Son reporting. A deep voice resounded, speaking proper Xia country language, filled with a spirit of toughness and resilience. Teacher, Su Xiaoman pointed ahead. It's this spider. The voice is coming from the receiver spider. Wudashio staggered a step, his voice hoarse. Go to get it back. Suda had already jumped down, using the power of his spacesuit to quickly reach the receiver. He happily said, Teacher, there are Xia country characters on it. Be careful. Wudashio, fearing Suda was too excited, quickly reminded him. Let's go down and look for more, see if there's anything else. Panis followed and jumped down, and everyone continued to enter the cave one by one. Standing on the blood-stained ground, everyone felt a sense of tragic grandeur. Gov't said, If I could take off my helmet, I would definitely smell the blood of those damned aliens here. I need to remember that smell. If I encounter them next time, I will give them an unforgettable memory. Come on, stop boasting. Let's pray we don't meet them. Panis stood in front of a massive fortress, towering several dozen meters high. Panis clicked his tongue. Do you really want to encounter this? Glidaf snorted, standing in front of another fortress, collecting some blood samples. Although this black blood had hardened, the genetic data within was still intact. Wu Dashio quickly walked to Suda's side, took the receiver, which had a switch. When he turned it on, he saw a thumb-sized chip lying inside. The chip was still working, emitting a faint sound that could hardly be heard unless one was close to it. The sound came from within. This technology clearly did not belong to Earth. It was something they had plundered from another civilization. Wu Dashio trembled as he covered it, continuing to search for any identification of theirs. He looked at the receiver in his hand. The octopus spider appearance was merely to protect the chip inside, and these items clearly were not products of Earth. Wu Dashio felt that what he held was not a technological product, but a heavy epic. It was the grand tale of heroic deeds. This thing must be brought back to the base for a second opening. Teacher, no other items were found. Teacher, none. Professor, no other discoveries. The 100-member team from Xia country checked the cave thoroughly. Apart from the blood fortresses and some scattered wreckage, there was nothing else useful. Panis, Glidaf, and Finney, along with Hogan, found nothing either. This is the only remaining token. Wu Dashio said, "It seems this battlefield is not the final battlefield." This statement was made lightly, but Wu Dashio's heart was extremely heavy. After confirming that there was nothing of value left, Wu Dashio led the team back to the base. The mining vehicle drove across the Martian terrain, kicking up dust, and the pale blue sun looked so beautiful. Yet, beneath this beauty lay a cruel battlefield. Wu Dashio held the octopus spider, sitting upright, staring ahead. What he brought back was a token of heroes, which certainly contained answers to all of this. Muffs? Xia country base. Commanders from various countries gathered together. Wu Dashio sat in his seat, his eyes red as he looked at the screen. The decryption program had reached 91. In 10 minutes, they would be able to obtain the information inside. Teacher, I can't control my heartbeat anymore. Su Xiaoman whispered behind Wu Dashio. Wu Dashio looked at his students. Calm yourselves. You are the top students who passed through layers of selection to come to the Mars base. If alien civilizations still exist, you are the backbone to handle everything. You must learn to grow up and take responsibility. Chen Su and Suda nodded vigorously. On the other side of the screen was the Xia Country Space Hall. This time, representatives from several major countries and some regions had come to the scene. Yu Tianming, is the decryption complete? The old man asked the screen. Sir, 3 minutes remaining. The old man straightened his attire, stood upright, his eyes sparkling with fervor, staring unblinkingly at the screen. Others were the same. Even representatives from smaller regions stood straight, knowing they were about to witness what should be the greatest feat in human history. As time passed bit by bit, everyone's hearts rose to their throats. Countdown 10, 9, 8. The engineer's voice struck deep within them. 1. Decryption successful. The screen suddenly went dark, quickly becoming clear. Ahem, is it about to end? I haven't finished writing my will yet. A voice like steel suddenly rang out. Salute. The old man, hearing the Xia country language, immediately shouted. Everyone in the hall saluted the screen with the most honorable military gesture. Salute. Yu Tianming at the Mars base also shouted. Everyone saluted solemnly. The screen remained dark, as if there was no light. What will you write in your will? You're so young. Why write a will? Another voice rang out. This voice was crisp, young, and full of vigor. Wu Dashio's tears streamed down as he choked up looking at the screen. Despite the screen being pitch black, I want to eat hometown date cake. The steel-like voice suddenly softened. When we triumphantly return to Earth, you can eat as much as you want. Hee, really? How long do we have to wait until victory? The captain said, soon. Do you really believe the captain's words? Silence fell. Many people in the base looked at the screen, puzzled. Why is there no image? Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted. Quick, go over. The captain is on Venus. The voice cut off. The next moment, a cold voice rang out. Heavenly Path Plan. Year 8, November 13th. 9 of the 13 suns remaining. Chapter 10, The Seventh Child. The Heavenly Tao Plan Year 8, November 13th, 9 remaining of the 13 children. This passage is clearly spoken by a robot, recording the time and battle losses. But with only 13 people, what battle losses are needed? Wu Dexiu gently clenched his fist. Yu Tianming also had a deep sense of confusion in his eyes. This data chip should theoretically not be able to produce information points in the middle. According to the program, the information saved on the first day would be cracked first. But the dialogue here has already passed 8 years. The Heavenly Tao Plan, Year 8, November, clearly about to enter the 9th year. 13 people have been carrying out this plan for such a long time. The Heavenly Tao Plan. Yu Tianming thought for a moment and indeed had no information on this matter. He had never heard of this plan. Soon, information arrived from Earth. There is no execution document for this plan among all classified files. The robot did not specify the year, nor the names and ages of the 13 children, indicating that the confidentiality of the plan far exceeded their imagination. Although the sound was cut off, the chip decryption program continued. This 7th child is not the leader, and the information saved in the chip should not be much. Yu Tianming looked at the puzzled crowd and then at Wu Dexiu. Wu Dexiu said, "It may be that the chip program was disrupted, causing the recording to be mixed up. However, it's not a big problem, even if the order is scrambled and the time does not match. The core information we need is definitely here." Yu Tianming nodded and said, "That makes sense, but I really want to know who this 7th child is." "Teacher, we will find out," Wu Dexiu said. "This segment of information is not much. We only know the name of the plan and how long it has been executed, and jujube cake. Jujube cake is a specialty of Shan Province. The 7th child should be from Shan Province. Earth, Xia Country's Space Program Hall." The elder immediately said, "Review all files for the Heavenly Tao Plan, and arrange for people to go to Shan Province to notify all departments there to investigate clues about Hero, 7th child. Immediately. Right now. Quick." The secretary immediately went to arrange it. "Wait a minute." The elder stopped the secretary. "This matter needs to be kept confidential, and besides the core few in Shan Province. No one else needs to know." "Understood, sir." The elder exhaled a breath of pent-up air and murmured, "7th child. 7th child? Who on earth are you?" "Mas? Xia Country Base." Yu Tianming stood in front of the desk, looking at the materials spread out. Venus is also a battlefield. This point was mentioned by an unknown child in the chip earlier. On November 13th, Year 8, the leader of the Heavenly Tao Plan fought against alien races on Venus. Yu Tianming recorded it as he spoke. Year 8, Heavenly Tao Plan, but unfortunately, we do not know the specific time. Is there really no one in our Xia country who knows about this? Wu Dexiu said, "We know too little information, but jujube cake is already a very clear clue. However, with so many county-level cities in Shan Province, and this plan being so secretive, it is really hard to find." In the hall, everyone sighed in frustration. Is this all the information in this chip? Suddenly, the screen lit up. The background was unknown, displaying a vast and desolate scene. Brown-yellow mountains rose and fell, but not a single blade of grass or tree was seen. Wind and sand occasionally rose, sweeping up the debris on the ground. A silhouette sat in the frame. Although facing the camera, his face could not be clearly seen, only the outline of his body could be vaguely made out. "Here it comes," Yu Tianming exclaimed in delight. Everyone immediately followed suit, focusing on the large screen. Although nothing was clear, it was better than having no information at all. A year and a half had passed. The voice in the image sounded a bit haggard, hoarse, but that steel-like deep tone remained unchanged. Su Xiaoman said, "7th child." Wu Dexiu shushed. Yu Tianming glanced at the assistant beside him, who immediately began to take notes. In the image, the figure was tall and robust, leaning against a rock while looking at the sky outside. After a while, he picked up something that looked like a wine flask and took a big gulp. "The last sip. After this, I'll one tea be able to drink the wine I brought from my hometown again." Suda clenched his fists anxiously. "Why don't you just say where your hometown is?" Cough, cough, cough. The 7th child started coughing violently. "Captain, you told me not to drink. But if I don't drink, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on." The 7th child said with a hint of self-deprecating smile. "I really feel too tired, but thinking that Earth is behind us, and my motherland is behind us, I feel my exhaustion will turn into a towering wave. pushing me forward without hesitation. After finishing the last sip of wine, the outline swayed as he looked at the wine flask in his hand. After a pause, he flung the flask outward. "Goodbye, old buddy." The flask flew into the air, pressed down by gravity, and fell down. Next to Wu Deshio, Su Xiaomin stared wide-eyed at the screen, her pen writing something on the paper at an incredible speed. Heavenly Tao Plan, Year 2, March 17th. The seventh child leaned against a rock and spoke to the camera word by word. "I have separated from the captain. I feel that the captain is biased against me, saying that I am younger, so he wanted to let me go and told me to stay here. Today is the 5th day. Everything I wanted is gone, and the last sip of wine is also gone. I can only do as the captain said and take it from others." He twisted his neck and moved his shoulders. "But isn't the 9th child 3 years younger than me? Why did the captain let him go? He is biased against me." After the 7th child finished speaking, he suddenly looked outside. In the camera, a powerful fleet appeared. Hiss! In the hall, many people gasped. This fleet could easily destroy several bases on Mars. A battleship, accompanied by 3 mechs and at least 50 alien troops. Wu Deshio said, "Alien races. The appearance of the alien races has appeared." Some people in the hall gasped, while others clenched their teeth. Just as I imagined, the wings are their survival appendages. They need wings to speed up their travel. Wu Deshio muttered to himself. These alien races are exactly the same as the wreckage they found in the Dragon 1 impact crater. The head is also identical. Year 2, March 17th. The 7th child discovered a small-scale dark star race at Mars Camp Number 3. The 7th child, carrying the hopes of his motherland, decided to launch a surprise attack on this small team for the safety of Earth. The scale was 1 H-type satellite battleship, 3 dog, not carrying mechs, and 53 dark star small beasts. Wu Deshio knew that dog, not carrying, was the 7th child's name for the dark star race S mechs. The 7th child slowly stood up. "The captain said that if we handle things well, we might be able to go home within 5 years. Now, I don't even hope to go home. I just want to break into the Dark Star's nest and let them know the might of Huaxia." As soon as the words fell, the 7th child's figure seemed to become incredibly tall. Only a silhouette was seen rushing out of the camp as the mech covered his whole body. That was a light, a blinding light, the light of Huaxia. At that moment, at Mars Camp Number 3, an earth-shattering momentum burst forth. The screen suddenly cut off. Wu Deshio's body trembled. He knew that this was the 7th child going to ambush that Dark Star small team. One person, facing an entire team equipped with battleships, mechs, and 50 Dark Stars. How'd he dare to do that? In the hall, everyone was filled with passion, but unfortunately, nothing could be seen. A few minutes later, the screen lit up again. A figure crouched on the ground, coughing a few times. The ambush was successful. The captain would surely be proud of me. Let us see if he still says I'm too young and not suited for large-scale battles. In front of the 7th child, a warship had crashed, and the mecha was shattered, with a large pile of corpses lying scattered on the ground. I'll record this and send it to the captain. Let him be speechless. The 7th child said proudly, having captured these scenes and sent them to the captain of the Heavenly Tao Project. "Old 7, what are you doing?" "Captain." The 7th child responded with enthusiasm. "I ambushed a small squad alone. This is my achievement." It was the captain's voice. Yu Tianming leaned down to accurately record this voice. Since he was the captain of such an epic interstellar project, he should be quite famous. After all, a bunch of young kids who haven't even fully learned aerospace technology shouldn't be executing such plans. Even the top students with extraordinary talent wouldn't have this kind of capability. At least, their experience wouldn't be enough. "Old 7, evacuate from Camp 3. Evacuate immediately." The captain's voice was somewhat angry. Wu Deshio wondered aloud. Why does the captain's voice sound younger and more energetic than the 7th child's voice? The others in the hall were also puzzled by this voice. How could someone of such stature have such a youthful voice? Even if there were age restrictions for such high-level figures, it was impossible for them to have a voice like that of a boy. It sounded very immature. But strangely, this immaturity wasn't Navi. It was filled with an overwhelming arrogance that could shatter the heavens. "Teacher, could it be that the captain of our Heavenly Tao project from Xia country is a recent graduate, just like us?" "Impossible." Wu Deshio instinctively denied it. Su Xiaomin was not listening to the others' discussions. She was quickly writing something on paper, her eyes fixed on the screen. Yu Tianming brought up the Dark Star as a key point, staring at the screen while sending messages to other bases. Studying the mysterious signal fluctuations collected over the years on Mars and the Moon. How far is this dark star from Earth? How far from the solar system? On the screen, the seventh child, with his back to the camera, asked in confusion, "Captain, why do we have to retreat?" Yeah, why do we have to retreat? Many people were puzzled. They had clearly won a great victory by successfully ambushing a small squad, and they should be praised instead. But the captain's tone was filled with stern reproach. "What do you think you're doing? Are you proud? Acting without my permission and without coordinating with our plan? Do you think ambushing a Dark Star squad is something impressive?" The captain's voice sounded cold and ruthless. The seventh child's back clearly froze for a moment. "Captain, evacuate. I don't want to collect your body." The seventh child was somewhat unconvinced. "Captain, even if my ambush attracted a more powerful Dark Star team, you should still praise me. I did this all by myself." The screen fell silent for a moment. The captain's voice said, "You want praise? You want me to praise you in front of your corpse? You want the most beautiful planet behind you to become a slave planet of the Dark Star because of your impulsive desire for praise? Our families, compatriots, and all of humanity would become slaves?" The seventh child's back trembled slightly. After a while, he looked up and saw 5 warships diving down in formation on the screen. "Captain, I will definitely make you praise me." The seventh child immediately retreated, disregarding the spoils of war, extinguished the screen, and it fell into darkness. Blood, nurturing flowers as vibrant as the date cakes from my hometown, and as dear as my most missed relatives. The seventh child's communication was temporarily interrupted. The chip decryption process encountered some minor difficulties. Perhaps the seventh child had suffered some damage during this battle, leading to the loss of the recording chip, and now needed to repair the damaged data. Yu Tianming straightened up and slowly said, "Notify all departments and your bases to research the source of the Dark Star information. Simulate the code, and see if it can match those mysterious cosmic signal waves." "What if it matches?" Captain Kappa to the U.S. base frowned. "Then it's like we're telling the aliens, 'Oh no, the Dark Star people, hey, we are here.'" Yu Tianming looked at everyone and said firmly, "I believe the Dark Star people have already discovered our Earth civilization. The 13 children are not an army, nor are they a legion." He paused and took a sip of tea. "The front lines are so long, but they're not in Earth, proving that the Dark Star people want to invade Earth only through specific routes. Right?" Wu Duxiu also spoke, "Otherwise, with such a long front line, how could the 13 children possibly fight across several light years?" Captain's eyes lit up. Do you mean that although the Dark Star people know about our Earth civilization, they can only attack Earth through specific channels?" "Exactly." Yu Tianming slammed the table. "I even suspect that the Dark Star people must have paid a tremendous price to do so. Otherwise, how could the seventh child have so easily ambushed a small squad?" The fleet only confirmed their location after receiving the report of the small squad as casualties, and then arrived at Camp 3. Begajov Capit and the other representatives from various regions felt that there was some truth to this. The 13 people couldn't possibly withstand a war spanning several light years. With such a high level of Dark Star civilization, the Dark Star people couldn't be foolish. As long as they used their fleet to hold back the 13 children, they could invade the surface of the Earth. But since the 13 children didn't hold them back, and Earth wasn't invaded by the Dark Star, it proved that Yu Tianming's guess was basically correct. Everyone waited for a while, but the repair work was still not completed. If everyone is willing to wait, stay here. If not, you can leave first. I will notify you when the repairs are done." Capit stood up and said, "I also need to go back and discuss this matter with Earth. We should actively seek the location of the Dark Star or choose to remain silent. This is a complex issue." "Teacher." Su Xiaomin tapped Wu Duxiu with her pen cap. "What is it?" Wu Duxiu asked, somewhat nervously. Su Xiaomin said, "Teacher, I think I have roughly guessed the location of the hero, 7th child, Camp 3. Guessed?" Wu Duxiu immediately turned around, looking at Su Xiaomin with some curiosity. "Yes," Su Xiaomin replied. "I just saw the scene where the 7th child appeared, which is also Camp 3. It should be on Mars, although it hasn't been marked. I remember there was a time when a drone flew over there, and we said the terrain of the hillside there was particularly strange. Wu Duxiu couldn't recall. Perhaps he was involved at that time. Is it far from the base? Wu Duxiu trusted Su Xiaoman. About 800 kilometers in the opposite direction of Olympus Mons. Teacher, I applied to check it out. I believe that S where the 13 children appeared, Camp 3. Wu Duxiu reported this matter to Yu Tianming, and after discussion, Yu Tianming agreed to Su Xiaoman's application. Be careful. This time I won't be around, so you must learn to take responsibility. Wu Duxiu patted Su Xiaoman and Chun Su's shoulders. Suda, you should go as well. You're a bit more stable. Suda had long been unable to contain himself. Yes, teacher, Suda said proudly, winking at Chun Su. Chun Su shrugged helplessly as the three of them walked out of the base and boarded the hovercar. The mining vehicle was slower than the hovercar, but the energy consumption of the hovercar was greater. Wu Duxiu watched the hovercar slowly leave and asked Zhang Guanyu beside him, which county in Shan province is the date cake a specialty of? I heard it's Wuxiang, Earth, Xia country. A special investigation team headed to Shan province. The date cake originated in Wuxiang, which is very likely the hometown of the seventh son. The leader of this investigation team is a 30-year-old man, with a square face and crew cut, sitting in the car with a determined gaze full of faith. Is the hometown of heroes in Wuxiang? Li Guomin does not know. But the heroes must be found. This is the promise made by Xia country to these 13 sons. Shan province has made all the necessary preparations. And as soon as Li Guomin arrived in Wuxiang, he received the list of missing persons from the past 30 years. The Tiandao plan is so secretive that almost no one knows about it, and the 13 sons should have left without a word. It is almost impossible for the relatives of the 13 heroes to know where they went. It is not ruled out that some heroes might have mentioned to their families what they were going to do, but they would definitely not say they were participating in the Tiandao plan. Could they be soldiers? This is possible, but with Xia country's large population, even the number of missing persons is significant, not to mention the accumulation over 30 years. Li Guomin's first investigation point is the missing persons. He has the audio of the seventh son, and he plans to start with this list of missing persons, checking door to door in Wuxiang. Chapter 12, Camp 3. Earth Slate Mars. Summer country time, 3 in the afternoon. Su Xiaoman drove the Yunhe flying car to the coordinates she had recorded. Suda was the first to get out of the car, fully armed, even carrying combat weapons. Anyone who could conduct research and surveys of the Mars base was not to be underestimated. They not only needed to undergo professional scientific training, but also had to learn various firearms, energy weapons, spacecraft piloting, and crisis response handling. Suda was tall, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, known for his hot temper under Wu Duxiu's command. When he got angry, even Wu Duxiu sometimes couldn't hold him back. He glanced around, set down a detector, and walked a short distance to set down another one. Teacher, we've arrived at the destination. Su Xiaoman opened the communication device and connected with Wu Duxiu. Wu Duxiu stood at the deputy command post, watching the footage transmitted back from Su Xiaoman with his hands behind his back. How much deviation in direction? Not much, a difference of 3 square kilometers. Suda is already setting up the detectors. It's temporarily safe here. Wu Duxiu glanced at the Mars weather forecast and frowned. There's no storm today, but there's no sun either. The sandstorm is blocking the ozone layer, so there's still some risk. You should find the coordinates and come back as soon as possible. Yes, teacher. Su Xiaoman and Chun Su got out of the flying car, and the 3 of them gathered at a circular hilltop. Suda looked at the desolate land. Xiaoman, is this it? Su Xiaoman glanced at the draft map and nodded. This is it. Suda activated the accelerator and rushed to the top of the circular hill, which was about 100 meters high with a steep slope, but interestingly, the sand was quite hard. Chun Su squatted down to measure the sand and stones. Surprised, Xiaoman. Suda, the terrain here has been modified. That's right. Su Xiaoman exclaimed with joy. Suda stood at the top of the hill, surveying the surroundings. If this is Camp 3. Suda's eyes lit up, right? Xiaoman, Chun Su, the heroes must have built a camp here, probably just a regular lookout tower. After all, the conditions here are not comparable to Earth, so they could only improve the terrain as much as possible. It's basically impossible to build a structure like our base with materials. Yeah, Su Xiaoman reached the very top. All traces had disappeared. The Camp 3 where the 7th child appeared had giant stones and some simple furniture, serving as a temporary resting place for the camp. It's all been destroyed. Chen Su shook his head. All traces are gone. Su Xiaoman said no. Suda also said, only the traces have been destroyed, but the things are still there. As he spoke, he crouched down. Just as I said earlier, these things were sourced locally. The terrain of this small circular hill has been modified for use as a camp. Chen Su said then, down below. Su Xiaoman took out a palm-sized device and pressed it on the hilltop. You guys step back a bit. Chen Su and Suda stepped aside, and Suda said, Xiaoman is becoming more and more like a man now. Are you sure? Chen Su looked at Suda oddly. Should I tell Xiaoman what you said? No. Su Xiaoman opened the program, and with a loud bang, the hilltop collapsed. The collapse generated a dust storm, and under the intense collision, these dust storms formed dense particles that swirled around the circular hill. Su Xiaoman activated the machine again, and the entire circular hill began to disintegrate, revealing a pitch-black concave space. Camp 3. Su Xiaoman shouted excitedly, Teacher, we found Camp 3. Wu Deshio leaned forward. Be careful. First detect if there are any radioactive remains inside. If not, then go down and check. Understood, teacher. Su Xiaoman released a drone, which flew down the opening. Suda stared at the screen as the light grew brighter. Why are there still no traces? So they wandered the south. He didn't see anything down there, but it was obvious that this place had been modified. Oh no! Suda's heart sank. Could this have been modified by the Dark Star people? The seventh child withdrew earlier. Camp 3 must have been modified by the Dark Star people. If the 13th child hasn't returned, this would be the temporary residence of the Dark Star people. No way, Su Xiaoman said firmly. The Dark Star people have such advanced technology and a fleet of warships. How could they find a place to live on Mars? Whether they live here or not isn't the point. The point is, it has definitely been looted by the Dark Star people, so it's normal for us not to find anything. Chen Su confidently stated. Wu Deshio supported his forehead. You should go down and see for yourselves. Suda sank down, and his spacesuit allowed him to land perfectly. There was a musty smell around, similar to being in some cave on Earth. Be careful, Su Xiaoman shouted from above. Suda took out his weapon, activating the laser beam. Although it was dark, he could see clearly. A few minutes later, Suda said, Teacher, I've searched here, and I found nothing. The things in the video recording of the seventh child are not here, but according to the terrain, this is indeed Camp 3. Wu Deshio sighed. Forget it then. Perhaps before the seventh child left, all data and traces of Camp 3 had already been destroyed. They couldn't leave any clues for the Dark Star people. But this way, there might be camps in other places on Mars. Maybe there are well-preserved camps. Just as Suda was about to go up, he suddenly saw a stone slab covered by sand and dust directly in front of him. Teacher, wait a minute. Xiaoman, come down. Jian Su, you stay up there and keep watch. Su Xiaoman slid down and asked, Suda, what did you find? Here. Suda pointed at the stone slab. This is rare on Mars. While I measured it just now, it should be an Earth product. Su Xiaoman walked up to the stone slab, took out a machine to sweep the dust off the surface, and suddenly shouted, Teacher, there's a clue. We have a clue. Wu Deshio had not held out much hope. The news from Earth indicated that Li Guomin had gone missing while investigating the missing persons in Wuxiang and found no one who matched the seventh child. Moreover, most of the people from Wuxiang were not familiar with the seventh child's accent. Although Wuxiang is known for its jujubes, this food is not exclusive to Wuxiang. He thought finding the hero's hometown would be even more difficult, but upon hearing there's a clue, he immediately became energized. What clue? The Earth slate. Wu Deshio said. The Earth slate. Have you tested it? I tested it, teacher. We can determine the hero's hometown based on the origin of the slate. Wu Deshio said. That's not a bad idea. First, send me a photo of the slate. Suda took a picture of the slate and had just sent it when Su Xiaoman suddenly said, There are words on the slate, teacher. There are words on the slate. It's our summer country characters. Read it. Wu Deshio was already eager. Suda said, How do you know there are words? Nanotechnology. This is something we only mastered 10 years ago. Su Xiaoman took out a sheet of pure white paper and pressed it against the slate. After a moment, lines of text appeared. Su Xiaoman said, This technology has the advantage of being able to preserve the records for a long time, regardless of wind and rain or damage to the slate. As long as the slate hasn't completely turned to dust, these records will always exist. Chen Su peeked down from above. Suda, why don't you come up and keep watch? Get lost. Suda didn't even look at Chen Su. As Su Xiaomin waited for the text to fully appear, she read the first line. Heavenly Path Plan, Year 1, January 11th, heavy snow blocked the mountains. I left my hometown with that group of arrogant people and came to the place I once dared not even dream of, Mars. I don't like them, but I find it very interesting to be with them. One person looks younger than me, yet he is our captain. The captain says we are the 13 guardians of the nation. I still don't understand our purpose for coming here. And the captain hasn't said what we are specifically supposed to do. But I know we are here to protect the nation. However, I'm still pondering why we need to protect the nation on Mars. The captain said we should think more. Wudashio said, "All right, stop reciting." He paced back and forth excitedly, saying, "Bring it back. Bring it back. Also, check other places. There are words on the stone slab. It comes from Earth. And this should be the relic left by the 7th Guardian. Mars is not a place just anyone can come to. Leaving a stone slab here means there is basically no worry about leaking the plan. Perhaps the 13 Guardians didn't expect that today. Humanity on Earth has already established a base on Mars. They might not know that Earth's technological development has reached this point. They still think Earth people are weak, like children in swaddling clothes. But when you come to the battlefield on Mars, you are still children too." Wu Deshio choked up as he leaned on the table. Chapter 13. The fallen leaves return to their roots. The son of man returns home Wuxiang. Li Guomin sat in the car, feeling melancholic. He had been in Wuxiang for 3 days, visiting over 100 households on the list, but he had not found any clues about the 7th son. He looked up at the blazing sun, feeling hot. He didn't turn on the air conditioning and was sweating all over. "7th son, why didn't you leave any information about your name and hometown? You are heroes protecting the nation and should be respected by all people on Earth. Your names, your greatness, your achievements, and your sacrifices should be known by everyone." After Li Guomin finished speaking, he sighed, and the staff members beside him fell silent. A female investigator said, "Old Li, why don't we make their deeds public? It would make the search much easier, right?" Li Guomin replied, "The country has its considerations. The people at the Mars base already know about this, but other countries haven't made it public either. Now is not the time. Xia country is not ready, and the world is not ready. How should we prepare?" The female investigator asked, genuinely confused. This confusion led her to think, why be so secretive? Isn't it better to go public? Li Guomin patiently explained. We need to be prepared to welcome the arrival of a new world. Since extraterrestrial civilizations have been proven to exist, their level of civilization is at least 1 or even 2 levels higher than Earth's. He showed a deep concern. "Su Xiao, do you know what this represents?" Su Xiao replied, "No matter what it represents, as a major issue for all humanity, everyone should have the right to know." "You're right. I don't want to argue with you. I've been exhausted these 3 days. The data.On plan has been kept so secret that I suspect only the 13 sons know about it." Just as Su Xiao was about to argue with Li Guomin again, she suddenly exclaimed, "It's not impossible." Li Guomin looked at Su Xiao in surprise. "Old Li, this really isn't impossible. If the country was involved, there's no way there wouldn't be any records left." Su Xiao's eyes lit up, as if stars were twinkling. Then the story behind our heroes, the 13 sons, becomes even more intriguing. I truly suspect that besides the 13 sons, no one else in our country knows about this plan. Li Guomin looked thoughtfully out the window. "Old Li, do you think what I said makes sense?" Li Guomin replied, "Don't interrupt. I'm thinking about something." "What is it?" "Just don't interrupt." Mars base. Wu Dashio hurried into the command hall holding a stone slab. This is a product of Earth granite. Wu Dashio placed the slab on the table, and Yu Tianming and others gathered around. After looking for a while and testing the density of the granite, they all said, "Not bad, it's granite. Mars doesn't have it. Currently, it's known that there isn't any. We need to be more rigorous." Yu Tianming said, "Granite has many places of origin, with 7 main provinces. He shook his head. It's hard to find. Indeed, using this to search is like looking for a needle in a haystack. There's no specific address or name written on it. Can they really be so meticulous as to leave no trace at all? Even on Mars, they wouldn't leave a single hint?" Wu Dashio glanced at the geological expert who spoke and sighed lightly. This confidentiality has ironically become the only challenge now. Yu Tianming took a deep breath, looked at the eager crowd, and said solemnly, The country and the people don't know if they are still alive. But we must find a way to locate them no matter what. If Mars doesn't have them, then the plan to search for the heroes protecting the nation. The 13 suns will continue until we can land on Venus, Jupiter, or even Saturn. He paused and continued. Finding them is not just about bringing them back to their roots. We also need to find the secrets of landing on Mars from them. Find the secrets of the extraterrestrial races. Tianming stated, from now on, all Mars-related activities are suspended. The other 4 countries' bases will cooperate with us to search for the heroes on a large scale. Wu Dexiu asked, Teacher, is there any news from the motherland? No. Although Wuxiang is a specialty area for jujubes, Li Guomin has investigated half of the list and found no clues related to the 7th sun. Also, Yu Tianming reached out to touch the stone slab. Li Guomin suggested whether we should make the data.On National Protection Plan public so that the public knows about this matter, which would make investigations much easier. Wu Dexiu looked at the stone slab, remained silent for a moment, and shook his head. Let us not make it public for now. The consequences of making it public are a bit unpredictable. The Mars base has just been established. After we find the whereabouts of the 13 suns, we can consider this matter. Just a suggestion. Yu Tianming waved his hand, looking at the words on the slab. The second year, February 2nd, Dragon raises its head. I want to go home and have a look, but I know I can't go back. The captain has had me stationed at Camp No. 3 for over half a month, and they haven't returned. I'm not worried about them dying. They're all stronger than me. If anyone is to die, it will be me first. But after I die, can I return to my homeland, to my hometown? It's very cold outside, but fortunately, there are enough supplies in the camp. I have 2 vials of bloodline potion, which should be enough. Old Gio said that if he dies, I should help him send his belongings back. He's really crazy. How can I send things from Mars? I'm not happy. I'm afraid of loneliness, but sometimes I also think that the nights on Mars are as beautiful as my hometown. The blue sun doesn't appear often. I can take pictures, but I can't save them. Sometimes I lie under the blue sun, afraid to sleep. Sunbathing can speed up our cell reproduction, and the effects of the bloodline potion will be more noticeable. The captain sent me a message. They have won another major victory, but Old 10 was injured. The captain said it's not a big problem. I always feel that the captain is overly optimistic. Maybe it's not optimism. He just wants to comfort me, treating me like a child. I understand it very well. The fuel is used up, and the energy is insufficient. The Dark Star people have good things, but their consumption is particularly high. It seems to be snowing outside. They must be going crazy wanting snow. The captain said that if anyone wants to go back, they will execute the return plan after they die. There is probably no opportunity to return. I just ambushed a small Dark Star squad, and the captain scolded me, telling me to withdraw. I don't have time. This stone slab will most likely remain eternally on Mars. Whatever, Camp number 3, goodbye. I will come back. The last 5 words were twisted and written very hastily. Yu Tianming gently stroked the stone slab, as if he could feel the hand that carved the words on the slab back in the day. He held it tightly. 7th son, I don't know your name, and I don't know where you come from, but I know you are a hero. I've held your hand. In Yu Tianming's weathered eyes, a hint of bright tears appeared, which he squeezed back. Earth, Xia country, Space Hall. Everyone looked at the words on the stone slab, silent. An elder said, the data.On plan has been executed for at least 15 years, or even longer. Sir, Li Guomin has sent back information that no clues about the 7th sun have been found in Wuxiang, and it is unrelated to the missing persons. The elder listened to the secretary's words and clenched his fist tightly. Ladies and gentlemen, should we make it public? He asked everyone present. Should the data.On National Protection Plan be made public to society? The scene fell silent. Sir, a voice came from Yu Tianming's side. The 7th Sun's file chip has been successfully repaired and can continue to be decrypted. Quick! The elder's expression changed. Mars, Xia country base. Half an hour later, Capet and Begajov and others arrived, all sitting attentively in the conference hall, looking at the virtual big screen. The image was shaky. The 7th sun lay on the ground, motionless. Cough, cough. Another major blood transfusion. The voice of the 7th sun was somewhat gritted. The captain said, the people of the motherland will not forget us. Is what the captain said true? He muttered to himself, his tones sounding extremely weary. The data.On National Protection Plan The cough, 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 cough. The seventh son coughed violently. I have already exhausted all my resources, all my energy is used up, and the bloodline potion is also completely gone. The captain said that I have grown into a big man, capable of turning the tide and standing on my own. A liar. The seventh son spat out something, spitting a few times. He said, when most people are dead, we will execute the human child return plan. But our roots are no longer on Earth. Not in my hometown. We are like trees without roots. The captain has deceived me for 15 years. 15 years! The data.On plan has already reached its 15th year. If I die, no matter who it is, please take my place and take a look at my hometown, my mom and dad. If the motherland is prosperous and the people live and work in peace, then I will die without regrets. The seventh. Today is also my birthday. Wish me a happy birthday. Wish me a happy birthday. Wish me a happy, boom. A loud thunderclap interrupted the seventh son's words. Old seven. A sharp voice rushed in from afar. Everyone in the hall trembled. Could it be? Is this the day of the seventh son's death? Chapter 14, May 7th. Year 15. Everyone watching this scene felt as if their hearts were being tugged. How young the seventh child is, full of vitality. Listening to his previous words, he seems like an optimistic boy, guarding the Earth and the homeland alone on Mars. Even after 20 years, he is still that boy. But for the country and the people, he has gone to the abyss, enduring loneliness and suffering. His only wish is to go home and see his parents, to have a bite of date cake. What a simple wish. But for the seventh child, it is so far away. His youth on Mars is lonelier than some of the most lovable people guarding the frontier. Old seven. That figure embraced the seventh child. And at that moment, the arriving figure seemed to be caught on camera. Don't move, I'm recording. The seventh child pressed down on the newcomer's face. If this gets seen, we'll be the eternal sinners. Tianming clenched his fists tightly. What eternal sinners? You're the most lovable people of Xia country. The most immortal people. Silly boy. Seventh child, you are just a fool. Old seven. He hugged the seventh child and sat on the ground. Old nine. Do you know how envious I am of you? The newcomer is the ninth child. What are you envious of? The seventh child chuckled. The captain said you are calm, sensible, more composed than I am, able to control the overall situation. He also said your thinking is meticulous, and your adaptability is much stronger than mine. In the captain's eyes, I am just a reckless man, right? No, that's not it. The ninth child's voice sounded more refined, but there was also a firmness within it. Just this time, the firmness turned very sad. Don't lie to me. The seventh child let out a hearty laugh. The captain just has a prejudice against me. The ninth child lowered his head and said, nonsense. The captain treats each of us the same. Although you're old seven, you're the youngest. Do you know how much the captain worries about you? He is fighting the Dark Star people on Venus with 3 formations and even told me to keep an eye on you, not to let anything happen to you. He worries about you the most, and he cares about you the most. Is that so? The seventh child's voice trembled a little. The ninth child hugged the seventh child, lowering his head. Yes, how could it not be? The captain is sharp-tongued, but soft-hearted. The seventh child smiled foolishly. Old nine, cough, cough, cough. You don't need to talk. The ninth child's voice was a bit low, filled with deep sadness. If I don't talk, I'll suffocate. You. Then go ahead and talk. The seventh child lay in the ninth child's arms, pointing at the distant sky. Old nine, our home is on that blue planet. But I can't go back now. If I die, you must bring my body back. I don't want to die here. Silence. The ninth child did not respond. In the hall, everyone's expression was heavy and solemn. Su Xiaomin kept wiping her tears, her eyes like a fountain, unable to stop the sparkling tears. Seventh child, he is going to die. This was the thought in everyone's heart watching this scene. Even though they were reluctant to see it, from the ninth child's reaction, it seemed that the seventh child might not survive this time. Wu Dexiu sat in his chair, feeling an indescribable mix of emotions. The 13th child was fighting in the outer space, executing the heavenly path to protect the country plan. One less person meant one less. In the end, as the captain said, 13 corpses would remain in the cold, unfeeling space, and they might not even find the hero's remains to bring them back immediately. Home. Never thought it would be so far away. You won't die. The ninth child comforted the seventh child in a particularly tender tone. The seventh child murmured, Is that so? You're lying to me again. No, I'm not lying to you. I will take you to Venus. The captain has a way there. The captain? Forget it. He can't even take care of himself. Do you think I don't know? The captain bears much heavier burdens than us. I don't want to drag you down because he wants to save me from other troubles. I'm already an eternal sinner. Dying so quickly would hold you back. No, you Haven T. Old 7. Don't you remember your achievements? The ninth child finally choked up. His choked voice finally made the people in the hall erupt. Intermittent sobs echoed. Yu Qiuming's eyes sparkled with tears, staring at the big screen, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. On Earth, Li Guamin and Su Xiaoxiao and others were also watching the scene through encrypted remote connections. The hero's homeland must be found. Li Guamin gritted his teeth and said, although the hero has passed, their spirits remain, and we cannot let them feel cold. Even though, perhaps, the heroes would never think of these things. But the younger generation cannot fail the heroes. Cannot fail the heroes who protect the country. The ninth child's voice echoed on the screen. On September 18th, Year 1, you and Old 8 and Old 10 were responsible for destroying the first teleportation point set up by the Dark Stars on Mars, perfectly destroying it, and even took down 3 Dark Star regiments. On March 17th, Year 2, you successfully ambushed a small Dark Star squad alone, destroying 1 battleship, 3 mechs, and even killed 53 Dark Star dogs. On July 7th, Year 2, you alone penetrated the Tiger S-Den, broke into the Dark Star battleship, blew up their teleportation bridge, and disrupted their planned saturation strike on Jupiter. In Year 3, as the ninth child spoke, the seventh child occasionally smiled. On May 7th, Year 15, the ninth child's voice began to turn into a wail. The seventh child at Mars Camp 1, rebuilding the camp for the 15th time, encountered 5 formations of Dark Stars. 5 formations. Wu Dixio stood up unconsciously. 1 formation consists of 3 battleships plus 9 to 15 mechs, and the Dark Stars numbered at least 500. The seventh child detonated deep space, surrounded by Dark Stars. He ran out of ammunition and energy. Damn it. We didn't have time to support him. It's our fault. We are useless. We are trash. The ninth child cried heart-wrenchingly. I have seen you cry for the 19th time. Old 9, you are truly a crybaby. The seventh child reached out to wipe the tears from the ninth child's face, but his hand drooped halfway down. Old 7, the ninth child's voice was sharp and torn, as if his heart had been shredded by that cry. Old 9, remember to take me home. I don't want to sleep long in this cold place. Old 7, the ninth child held the seventh child tightly, pressing his face against the seventh child's face, rubbing repeatedly. Wake up, don't sleep. Please don't sleep, don't sleep. The empty Martian wilderness was left with only the ninth child's wailing. In the distance, the flames of war continued, piles of battleships and mechs, and the remains of Dark Stars piled up like mountains. Su Xiaomin cried uncontrollably. Suda handed her tissues many times, but Suda, a man, was also crying profusely. Yu Tianming's tears fell one by one. He did not make a sound. If there were no one here, he would definitely not be able to hold back. Child, Yu Tianming's heart was bleeding. Kaput and Begajov and others also lowered their heads. They didn't want anyone else to see them crying for the people of Xia country. On the screen, the ninth child hugged the seventh child's body. Looking from behind, he stared into the distance. A desolate land. Only these 2 lonely figures. Cough, cough. I'm not completely asleep yet. You really are a woman, crying so messily. The ninth child was suddenly overjoyed. His voice turned very gentle. Yes, I am a woman. But so what? No wonder you like sticking to the captain so much. The seventh child let out a hearty laugh. Su Xiaomin couldn't help but chuckle. He made us cry. Hero, don't fall asleep. Captain. The voice of the ninth child changed. Old 9, where's Old 7? The captain's voice remained calm and decisive. Old 7. The ninth child lowered his head, and the outline of the seventh child shook his head. Old 7 is with me. Is he okay? He's fine, just a bit hurt. You all need to evacuate immediately. Camp 1 is theirs now. We don't want it. The captain's voice was unquestionable. You must leave now. Mars is temporarily set aside. The 121 plan has already reached halfway. Let them think they have occupied Mars. After the captain's words, he added, keep an eye on Old 7. This kid is just a troublemaker. Just as the seventh child was about to speak, the distant horizon suddenly rippled with circles. Old 9, the teleportation array of dark stars coming. The seventh child pushed the ninth child aside and sat up. The captain said, "Let us give up Mars? It's a temporary abandonment, even if they are on Mars. They can't invade Earth. The 121 plan has already stalled Dark Star." The ninth child stood up, slender, wearing a pleasing silver armor. "Let's go." She reached out to pull the seventh child. Boom! A laser cannonball shot over. They've been discovered. The ninth child's tone suddenly turned extremely cold. "Old 7, transform with your mecha and follow me. Hurry, we must leave immediately, or we won't be able to escape." Old 7, when the ninth child turned back, she saw the seventh child charging forward. "Old 9, go tell the captain I have never disgraced the Heavenly Path National Defense Team." The seventh child let out a roar like iron, charging toward the teleportation array. "I am the seventh child of the Xia Kingdom. I am the pride of the people. Even if I die, I will protect my motherland, my hometown, and my comrades." The mecha on the seventh child spread its wings, bursting forth with scorching brilliance. Old 7, the ninth child swayed, nearly falling to the ground. "Old 9, I won't live much longer anyway. Do you really think the captain can save me? What is the point of saving a dying person like me? The medical kit is so precious. You go, don't just stand there. Do you want to see how heroic my death is?" The seventh child charged into the teleportation array, and the next second, a tremendous sound ripped through the array. The ninth child choked. "Old 7, how can I explain this to the captain? How else to explain from the moment we arrived on Mars? Wasn't he destined for us to sacrifice at any moment? When old 10 died, the captain deliberately kept it from me." The voice of the seventh child merged into the thunderous explosion. Whoosh! A figure was thrown out from the torn teleportation array. He fell beside the camp, hugged the recorder, and shouted, "If you don't leave, I'll curse you to never get married for the rest of your life." The screen went dark. Only the ninth child's resolute voice could be heard. "Seventh child of the Xia Kingdom, goodbye. Ha ha! Come on, Darstar bastard, come on, come on." The voice of the seventh child was somewhat manic. As aircraft and footsteps approached, the screen suddenly darkened again, followed by several thunderous sounds, as if the seventh child had fallen somewhere. "Oh no, where's my recorder?" The voice suddenly stopped. Zid, 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 zid. Heavenly Path National Defense Plan. May 7th, the 15th year, is the Master's 32nd birthday. I separated from a Master and fell into eternal slumber. If anyone finds the Master, please initiate the Child of Heaven return plan and take the Master home. Chapter 15, that song carved into the bones of the people of Xia in the hall. Everyone held their breath. They dare not breathe or speak. The seventh son's greatest desire was to go home. This was likely not just the seventh son's wish. The 13th son must have wished the same. The cold electronic voice sounded merciless, but the observers were intent, and every phrase about going home pierced everyone's heart. This was what the seventh son recorded. It seemed not much, but for him to be stationed alone on Mars and record so much was already precious. From his recordings, it appeared that he spent most of the time alone on Mars. In the end, he died on Mars. Tianming slowly inhaled and looked up. Was there any information left inside? "Professor, there isn't much left. The amount of information is very small." The expert on deciphering chips shook his head. "But it's still quite a lot. Their recording method is very cumbersome and can easily be detected by alien races. There are many layers of encrypted codes in it. For the seventh son to record this much is already commendable." Wu Deshio said, "Xiaoman." "Teacher." Su Xiaoman's voice still carried a hint of tears. "Can you figure out the approximate location based on the last scene we just saw?" Wu Deshio looked at Su Xiaoman with confidence. Su Xiaoman wiped her eyes. "Teacher, I will do my best. No, I will use every means to find." "Wait, teacher, the chip was found in the Dragon, 1 impact crater. So the seventh son should not be far away, definitely within 100 kilometers. Wu Deshio said, "Yes. Look at me, I'm a bit confused. The seventh son died in the Dragon. 1 impact crater?" Everyone at the scene exchanged glances. First, arrange for people to go look for clues. Since the recorder was found in the Dragon, 1 impact crater, we will continue to explore within 100 kilometers. Tianming ordered. Additionally, Conduct a wide search on Mars for usable signal sources to see if there are other heroes left on Mars. Wu Dashio said, Teacher, we left our national flag from Xia in the battleship. The recorded voice came from the captain. Yu Tianming looked at the data on the screen below his eyelids. Could it be that the battlefield of the Dragon, one impact crater, was fought by the seventh sun alone? What about the captain's voice? Wu Dashio looked at Yu Tianming in confusion. After pondering for a moment, Yu Tianming said, Everything still needs further digging. We do not know whether Dark Star has been destroyed or still exists. This is very dangerous. Xiaomin, you get ready. We are going to Dragon, one impact crater. Su Xiaomin and Su De immediately saluted. Yes, teacher. Yu Tianming turned around and smiled. The students you brought are indeed not bad. Xia, Wu Xiang. Li Guomin opened the car door and rushed out into the blazing sun. Everyone get out of the car, check. Today we must finish checking all the households on the Wuxiang list. The next step is to check other places. Don't tell me it's hot. Anyone who complains about the heat will have to write a 5,000-word self-reflection. Don't expect to get off easy. Su Xiaoxiao followed him out of the car, shielding her forehead with her hand and glancing at the sky. The sky was blue with fluffy white clouds. If it weren't for you all carrying the burden for us on Mars, Venus, and the outskirts of Earth, how could we enjoy life so comfortably here? Afraid of the heat? I'm afraid of your mother. Su Xiaoxiao marched forward. The Xia authorities connected with the world. There was a discussion on whether to publicize the 13 Suns mission to protect the country. Some supported it, while others opposed it. There was no decision on whether to directly disclose it to the world or proceed step by step. The US and Russia believed that if it were to be publicized, they should at least find one of the 13 suns first. Otherwise, what would they be publicizing? They knew nothing about Dark Star and only had superficial knowledge of the 13 suns. Wouldn't that be a joke for billions of people worldwide? Mas Baz. Yu Tianming carefully stored the seventh sun's recording chip. It must be brought back to Earth without any mistakes. We have already collected everything inside, and it will be preserved in our Xia country's history museum. His assistant took the box, feeling its weight. He bowed and stepped back. Yu Tianming looked at the screen. Su Xiaomin and Su De had already arrived at the Dragon, one impact crater in their flying car. According to the last scene recorded, the battlefield of the Dragon, one impact crater, should have been completed by the seventh sun alone. However, the captain's voice was present in the battleship, indicating that something else might have happened. Now, they needed to push outward from the impact crater, searching within 100 kilometers for the seventh sun's whereabouts. If Dark Star did not take his body away. Su Xiaomin even thought, if Dark Star took him away in order to obtain Earth information, perhaps they wouldn't kill him, and he would survive. The moment this thought crossed her mind, Su Xiaomin smiled self-deprecatingly. How could such a steel-like man as the seventh sun be captured alive? Su Xiaomin drew a circular map of 100 kilometers based on the terrain. They needed to investigate within this range by various means to determine if the seventh sun lay at rest in this area. A total of 100 people were dispatched, composed of 5 bases. Su Xiaomin, Su De, and Chun Su arrived at the previous cave. This was the location where the recorder was discovered. Although it had been lost by the seventh sun, the last scene indicated that the distance should not be too far from here, the place where the box was found. The surrounding area was cordoned off. Su Xiaomin crouched here. Being inside the cave, she could not compare the surrounding environment. She furrowed her brow in thought, observing from 4 directions along the position where the chip was found, but this cave was completely sealed off. Besides the massive stone that had been opened at the top, there were no other exits. Su De said, Xiaomin, I'll check the walls around. Perhaps there will be some discoveries. He approached the wall in front of him, first feeling it, testing the wall's properties, and discovered it was not ordinary rock, but a pile of gravel. Su Xiaomin remembered the location of Camp 3, which was completely opposite to this place and not on the same level. Camp 1 should be nearby. In the last scene, the seventh sun charged from Camp 1 toward the Dark Star people's teleportation array and later said goodbye to the ninth sun while still at Camp 1. This meant that Camp 1 was right here. She immediately conveyed this thought to Wu Dashio. Wu Dashio agreed with her reasoning, which explained why the captain's voice had been recorded in advance within the battleship, and why a Xi'an national flag was hidden there. Camp 1 was at the Dragon, one impact crater. It truly seemed destined. Wu Dashio gazed at the Martian sky for a while and reported this matter to Yu Tianming. The second investigation team would go to various locations on Mars to search for possible signal sources. Mars was so vast that there should still be other heroes resting here. However, the captain's message in the battleship indicated that they might not find them. Perhaps part of them was on other planets. But it could not be ruled out that Mars might have been the site of the 13 Suns' last battle. If this assumption were correct, even if Dark Star had not been destroyed, it would at least be severely weakened and unable to recover in a short time. In fact, this hypothesis had been basically confirmed after the discovery of Dark Star's existence and the 13 Suns expedition to execute the Heavenly Path to protect the nation plan. Now, although they were searching for the whereabouts of the 13 Suns, they were also racing against time. They could not arrogantly assume that Dark Star had been completely destroyed. Even if Dark Star was destroyed, one could never be sure there wouldn't be a next Dark Star 1 or Dark Star 2. Alien races exist in the vast universe, and one day they would encounter Earth civilization. The 13 Suns' plan to protect the nation merely accelerated everything. After discussing with Wu Daxiu, Yu Tianming changed the topic. Daxiu, there has been recent discussion on Earth about whether to publicly disclose the 13 Suns, to let the heroic path of the National Guardians spread throughout the world. Wu Daxiu asked, what was the outcome of the discussion? It's half and half. Some agree and some disagree. It has been stuck like this. Yes, actually, I don't recommend making it public at this time. It's not a piece of news worth revealing. However, I feel conflicted. I believe the deeds of heroes should be known by everyone. They have the right to know. Yu Tianming turned to look at Wu Daxiu. At least in this regard, the people of Xia country have the right, and they should have it. They must have it. Wu Daxiu was about to speak. Teacher, what have you found? Su Xiaoman's voice was very excited. Teacher, we found a gap that hasn't been blocked. This gap connects to a large canyon. The Sailor Canyon. Sailor Canyon? Both Wu Daxiu and Yu Tianming knew this canyon. It was formed by the cracking of the Earth's crust, not by erosion from water and glaciers. Could it be the seventh sun is in Sailor Canyon? Yu Tianming immediately said, let's go investigate right away. There might be tectonic activity in Sailor Canyon, but it's not significant. Just be careful. Su Xiaoman sent a drone through the gap, and a long and narrow sandy corridor stretched forward with no end in sight. Su Xiaoman murmured, could it be that before the seventh sun died? He walked straight ahead from here to avoid being chased by the Dark Star people. Thinking of this, her eyes turned red again, and together with Su De, she crawled into the gap. It shouldn't be possible. The seventh sun absolutely could not escape. Su Xiaoman walked in the sandy corridor, thinking to herself. Wu Daxiu stood at the deputy command post, looking at the satellite positioning. Indeed, the direction Su Xiaoman and the others were heading was towards Sailor Canyon. Could it be that the seventh sun really is in Sailor Canyon? Wu Daxiu was so excited that he kept rubbing his hands. Su De looked at the navigation satellite and turned back. Xiaoman, we are only 50 kilometers away from Sailor Canyon now. The teacher has already scanned it with the satellite, and it's very safe there. I suggest we speed up. Okay. Su Xiaoman nodded. The two accelerated, and the dozens of people behind them immediately followed. 10 kilometers to go. 5 kilometers. 1 kilometer. Su De said, stop. He clenched his fist and stopped, staring ahead through the thick spacesuit. Sailor Canyon is not an underground canyon, but on the ground, where sunlight can shine directly down. But they are currently in the canyon's ground level after coming through the underground corridor. I'll go in and take a look first. Su De looked at Su Xiaoman. Su Xiaoman said, wait a minute, we should. There's a signal. Chun Su shouted excitedly while holding the receiver. Su De looked at Chun Su in confusion. Signal? How could there be a signal? This place has been scanned by satellites. If there were a signal, it would have definitely been received. Chun Su said excitedly, Xiaoman, Su De, this signal source has the same code as the recorder we found before. It comes from the same code series. Upon hearing this, Su De suddenly turned and rushed in without hesitation. Su Xiaoman hurriedly followed. As soon as they entered, they vaguely heard some sounds. It seemed like someone was singing. Su Xiaoman's eyes widened. Could it be that the seventh sun is still alive? She excitedly walked forward and found Su De standing still in front. Su Ze Mumut, Xiaomin, Jian Su, Litsteng. A big river has wide waves. The wind blows the fragrance of rice flowers on both banks. My home is right on the shore, accustomed to the calls of the boatmen. and used to the white sails on the boat. An old, hoarse, vintage-tape voice gently sang a song. Chapter 16. Home. This song, like several other great songs from the Summer Nation, is etched into the bones of every Summer Nation citizen. In their blood, even in the DNA they speak of online. Su Xiaomin's heart raced as she stood beside Suda, watching the old recording device on the ground that resembled an old tape recorder, humming this song. Chun Su also came over, and the three stood side by side. The girl is like a flower, the young man's heart is broad, to open up a new world, awakening the sleeping mountains, changing the river's appearance. The soaring female voice flowed out from the ancient recording device, bringing time and years with it. Quietly, slowly, untraceably, washing over everyone's hearts. Su Xiaomin couldn't help but sing loudly. This is the beautiful motherland. Suda also began to sing. It is where I grew up. On this vast land, everywhere there are bright landscapes. Dozens of people behind them joined in simultaneously. Wu Dixio and Yu Tianming and others at the Mars base also began to sing, their voices vibrant, as if breaking through the clouds, reaching the very top of the universe. This is the heroic motherland. It is where I grew up, on this ancient land. Everywhere there is the power of youth. The song infected people from other countries, and Kapit and Begajov stood up, gazing at the screen, paying the highest tribute to this hero. All they could do was this much. The song continued, reaching Earth. When the song played, the old man knew that the identity of the seventh child was about to surface. In the space program hall, the song surged like waves, even reaching outside, where the security guard couldn't help but sing along. They didn't know why everyone was singing this song, but they knew that this song, like a few others, represented their homeland. Under the song, Suda shouted, "Salute! To our hero, salute!" Su Xiaomin and Chun Su waved vigorously, saluting ahead. Excitement filled each of their faces, and tears sparkled in everyone's eyes. The seventh child, accompanied by this song, would now rest. He loved his country more than anyone else, right? Here, in the last moment of life, no one was with him, only this song. How much strength did this song give him? Were they the people of this song's era? Suda finished his salute and stepped forward, each step quickening his breath. Behind the song, there was a suit of armor that looked like wreckage, pitch black, perfectly blending with the surroundings. The seventh child, Suda's eyes turned red as he solemnly walked over, his body straight, crossing the sound, finally seeing the armor. Quietly lying here. Open, activate. Yu Qianming's voice trembled intensely. Activate. Let's see if our hero, the seventh child, is in here. Suda replied, yes. He squatted down, reaching out, but withdrew his hand just before touching the armor. He clenched his fists repeatedly, his breath becoming different, particularly hurried, feeling as if he might suffocate. I will. Su Xiaomin walked over, picked up the old tape recorder, handed it to Chin Su, and came to Suda's side. She whispered, "Hero, if you can feel us coming, you must be very happy." Saying this, she pressed on the armor, found the activation button through data retrieval. With a hiss, the visor of the armor opened. Wu Dashio leaned on the table, staring unblinkingly at the screen. At this moment, nearly 100,000 people in the Earth and Mars bases watched this scene. Would the hero be inside? An extreme silence. The visor finally opened completely, but inside it was empty. Su Xiaomin, who had waited so long, didn't expect that the seventh child was not in the armor. Suda was also surprised, his mouth agape, not expecting to find the armor, but not the seventh child. Could it be that he was really captured by the Dark Star people? Just then, ZZZZ, detecting the same genetic data to activate the armor. The detection proves that the activating gene comes from Earth, from the Master's hometown. Master, my mission is complete. Now activating the return plan for the child. Connecting to the Master database, executing the plan, taking the Master home. Su Xiaomin quickly glanced at Suda. Suda said, "Teacher, homeland, the hero, the seventh child, might be here." As soon as he finished speaking, the armor automatically separated, revealing a cold, dark box that blocked any signal detection. The box was 2 meters long and 70 centimeters wide. Su Xiaomin said, "Teacher, homeland, discovery, discovery, sleep chamber." Suda took over. With a click, the box opened. The cold air rushed out instantly. The temperature displayed reached -399 degrees Celsius. Amidst the icy mist, A cold body lay sleeping here. The seventh child of the Summer Nation, resting here. As Su Xiaomin saw the body, she covered her mouth, unable to look, tears streaming down her face. Suda gritted his teeth, controlling his emotions, saying slowly, "Teacher, Yulao, homeland, we found a seventh child among the heroes at 30 meters beneath Sailor Canyon. He rests here." Detection showed. Life signs, none. Wu Daxiu slumped in his chair, turning his head with difficulty to glance at Yu Tianming. Yu Tianming raised his head and said solemnly, "Homeland, we have found the seventh child. Has rested. Earth." The Summer Nation Space Program Hall. The old man clenched his fist. They had a return plan for the child, to bring the heroes home, to let fallen leaves return to their roots. Yu Tianming, bring the hero home. Yes. Yu Tianming stood straight. Bring the hero home. Wu Daxiu said powerfully, "Bring the hero home." Suda said, "Hero, we will take you home." He picked up the cold, stiff body from the sleep chamber, his expression solemn, stepping back one step at a time. "You all check the surroundings. See if there are any other clues." Su Xiaomin choked out, following behind Suda. Suda held the seventh child's body, which had not thawed due to the extremely low temperature. After exiting the cave, people from other bases stood on both sides, solemnly watching Suda. "Salute!" Someone shouted, and they all performed the highest gesture of respect. Suda walked steadily towards the flying car, each step firm. He didn't want the hero in his arms to be unsettled. A lifetime of turmoil was already enough. Really enough. The flying car returned to the base. Yu Tianming and Wu Daxiu waited at the base entrance. Seeing Suda carry down the seventh child, Yu Tianming tremblingly raised his hand and saluted. "Welcome, hero home." For Mars, the base was a temporary home. At this moment, the seventh child finally returned home. The home he had yearned for was finally realized. At the Summer Nation Mars base, in the operations hall, the seventh child lay in an ice coffin. This ice coffin was temporarily built by the base to preserve the seventh child's body. The seventh child's body had thawed at 9 meters tall. He lay there quietly, his face strong, his features handsome, looking as if he were only in his 20s. Yu Tianming and the others found it impossible to connect this appearance with the iron-like voice in the video. "He looks so young," Su Xiaomin said softly. "He seems younger than me," Chen Su said heavily. 15 years. The seventh child died in the 15th year of the Heavenly Path Protection Plan. He died. But the plan continued, and others were still fighting. Experts had confirmed repeatedly that the seventh child was completely dead, with no chance of saving him. Yu Tianming held the nameplate in his hand. This was the only identification for the seventh child, and it was something they had worked hard to find for a long time. The name of the seventh child was Song Xuebing from Shan Province. The specific city or district in Shan Province was not marked on the nameplate. However, it was confirmed to be in Shan Province, which narrowed down the search significantly and made it easier to look for him. It was truly an unremarkable name. Yu Tianming tightly gripped the nameplate, waiting for confirmation of information from the country. On Earth, the three characters Song Xuebing were not uncommon, with not less than 10,000 in citizen records. And there were several thousand at least. After comparing household registrations, all these Song Zubings were accounted for, and even the deceased Song Xuebing had traceable origins. There were a total of 97 Song Zubings in Shan Province, all traceable. Li Guamin was running back and forth, drenched in sweat, and several times he nearly fainted from the heat, resting for a while before pushing on. "Have you finished the comparison?" he asked, holding a bottle of icy mineral water. Panting heavily, Su Xiaoxiao replied, "The comparison is complete, but the data for the seventh child, Song Xuebing, does not exist." Li Guamin forced a bitter smile. "The Heavenly Way National Defense Plan is so secretive. It's normal for his name and birth information to have been destroyed. We can only use another method now." Facial recognition technology had been widely used for decades and was quite mature. The authorities of Xia country immediately got to work, but unfortunately, they found no clues after attempting facial recognition on the seventh child. He seemed to have completely vanished from Xia country. It was a headache that Song Xuebing, a native of Shan Province, could not be traced back to his hometown. If he were carelessly sent back to some city in Shan Province, wouldn't that be disheartening for the heroes? The old man opened a remote connection, listening to the songs that the seventh child, Song Xuebing, had listened to all his life, and made a decisive statement to the core leaders of other countries. Make the Heavenly Way National Defense Plan public. The return of heroes should not be nameless. They are the light of all humanity. The U.S. side immediately countered. Going public now would only increase panic, and there is no need to disclose it. It is not yet the time for everyone to take up arms. The European region shared this view as well. If it were to be made public, it would mean danger had already arrived, but perhaps the danger had already been completely eliminated by the 13th child. There was no need to make this plan public. The old man looked at their opinions coldly and said, "Whether you choose to go public or not is your business. They are heroes of Xia country, and all one. 8 billion people have the right and the qualification to know about this matter. They deserve to wait for the return of heroes, to wait for them to come home." The U.S. representatives, confused, asked, "What purpose does a meaningless disclosure serve? This matter is not yet at the level where everyone needs to participate. Why cause panic worldwide?" Panic? The old man smiled slightly. They are heroes, national defense heroes. Solitary warriors fighting in the universe to protect the Earth. The 13 of them have executed the Heavenly Way National Defense Plan for over 15 years, possibly reaching 20 years or even longer. They died for their homeland, they perished for peace, and they fought alone in the cold universe so that we could build a Mars base and mine lunar resources without worry. Heroes should be remembered, not hidden. We, the 1.8 billion people of Xia country, should know where the heroes are returning to, and we should know why they are heroes. They should also know that everyone can potentially become a hero. As the universe expands, we will inevitably encounter civilizations. Is the Dark Star civilization the only other civilization in the universe? The old man slammed the table with conviction. The 1.8 billion people of Xia country must know the heroes are coming home. The U.S. side fell silent. The Bear country also went quiet. Xia country's decision to go public could not be stopped, nor did they have the right to stop it. If you want to go public, then go ahead. Whether you go public or not makes no difference to us. After the U.S. representatives finished speaking, they cut off the connection. The hall of the Xia country space program was silent. The old man looked at everyone present and said slowly, "In a few days, it will be the day when hero song Xuebing returns home. From now on, we can promote the return of heroes in official media and online. The people should not forget heroes, but rather remember them. Ultimately, they will become heroes. The bloodline of Xia country has continued for thousands of years, and one hero after another has come into the world, enduring layers of hardships to become the greatest heroes in the hearts of the people." In Shan province, Li Guomin typed on the keyboard. "Xiao Xiao, I thought a method." "What method?" Su Xiao Xiao, who had been quite tired these days but filled with energy, immediately put down her coffee when she heard the word method. Li Guomin said, "The country has prepared to make the return of the heroes public, so we can go all out. Notify the civil affairs and public security departments that we want to send the name of Hero Song Xuebing to every household in Shan province. Remember, it's every single one." After confirming this method, Li Guomin reported to the higher-ups and ultimately received the result. It could be executed. The Shan province authorities, along with civil affairs and public security, began to push messages about Song Xuebing to every household's mobile phones. The content was simple. If you once had a child named Song Xuebing in your family, but lost him or he left, including passing away, please report to the local authorities immediately. This was a not-so-effective method. Doing this would consume a massive amount of public resources, but it had to be done. The day of the hero's return must see him return to his hometown immediately. It was a must. After the messages were pushed out, at 8 p.m., official media began to report extensively, while the 3 major telecom operators pushed messages nationwide to mobile phones. On July 15th, the national defense hero returns from the vast universe, with a nationwide live broadcast on the day of return. They are the greatest heroes of our era, without exception. The 13 of them have guarded the deep space of the universe alone for the sake of the motherland and the Earth, eternally resting in the cold cosmos. 7. 15. Let the whole nation witness the hero's return. These pushed messages quickly spread across major media and online platforms. Many people were stunned by the overwhelming news. Even the day the Mars base was completed did not have such a grand scale. Xia country was buzzing because of this event. The Mars side, on the other hand, was very quiet. In the past few days, aside from surveying and searching for the hero's remains, the base was quite silent. Song Shuebing's body lay in an ice coffin, with a controlled temperature blowing against his seemingly rosy and fresh cheeks. It looked as if he were simply asleep, comfortably resting at home. In the technological research factory of the base, experts were working day and night studying the remains of the Dark Star battleships and mechs, leaving them only the wreckage to research. Unfortunately, they could not study the core technology. Otherwise, it would have provided an unimaginable boost to Earth's technological advancement. The experts present included not only those from Xia country, but also from other countries and regions, as stipulated in the agreement that all matters on Mars would be shared among countries. Wu Dexiu stood in the research workshop, looking at the fragments of battleships that, despite being in ruins, were still massive. These were the weapons used by the Dark Star people to attack us. From the moment the experts took over, the wreckage had already been found to contain rare qualities. In terms of materials, Earth and Mars naturally did not have them, but their durability and applicability were extremely high. After smelting, they could be remade, surpassing the overall level of current Earth battleships by 3 tiers. For Earth, this was great news. The materials for the mechs were even more precious, but the raw materials obtainable after smelting were relatively few. This material is different from warships. Once melted, it loses 80 of its substance, which is very wasteful. Wu Daxiu sighed. It's a pity to say now, it was clearly a complete warship. The chief engineer responsible for the construction base, Zhao Wei, said, "Old Wu, these warships possess a very high level of technology, probably between level 2 and level 3 civilization. But this is just our speculation. The Dark Star civilization has likely reached level 3. These high-tech warships and mechs have autonomous consciousness, and their self-destruction now should be due to Shitsi using technology equivalent to that of the Dark Star civilization to modify the parameters. However, even though the parameters were modified, the terminals of these warships and mechs are still on the Dark Star side. Shitsi's ability to modify them should be limited, only able to ensure that the warships exist for as long as possible. But this is also something they couldn't have anticipated." Zhao Wei took off his glasses, rubbed his sore eyes, and continued, "These materials are actually not harder than the hardest materials on Earth. Relatively speaking, they are quite soft. This is a change brought about by technology. It is equivalent to a particle material that has shrinkage and impact damage dispersion properties. I just calculated that once the warship crashes, when it collides with the ground, the material of the warship will become very elastic, dissipating the damage to the greatest extent." Zhao Wei clicked his tongue. "This is simply the material we dream of." Wu Daxiu said, "The Dark Star civilization is definitely at least 1 level above our civilization. So it's not surprising that they can build such warships. It's just that they didn't leave us a proper skeleton." Zhao Wei shrugged. "But the key problem has arrived. The armor of hero Song Shuebing comes from the Dark Star." Wu Daxiu smiled slightly. "I guess that. But it's not entirely from the Dark Star. The intelligence that comes with the armor is from Earth. Unfortunately, it's also a type of high-tech intelligence that we cannot crack. I don't know how they obtained such technology decades ago. Perhaps this is the trump card Shitsi has in the battle against the Dark Star in space." Wu Daxiu said, "If it weren't for fear of offending the hero, we should draw blood for testing. The records mention something called a bloodline potion, which is likely a type of strengthening drug for human quality." Zhao Wei said, "That's right, but we cannot extract the hero's blood for testing at this time." Wu Daxiu nodded. "Yes, it would be too disrespectful to the hero, but we have to do it. Let's wait a while." Zhao Wei opened the blueprint and continued. "Besides the bloodline potion, there are energy, kinetic energy, and the weapons and equipment they used. There are some traces in the armor that can be traced. The energy is similar to what we use, but more effective. The kinetic energy is exaggerated, closely related to dark matter, rapidly cooling and rapidly expanding." Wu Daxiu said, "So amazing. However, their weapons and equipment are all stolen." Zhao Wei smiled helplessly. Wu Daxiu said, "This has indeed carried forward the excellent tradition of our Xia country." Zhao Wei said, "This tradition cannot be lost. Moreover, for kinetic energy, and weapons and equipment, we have no reference. There are too few remnants left to conduct replication research. We can only..." Zhao Wei put on his glasses and looked for other heroes. "We will." Wu Daxiu patted Zhao Wei on the shoulder. "We are already searching on Mars. I have a feeling that there is more than just Song Shuebing here. Other heroes should be present as well. Could there be any survivors?" Zhao Wei's eyes showed a glimmer of hope. Wu Daxiu walked to the door and sighed. "Let's hope so. It is difficult to find a signal source on Mars. These signal sources are hidden, even isolated. The box where Song Shuebing rests blocks all signal exploration. Many people suspect that even the Dark Star people would be unable to find where the signal source is. Only the Xia people can approach and use Xia parameters and codes to sense the hidden signal sources and interact with them. This is a preset program. Only the Xia people and bloodline tribes have the qualification to discover them. What kind of plan is the return plan for the descendants?" Yu Tianming stood in the conference room, looking at representatives from various departments of the Xia country. "If we don't find them, will they execute the return plan for the descendants?" Yu Tianming asked another question. Su Xiaoman said, "Old Yu, I have an idea." Yu Tianming appreciated Su Xiaoman and Suda and smiled. "Go ahead." Su Xiaoman glanced at the people present and said, somewhat shyly, "The return plan for the descendants should be similar to a return plan that would activate when only one person is left. They should believe 100 that their teammates will not be captured, as they will protect their remains before dying." Su Xiaoman felt a sudden lump in her heart at this point. For the past few days, she could not bear to hear the words remains or death. Su Xiaoman took a deep breath to calm her emotions and continued, "The last person could be the captain among the 13, or it could be someone else who will activate this return plan." She proposed a bold hypothesis. The 13 did not all perish. The return plan for the descendants should be a preset program. The last living person will search for the remains of their teammates, and upon finding them, will activate the return plan to send the teammates back. In the end, one person must remain in the cold space, possibly perishing or continuing to fight. If only one person is left, then their final outcome will also be death. However, since ancient times, the Xia country has emphasized dying with dignity. If the last person is to perish, they will definitely go out in a blaze of glory, fulfilling their mission and perishing together with the enemy. After Su Xiaoman finished her thoughts, everyone present applauded. An expert said, "But how can we be sure if anyone is alive?" The captain of the 13 said in the audio, 13 corpses. This was said in advance, so there must be others who have not perished. They're somewhere in this universe, possibly far from Mars, maybe. Su Xiaoman glanced outside the base. They are still fighting alone. Yung Tianming li sento suyoin. His fingers repeatedly loosening and tightening. Finally, he turned and wrote a sentence on the electronic screen. "Activate the signal broadcast. Transmit signals to all corners of the universe. Call our heroes, our guardians of the nation. Tell them we are here to bring them back. If there are descendants still fighting, then let everyone in Xia stand with them. This is not a battle for one person." Absolutely not. Chapter 19. The whole internet is abuzz. The elderly in decline 2 days later, on July 15th, the heroes return home. The official live broadcast of the Xia country has begun, with all media cooperating to broadcast the entire event of the heroes' return across the internet. This spectacle is even more exaggerated and solemn than the day the Mars base was completed. The internet is already buzzing, with everyone discussing who the 13 heroes are and what earth-shattering events they have accomplished to warrant such national attention. This time, state media is leading the way, and other media are cooperating. The big names in the live streaming industry cannot start their broadcasts and can only watch. However, the grandeur of this event is so overwhelming that these streaming influencers dare not gossip online. On the platforms, posts are springing up like bamboo shoots after rain, with rows of discussions flowing. 13 people guarding space. Isn't that filming a movie? What kind of big production could make the country cooperate to film? The greatest hero of this era. I've been bombarded by state media since the day before yesterday. What kind of hero can be called the greatest? They're fighting in space. How can it not be great? I'm actually feeling a bit passionate. 13 people protecting the motherland, guarding the earth, resting in the universe. That's too tragic. Sorry, I don't feel anything. Are you from Xia country? I just think this era has been peaceful for so many years. There's no such thing as the greatest hero. Maybe someone had an accident while building the Mars base, and now they're being brought back. This is the most likely possibility. Perhaps someone sacrificed themselves for the base during its construction, which makes sense. The posts quickly ferment, and one influencer is happily reaping the traffic. Their post has gained widespread recognition from netizens, which should be the case. However, the state has exaggerated this matter. Of course, they're the greatest heroes when framed like that. At noon, the hero's return is set to begin. Let us wait and see what kind of heroes they are. At the Mars base, Tian Ming stands straight in formal attire at the entrance. Facing the camera, he solemnly states, "Motherland, Hero's seventh son, prepared to return home from Mars." After he finishes speaking, he salutes straightly. A coffin made of ice is slowly pushed out from the base. At the entrance, Wu Dishio stand with all the staff beside the spaceship, solemnly saluting as they look at the ice coffin. One person? Aren't there 13 people? Why just one? The Xia Country audience in the live stream keeps sending barrage comments, while overseas connections also begin to broadcast the live scene to Xia Country. I feel something is off, but I can't quite put my finger on it. This is too grand. Isn't that the commander of the U.S. base, Capit? He is here too, with a cat-crying mouse expression. Huh. Heroes board the ship. Wudisho turns and shouts. Now, our hero, the seventh son Song Shiwebing, has boarded the spaceship and will enter Earth's orbit after a 5-hour journey. Song Shiwebing, the seventh son of the Heavenly Path National Protection Plan, guarded Mars alone for 15 years and ultimately died on Mars. After his death, he used My Country and IS's lullaby, resting on the Martian soil. When our staff found him, this song played immediately. Even in death, the seventh son was reminiscing about his motherland. His heartfelt wish was to go home, back to his beloved hometown, and have a bite of date cake. Now, our hero returns back to his hometown, where the leaves fall and return to their roots. The remaining 12 heroes, the country will not give up searching for you. No matter where you are in the universe, whether you are alive or have passed, the motherland will surely find you and bring you home, where the leaves return to their roots. With the host narration, the whole internet suddenly erupts. Guarding Mars for 15 years? One person guarding? Fun? Fallen means they were fighting. What is the Heavenly Path National Protection Plan? In an instant, the seventh son, Song Shiwebing, and the Heavenly Path National Protection Plan trend on social media. However, there is no information about these trending topics anywhere online. It's empty. And the search results only show today's reports. Who is Song Shiwebing? What is the National Protection Plan? Who are the 13 sons? The media platforms themselves are confused. Our Xia Country's heroes, who are they fighting on Mars? It definitely wouldn't be against other bases, considering 15 years. Back then the base hadn't even started construction. Could it be against aliens? Alien civilizations. This generation of netizens is not stupid. The Heavenly Path National Protection Plan is a mysterious and great plan, originating at least 30 years ago, or even longer. The main opponent of the plan is the alien race from the mysterious star system, the Dark Star Civilization. The Heavenly Path National Protection Plan has never been mentioned before. It is shrouded in mystery. If anyone knows about this plan, has heard of this plan, or participated in this plan, please do not conceal it any longer. Heroes should be remembered by all, and the Heavenly Path National Protection Plan should be inherited by our people. 30 years, even longer. At this moment, the netizens are completely astonished. They are truly fighting aliens. Dark Star Civilization. As the narration reveals this information bit by bit, the people of Xia Country finally understand why this return is so grand, why the whole nation is participating, and why the country calls them the greatest heroes of this era. The heroes are executing the return plan, and we have discovered our heroes ahead of schedule. No matter where the alien civilizations are, we send out signals calling our heroes. 1.8 billion compatriots are looking forward to your return. Looking forward to you, where the leaves fall and return to their roots. Whoosh! The spaceship leaves the Mars orbit and enters the sublight speed trajectory. Heroes return. Across the country, posters slowly rise, and the large screens of commercial buildings display the slogan "Welcome Home." Even other countries are gradually expressing their welcome for the hero's return. On July 15th, at noon, the spaceship enters Earth's orbit on time. At 1 in the afternoon, the spaceship lands. The landing point is at the satellite launch site. An elderly man stands at the forefront, flanked by police cars and circling helicopters, preparing to welcome the hero's return with the highest specifications. Without exception, after the spaceship stabilizes, The hatch opens. The ceremonial guards, who have been prepared, walk over and receive the ice coffin being transported down. The soldiers' faces are filled with pride and solemnity as they carry the ice coffin straight, loudly declaring, "Hero's seventh son, welcome home." The synchronized footsteps march step by step towards the transport vehicle. The elderly man, with a face full of weariness, forcefully waves his hand and shouts, "Salute." In the distance, Li Guomin finally contacts a phone number. This number belongs to someone named Song Weigua. Song Weigua doesn't even know that the whole country is live broadcasting a major event. Their ancestors have always lived in rural areas. Although it is now 2066, they have dedicated their whole lives to the fields to food. After obtaining the address, Li Guomin rushes with Su Xiaoxiao and others to Taiga Town, Linfen City, in Shan Province. There aren't many people left in this town, mainly planting food. The roads have been repaired, but every household is very simple. The whole world is marching towards Mars, and resources, of course, need to be tilted. Li Guomin and Su Xiaoxiao walk on the bluestone street and arrive at a brick house. Looking at the plain house, Li Guomin feels a sharp pain in his heart. Hello, I'm Song Weigua." An elderly man, nearly 70, trembles as he steps forward and kindly extends his hand. Upon seeing Song Weigua, Li Guomin's lips moved, but he couldn't utter a word. He tightly grasped Song Weigua's hand, slowly lowered his head, and tears streamed down his face. Song Weigua had said on the phone that his son went missing when he was 17. It was originally a missing person case, but for some unknown reason, it had come to nothing. Now Li Guomin understood. Song Xuebing is my only son. He left when he was 17, and I don't know where he went. My old partner thinks about him every day, but later she couldn't think of him anymore and passed away in frustration. You told me you were looking for a family of Song Xuebing. I've seen the photo. He looks just like my boy. Is he my boy? Have you found him? Song Weigua, with a head full of white hair, though thin and bony, still showed the resilience of a farmer. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes reddened, tears rolling down her cheeks as she pointed to the sky. "Uncle, your child is coming home today." Chapter 20. The plan begins. New signal source in Shan Province. Police cars clear the way. Helicopters provide escort, welcoming the plane's landing. The ice coffin is loaded onto a transport vehicle, which heads straight to Taiga Town. A long convoy travels down the highway, all vehicles slowly yielding, many people leaning out to take pictures of the convoy. Heroes come from Shan Province. Heroes are from our great Shan Province. Hero, welcome home. Shan Province is in an uproar. As the vehicles exit the highway, two long streets are packed with people, holding banners that read, "Welcome Hero home." The hero of Shan Province, the seventh son Song Xuebing. Welcome home. The hero returns. Broadcasts echo along the road in Shan Province. The hero returns, glory crowned. Shan Province welcomes the glorious national hero Song Xuebing home. Shan Province has suddenly become a national glory. At this moment, in Song Weigua's home, he still doesn't know what has happened. He hears that his child is about to arrive home and is so excited that he doesn't know what to do. He first goes to find a new outfit to change into. Looking at himself in the mirror, tears streaming down his face. Am I too old for the child to recognize me? Song Weigua is nervous and excited, his arms trembling as he buttons up. This is a Zhongshan suit he rarely wears, but he always wears it for formal occasions. He rubs his hands together excitedly, pacing back and forth. "Mr. Li, do you think this is appropriate to meet the child?" He doesn't know if it will work, so he has to ask for the opinions of Li Guomin and Su Xiaoxiao. Li Guomin and Su Xiaoxiao have red-rimmed eyes, and when they see Song Weigua asking, Li Guomin says, "It looks good. You can wear anything." "Really? I'm afraid the child will think poorly of me, a farmer, after being away for so long." No. Li Guomin quickly reassures him. How could he think that? The thing you want most is to come back and see you, and to eat hometown date cake. Date cake? Huh. Song Weigua's face brightens. The child has loved it since he was little. I have plenty stocked up. I'll go get it now. Uncle Song. Li Guomin stops Song Weigua, glancing at Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao says, "The convoy is about to arrive. We should just say what needs to be said. We have to face it eventually." Song Weigua asks, "Mr. Li, what are you doing?" "Uncle Song, your child Song Xuebing, he is the pride of Xiagua, the greatest hero of Xiagua." Song Weigua joyfully says, "Is that so?" He brought glory to the country. Yes, he alone protected the motherland for 15 years. He is not only a hero of Xiagua, but also a hero of the whole world. The more Song Weigua hears, the happier he becomes. My child is so amazing. He sacrificed himself for the country, Li Guomin suddenly says coldly. Song Weigua, who was preparing to go inside to get something, turns around and asks, Mr. Li, what did you say? Uncle Song Xuebing, he sacrificed himself for the country. Su Xiao turns away, not wanting to witness this scene. It is too cruel for Song Weigua's family. In fact, if Song Xuebing was not mentioned, perhaps Song Weigua would have lived his life like this. But once mentioned, this hurdle can no longer be bypassed. Li Guomin and the others do not want to bring it up, but heroes must return to their roots. The convoy cannot go directly to Song Weigua's home. The soldiers cover Song Xuebing's body with flowers and leaves, bringing it to the doorstep. The mountains and fields are full of people. They silently watch, some recalling memories of Song Xuebing, talking to those beside them. Song Xuebing went missing at 17, and he left many footprints in Taiga Town during those 17 years. This child was very naughty when he was young. Yes, a little troublemaker, but with a kind heart. He was smart. Xuebing was always the top of his class in exams, but he loved to play and was mischievous. Song Xuebing has arrived at the doorstep. Li Guomin and Su Xiao stand straight, excited to salute at seeing the hero for the first time. Hero Song Xuebing home. Song Weigua rushes forward, and upon seeing the peaceful face, he sobs, Child, you're back, but. At this moment, the world falls silent. Only Song Weigua's voice echoes. The seventh son Song Xuebing has returned home, but what about the other heroes? They're still drifting in the universe. They too must return to their roots. Xiagua has launched a plan to find the heroes and made it public online, aiming to contact their families as soon as they are found to know their hometowns. This event has stirred the internet and even the globe. Other countries have held press conferences to confirm the authenticity of the matter. At this moment, the Heavenly Path National Defense Plan has surfaced, and the world knows about this unbelievable yet real civilization war. Major foreign media outlets are reporting. Xiagua discovers extraterrestrial civilization and has formulated a plan called Heavenly Path National Defense. We know nothing about this plan. We don't even know when it started. Xiagua has not provided clear data. What secrets lie behind all this? 13 people fighting an entire extraterrestrial civilization. Xiagua, please tell us this isn't true. 13 heroes have guarded the Earth in deep space for 20 years. This is not bravery. This is dedication. Selfless dedication. The Heavenly Path National Defense Plan? We have never heard of it, yet it has supposedly been executed for 20 or even 30 years. Was the technology back then capable of achieving this? We suspect this is a smokescreen released by Xiagua, a well-coordinated script. 20 years ago, there wasn't even a Mars base. How could they possibly engage in single combat in the universe? The U.S. and Bear Country have both confirmed that this matter is true. Could they be colluding to deceive you? The headlines of various media outlets differ. Some consider the 13 sons to be great, while others believe there are ulterior motives behind this, leading Xiagua to dare not disclose everything. International public opinion is escalating, while Xiagua remains silent. Because this day is the day Song Xuebing returns home, Xiagua does not want to waste any words externally. On Mars, at the Xiagua base, in the conference room, everyone is seated together. The hero has returned to his hometown. Yu Tianming says, the country has launched the plan to find the heroes. What we need to do now is to turn over the entire Mars, leaving no clue uncovered. The Dark Star can wait. They probably cannot come to the solar system in the short term, and we have enough time to search for the remaining 12 suns. A climate expert says, the climate on Mars is somewhat abnormal. A large number of dust storms and Martian storms are expected in the next half-month, making it difficult to go outside during this time. Yu Tianming replies, I know, of course we cannot ignore danger in the search for signal sources. Besides Mars, the national satellites have already gone to scan the surface of Venus and Jupiter for signal sources as much as possible. Wu Dexiu says, the signals we released have spread throughout the solar system. If any of the 12 suns are still alive and in the solar system, they should be able to receive them. If the 12 suns can receive them, then it proves that the Dark Star civilization is still around, and they may also receive our signals. Yu Tianming stands up and says, We shouldn't worry about that. We shouldn't let them fight alone. Although our technology is not as good as that of the Dark Star, as the logistics department, we should build a steel shield for our heroes. Professor, a young man rushes into the office without even knocking. We have found the signal point. Chapter 21, the black box. From 13 light years away, the signal point comes from another galaxy, not within the solar system. This proves that the people alive among the 12 have already left the solar system. The specific location of the signal point cannot be determined. But what can be confirmed is that the signal point is moving rapidly towards Mars. Wu Deshio stared at the large screen and hesitated, saying, "Could this be the signal source from the Dark Star?" "No," the signal expert immediately responded. "The database for these signals is the same as Earth's. It cannot be a signal source from the Dark Star. We are currently 13 light years away from Mars." 13 light years. Wu Deshio's eyes widened as he exchanged glances with Yu Tianming. The diameter of the solar system is only 0.003 light years. Even considering gravitational factors, the maximum diameter of the solar system can only reach 4 light years. Proxima Centauri is the closest star system to the solar system, at a distance of 4.6 light years. This means that the location of this signal point is completely beyond the perception of the solar system. Yu Tianming said, "The signal source appeared so quickly. Could it be related to our finding Song Shiwebbing? It should be." Wu Deshio took a deep breath. "Keep a close watch on the movement of the signal source. We should report this situation to our homeland." Additionally, with a battlefield spread over such a large area of 13 light years, how can they manage such a wide front? Perhaps at a certain point, maybe a teleportation array. If the Dark Star wants to invade the solar system, they must rely on teleportation to get here. Even as a level 3 civilization, if the distance is too far, it would take them many years to travel, which is too difficult for them to conquer a civilization. Listening to Yu Tianming's words, Wu Deshio shook his head and smiled, saying, "The Dark Star people are not ordinary humans. Are they here to conquer civilizations? I see them as slaughtering civilizations, destroying civilizations. Conquering a civilization can still allow for survival. Destroying a civilization is much simpler. According to the speed of the signal source, it would take a year to reach us from 13 light years away. Where have the remaining 12 gone?" Suda asked, "Teacher, could the captain have taken others directly to the Dark Star's lair?" Wu Deshio's eyes lit up. Then he said, "It's not impossible. If the Dark Star is only 13 light years away from us, they have many ways to attack Earth." Suda said somewhat shyly, "So what is your thought, teacher?" "I have no thoughts. Perhaps they obtained some information, and it's more suitable to fight the Dark Star there, which could better protect Earth and the solar system." Su Xiaomin suddenly barged in, her face full of smiles. "Teacher, I have some surprising news for you." Wu Deshio shot her a glare. "What surprising news? You seem not to have grown up yet." Su Xiaomin stuck out her tongue. "You're right, teacher, but this news is really good. The signal source from 13 light years away is already close to the solar system." Wu Deshio couldn't help but stand up. "So soon?" "Yes, so soon." Su Xiaomin proudly glanced at Suda. "Furthermore, we have confirmed that this signal source comes from Earth. It must be that the 7th has returned and others have learned about it, sending back a signal." Suda said, "It's also possible that our emitted signal was received by them." 13 light years. Do you think it's just 1 light year? Su Xiaomin disagreed with this statement. Wu Deshio asked, "Can the trajectory of the signal source be determined?" "Not yet, but we should know in an hour." The group gathered in the hall. Various experts closely monitoring the signal source on the screen, its speed surpassing light speed by who knows how many times. This speed is beyond what technology can reach. Even traveling at light speed wouldn't be this fast. It should be a method utilizing dark cosmic coordinates to achieve such speed. Dark cosmic coordinates are just a concept. Earth currently doesn't even have a grasp on this technology, let alone the basics. This proves that the captain and others have already acquired this technology. Perhaps it was obtained from the Dark Star people, or maybe a flaw was discovered in the remnants of other civilizations. Regardless, this is a good thing, as it allows us to understand the current situation and conditions of other heroes. The hall was quiet. In half an hour, the signal source would enter Earth's orbit. 10 minutes later, the signal source approached Earth's orbit, preparing to enter the atmosphere. "Motherland, please be prepared. The landing point of the signal source has been tested." Wu Deshio crossed his arms and said, "The landing point of the signal source is not on Mars, but directly on Earth. The The programmed setting might be to return to Earth. After all, they couldn't have anticipated that we would establish a base on Mars decades later. Wu Daxiu nodded, somewhat sighing. Decades, time has really changed. Earth, Xia country. The elder watched the flight status of the signal source, while the experts calculating the landing point were sweating profusely. The flight speed was too fast, making calculations quite challenging. If it landed in another country, it would pose some trouble. The signal source entered the atmosphere. It appeared over our territory. The expert's tone relaxed. The elder also breathed a sigh of relief and clapped his hands, saying, "Very good, very good. Have you calculated the landing point?" "The landing point is in the sea, off the coast of Zhejiang province." "Set off," the elder immediately ordered. A special forces team headed to the coastal area as the signal source rapidly descended. People could already see a flash of white light falling from the sky. "Lock the position. The area of the sea is too vast. To prevent losing it, immediately arrange for people to seal off the surrounding waters and intercept the signal source." The signal source transformed into a flash of white light, plummeting into the sea like lightning. The warships guarding the surrounding sea area immediately reported the position, and submarines quickly locked onto the descending signal source. After reporting the position, the special forces and divers coordinated to follow the descending signal source all the way to the seabed. The elder looked at the white box quietly resting on the seabed and slowly exhaled. After detecting no abnormalities, it was recovered. This is the information brought back by the 12 and is certainly crucial. A special vehicle carried the box to the headquarters of Xia country. The people on Mars also breathed a sigh of relief. Although the signal source did not land on Mars, the outcome was the same. The white box was triangular, entirely silver white, with a shining 5-star button in the center. Upon seeing this familiar 5-star button, the elder's expression became somewhat excited. Engineers and experts took some time to open the box, revealing a device that looked like a projector. The elder leaned in for a closer look when it suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. A cold electronic voice rang out. On July 16, 2066, the black box returned to the motherland. My mission has been accomplished. The black box. The elder's heart sank. Yu Tianming and Wu Daxiu, witnessing this scene, felt their hearts sink as well. They all understood what the black box represented. The experts took out the instrument, and, after testing, they found that the information inside could be accessed, and its complexity was not as high as the password matrix on Song Shuebing's recorder. What secrets could be inside? Would there be secrets about the 12, the Heaven's Way protecting the country plan, the Dark Star civilization, and everything related to this? The elder watched as the black box was sent to the database and said solemnly, "This is entrusted to you experts. The contents inside relate to the safety of all Earth civilizations. Do not make any mistakes. This might perhaps be the only thing the heroes left for the motherland. No one dare to be careless or slack off for even a moment." The signal from the black box was gradually deciphered, and when it was fully opened, a voice unexpectedly came from the large screen. "On July 15th, the 25th year of the Heaven's Way protecting the country plan, I am the captain. The return plan for the human offspring has been confirmed. I have received the return signal from the 7th. He has come home, but we still have comrades wandering in the universe. According to the agreement and my promise to them, they will return one after another. Motherland, I am the captain of the Heavenly Path Protection Plan, the first son. I will forever guard in space, safeguarding the motherland, my hometown, the Earth, and humanity. Salute." This voice is the same as the one in Song Shuebing's recorder and the voice from the impact crater of Long 1. It comes from the captain of the 13 Guardians team. When they heard this sentence, everyone's first thought was, why was no name left behind? The greatest deeds are the most unassuming. This is the true essence of a hero. The black box of the 13 Suns expedition has successfully returned to Earth. As heroes, they should not be forgotten, but forever remembered. This time, cracking the black box will witness the birth of heroes and the evolution of civilization together with the people of the nation. Xia country issued a national announcement. The viewing platform has started a live broadcast. How did they endure these 25 years? Perhaps the black box will hold the answer. Meanwhile, in the dark and cold universe, a crisp voice echoed. Signal request has been received. The return plan for the Suns has been initiated. I will escort the master back home. Returning to the solar system, where fallen leaves return to their roots. Chapter 22. The Celestial Path Plan. Initial, I don't know if the motherland can receive our signal, nor do I know where we will ultimately land. But we know that as long as we are still here, the motherland is safe. The Celestial Path National Defense Plan, September 15th, Year 3. The Captain S. crisp, resolute voice, tinged with a hint of coldness, echoed in the hall. This is the captain of the Celestial Path National Defense Plan, who has taken on this responsibility. It is hard to imagine what he was thinking when he initially executed this plan, leading 12 others into the cosmos. Was he afraid? How long could 13 people hold out against an alien race? At the moment they set off, did they ever consider running away? Wu Dashio felt like he had aged decades in an instant as he watched the swirling sand and dust outside the base. The Martian ground was rising in waves of wind and sand. The most terrifying sandstorm had arrived. They couldn't go outside during this time. Martian storms last at least half a month, and those who went out to search for signals returned to the base. With nothing to do, they began to focus on watching the live broadcast. They say that willpower is as strong as steel. What kind of will could forge this terrifying group of 13? But the recorder of the 7th member, Song Shuebing, documented his youthful recklessness, his defiance against the captain, and his journey from youthful arrogance to maturity. When they set off, aside from the captain, they were likely just teenagers. They grew through each battle. They fought bravely in the outer space where the motherland could not assist them, fighting alone. In ancient times, one person guarded one city. Now, one person guards one planet. Great. This greatness Wu Dashio could not feel at this moment, that momentum of breaking through the clouds. This is truly flying to the heavens. The grandeur of this live broadcast rivaled the day Song Shuebing returned home. Many were eagerly anticipating the secrets of the 13. This kind of hero can no longer be described by just one term. Many media outlets were at a loss for how to describe this great plan. It spanned 30 years, beginning before humanity had officially set foot on Mars. Each official live broadcast room was flooded with a large number of netizens, discussing endlessly about the 13. Surprisingly, this time, no one opposed or questioned. Everyone almost spoke in unison, just waiting for the hero's return. This kind of infectious spirit had not been seen in Xia Country, or even globally for a long time. Xia Country, Space Program Hall. The Elder S. black hair turned white overnight. As long as there are people still fighting and executing this plan, it proves that the alien race still exists. Watching Earth with covetous eyes, he was very worried because there might not be many of the remaining 13 left, but they could not find out where the remaining members of the 13 were. The Elder called for his secretary and wearily said, "Have you found anyone related to this plan?" The secretary shook his head. "Sir, no one has contacted us yet. Perhaps. Those who know about this plan are all in outer space." "Are you saying only the 13 know about this plan?" The Elder did not believe it. The secretary replied, "Perhaps those people have left this world after 30 years. The Elder's eyes filled with tears. Do they not trust the country at all? Would they rather take their secrets to the grave than leave them in the archives? Even if only the 13 could deal with the alien race at that time, they should have believed us, believed in the future generations of Xia Country, and left behind records." The secretary bowed his head and sighed. An old man approached and said, "Sir, the live broadcast has started. I have already arranged for the military to search for retired soldiers nationwide. If this plan is not in the state's secret archives, it might be related to the military." The Elder entered the temporary room for the live broadcast, watching the fragments of the universe appear on the screen. The battle for the country by the 13 in the universe. The return of the 13 warriors to human. How similar this scene is. The cosmic fragments circled around the scorching surface of the planet. A voice said, "From the moment we left Earth, we severed all contact with the motherland because we knew that once one of us was captured by them. No, I know our team members are brave and smart. They will not be captured. But we can no longer maintain contact with Earth. Motherland, goodbye. Severing all contact with Earth." In many live broadcast rooms, the barrage of comments suddenly stopped. They voluntarily ceased sending messages because these comments would cover the screen. Yu Tianming watched the video and whispered, "This is Venus. The surface of Venus is even hotter than Mercury, which is closest to the sun, with an average surface temperature reaching 480 degrees Celsius. Far worse than Mars. To execute this plan, we must live in anonymity. Earth will no longer have our names or our information. We also do not know when we can return. I always lie to my team members. They're all naive kids who believe everything I say. I tell them that if we hold on for 3 years, we can go home and reunite with our loved ones. What a bunch of naive kids. They believe it so much and even talk about enjoying glory after 3 years of loneliness. They have no idea that even if we return after 3 years, it will be in obscurity. However, 3 years is just a hope. Every 3 years gives them the support to hold on. Because we want to go home. I don't want to be selfish, but they're the only hope. But I have deceived them. His voice choked. The only thing I can do is to bring back my sacrificed teammates before I die. This is the return plan for my comrades. And it is my only promise to them. The only thing I can promise is this. The surface of Venus trembled, and distant beams of light shone brilliantly. Wu Deshio watched this scene, frowning and saying, even 30 years ago, we should have been able to see this kind of energy fluctuation. Why didn't the satellites detect it? Suda said, Teacher, perhaps the Dark Star used technology to hide it. Wu Deshio shook his head. Does the Dark Star need to hide? They're a powerful civilization, the strongest in the Dark Forest Law, at least in our view. Are you saying that it is the 13 who are hiding? Su Xiaoman immediately took over the conversation. Yes. Wu Deshio sighed. Hiding all this because this plan can only succeed, allowing Earth to continue developing steadily and enhancing its technological strength. Suda looked up at the screen. It can only succeed. The 121 plan has failed, but fortunately, we paid a great price to stop the Dark Star-S transmission. We might have 3 months to regroup. The Captain's voice continued. Motherland, if this black box can return to Earth, please remember that the Dark Star-S transmission method has become increasingly mature. They will appear from within the solar system. I'm going to seize the ship. These bastards don't even care about their own warships. The screen went dark. A very noisy and harsh sound cut through. A beam of light shone from the screen. If the Motherland receives the black box, it proves we are all gone. But the Motherland will surely be confused as to why we, the 13, are fighting against an alien race. Some things, even in the face of the Motherland, I cannot say, I'm sorry, Motherland. This sentence of apology brought tears to the eyes of the entire internet. Countless no need to apologize floated on the screen. The Dark Star is not a super civilization that can traverse the cosmic dimensions. Their transmission requires a certain amount of energy. And we have already figured out their transmission method over the years. They cannot touch Earth, not even the orbit. Boom! The screen shook violently. The broken ship has been smashed again. Activate the accelerator. We're heading back to the Venus 3 camp. Let them slowly savor it here on their own. They destroy their own things, full of high technology, yet stubborn, easy to deal with. A beam of rainbow light burst out of the shattered star belt. The battle armor quickly separated and integrated into a small spaceship. Captain, a youthful voice sounded. You arrived just in time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to escape. Don't fly forward, they'll track us. Captain, which way should we go? Around Mercury. Understood. The youthful voice was filled with excitement. The cold, intelligent voice sounded again. Intelligent record. May 5th, 2044. The Master has finally perfected the 3 major star chains, allowing precise locking of the Dark Star's teleportation array. However, the Dark Star side has begun to change strategies. The Master has only been sleeping 4 hours a day for the past month, relying solely on willpower to hold on. Chapter 2313, the Captain has formulated a return plan. What should we do if the Captain falls in battle? If we have not established a base on Mars and discovered the ruins of the 7th sun, the return plan might remain indefinitely shelved. The heroes will forever rest in the cold depths of space, lying in a foreign land. This is probably the last thing they would want. Yu Tianming sighed and waved to a young man beside him. Professor, have them continue tracking the black box's signal trajectory. 13 light years is indeed far from the solar system, but our current technology is sufficient to track that position. The young man replied, Professor, I just recall the question. The 2nd-generation exploration ship sent by the Joint Headquarters has already left the solar system, and it has always been our signal source. Yu Tianming's expression changed. You go ahead and get busy. He called out to his caller, Wu Daxiu, come here. Wu Daxiu arrived in the hall. Yu Tianming said, Xiao Hao just reminded me that our second-generation unmanned exploration ship has already left the solar system. Do you remember when the second-generation ship departed? Wu Daxiu replied, Teacher, it was 40 years ago. Yes, 40 years ago. Yu Tianming clenched his fist. Did the dark stars know about the existence of Earth civilization because of the cosmic signals emitted by the unmanned exploration ship? Wu Daxiu showed a hint of shock. He really hadn't thought of that. Yu Tianming's eyes brightened. Contact the motherland immediately. I'm getting old, and I can't remember many things. How many people who built the unmanned exploration ship are still alive? Wu Daxiu hesitated. Teacher, I also didn't remember this. Well, tell the motherland to find out immediately. As the two were speaking, the screen shook slightly. Decryption program executed, code restored. In the image, beside a shattered warship, a tall and robust figure sat on the ground, gazing at the distant twinkling stars. 13. Captain. A voice was hoarse yet magnetic. Go notify Old 9 to leave Mars first. It's quite troublesome there now. Leave everything to Old 7. Captain. Old 7. What about him? Although he's a year younger than you, don't underestimate him. He's no pushover. Captain, didn't you say in front of him that he only knows how to act recklessly and doesn't use his brain? The figure let out a hearty laugh. If I don't say that, would he be willing to use his brain? He doesn't even respect you. 13 felt somewhat unconvinced. He will eventually. The captain stood up, his silhouette appearing even taller. He is the captain of the Heavenly Path National Defense Plan, and, theoretically, he should be the strongest among the 13. He is the heart of this plan, the brain, and the only signal transmitter. Everyone looked at this silhouette with deep respect. Although they couldn't see his face, which was intentionally obscured, this figure had already been deeply etched in the minds of countless people from Xia country. He could easily turn around, but he doesn't need to, because by not turning around, he can still protect the motherland and the earth. He doesn't need the people to remember his face or his appearance. Perhaps he is also worried about his loved ones seeing him. They are nameless and faceless, erasing all information just to guard the motherland in this desolate, lonely outer space. For a moment, a heavy sense of tragic grandeur lingered in the hearts of many. The captain said, Also, have Old 9 send him some nutrient solution. These things are as plentiful as cattle to the dark stars and are very important to us. That kid is growing. Damn it, he's growing faster than me. At this point, the figure suddenly wiped his face with his hand, his voice somewhat muffled. I seem to have said a bad word. 13 said, through the communicator, Captain, if you care about him so much, just tell him directly. Otherwise, he will always hold a grudge against you. What should I tell him? Although he holds a grudge against me, he can sacrifice himself for the motherland and the people at any time, and that's enough. The captain looked up, gazing at the stars. Without this grudge, he wouldn't have grown so fast. This kid has always wanted to prove himself to me. All right. 13 responded unhappily. Suddenly, a roar echoed from afar. Captain, 13 shouted. 13, prepare. They shouldn't come over. As long as you are with me, there's no need to waste our preserved strength. Just follow me. Don't run around blindly. You are crazier than Old 7. If you lead me to an unknown star system and we can't return, I'll see how you apologize. Yes, Captain, I'll be there right away. 13's voice instantly became resolute. The silhouette gazed at the distant roar, murmuring, Third act. Third batch, Saturn's outer perimeter formation. They're actually setting up formations, but what use is that? We are the ancestors of playing with formations. Smart Xiaoyu, record. Recording complete. The captain's silhouette bent down, and with a whoosh, a small spacecraft flew over. Shan Province, Taiga Town. Li Guamin and Su Xiaoxiao had been accompanying Song Weigua for the past few days. When they saw this scene, Su Xiaoxiao's eyes instantly welled up with tears. She pointed at the screen and said to Song Weigua, Uncle Song, look, Captain Song Xuebing treats him very well, very well. Song Weigua chuckled through tears. He stood up straight and saluted. Kids, what you're doing is very proud and very great, truly great. Li Guamin poured a bowl of wine at Song Xuebing's grave. The seventh son liked to drink and had brought a wine gourd to Mars. He knew that Song Xuebing's remains had already been sent to the national headquarters because he had some important items on him that the country had to extract. He believed that even if Song Xuebing knew this, he wouldn't mind. He might even say, Hurry up, as long as it can strengthen the motherland. I don't care if my body is shattered. Shuebing, although I've never met you, by age, I'm still a few years older than you. You always say this and that about the captain, but now you've heard it, right? The captain truly cares for you deeply. Old Seven is proud, and the captain doesn't spoil him. But secretly, he can't help but worry. This really is a fatherly role. The captain should be around 50 years old. Various thoughts emerged in the barrage. After the captain boarded the spacecraft, the perspective shifted to 13. Everyone should leave some memories. Even if these memories may never be known by anyone, but something must be left behind. Meanwhile, Wu Daxiu conveyed Yu Qianming's thoughts to the headquarters of Xia country. Upon learning this, the elders immediately made arrangements. This speculation had not crossed anyone's mind at first, but now, upon reflection, the possibility seems quite high. If the dark stars were attracted by the signal from the unmanned exploration ship, then perhaps the people who formulated this plan might be related to those who built the unmanned ship. All the 13 sons are from Xia country. Among the chief engineers involved in the construction of the unmanned ship, 3 are from Xia country. Setting aside the others, such a grand plan should not have been conceived by some minor figure. However, 2 of those 3 chief engineers have already passed away, while one is currently enjoying retirement at home. It is said that his hearing and eyesight are not good, and he hasn't seen these things. Soon, 2 groups from the headquarters went to the homes of the 2 deceased chief engineers. If they are related to the Heavenly Path National Defense Plan, perhaps they can find some clues at home. Another group went to the home of the still-living engineer. In the darkness, a light appeared. "Report, Captain. I have arrived." 13's voice was still full of excitement. He seemed to be filled with passion at every moment. Saturn loomed in the distance on the screen. This is probably the first time in my life that I've seen real Saturn up close. And you should have some self-respect. Can you all be quiet? The comments section suddenly became lively. Saturn has its own rings, and at this moment, the Saturn on the screen appeared even more magnificent, with the rings giving an overwhelming sense of mystery. Space is still, the universe is calm, but at this moment, Saturn seemed to come alive. The teleportation array. On the screen, the teleportation array glowed brightly on Saturn. The Dark Star's teleportation array. Tianming stared at the screen. The recorder of the 7th son, Song Shuebing, did not have the Dark Star's teleportation array. This time they saw it. The teleportation array was a thick line resembling lightning, appearing far away from the screen's perspective, almost like a thin line. 13, this time, it's your turn to prove yourself to me. The captain's voice was calm. "Captain, just watch." Whoosh! Fei Hong dashed towards the teleportation array. At that moment, everyone watching the scene held their breath. Chapter 24. Saturn. The second battlefield opens. Moths to the flame. Someone on the bullet screen typed a line, and the next moment, countless private messages flooded in, causing the system to crash. Fei Hong rushed towards the teleportation array, indeed like a moth to a flame. Could it be our hero's way of dealing with the teleportation array? Is this mutually destructive method? Yu Qianming's heart sank. He pressed his hands on the table. His aged eyes already filled with bloodshot veins. If that's the case, it means our hero hasn't found a way to completely crack the Dark Star. They can only fight with their lives. But your lives and their lives cannot be equated. If you lose one, you can never make up for it. Yu Tianming shook his head again. It wouldn't happen. Absolutely not. The captain wouldn't be so foolish. He could bear this heavy burden, leading the 12 sons to battle in the cosmos. Surely he wouldn't be so reckless. Indeed, just as Fei Hong was about to approach the teleportation array, it suddenly turned a corner, quickly rotating around the array and arriving at the bottom. 13. Captain, I'm busy. 13. You will be remembered in history. Captain, what do you mean by that? Nothing else. Sometimes I'm very conflicted. Perhaps the black box will never return to the motherland. Our mission has already been entrusted to space. If we don't leave you in history, how can we justify your journey? Captain, I don't have time for your rambling. As 13's voice fell, a series of loud explosions came from the teleportation array. Blowing up their own teleportation array with Dark Star's energy weapons feels incredibly satisfying. 13 laughed heartily, his youthful laughter infecting everyone outside the screen. He laughed brighter than the sun. Well done. The captain also smiled. 13, this time you truly have grown up. The teleportation array was destroyed, and the violent air currents and storms swirled around, leading to numerous cosmic storms appearing around Saturn. The spaceship immediately approached the explosion site. 13. Get on the ship. The captain opened the hatch, swaying unsteadily. On the spaceship, there was a particularly eye-catching emblem, a six-pointed star. One side was black. The other side was white. The black side had a dark skull emblem, while the white side had a blazing sun, representing light. At first glance, it was clear it didn't belong to Earth. It should be a product of the Dark Star. Perhaps it was the flag of the Dark Star civilization. The structure of light and dark, surprisingly, gave a philosophical feeling. But this kind of light and dark has been overplayed by Earth many years ago. Wu Deshio stared at the emblem and thought, I guess this is a self-proclamation of Dark Star's efforts to evolve. They think this kind of philosophy is advanced, but in reality, it's quite backward. They may have high technology, but their culture is still at a very low level. Only after conquering one civilization after another do they realize that some things require culture to construct. Only then can it be a society. Su Xiaoman gave a thumbs up. The teacher is still impressive. Stop flattering. I'm just speculating. Wu Deshio glared at Su Xiaoman. Fei Hong rushed into the spaceship, and the hatch closed. Returning home, back to the camp. The captain accelerated and turned around. Boom! A laser beam shot swiftly. Captain, they're coming. 13 shouted. The spaceship turned a corner, reaching a terrifying sublight speed state, escaping the range of the particle beam attack. Just as the spaceship was about to leave the Saturn range and the teleportation array was destroyed, this time, the Dark Star's attack should be curtailed. In the bullet screen, there were already large numbers of well-done messages. The next second, a dense swarm of cosmic rays rushed in from the darkness in the distance. It was like a galaxy converging into a sea. Seeing this saturation-style coverage attack, the bullet screen instantly disappeared cleanly. Is this the Dark Star's space coverage attack? Yu Tianming stared at this galaxy ray. If it covered the surface of the Earth, nothing could intercept it, unless they used planetary chains to withstand it. But doing so would mean completely destroying the hard-earned lunar portal and the star chain. The captain's calm voice sounded in the footage. They have indeed become smarter. Captain, there's no way to dodge the attack from all angles. 13's voice remained calm. The captain said, let's go. After all, this spaceship isn't ours. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of particle laser struck the spaceship first. Two rainbows streaked across space. The captain added, emergency landing on Saturn. Energy is insufficient. We can't leave for now. 13, we need to seize a ship. Okay. 13 had never questioned the captain's decisions. The spaceship disintegrated in space. Captain, a different voice echoed in the footage. Old 9. 13 responded with a smile. Wu Deshio and Yu Tianming in front of the screen were stunned. The ninth son was indeed a woman. Captain, we've detected energy fluctuations from the Dark Star cluster, possibly from the teleportation array. The Dark Star has activated 2 teleportation arrays at once. They are determined to break through our star chain. The captain's resolute voice echoed in the hall. They still can't break through. Old 9, you Old 6, and Old 4 think of a way to destroy that teleportation array. If you can't destroy it, execute Plan 121 and pull the front line to the far side of the sun. Understood, Captain, but you've lost the spaceship. The battle armor can't travel between planets, and there's insufficient energy. The battle armor can't withstand the vacuum pressure for long. Do you need to remind me of that? The captain reprimanded. Old 9 immediately dared not say more. Then, Captain, we will execute the mission now. 2 rainbows landed on the surface of Saturn. Saturn is a gas giant, primarily composed of hydrogen, with almost no land, very similar to Jupiter. Saturn experiences a lot of violent winds, almost non-stop, with an average wind speed of 8 kilometers per hour. Since Saturn, like Jupiter, is a gas giant, the environment is even harsher compared to Mars and Venus. However, evidently, Earth has certain misconceptions about observing Saturn, which is also the reason satellites cannot directly observe Saturn's interior. Saturn has very little land, but it's not completely absent. Many scientists seeing this scene couldn't help but sigh. Saturn still is land. The core of Saturn is composed of rock and ice layers, but above the core, there's also a layer of land. 2 figures hovered above Saturn's surface, continuously descending. and saw a cold land revealed amidst a vast ocean of hydrogen and a small amount of helium. "Captain, there's wreckage. Don't be so excited, like a child who's never seen the world." The captain's battle armor shone, attracting countless particle beams. "Captain, what are you doing? Provoking trouble, attracting fire." They used a fake teleportation array to mislead us, but secretly activated a small teleportation array. "Since we're here, we have to leave the battlefield here." After the captain finished speaking, countless particle beams covered them. As the dazzling white light dissipated, much of Mars' metallic hydrogen layer was dispersed, causing some trajectory deviations on Saturn. Wu Deshio frowned. When the satellite observed back then, the trajectory of Saturn showed variations, and they thought it was an inevitable historical occurrence. Not realizing it was because of this. Cough, cough. The captain coughed a few times. 3 dark star formations descended from the sky. Wu Deshio's pupils contracted. This was the first time he, and also Earthlings, saw the formations of the dark star people with their own eyes. Each formation consisted of 3 warships, 10 mechs, and countless self-destructing shuttles, along with 500 dark star people. 3 formations meant a 3-fold increase. The captain's voice sounded from within, so desolate. Heaven's Way protects the nation plan, September 9th, year 4. 13 is grown up. He can become a fearless strongman because he understands one fundamental thing that underpins our execution of this plan. A tremendous, overwhelming sense of oppression. 9 battleships descend like the sky collapsing, creating an extreme pressure that makes it hard for those outside the screen to breathe. The mechs are the first to land. These mechs are identical to the ones found in the impact craters of Mars Dragon Type 1, only differing in details and color, all originating from Dark Star. Following this, Dark Star beings fly out from the battleships. They are enormous, each over 10 meters tall, with several exceeding 20 meters. Not only are they tall, but they also shimmer with phosphorescence, and their skin appears extremely tough. More frighteningly, they're only wearing simple armor, lacking the space suits and battle armor that Earthlings might imagine. Flying in space using wings, Suda gazes at the Dark Star beings on the screen, gritting his teeth slightly. Su Xiaoman remarks, "They can survive in a vacuum without any auxiliary battle armor. Is this the fundamental reason why their civilization is so powerful? I don't know, but if that's the case, their body structure is truly astonishing." Wu Deshio says, "What's so strange about that? The universe is vast and boundless. Our civilization's technology is just beginning. There are many cosmic mysteries we have never encountered." As Wu Deshio finishes speaking, 13's voice comes through the screen. "Captain, should we still use the same method as before, capturing the leader first?" The captain replies, "No, that method is ineffective against this batch of Dark Star beings. I've just cracked their code. Their purpose for coming this time is to lure us out." 13 is astonished. So smart. Evolution. Their evolution speed is rapid, transitioning towards a civilized society. Once they develop humanistic ideas and philosophical thinking, the power of this Dark Star civilization will become terrifying. Without humanistic philosophical thought, relying solely on powerful technology means they are just brutes. Reckless brutes will ultimately face civilizational sanctions and self-destruction. The development of technology has its bottlenecks. If they don't think and only know how to be powerful and develop crazily, they will surely self-destruct. But at that time, the Dark Star beings will have already begun transitioning to a civilized society with thought, strategy, and military tactics. They even understand that conquering a civilization doesn't necessarily mean destruction. It can also mean enslavement. Once such a powerful civilization learns to think, to philosophize about things, and to study the rules of the universe, it will be extremely terrifying. Their civilizational strength will rise to a new level. If we say the current Dark Star civilization is at level 3, then once they grasp all of this, they will be able to reach level 4 civilization. This is inevitable, as long as they don't self-destruct or a more powerful civilization doesn't appear to enslave them. Boom, boom, boom. 30 mechs approach, serving as the vanguard, unleashing various types of firepower, enveloping the captain and 13 in an endless barrage. Firepower coverage, bombarding in rounds. 13 jumps next to the captain, whose mech is a deep blue, emanating endless technological fantasy. Facing the barrage of firepower, The captain throws out something that looks like a grenade. The grenade lands and expands into a light curtain, with firepower colliding against the curtain, shaking unsteadily. 13. Prepare to inject the bloodline serum. 1 bottle is enough. Okay. Wu Dixio and the others once again hear about the bloodline serum. Song Xuebing's remains have already arrived at headquarters, and now they are just waiting for the right time. Once the time comes, they will extract blood samples for research. This bloodline serum is definitely not simple. The light curtain blocks most of the firepower, but some still penetrates through gaps in the curtain and lands on the ground. 13 sways left and right, and the battle armor propels him into the sky, facing a dense web of firepower. The battleships emit various laser beams, with energies like particles and quanta, all striking with strong penetration. 13 clenches his hand, and a shield appears. An enormous dark star being across from him looks furious, roaring something that Earthlings cannot understand. Yes, we took your stuff? Otherwise, we wouldn't have so much consumption just relying on the bloodline serum. Unless we break into your nest and steal everything clean, I know you can automatically translate our words. So listen carefully. I am the 13th of the Heavenly Path National Defense Plan. One day, I will break into your Dark Star civilization's lair and crush you there, never to escape again. Well said. The barrage of comments floods in. Suda and the others, being young and passionate, feel their blood boiling upon hearing this. The leader across is enraged by these words. After listening to the translation, he quickly flaps the enormous wings behind him and points his arm at 13. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Self-destructing shuttles swarm in. 13, let's out of hay. As the battle armor behind him ejects fiery red gas, and he swiftly flies away from the ground. The mech's strength has reached XN9 level, needing corrosive Dark Star artillery. To be honest, on the day we set off, apart from the launching spaceship, we had nothing. Using the enemy's things against them is a fine tradition of our Xia country. After the captain finishes speaking, 18 square iron plates are ejected from the back of the battle armor. Boom! Rays of light strike the mech. The mech is immediately corroded by lasers. With each step, large chunks fall off, and eventually, it sways and turns into fragments, scattering in the ocean of metallic hydrogen. The captain takes off, evading the mech's attacks while also launching an offensive. He moves as flexibly as a nanomaterial under high-precision control, perfectly dodging every attack from a mech while firing a large number of laser-corrosive artillery shells. The leader lets out a loud shout, and 2 battleships immediately press down, beginning all-around firepower coverage. Meanwhile, 3 battleships turn around and charge towards the sun like a long rainbow. 13. Captain, 3 battleships are leaving. Quickly draw them in. We can't let them enter our stellar chain. Once they do, they will discover the existence of the Earth itself. Earth itself? Wu Dixio and Yu Tianming are puzzled. What does Earth itself mean? Receive, Captain. I will definitely not let them leave the Saturn orbit by even a step. 13, like a soaring eagle, drags behind him a swarm of self-destructing shuttles, charging towards the 3 battleships that have turned around. Don't run. 13 is full of vigor. The leader reveals a hint of pride and shouts a few more words. All the other battleships press down, while wave after wave of Dark Star beings flap their wings and land on Saturn's surface. If the captain retreats, they will leave to pursue 13, even searching for the location of the Earth itself. 13. Do you remember how we dealt with the Dark Star beings' battleships the first time we saw them? I remember. Show your skills. Don't let me underestimate you. Captain, just rest assured. I'm no worse than anyone else. But Captain, if something happens to me, get the hell out of here. We haven't even started fighting, and you're already talking about something happening. I don't have teammates like you. The captain scolds loudly. The scale of the Dark Star beings he faces is much stronger than 13. This battle will allow 13 to grow even more, but for me, it is also a process of growth. What difference is there between me and them? None. I'm also immortal. I'm not a born war god. I just forced myself to become such a person. I just didn't expect the outcome of this battle to be that way. Perhaps I should have thought about it long ago, but I was unwilling to contemplate this matter. 13 people guarding for 13 years is the first step we devised. If the motherland could receive the black box, it would definitely say I'm selfish when it cracks it, but I am selfish. Each of us can sacrifice. But what does that count for? Our sacrifices must have value. They must have value, otherwise, it's all for nothing. The final step of the heavenly way protecting the nation plan is to break into the lair of the Dark Star. The captain punches down, carrying the weight of the battle armor with 10,000 times the gravity, crashing onto the top of the mech. Chapter 26, The Last Stand, Solo Combat. All platforms are boiling. No dodging, no long-range kiting. Directly using the mobility of the battle armor and super gravity to engage in close combat with the enemy mechs. Fierce. So crazy. This is not madness. This is bravery. This is decisiveness. Right? If he doesn't take the initiative to attack, will he just wait for the enemy to overwhelm him? Taking the initiative to find opportunities is better than letting the enemy come at him all at once. He could have used the special environment of Saturn to maneuver, but he clearly chose not to, obviously to buy time, for 13. The barrage was lively with discussions, and the military personnel also expressed their views, all agreeing that taking the initiative was better. This punch landed on the mech's head, and for the mech, the battle armor covering the captain's entire body was barely half the size of its head. But this punch was devastating, directly smashing the mech to pieces. This operation left everyone in front of the screen stunned. It was hard to imagine that the battle armor's punch could have such great power. It ignited the audience. Someone shouted. The captain destroyed a mech and immediately turned around, nimbly jumping onto the head of another mech. The mech immediately fired its weapons from above. But the captain seemed to have anticipated this, executing a perfect roll to grab the mech's head, forcing it down, causing all its weapon attacks to hit another mech. Boom! The two mechs attacked each other, resulting in mutual destruction. The captain rolled upon landing and glanced at 13's position, where a series of codes appeared in the blue helmet's eyes. He seemed to be calculating something. In the next moment, the captain bent forward and charged, the battle armor's efficient speed ignoring Saturn's terrain as he charged into the swarm of mechs. Bang! 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 The firepower covered the captain. The captain thrust forward shield, which expanded upon landing, forming a light curtain to block the attacks. He turned his head to the side, pushed with his hand, and a beam chain wrapped around a mech's leg, pulling it over instantly. The firepower covered the spot where the captain had just dashed, bombarding it into a frenzy of hydrogen. The captain wrapped around the mech's thigh and pulled out a chip glowing with green light. He inserted the chip into the mech's leg, and the chain flashed again, ensnaring another mech and flying over. The leader watched the captain move freely among the mechs, furious and shouting, knowing that if all the firepower was unleashed, it would turn these mechs to dust. The leader was reckless, but also aware that doing so would surely result in punishment upon returning. So he dared not unleash firepower for indiscriminate bombardment. This gave the captain time and opportunity. He maneuvered among the mechs, darting left and right, placing a bomb here, stuffing small items there. After a round, the captain seemed a bit fatigued, red lines appearing on his battle armor as a cold voice stated. Energy, supply insufficient. The captain did not stop, arms spread wide, speeding towards the battleship. The leader saw the flying rainbow and knew what it was, immediately stepping back a few paces, mumbling a bunch of words. Other Dark Star beings gathered, flapping their wings and charging towards the captain. The captain suddenly retreated, the forward thrusters instantly switching to rear thrusters. His body rapidly retracting in midair, arms outstretched and numerous threads appearing, connecting all the mech's legs together. The captain looked up, and the battle armor followed suit. Boom! The metallic hydrogen of Saturn burned fiercely, gathering. The captain's helmet reflected various beams of light, and he rolled to the ground, the battle armor flexibly carrying him deep into the land. One Dark Star being watched the captain disappear and shot a laser beam at the spot where he vanished. Others followed up with a barrage. The leader waved his hand, signaling all mechs to halt their advance. Surrounding them was the churning, cold metallic hydrogen. They seemed to have lost track of the captain. The leader's green eyes darted left and right, as if tracking the captain's whereabouts. The Dark Star beings flapped their wings, circling around. Kuru, the leader suddenly shouted. 1,000 Dark Star beings mobilized, sealing off the land around them, pressing down. No gaps, no loopholes, pressing down little by little. They knew their opponent was formidable, so they dared not slack off. In the darkness, The captain's battle armor emitted a faint glow, lurking in the sea of metallic hydrogen, pulling on an invisible rope. Watching the dense crowd of dark star beings press down, a hint of disdain appeared in the captain's eyes. The pressure is overwhelming. God, the captain was so cool just now it dazzled me. If the dark star beings descend on Earth like this, I guess I'll lose my fighting spirit. They're too strong. This is how we realize how powerful and brave 13 is. The barrage was getting blood boiling, and many live streams added color to the comments, all flames of passion. What is he waiting for? Wu Dixio stared at the screen, unconsciously sweating in his palms. It would be a real shame if someone like him fell. The captain is so strong, he shouldn't easily fall. Wu Dixio's thoughts were further afield than others. If every battle against the Dark Star beings was like this, then the odds were indeed very high. But the Dark Star beings, just like the previous conversation between the captain and 13, were getting smarter, gradually transitioning to a civilized society. The reason the seventh sun fell was that the torn teleportation array was subjected to indiscriminate coverage attacks, combined with formations coordinating with battleships and Dark Star beings, overwhelming them with numbers and quality. If I were the captain, I would also lock down the teleportation array, using a narrow combat approach to seal off the path in the teleportation corridor. Suda muttered to himself beside. In the footage, the Dark Star beings cautiously pressed down, while the leader continuously searched the surroundings to prevent the captain from suddenly appearing. Huaxia. It was unclear which Dark Star being shouted, followed by a barrage of laser beams and quantum energy attacks. The ground below was blown to smithereens. Captain, 13 shouted. He won't die. These brainless things. The captain's voice remained steady. 13, do you want to see fireworks? Captain, what time is it? Forget it. I won't ask you. The captain's voice suddenly cut off, and the next moment, countless threads transformed into beams of light, rapidly passing through the swarm of mechs. The battle armor took the captain soaring from the depths of darkness. All stored energy consumed, unable to fly in a vacuum temporarily, activating backup kinetic fuel. The battle armor issued a warning. But for the captain this time, it was enough. He grasped the beam and pulled hard. The mech swarm erupted in explosions, the tremendous shock wave sweeping in all directions, knocking many Dark Star beings off their feet, causing significant casualties. The leader roared, his wings behind him shuddering, his entire body covered in battle armor, a massive and robust figure resembling a building. He raised a leg and chased after the captain. Other Dark Star beings emitted various strange languages. The battleship changed course, and the swarming Dark Star beings all donned their battle armor, pursuing. The captain's battle armor has no energy left. How can he fly? It's too difficult. He can't fly anymore. He can only stay on Saturn's ground. The barrage grew worried, and netizens were sweating profusely, although they knew the captain wouldn't be in danger at this moment. The feeling of tension and pressure was growing stronger. The captain fell directly. He rolled on the spot, raising a quantum shield to block most of the attacks, turning to swiftly grab a Dark Star being covered in battle armor. Crack! The Dark Star being's armor emitted a sound like ice cracking, and the captain's armor's eyes turned red. Captain, hold on. I'm coming to help you. I've activated the bloodline potion. 13's voice became hoarse, a surge of power crashing through his voice. No need. I haven't activated the potion yet. The captain held the dead Dark Star being, took off his battle armor, and entered the depths of metallic hydrogen. The next second, dense illusory rays sealed off the metallic hydrogen completely. The Dark Star beings finally realized that they were no longer playing hide and seek with the captain. The warships lined up side by side, using dark matter to clear the hydrogen sea on Saturn's surface. The captain looked up, and countless beams shot towards him. He braced himself against the Dark Star being's corpse, dragging the battle armor to another rock. Bang! The rock shattered. The Dark Star being's corpse was riddled with holes from the beams, turning it into a sieve. There was no more hiding. The captain's voice was surprisingly calm as he discarded the Dark Star being's body, dissolved the battle armor, and took out a vial of medicine. This was the bloodline potion. Yu Tianming stared at the screen, continuously taking notes. The captain swallowed the bloodline potion through the protective suit. 13. This might be our last solo operation. From now on, we will have to fight as a team. Why? They have evolved. The captain drank the bloodline potion, and the eyes on his protective suit instantly turned sky blue. Intelligent record. The Dark Star beings have evolved. The fourth year of the Celestial Path National Defense Plan is a turning point. The Master has discovered the quality of the Dark Star beings' evolution. In the future, what we face will no longer be solo surprises, and we can only rely on warships to conduct conventional space battles. On September 10th, the Master realized that if we fought conventional battles, the front line would have to be pushed back, but to take the step, we must make sacrifices. Unfortunately, the Master does not have the qualifications to make sacrifices. Boom! 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 The screen shook violently. Catastrophic explosions occurred around Saturn, and, considering the timing, it coincided with when the Earth satellite discovered deviations in Saturn's trajectory. Tianming and Wu Daxiu exchanged glances, their expressions complex. If they had known that all of this was due to the Celestial Path National Defense Plan, perhaps the Mars base would never have been built. They would have immediately studied warships, broken through the constraints of space-time rules, and gone to help 13. But now nearly 30 years had passed, and everything was already too late. Outside the exploding Saturn, two figures moved through the roaring fleet of warships. Captain 13's voice was unusually excited, filled with a growing power. The fireworks were buried beneath Saturn's metallic hydrogen. Wu Daxiu and the others even caught a glimpse of a barely perceptible dark sheen enveloping the Saturn battlefield. He muttered to himself, No wonder we didn't detect the abnormalities on Saturn. We thought it was just normal fluctuations in Saturn's trajectory. 13 had used some unknown black technology to hide all of this. Tianming spoke up. The purpose of doing this is still the same, as you said before. It should ensure that this plan can only succeed. So, we do not need to know all of this. The two sighed. According to Earth's technological development, given another 100 years, Mars would be completely transformed. Then the resource problem would be solved, and they would advance to other planets in the solar system. By then, Earth would have matured enough to become a Type 2 civilization. In fact, Earth's technology had undergone a significant leap. Otherwise, it would not have been able to establish a foothold on Mars and build a base at this time. Of course, the captain and the others could never have imagined that. The Celestial Path National Defense Plan was surfacing. The country would not give up on Mars, nor would the United Headquarters. However, the focus might change. Earth would develop technology even more frantically. Without hitting a bottleneck, it would not self-destruct. Earth hadn't even reached a Type 2 civilization yet. The screen went dark. Amid the shaking of the picture, clusters of sparks flashed everywhere. In between the sparkling flashes, 13's figure fell from the continuously exploding shuttle. His battle armor had shattered, and he was only wearing the simplest protective suit. But his skin was blood red, as if he might bleed at any moment. The three warships in the air were disintegrating, and it was in a specific order. Captain, I took them out one by one. Impressive, right? 13 laughed heartily. The captain flew up to catch 13. He was wearing a patchwork battle armor, apparently pieced together from the Dark Star being's gear. Impressive. The captain held 13, though it felt a bit wasteful. Wasteful? Captain, do I have any wounds? 13 grinned. 13's face appeared. At that moment, the summer country erupted with excitement. This was definitely not a mistake by the captain that allowed 13's face to show up in the black box. It was a very young and youthful face, somewhat handsome, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes that seemed to speak. When he smiled, he had two dimples, sweet like a neighbor's big boy. This can't be under 20, right? So cute. The barrage began to be dominated by girls. 13, you completed the mission excellently. Now, I will take you back to the camp. The captain flew into the distance while holding 13. Saturn buried the battlefield. In the final scene, no one knew what had happened, but it was certainly not easy. 13 was already exhausted, and the captain must not have been feeling well either. But as long as they won, everything was worth it. Captain, how's the old 9 doing? 13's voice in the picture was surprisingly calm. They held their ground, but they're about the same as you. We can rest for a month this time. 13, hearing a month, excitedly said, Really, a month? Yeah, a month. The captain's voice didn't sound particularly joyful. 13 hesitated and asked, Then, Captain, can I go home? No. The captain immediately vetoed. 13 smiled awkwardly. Captain, You're so serious. The flying rainbow rushed towards Venus. Intelligent record. Once dark star beings are teleported over, unless there is time to rest, they cannot be teleported back. Currently, the Master has not discovered the location of the dark star being's home planet. As long as a batch arrives, they basically have to be destroyed. They come and go without return. But it is this continuous high-intensity combat that has allowed the dark star beings to evolve. The bloodline potion comes from the dark star beings. They have already realized the effect of the bloodline potion on us, and this time they brought very few vials of it, with each dark star being carrying only one. But what the dark star beings don't know is that the Master has hidden many vials. The hall was silent. The fact that the bloodline potion came from the dark stars surprised everyone. How did the captain manage to hide so many vials of the bloodline potion? For a moment, everyone was discussing. Wu Deshio looked at the extinguished screen, knowing they had to wait for the next image. The process of cracking the black box was gradual. However, there was a pleasant surprise just now. 13's appearance had been seen by everyone. Based on his looks, they could figure out where he was from, and they should be able to find his family by tracing back. He was so young, his family should still be around. Just then, the screen suddenly brightened, and a round planet appeared in the image. This is the moon. Many people recognized it at a glance. The captain's voice sounded a bit lonely, very lazy and downcast. Old Nine has become an adult this year. I originally thought I wouldn't hold an adult ceremony for her, but now I have time. With a month of rest, we can improve many things and we can extend the front line, but we need to prevent the dark star beings from airdropping. We still haven't figured out the rules of the dark star being's teleportation array, but the next time they should appear around Jupiter to push the front line out. We need to spread the flames of war. The captain's voice gradually lightened. To spread out, we need to find the dark star being's temporary teleportation division. This isn't difficult, but the challenge is who? The voice suddenly stopped. The captain seemed to be contemplating something, then said, 13 is called Zhou Kai. I hope he and they can all remain in history. One day, when the black box returns to the motherland and unveils this scar, I hope they will all be remembered in history with honor. As for me, it doesn't matter. I am just a passerby. The voice fades away. The scene freezes on the moon. Yu Tianming says, Zhou Kai. 13 calls Zhou Kai. Should be easy to find. With appearance and name, if his family is still alive, we should have results today. Yu Tianming sighs, turning to look outside the base, where the sand and wind are raging, a storm wreaking havoc on the land. The footage recorded by the black box seems simple, but it is actually very complex. We are able to open it so smoothly because of this mysterious data code, which is related to our initial space program in Xia country. The Dark Star civilization is more advanced than Earth's technology. Deciphering this kind of password matrix is not difficult, but the captain and the others must have tampered with it. The old man in the video says, so we can only take it slow, step by step. Yes. Yu Qianming's tone is somewhat helpless. They're fighting in outer space, also step by step. Nothing could be achieved in one go. Wu Deshio shakes his head disapprovingly upon hearing this. He doesn't know what to say, but he feels that the captain and the others are indeed achieving things in one go. The old man says, this is also good. The headquarters also needs to free up hands to deal with other matters. There is currently no analysis of the Dark Star people in the black box, but perhaps there will be later. This is the key. Wu Deshio smiles wryly. Teacher, I always have a feeling that the Dark Star civilization still exists. And the captain and the others are still alive? Su Xiaoman looks at Wu Deshio with bright eyes. Wu Deshio wants to say that all of this is speculation, but he feels that saying this is meaningless, so he turns to leave. Su Xiaoman utters a sound and glances outside the base. She wonders if there are other heroes left on this cold planet. Xia country. Information about Zhou Kai has already emerged. After all, this is a matter of national importance, and the whole world is watching the Black Box live broadcast. Information spreads quickly. In less than an hour, someone contacts the headquarters. According to the clues, Zhou Kai should be from Zhejiang province, in the cold space, on a planet light years away from Earth. A dilapidated spaceship flickers with light. The position of the mother star has been obtained. Activating backup, kinetic fuel, hibernation pod activated, life support ready. Return plan to be initiated in 1 hour. I will escort the master home throughout the journey. The distance to the mother star Earth is 157 light-years. Estimated time, 15 days. The spaceship shakes and rattles, and a perfectly intact light-speed spaceship bursts out of its shell, transforming into a rainbow of light. Entering the dark universe coordinates. Chapter 28, 13's hometown. It's raining in the Xia country. The weather is calm and peaceful. The global public opinion has not affected Xia country. In contrast to the excitement abroad, the people of Xia country are much calmer at this moment, discussing only in their private groups. As the saying goes, emotions can resonate, but culture and bloodlines cannot. The people of Xia country understand better what it means to settle down and what it means to grow. 13 is growing, but so is the captain, isn't he? Just now, during the fierce battle, the captain couldn't help but show off his skills, unable to resist playing with some techniques and maneuvers. This is not something a man in his 30s or 40s could pull off. It must be the antics of a youthful spirit. If the captain's age is actually similar to 13's, it would only heighten the competitive spirit among the people of Xia country. The heart of a youth is higher than the sky. They vow not to rest until they achieve their goals. In this battle, they will not rest until they strike at the heart of the Dark Star people. The public is relaxed, discussing 13, while those who need to work do their jobs, and those who need to conduct business do so. However, things are not so easy for the country. They not only have to study Song Shuebing's blood samples to find existing signals, but also to ensure the unmanned vessel emits a large amount of signals. Moreover, they can only send signals belonging to Xia country. At the same time, they have already contacted 13's hometown. The results from the Science Academy's search for 3 engineers have also come out. Unsurprisingly, they did not find what they were looking for. The 2 deceased left nothing behind, and their descendants found no special actions taken by their elders before their passing. As for the living engineer, he is now in a wheelchair, unable to hear anything or think much. Obtaining details from the unmanned vessel about the Heavenly Path National Defense Plan back then has already failed. Now, they can only hope that those who participated in this plan are still alive and know that their homeland is searching for them. However, several days have passed. If that group of participants were still around, they would have contacted the national headquarters. Perhaps those who knew about this plan are truly no longer in this world. On this day, a light drizzle falls. In Zhejiang province, the hometown of Zhou Kai, ranked 13th, a group of important figures arrives. After Song Shuebing, he is the second among the 13 to come to the surface. This time, it was the captain who took the initiative to disclose it. Raindrops hit the bluestone streets, making this small courtyard feel particularly constrained. The heavy cultural atmosphere, the ancient walls, and the weeping willows by the river testify that Zhou Kai was born into a scholarly family. However, despite being from a scholarly family, the living conditions are not great. An elderly man stands at the door, hearing the sounds of children arguing inside, along with adults scolding. "We haven't got the wrong place, have we?" The elderly man asks an official beside him. "Sir, that's right." The elderly man knocks on the door. When the door opens, a middle-aged man wearing glasses looks at the elderly man curiously, suddenly overjoyed, and exclaims, "Sir, you came?" The elderly man smiles and says, "You still not know why I'm here? Hurry, come inside." The elderly man enters the courtyard, behind him a crowd of people, creating quite a commotion. The elderly man wonders, is this Zhou Kai's home? The man, looking a bit awkward, replies, "Actually, strictly speaking, this can't be considered his home. Zhou Kai is actually an orphan. He was adopted by my father since he was a child." Sighing, the man continues, "We don't have any blood relation with Zhou Kai. When he was studying, he was quite rebellious and often caused us trouble." "Who are you?" the elderly man asks, puzzled. The man replies, "My name is Yang Jiankong. I can be considered Zhou Kai's brother." Yang Jiankong, Yo Kai. An adopted child should still take the surname Yang, right? Or was he already named Zhou Kai when adopted and couldn't be changed? However, these matters aren't what the elderly man is concerned about. He walks into the house and asks, "Is your father here?" "He is. I haven't told him about this matter because he is very fond of Zhou Kai as a younger brother." Yang Jiankong asks his wife to pour water for the elderly man and adds, "Please have a seat. I'll call my father over. He's quite old now, nearly retired for 10 years. If it weren't for that illness, he'd still be teaching in school." The elderly man smiles and says, Good. Very good. This is what it means to be a teacher. As he speaks, he surveys the surrounding environment, which indeed isn't great. In this era, many resources must be tilted, and the quality of life is not smooth sailing. Some people live in poverty. This is an unavoidable phenomenon in every era. Unless your country is given another 50 years to completely break the shackles of resources and the solar system. On that day, perhaps everything will change. The true era of communism will arrive. But when communism arrives, the situation faced will also be very complex. This is not a path that can be achieved simply by stating it. It still requires a gradual approach. The elderly man's thoughts drift far away. Sir, my father is here. His name is Yang Daxing. Yang Jiankong leads a slightly trembling old man over. The elderly man quickly stands up and asks, "How old is your father this year?" "My father is 65 this year." 65? The elderly man looks strangely at Yang Daxing. He doesn't look 65 at all. He seems more like 75 or 85. Yang Jiankong helps Yang Daxing to sit down and says, "Sir, my father became like this because of that illness." "Is the illness treatable?" The elderly man shakes hands with Yang Daxing. He can see that this trembling old man is very excited and happy. However, his eyes are a bit cloudy, and he doesn't speak clearly. Yang Jiankong says, "It can't be treated for now. The costs are high, and spending money doesn't guarantee a complete cure." The elderly man sighs. He looks at the seemingly terminally ill old man and wonders if he should mention Zhou Kai. "Have you asked him about Zhou Kai?" The elderly man quietly asks. Yang Jiankong nods. "After I watched the live broadcast, I mentioned it to my father. His reaction wasn't very excited. He just said it's been so many years, and it's all in the past." "Didn't your father watch the live broadcast?" "He doesn't like to watch it, and his hearing isn't good. He prefers to sleep." Yang Jiankong shrugs. The elderly man slightly nods, understanding. He sits down and begins to chat casually with Yang Daxing. Yang Daxing is very excited. Although he can't hear clearly, he tries hard to listen and respond. The elderly man asks some trivial matters about life and home, as well as about the illness. When it comes to the illness, Yang Daxing suddenly becomes gloomy. He still wants to continue teaching. The elderly man understands and comforts him while calling in his secretary. For Yang Daxing's illness, notify the unit. The treatment will be completely free. Yes, sir. The secretary exits to make a phone call. Sir, the live broadcast has started. Another assistant enters and quietly says. The elderly man is silent for a moment and asks, where did Zhou Kai study before? At the 4th middle school, Yang Jiankong answers. We were all in the 4th middle school for junior high. Did he only attend junior high? He didn't like studying, but his grades were always good. He preferred to research some strange things. Yang Jiankong says, his eyes slightly reddening. I grew up with him. He liked to call me by my name and never call me brother. The elderly man thinks for a moment and walks over to Yang Daxing. Cool, me. I'll take you to a place. Yang Daxing stands up and exclaims. Where were we going? To the school. The school where you used to teach, to see your former students. The elderly man speaks these words with a heavy tone, unsure if he should tell Yang Daxing this matter. But now he realizes that some things are still important for Yang Daxing to know. He is Shursan's adoptive father and can be considered her only relative. He has the right and the qualification to know. Chapter 29, Motherland, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival after the rain. The sky was clear, but this time after the rain, it was still gloomy. The entrance of the 4th middle school was already surrounded by people, many of whom were young, students of the 4th middle school. Some held up a banner that read, Zhou Kai, your juniors are waiting for you to come home. You must come back, just take a look at the school. It had been a long time since the school had been this lively, with people packed tightly together. Many teachers had also come, and residents from the surrounding area had spontaneously gathered near the school. An elderly man supported Yang Daxing, taking slow steps towards the school. Yang Jiankong and others followed silently behind, and the onlookers were also quiet. The road wasn't too long, but they had been walking for a long time. Yang Daxing spoke indistinctly to the elderly man about his teaching stories from the past, how difficult it was to teach students. The old man listened with a smile, and if he couldn't hear clearly, he would patiently ask again. The road felt long. They didn't drive, just kept walking, passing through alleys and along the riverbank. Yang Daxing pointed to the largest willow tree, saying he had seen it grow 30 years ago when he was still taking a few kids for exams. The old man nodded repeatedly. "You're just too stubborn," he said like a close friend. Yang Jiankong had once mentioned that Yang Daxing loved Zhou Kai very much and had shared some stories about Zhou Kai's childhood. It's no wonder that Yang Jiankong had some complaints about Zhou Kai back then, even completely breaking off contact for a while. Yang Daxing's love for Zhou Kai surpassed that for Yang Jiankong. During the month that Zhou Kai was missing, Yang Daxing went out to teach every day, returning home around 8 or 9 in the evening. After getting home, he would stand quietly under the willow tree at the road's end, and if Yang Jiankong and the others didn't tea-call him, he would stand there until midnight. His love for Zhou Kai was profound, but he always showed a stern face toward Zhou Kai because Zhou Kai didn't tea like studying. His grades had always been at the top, yet he often skipped classes. For this, Yang Daxing had scolded him many times. Zhou Kai never changed. Sometimes he skipped class just to enjoy lying on the tracks or to alter the trajectory of a flickering light bulb. These things seemed so absurd and unbelievable at the time. Now, Yang Daxing said nothing about Zhou Kai. After walking a long street, they reached the 4th middle school by the riverbank. "I haven't been here in many years," Yang Daxing said, looking at the familiar teaching building and the tall birch trees on either side of the school. The old man smiled and said, "Your students must be missing you." "Students?" Yang Daxing said gloomily, "I haven't taught for 10 years. My students have all grown up and are no longer in school. They are here. They have come back." The old man pointed ahead. "Look, those students, aren't they all yours? You are the teacher here, educating generations of students. Every student in this school is actually your student." Yang Daxing's face flushed with joy, and he wanted to walk a few steps faster. Seeing so many students holding banners, he trembled with happiness and stammered, I can continue teaching, continue." Before he could finish, he suddenly stopped in place. "What's wrong?" the old man asked. Yang Daxing's eyes trembled slightly, and his lips quivered. Yang Jiankong had said that since Zhou Kai left, they had formed a tacit understanding to never mention Zhou Kai in front of Yang Daxing. The old man followed Yang Daxing's gaze and understood. The banners all had Zhou Kai's name and phrases like "waiting for you to come home." "Zhou Kai is your child, right?" The old man knew this was the right moment to ask. Yang Daxing suddenly shook his head. "No." He hurried a few steps forward, saying no, but his eyes were fixed on the name Zhou Kai on the banner. The old man quickly supported Yang Daxing. Yang Daxing ran to the side of the banner, looking at the unfamiliar young people. Do you know Zhou Kai?" These young people didn't know who Yang Daxing was, but seeing the old man supporting him, they guessed and loudly said, "Grandpa, we all know Zhou Kai. We all know him." Yang Daxing turned back, trembling, looking puzzled at the old man. The old man whispered in Yang Daxing's ear, "Zhou Kai's gone to a far, far place. He left without saying goodbye, not because he hated you, but because he didn't have time to say goodbye." After all, Yang Daxing was a teacher, and hearing this made him tremble all over. "He has gone? He has gone. Perhaps he will be back soon." The old man raised his head. "He has gone to the universe." Yang Daxing's eyes were cloudy, his words unclear, yet his mind was not confused. He knew who the old man was and wouldn't misinterpret this as going to heaven. "Grandpa!" The students' voices rang out like thunder. "Zhou Kai is our pride in Xiaogua, the pride of the whole world, a hero." These voices were what Yang Daxing most wanted to hear. And Zhou Kai was the child he didn't speak of, but cherished in his heart. The combination of these two made Yang Daxing's eyes instantly redden. He walked step by step to the school gate and saw a projector set up inside. Zhou Kai. Yang Daxing saw countless names of Zhou Kai displayed inside and outside the school. Names he hadn't heard for years. He had only seen Zhou Kai's diary in a quiet study. He missed this child, but he knew that the child had left for many years and would not return. However, he didn't expect Zhou Kai's name to appear in this situation, ringing in his ears. The old man walked beside Yang Daxing. "Your child Zhou Kai is the pride of the motherland, a hero of the motherland. Though he has left you to do something so great that even we do not know, he has always been with us, accompanying us, because he can see this blue planet from there." After the old man finished speaking, the projector turned on. The surroundings quickly darkened. The image gradually appeared. Yang Daxing hunched over, staring intently at the screen. "Where has he gone?" As Yang Daxing spoke these words, he slowly straightened his chest. The old man whispered in Yang Daxing's ear, "He with the courage of life and death, along with 12 others, has gone to outer space. Because the beings they need to confront come from other alien civilizations. Young Daxing's body trembled. An image of a blue planet appeared. Earth. This planet was so dazzling, so beautiful. Young Daxing looked at this scene and murmured, "Our Earth." Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, which also happens to be Lao Jio's coming-of-age ceremony, so we celebrated together. I'm very happy that this Mid-Autumn Festival we have time to rest and can enjoy a relaxing reunion festival. In the image, 13 figures stood in a row, facing the direction of the Earth. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, which coincidentally marks our month of rest. We don't have mooncakes, but we have nutrient solutions. Lao Chi, you don't need to hide your alcohol. Hey, Captain, you can't do that. Song Shuebing hurriedly ran back. Lao Chi, hurry, bring the wine. I've never had alcohol in my life. My old man always told me to stay away from smoking and drinking when young, but here I can drink, and he can't see me. Zhou Kai laughed heartily, chasing after to grab the wine. Yang Daxing's eyes were moist. Zhou Kai's voice pierced directly into Yang Daxing's heart like a sharp sword. Yang Jiankong stood behind Yang Daxing, watching the lively Zhou Kai in the image. His eyes also reddened. He feared that his father, knowing all this, would worsen his already fragile health. But after seeing his father's expression, Yang Jiankong knew that his father had to take a look. Zhou Kai might never return. Zhou Kai. When Yang Daxing saw Zhou Kai, his murky eyes suddenly brightened. His voice trembled as he reached out to touch the curtain, as if by doing so, he could touch the child who had left home many years ago. Zhou Kai grabbed the wine and laughed out loud. This laughter infected everyone around. Some were already sobbing. The intermittent cries made Yang Daxing's heart ache like a knife. How could he not understand what this was? He reached out to touch the curtain, but after taking a few steps, he couldn't see Zhou Kai's figure anymore. So he had to step back. Child. Yang Daxing looked longingly at the image. Old 7, don't be reluctant. When we break into the Dark Star people's lair, I'll get you some wine. They must drink wine. The last batch of Dark Star people I beat could smell it. Song Shuebing said with wide eyes. Who would believe you? How would the Dark Star people know what wine is? The captain's deep voice calmed the crowd. All right, Old 7, be generous today. It's the Mid-Autumn Festival. As soon as the captain spoke, Song Shuebing stopped making a fuss. In Taiga town of Shan province, Song Wei was sat in the crowd, watching Song Shuebing on the screen, tears silently streaming down. The voice of the 9th child was soft. When we were on Earth, we looked at the moon and imagined Chang'e flying to the moon. Now we are on Venus looking at the moon. It really feels different. Zhou Kai stood tall on a stone, looking elegant. Yes, it looks much clearer this way. My dad always gave me one mooncake, and my brother too, during the Mid-Autumn Festival. I asked him why, and he said, you are the younger one. You should understand the principle of Kong Rong, giving pairs. Yang Jiankong listened to this, and his pupils widened. He actually heard Zhou Kai say, brother here. Captain. Zhou Kai turned around, looking at the captain, but from the screen, he was looking at everyone outside. I really want to go home for a visit. My dad is very stubborn. He is probably still looking for me everywhere. Yang Daxing's tears could no longer be stopped. He choked up and reached for the curtain. As if trying to grasp that child he missed day and night. Zhou Kai, why did you leave without saying a word? Just say something. Let me know where you went. Yang Daxing's crying triggered everyone's tears. On the screen, the captain's back walked over to Zhou Kai, pointing in the direction of Earth. Then here, tell your dad, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Zhou Kai responded with a laugh. No way. That would be so embarrassing, silly. The screen fell silent. No one spoke. Zhou Kai did a somersault, his battle armor covering his head. Dad, he saluted, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. After I finish off this group of little bastards, I'll come back to see you and bring you some local specialties from the Dark Star. They seem to see dazzling fireworks flickering in the eastern sky of Earth. Motherland, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. The 13th child spoke in unison. Chapter 30, The Pride of 13. Selfish and fearless Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Voices surged like waves. Across the country, many people shouted this line at the screen. It felt as if they were in the same time and space as the 13 sons, witnessing their progress and sharing their feelings. However, this was still a conversation separated by more than 20 years. This Mid-Autumn Festival, let's celebrate it in advance. Yang Daxing stared unblinkingly at the people on the screen. Feeling much calmer now, he asked the elderly man beside him, "Who are the children in there?" The old man replied, "Besides the seventh son, Song Shuebing, we temporarily do not know the others. This is a great plan, but its secrecy has even kept us in the dark." The old man paused and continued currently. Apart from the body of the seventh son, Song Shuebing, found on Mars and sent back home, the others have yet to be located. Hearing the word body, Yang Daxing struggled to press his lips together. Have they all sacrificed themselves for the country? I don't know, but based on the information we currently have, there should still be some alive. Yang Daxing slowly smiled. This kid is amazing. I knew he would be extraordinary in the future, and he didn't disappoint me. Doing such things without bringing shame to the country is truly commendable. In the image, the fireworks for Mid-Autumn Festival did not appear on Venus. On the brownish-yellow land, a few people lay scattered. The captain wore battle armor that looked patched up from many years of wear, clearly a makeshift assembly, probably remnants from the previous battle. 13. Captain. Zhou Kai flipped over, his tone somewhat dazed, indicating he had probably drunk quite a bit. Now that the holiday is over, we need to get to work. What else do we need to do? Zhou Kai touched his helmet-wrapped head. Burn the front line. The captain's voice was calm. Zhou Kai immediately asked, "How do we burn it?" It seemed his drunkenness had suddenly dissipated. The captain opened a virtual screen in his hand. "I've found the location of the next transmission by the Dark Star people at the 3-point position above Jupiter." Zhou Kai said, "Captain, don't joke with me." "What'd I joke about?" The captain's tone was very serious. Zhou Kai glanced at the virtual screen, surprised. "The 3-point position above Jupiter? Isn't that where we fought the Dark Star Legion last time?" "Yes." The captain put away the screen, prepare, and arrange for someone to go there to extend the front line. "One person?" Zhou Kai's eyes widened. The captain patted Zhou Kai's shoulder. "What's so strange about that?" Zhou Kai asked. "Who will go?" "You." Zhou Kai was momentarily stunned. "You look scared." "I'm just joking. We'll draw lots." The captain stood up, looking towards Earth. "Whoever draws the short straw goes. No matter who goes. I've paved the way for them." The master used an extreme method to extend the front line, and this method only has a 50% success rate. After a moment of darkness, the captain muttered to himself, "Only 13 currently has the ability to pass through the transmission array. I need the data from the Dark Star Transmission Division. It would have been best for me to go, but if I went and couldn't return, they would lose their backbone. I'm sorry, 13. This is the selfishness I mentioned before, but I have to be selfish." This time, there was actually no drawing. It was destined for 13 to go. Earth is really beautiful. For this homeland, to prevent our compatriots from being enslaved by the Dark Star, sacrifice is inevitable. We can only say we were fortunate. The captain chuckled self-deprecatingly and called out loudly, "Who drew the task slip?" "Captain, I didn't mean neither. I didn't." One by one, they all said they hadn't, until only Zhou Kai remained. He looked at the virtual code in his hand and casually extinguished it. "Captain, it's me then." Zhou Kai grinned, his 2 dimples softening his expression. In the image, only Zhou Kai's smile remained. Yang Daxing covered his chest, sitting down on the nearby bench, feeling a bit tired. When he heard the captain's words and saw Zhou Kai's courageous smile, Yang Daxing knew this kid had been waiting for this moment. How did you grow up? Was it in that universe? Forged by loneliness and solitude into a hero who can bear such burdens? Will you hate the captain? The old man sat down beside him, and the staff nearby brought hot tea. Yang Daxing took a breath and shook his head. "What qualifications do I have to hate? No one in the entire Xia country has the right to hate. His choice of Zhou Kai is Zhou Kai's honor. To fight for the country is the highest glory. Our nation has never lacked such people. Throughout history, there will always be those who stand up." Yang Daxing straightened his chest. "It's just that these 13 children were fortunate enough to be chosen." Yang Jiankong said beside him, "Sir, my father is right." The captain said only Zhou Kai currently has this strength. Did you see that smile? That SA-proven smile. He knows he is the only one who can do it, and I know he feels very proud inside. I know my brother too well. The old man looked at the people around them. On their faces, there was pride and honor. These were children who had come from Zhejiang province. The 13 of them might come from different provinces, but their pride would last forever. Until dawn, Zhou Kai boarded the spaceship. The captain donned his battle armor and sat in the co-pilot seat. Once we enter the transmission array range, I will leave. The rest is up to you. The captain's tone was calm, just as before. At this moment, Zhou Kai also put away his smile. Captain, I know this is very important. Much more important than my life. Don't worry, I've remembered everything you said, mainly the data from the transmission division, and I need to let them know we can now enter their transmission range and counterattack. Make them drag the front line back. Zhou Kai gave a thumbs up. Captain, am I this one? The captain quietly looked at Zhou Kai and slowly nodded. If you weren't this one, I wouldn't let you go. Captain, am I not the strongest in this team besides you? Zhou Kai cautiously asked. As soon as he finished speaking, many voices immediately sounded from the communicator. 13. Be careful with your words. Kid, don't be arrogant. When you come back, I'll beat you up. 13. My sister is not to be trifled with. If you want to be the strongest, you still have to climb over this mountain. Little brat, you really think you can fly to the sky? When you come back, I'll compete with you. Why say so much nonsense? 13. Remember to come back. Don't get lost. Remember to come back. You have to come back. If you don't come back, Zhou Kai's eyes turned red. He immediately put on his helmet and casually said, Shut up. Captain, I'm off. Zhou Kai pressed the thruster button. The captain looked straight ahead. The master didn't know if 13 would return. At that moment, I felt the pain in the master's heart. He said he wouldn't let any teammate take risks. He would rather try it himself first. But this time he couldn't try. The fearless are unafraid. This is what the master has always told them. On this day, after the turning point of the battlefield, the master welcomed a new battlefield. There are many benefits to extending the front line because the main purpose of the master's plan is to protect Earth. This purpose is the final faith. Boom! The spaceship shot out a jet stream, heading towards Jupiter. September 30th, the day before National Day. This is the birthday of the motherland. I send San to Jupiter, and I wave goodbye to him. He tells me. Zhou Kai closes the hatch and looks at the captain, leaving the spaceship through the porthole. Captain, if I don't come back, please tell someone to bring a message to my dad. I am an orphan. It was my dad who found me and raised me. He always says I jumped out from a crack in a rock. Captain, I am Sun Wukong this time. I'm going to make a big fuss in the Heavenly Palace. Wait for my good news. The captain's shoulders tremble slightly, and he shouts, What message should I bring to your dad? Zhou Kai's body visibly trembles. The captain seems to sense something, but he shows no reaction. Yang Daxing leans forward, staring hard at Zhou Kai on the screen. Captain, I probably won't come back. Zhou Kai presses the acceleration button. Please tell my dad. Just say me, just say me. Boom! The spaceship suddenly disappears. The captain lowers his head, his shoulders shaking violently, and he suddenly shouts, San. The captain activates the armor's kinetic acceleration and rushes after it, his voice seemingly tearing through his vocal cords, hoarse and unusual. San, you must come back. The captain's voice clearly carries an uncharacteristic sob. Captain, tell my dad to be proud of me. After all, I have never done anything to make him proud. Doing the greatest thing for the motherland is enough for him to be proud for a lifetime. Upon hearing this, Yang Daxing's tears burst from his eyes, as if he had lost everything, and he collapses to the ground. The spaceship disappears into Jupiter's orbit from the coordinates of dark space, never to be seen again. The captain remains in Jupiter's orbit. After a long time, he turns around. Once San succeeds, we can start the Heavenly Kingdom plan, but I sent San to his death. This is my selfishness. Chapter 31, The Heavenly Kingdom Plan. Zhou Kai. Yang Daxing sat down, clutching his chest. He felt as if his heart was being violently torn apart, but he couldn't cry out or make a sound. There were many people watching. Zhou Kai was their hero, their pride. As a father, he had to be strong. This child was one he had picked up, but he had raised him from a young age, and his feelings for him were no less than those for Yang Jiankong. He was the father of a hero and had to present himself as a heroic father. He raised his head to look at the sky. Zhou Kai had gone to the Jupiter teleportation array, dedicating himself to the country and the people. What pride! Dad! Yang Jiankong sat beside Yang Daxing, gently patting his father's back. Yang Daxing said softly, I understand the captain's decision. If it were me, I would do the same. This is a matter of national importance. We cannot hesitate. I'm glad Zhou Kai can do something so great for the country. Yang Jiankong said, I know you're hurting inside. We are the families of heroes, and since Zhou Kai has done this, We must also maintain our composure. Yang Daxing took a deep breath and stood up. The old man watched silently, knowing some things had to be digested by them alone. Sir, is there more to follow? Yang Daxing's eyes sparkled with a light that had been murky for years, now gone. The old man replied, Yes, there's more. This is the black box left by the captain, returning from 13 light years away to our homeland. Yang Daxing said, 13 light years, what a long distance. The old man looked at the image of Jupiter and asked, before Zhou Kai went missing, did he have any special contacts or exhibit any unusual behavior? Yang Daxing thought for a moment, shook his head, and asked Yang Jiankong, Do you remember? Yang Jiankong replied, Sir, there was nothing unusual about Zhou Kai during that time. He was just like before. The old man sighed. We have always wanted to find the person behind this plan. There should be more than just those 13 people, but we have not found them. This plan is called the Heavenly Kingdom Protection Plan, and its executors are this 13-member team, known as the 13 Sons. Your child, Zhou Kai, is ranked 13. Yang Daxing murmuret, Tirin. Suddenly, a voice came through the screen. Captain, 13, have you arrived? The captain's voice regained its steadiness. In the dark cosmic orbit of Jupiter, a spaceship was moving slowly. 13 was controlling the spaceship, observing various instruments. Captain, I have entered the designated orbit, but I have not found any signs of the teleportation array. I am searching, and there are no signs of the Dark Star people. They may still be regrouping. The spaceship flew in the darkness. It was eerily silent, as if in nothingness, with no sky, no universe, and no Earth. The spaceship was like a small boat in a dark, void sea, moving slowly forward. The coordinates of the dark universe are in different dimensions from this universe, but they are in the same world, influencing each other without interference. Now it's in your hands. Return immediately after completing the mission. The black box of the spaceship will record the entire process of your mission execution, leaving valuable resources for the homeland and the people. After the captain finished speaking, the connection was cut off. Zhou Kai was stunned for a moment before saying, Is that so? Will I be remembered in history? I can't embarrass myself. Whoosh. The spaceship entered light speed. Zhou Kai's face bore excitement, mixed with seriousness. I am 13, no. I am Zhou Kai, from Zhejiang province. The captain chose me for this task, which is a sign of his trust. But it's not just a matter of trust. This task is one that only I can complete. Homeland, Heavenly Kingdom Protection Plan, September 31st of the 4th year. According to the timeline, it was now the National Day of the Homeland. Then let 13 present a grand gift for the birthday of the homeland. Zhou Kai took out a vial of bloodline potion. He spoke cheerfully with a smile on his face, but his eyes remained serious. Without hesitation, he swallowed the bloodline potion. I actually really dislike the captain, just like Lao Chi. I hate that he always thinks he has everything under control, always shouldering many things alone. We are teammates, but he always sees himself as the captain, putting on the airs of a captain. Zhou Kai's eyes shone with a sky blue light. But if I were the captain, I would definitely be even more imposing than him. Zhou Kai pushed forward with all his might, activating full speed mode. The 4th year is my 2nd year after coming of age. My old man said he wouldn't take care of me anymore once I grew up, letting me live or die as I wish. He let out a hearty laugh. But my old man also said a good line from a book. Death can be heavier than Mount Tai or lighter than a feather. I won't die so easily. These Dark Star people aren't worthy of it. Why did the captain choose only us 12 out of the billions in Xia country? Because we are the chosen ones. Zhou Kai's pride could no longer be concealed. Energy fluctuations detected. Location. Dark universe coordinates of the solar system. Position 7 on Jupiter. Found it. Zo kismile instantly vanishet. The captain said, once this plan succeeds, it will initiate the plan I confirmed in the 1st year, the Heavenly Kingdom Plan. This is an unprecedented great plan. It cannot be executed without me. Lock on the target, search for teleportation wave patterns, mix Dark Star data codes, and prepare for invasion. Zhou Kai's voice was firm and powerful, every word resonating clearly for the people of Xia country to hear. Yang Daxing silently watched these scenes unfold. His eyes turned red, filled with blood vessels, but he couldn't bear to blink. He wanted to keep watching this image of Zhou Kai, just like this forever. In the footage, the captain's weak narration came through. The Heavenly Kingdom plan is my perfect plan against the Dark Star people. This plan is divided into 3 steps, and if each step can be executed smoothly, it will take about 3 years. This is my promise to my teammates, the first 3 years. The Dark Star people have no gods. Their technological strength has reached a level far beyond Earth's 3rd-level civilization. They evolve rapidly, and their reproduction rate is like rainfall. They can even give birth during battle. They belong to mammals, needing natural childbirth to produce offspring, but they have many ways to combine. The Dark Star people are not distinguished by gender. The energy consumption of the teleportation array is immense. Even the Dark Star civilization cannot activate at any time and anywhere. Each invasion requires a large amount of energy generated from cosmic resources. The homeland, the Dark Star, cannot be completely destroyed, as their home planet is outside this universe. But this path is not just far. It is more about mastering the rules of the universe. The signal originates from the unmanned spaceship, which has been lurking within the Milky Way until the signal attracted them. The captain's voice grew increasingly excited. The destruction of the universe stems from the expansion of technology. In the face of extreme technology, the universe becomes like a child. But our Xia country has always believed that humanity can conquer nature. The universe has rules, and technology ultimately cannot expand beyond the essence of the universe. 13. Wait for your good news. After the captain finished speaking, he fell silent. The secretary walked briskly to the old man and whispered, "The Mars base has sent back news. An unidentified flying object is rapidly approaching the solar system." "What is it?" Professor Yu Tianming observed and believed it to be a spaceship not belonging to Earth. The old man widened his eyes. The secretary's eyes turned slightly red as he said, "Perhaps it is one of the suns returning." Chapter 32. This is a game, not a gamble in the dark universe coordinates. The Lightspeed spaceship is rapidly approaching the solar system. 53 light-years away from the solar system, we are about to return to Earth. The Master is coming home, and I have already sensed the signal source from the mother planet. It is an exploration ship that left the mother planet. The spaceship ejects dazzling streams of light, disappearing into the light-year range in an instant. I have attempted to send a signal to the mother planet. If the mother planet can receive it, it will know the trajectory of the spaceship's journey. The return plan is the only plan still in execution after the Heavenly Kingdom plan and the Heavenly Path National Defense Plan. Once the plan is completed, I will automatically annihilate. The solar system is not large. Considering gravitational factors, it is only a few light years in size. Beyond that, it is completely unrelated to the solar system. The farthest range for Earth's technology to receive complete signals is only 4 light years. At this moment, the unmanned exploration ship received a signal from the distant spaceship. The signal was immediately fed back to headquarters. The Elder was accompanying Yang Daxing in Zhejiang province when he heard the report from the Space Administration and immediately instructed Mars to closely monitor the signal. As soon as it could receive the signal, they would immediately go to escort. This time, someone was definitely returning home. Seeing Yang Daxing still staring blankly at the projector screen, the Elder comforted him. "Your child is brave." "They are all brave." Yang Daxing anxiously looked at the screen. Just moments ago, Zhou Kai had said something about preparing for an invasion, and the image changed to the moon. He really wanted to see what Zhou Kai was doing, but he couldn't see it all at once, making him anxious and fidgety, yet too embarrassed to speak. The Elder noticed Yang Daxing's anxiety. "Daxing, Zhou Kai's counteroffensive this time truly caught us off guard." Even the experts at the Mars base were surprised. The military personnel also said that in such circumstances, taking the initiative has no guarantee of success. It's a gamble. But as the commander of this plan, he cannot gamble, cannot take risks on such matters. If he loses the gamble, it will be catastrophic for the 13 sons. But what they're doing must mean that the captain has prepared comprehensively. And it is also to prepare for the Heavenly Kingdom plan they mentioned. Yang Daxing nodded. The words Heavenly Kingdom plan had stirred up a wave globally. Major media outlets around the world were reporting on the Heavenly Kingdom plan. How strong is this super plan, which spans a 3-year phase? Military experts and experts in long-range space combat analysis globally were also analyzing it. The first step of this plan is to push the front line outward, proving that the war had already reached Mars, the closest planet to Earth, when the 13 suns left Earth. Pushing the front line not only ensures Earth's safety, but also allows them to execute the plans set by the 13 suns without restraint. This is a thrilling game. Not a gamble. Absolutely not a gamble. But this game must have a cost. If one could succeed in a gamble without a cost, then the Dark Star civilization would not be so terrifying. Zhou Kai, one of the 13, has become the cost of this game. But he must also become this cost. This is inevitable, and it is something Zhou Kai and the other 12 must do. The moment they went out to battle, they were already destined to pay any price for their motherland and Earth. If death can destroy the Dark Star's attack, I believe any soldier from Xia would be willing to do it. The courage to face death is a quality that soldiers must possess, but soldiers must prioritize victory. As long as they can win, sacrifice means nothing. The military's promotional slogan was broadcasted in major cities across Xia. The 13 Suns are not only soldiers, but also the war gods of our Xia. Regret for joining the army for 3 years. Regret for not joining for a lifetime. The Dark Stars and other alien races will one day discover the existence of Earth civilization. We Xia are the guardians of Earth. For the motherland, for family, for glory, join the army. Share this national glory with the 13 Suns. The military's promotional slogans were distributed everywhere, with a simple goal, to encourage more people to join the army. This era had already entered the age of stars and oceans, with high-tech star system combat, and the human sea tactics had long been abandoned. But numbers are the trump card of a nation. No nation with extremely few people has ever become immensely powerful. After the military's promotion, the global community followed suit, promoting the military and encouraging people to enlist. Tianming focused on the information transmission from the unmanned ship, the large screen filled with dense signal dots. He was the oldest person at this base, but at this moment, he had to control the entire base. Teacher, Wu Deshio hurried over. The signal has been collected and is rapidly approaching the solar system. Wu Deshio looked at the screen, noting that it would take another 3 hours to determine the specific location. The signal definitely came from Xia, with special codes that had not changed for over 100 years. Is it one of the 12 suns? Other young students discussed eagerly. Tianming replied, it should be the return of the human sun. After Song Shiwebbing returns home, all subsequent layouts will be activated, and the human sun return plan will be executed one after another. At this point, Tianming sighed. If it really is one after another, it would mean that the 13 suns are falling one by one. This is the last thing he wants to see, even though this possibility has become a certainty. Once the hero returns within the solar system, we must escort them with all our might, Wu Dashio said, then called Suda over, prepare. The spaceship has certainly been silent for a long time, and we must escort them back at the first moment. Suda nodded and left. Tianming said, then we. Boom! The screen suddenly moved. Wu Dashio exclaimed, it's here. The screen brightened. Huh! Zhou Kai's voice came through the screen, filled with a stubborn defiance. I almost got discovered. Fortunately, I used the Dark Star's genetic data code. These barbarians are really stupid. Zhou Kai was wearing a strange battle armor, looking exceptionally large. Is this Dark Star clothing? Tianming looked at the screen, somewhat surprised. Wu Dashio asked, can this battle armor perfectly avoid detection by the Dark Stars? If so, then the Dark Star's intelligence is indeed not high. This method should be as transparent as it gets for this high tech. I wonder how the 13 got in. Zhou Kai lay in an abandoned pit, surrounded by dense purple mist. Where is this? The middle zone, after the teleportation array? Is it also the so-called buffer zone? Wu Dashio looked up. The terrain here was very strange, quite peculiar, resembling a distorted landscape in a dream. The purple mist obscured the surroundings, and in the distance, one could vaguely see towers emitting emerald light. The teleportation division. This is the middle buffer zone. The Dark Star's energy cannot set up the teleportation array from the Dark Star mother planet directly to the solar system all at once. Zhou Kai muttered to himself. The heavy responsibility of pushing the front line is on my shoulders. I cannot be impatient. Zhou Kai took a deep breath. The mission objective is to invade the teleportation division, obtain data on the teleportation array, and simultaneously destroy the division, making them aware that we can break in. Once the Dark Star civilization suffers a loss, they will be very cautious. They will think we are counterattacking. For years of not being able to conquer them is no small expenditure for them. Once they retreat, We can follow the teleportation data and use cosmic bridging to gradually push the front line back. Ultimately, Zhou Kai revealed 2 shallow dimples. Complete our objective. The Heavenly Kingdom plan will take shape, and we will break into the Dark Star's mother planet. After he finished speaking, several beams of light suddenly shot over from the front. They had been discovered. Zhou Kai remained calm under pressure, activated stealth mode, and merged into the surrounding wall. The laser was nearly hundreds of meters wide, sweeping through and shaking the surrounding space into clouds of dust. Yu Tianming watched the scene with a tense expression. This was not an ordinary energy weapon. It should be a turret or a fortress. This was the temporary teleportation division of the Dark Star people. They likely did this to prevent the location of their home planet from being exposed. Although they were foolish, they were not completely stupid. In the footage, Zhou Kai waited for a moment, and after the indiscriminate sweep, the laser dissipated. He flipped over and boarded a spaceship that had emerged from who knows where, prominently marked with the insignia of the Dark Star civilization. Today was National Day, and the invasion had begun. Zhou Kai's eyes were sky blue as he piloted the ship toward the densely packed tower tips. As the ship approached the tower tips, some large Dark Star beings flapped their wings and flew out, aiming oddly shaped weapons at the ship. One Dark Star being muttered a few words. Another Dark Star being, whose skin was slightly yellowish, stepped forward and waved at the ship. Zhou Kai sat inside the massive battle armor, his gaze resolute and decisive. The captain had indeed made arrangements. This group of brutes still thought he was one of their own. Soon I'll give you all a super big surprise. He nodded at the Dark Star being waving at him. He couldn't speak their language, as opening his mouth would reveal his identity. Yu Tianming said, "The people from the First Academy have recorded everything. The Second Academy is responsible for comparing samples. And the Third Academy is preparing to set off to collect data near Jupiter. There must still be traces left here. Find a way to obtain the data. To save energy, we will only explore for 3 hours each day." After he finished speaking, he glanced at Wu Deshio. Wu Deshio said, "I'm just really curious how the captain managed to do all this. He can pave the way for 13, so why not execute the mission directly?" Yu Tianming shook his head. "Let us observe the characteristics of the Dark Star people first. They represent a type of other civilization in the universe, and we might encounter them in the future." Kulu. The Dark Star beings suddenly emitted strange sounds. This sound seemed to carry fear and anger. Something was wrong. The tone and accent of the Dark Star beings were off. Yu Tianming quickly looked at the screen. In the footage, a weathered voice said, 13 made a foolish decision. But this decision does not hinder him from executing the mission. I've been thinking, if 13 had not waved and greeted them back then, would the subsequent events have happened? Chapter 33, 10 seconds. Dark Star teleportation-based data Zhou Kai was discovered and immediately piloted the spaceship directly into the interior of the tower. He didn't know why he had been exposed. The Dark Star people wouldn't have figured out his identity before attacking. He had to take advantage of the moment while the Dark Star people were still reacting and directly enter the tower. The Dark Star people shouted and rushed to intercept him, while warships and mechs also appeared behind the tower. The people in front of the screen held their breath. This was the buffer zone and also a place where the Dark Star people stationed their troops. The number of space warships and mechs docked here was definitely beyond their imagination. In an instant, the spaceship accelerated like a flash of purple light, entering the tower's range like lightning. Just then, a series of turrets around the tower unleashed massive beams of light several meters wide, hitting the spaceship. Yang Daxing suddenly stood up, staring intently at the screen, his clenched fists trembling. Amidst the sparks, a figure detached from the battle armor, enveloped in a dense array of arc-shaped flashes, entered the tower. He made it in. Zhou Kai rolled off and activated the self-targeting and navigation system. He actually didn't know where the camera was. This kind of intelligent automatic recording and shooting relied entirely on super artificial intelligence. Boom! Countless beams of light shot at him from behind, all of which were antimatter energy, falling under the category of quantum weapons. The weapons used by the Dark Star civilization to invade the solar system were still conventional space combat weapons, without any special superdimensional attacks characteristic of a level 3 civilization. Zhou Kai pressed down on his battle armor and shook it vigorously. With a hum, an antimatter shield enveloped him. The antimatter shield surrounded Zhou Kai, and he sprinted into the tower. The next moment, a swarm of virtual high towers appeared on screen. Tianming gasped at this scene. These are not real buildings. Was it the teleportation array's base? Wu Dashio's face also turned pale. These structures appeared real, but were actually filled with distorted phantoms. Thinking about this being the buffer zone for the Dark Star people, a place where they stationed troops, Wu Dashio immediately thought of the teleportation array's base. The captain had said that the Dark Star people's home planet drifted outside the universe, perhaps in a dark universe coordinate, or maybe in a special galaxy. Similar to the wormholes previously mentioned and some species that had not yet appeared. Strictly speaking, the insect race had not evolved as completely as the Dark Star people. Most of the insect race, except for a few that evolved well, like the Insect King, were just low-intelligence cannon fodder. But the Dark Star civilization was different. The Dark Star people were not something the insect race could compare with. For the Dark Star civilization to invade other civilizations, they had to rely on this kind of connection teleportation to transport troops and space warships to the buffer zone. This way, they could then build teleportation arrays to carry out invasions. This was somewhat frustrating for a level 3 civilization. Zhou Kai invaded the tower, relying on the massive battle armor and antimatter shield, successfully withstanding a wave of attacks. Taking this opportunity, he charged into the tower's defensive perimeter. All firepower immediately went silent. Even the most foolish Dark Star knew that if they continued to attack, they would destroy their own tower. A red-skinned Dark Star person in battle armor, with wings seemingly coated in gold, floated in the air. Redskin. Tianming quickly took notes. This could be a commander of the Dark Star army. More and more Dark Star people appear behind the red-skinned Dark Star, densely packed and seemingly endless. The commander said something, and those Dark Star people trembled, their wings flapping, rushing into the tower one after another. Dozens of warships surrounded the tower, turrets were set up, and mechs were poised to strike. All attacks were directed at their own teleportation array base. Outside the screen, countless people had red eyes. What does it mean to have one person hold the pass against 10,000? At this momentum, even if Zhou Kai completed his mission, it was likely he wouldn't be able to escape. Yang Daxing bit his lip, knowing this was the last time he could see Zhou Kai, and he couldn't bear to blink. This child had already left him. Now, after many years, he was looking at the once young, proud, and reckless Zhou Kai. As a source of pride, he would forever remain in the hearts of the people of Xia. You are the child I raised, but you are the son of the most loyal minister of the motherland. This nation is proud of you. You were born into this nation and should be proud. Zhou Kai's figure appeared. He had already removed the Dark Star person's battle armor, wearing only a form-fitting dark matter protective suit, moving through the tower. This was their teleportation base. The captain was right. They didn't dare to stay in the base, so not a single Dark Star person was present here. More and more Dark Star people chased him behind him. You dare to enter, but not to destroy. Zhou Kai's expression was stern. The usually smiling him couldn't smile at this moment. He knew the burden on his shoulders was heavy. Then let me give you a little surprise first. Zhou Kai moved through the tower, pressed down on a mark, and stuffed it into one of the towers. He vanished like a fading shadow. The next second, boom, the high tower collapsed. These towers were originally illusory. Once one collapsed, it meant destroying a piece of data from the teleportation array, and the code would need to be repaired. The red-skinned Dark Star commander yelled angrily. He kept shouting some rough words, and behind him, groups of Dark Star people flapped their wings and charged in. Zhou Kai rushed to the center of the tower. It was indeed easy, these foolish brutes, Zhou Kai said as he took out a bottle of black potion. His expression was somewhat sad, but he said nothing and directly injected the potion. The next moment, his genetic data changed. Master, Xiaofang. Zhou Kai muttered to himself. Master, you have injected Dark Star genes. Please maintain rationality. I know. Zhou Kai's eyes turned black, but his physical quality, combined with the bloodline potion, was violently solidifying and expanding. As he transformed, some people exclaimed in surprise. Wu Dashio stared at the screen, breathing a little faster. Dark Star genes. How did he obtain this? Gene extraction is very complex, and extracting Dark Star genes should be even harder. But the most difficult part is directly injecting the genes and changing one's own genetic attributes. This is something Earth cannot do so quickly yet. let alone the captain and them in space. There are no processing plants to make these things. Everything they had, apart from the local specialties brought from Xia, was taken from the Dark Star people. Zhou Kai said, Xiaofeng, come, prepare to invade the teleportation database. Yang Daxing heard Xiaofeng and glanced at Yang Jiankong. This Xiaofeng was definitely artificial intelligence. Zhou Kai directly called the artificial intelligence Xiaofeng. Was it a matter of not being able to name it, or was it intentional? Seeing his father looking at him, Yang Jiankong sighed and said, Xiaofeng is already married now. The child is 8 years old. I know. Yang Daxing smiled, seemingly reminiscing about the years when Zhou Kai and Xiaofeng went to and from school together. He even said, Zhou Kai, don't fall in love too early. In a distant city, a middle-aged woman watched Zhou Kai on the screen, holding a broom and a baby bottle, with a child over a year old lying in the crib. Data connection complete. Master, you can open the database. Zhou Kai hurried into a place that looked like a small dark room, preparing to transmit data to the captain. Zhou Kai pressed down on the battle armor and slid down hard, a chip floating in front of him. Master, you have 10 seconds. Zhou Kai walked to the front, opened the virtual screen with his hand, and found the location of the database according to the map. Captain, 13. The captain's voice remained steady. I had accessed the Talon database and was ready to start copying the data. 10 seconds. Captain, are you ready to receive? Okay. The captain's voice showed a hint of excitement. Zhou Kai inserted the chip. Kulu. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Master, there is a nanoelectronic gene lock. Zhou Kai turned around sharply. 2 virtual dark star beings were pointing high-energy electromagnetic weapons at him. However, they did not attack directly. They seemed to be puzzled by Zhou Kai's gene values. Zhou Kai slowly walked over, placing his hands behind his back, gradually condensing the antimatter values. Countdown 5 seconds. Data transmission will be complete soon. Zhou Kai's face showed no expression. At that moment, outside, there were shouts from the dark star beings. The 2 virtual guards' eyes flashed with light as they awkwardly spoke in Xia country language. Intrusion, clear them out. Too late. Zhou Kai was not surprised that they could speak Xia country language. He took a quick step forward. At that moment, his speed reached the speed of light, instantly injecting the antimatter data into the bodies of the 2 virtual beings. Before their attack could begin, the antimatter data disrupted their initial programs, causing them to explode into clouds of nebulae. Data transmission complete. Then, destroy Tallinn, retreat. The captain's voice carried a hint of surprise. Yes, Captain. Zhou Kai pressed his chest, and the second layer of armor covered his entire body. Chapter 34. I want to pay the price because I like being a hero. Master, should we launch the antimatter gravity weapon? Zhou Kai rushed out of the small dark room and was greeted by a swarm of dark star beings surrounding him. A smile curved at the corner of his mouth. With so many dark star fools here, launch it. This time, I'm gonna make a fortune. Launch. Zhou Kai spread his arms, and his armor fell away, releasing blinding light like mushroom clouds that shot out in all directions from Talon. Wherever it passed, space twisted, and purple mist surged. Zhou Kai's eyes turned sky blue as he grabbed a dark star being flying towards him and tore it apart with a forceful rip, accompanied by black blood, splitting the dark star being in half. Talon was submerged in antimatter gravity, layer by layer being annihilated. Kulu. The red-skinned dark star commander roared, his eyes turning snow white. He frantically waved his arms, issuing a series of strange commands. Some dark star beings with yellowish skin looked at their commander. The commander shouted a lot while opening a virtual screen, seemingly sending some information back to their home planet. Soon, all dark star beings retreated from Talon. They ran. Zhou Kai frowned, raising his head to see dark matter magnetic fields appearing at the top of the sky. The captain had said that dark star beings possess a weapon of immense lethality called light-year strike. No way. A hint of surprise flickered in Zhou Kai's eyes, but it quickly turned into joy. If you use the light-year weapon against me, it proves you can't do anything to me. Zhou Kai smiled broadly and quickly withdrew from Talon. With a bang, a warship fired its annihilation cannon. This weapon was neither a quantum energy beam nor another ray attack, but a massive shell. In the next moment, other warships followed suit, launching weapons for an indiscriminate barrage attack on Talon. In a short time, Dense firepower covered the entire Talon, blasting it into a wreck. Amidst the hail of bullets, Zhou Kai's armor shattered a layer. After condensing for the second time, his face had turned waxy yellow. Mechs, dark star beings, battle armor, turrets, electromagnetic weapons, antimatter skynets. The dark star beings hated Zhou Kai for infiltrating their teleportation base and were willing to abandon the entire teleportation base to kill him. In the footage, after Zhou Kai condensed his armor for the second time, he was covered by a net of firepower. All that could be seen were shells and rays flying together, flashes of light piercing the eyes painfully. Zhou Kai, Yang Daxing, trembled slightly as he stood up, clutching his chest. Run out. Even if you die, take a few down with you. Where you die matters. Dying is more important than Mount Tai. Yang Daxing spoke with fervor, his breath quickening, as an old man hurriedly supported him, patting his back. Don't get too excited. The students watched the flashing lights of weapons in the footage, their bright eyes shimmering. They could attend school with peace of mind, contribute their strength in this era of leaps, and live happily with their families. All thanks to this group of people who dedicated themselves in the universe. It seems so small to say that, but their figures grew taller and taller. If 13 others were in their place, they would definitely do the same. But heroes are destined to be only those 13. In the smallest of times, they achieved the greatest of deeds. With their lives, they opened a heavenly road to the stars and seas for Earth and Xia Nation. Every one of them is great, and also small. The smallness of them gathered together, becoming a microcosm of this era, thus becoming a synonym for greatness. 13 people, 13 monuments, would become the faith of Earth in the post-era. It is the setting sun at the peak of Xia Nation. Senior Zhou Kai, come out. The students began to shout spontaneously. They knew this invasion happened over 20 years ago, but they couldn't help it. If they didn't shout, they would suffocate. Amidst the rain of bullets, Zhou Kai's figure soared into the sky, but at his position, all around were mech warships and turrets, forming a blockade net covering thousands of kilometers around. Not even a fly could escape. Zhou Kai turned around, coldly staring at the red-skinned commander. The captain said, "To catch the thief, first catch the king. If I take you down, then I'll make a big profit. You barbarians are so stupid." It must have been hard to cultivate a commander. Zhou Kai took a deep breath. Xiaofang, activate kinetic acceleration. I want to use dark matter propulsion. Give me 1 second. I want to take him down. The energy shield above Zhou Kai's head grew thinner, and he pointed at the commander across from him, revealing a hint of disdainful laughter. This smile was still that of the youthful and unrestrained 13. Energy acceleration activated, kinetic filling complete, dark matter prepared. Master, are you sure? Sure. Zhou Kai hadn't finished speaking when that magnetic field in the sky suddenly fell, a pure white light carrying the power to destroy everything. Smash down. Light year strike. Zhou Kai's eyes showed shock, but also a hint of envy. This kind of weapon is something Earth doesn't even dare to imagine now. He was envious, but more so, filled with the courage of facing death. Xiaofang, there's no time. I haven't killed enough. I can't let them off easily. Zhou Kai shouted, and a second later, he disappeared without a trace. One warship was destroyed. Zhou Kai was already 30,000 miles away. Talon was directly wiped out by the light year strike. The commander glared angrily at Zhou Kai 30,000 miles away, locking onto him, even carrying a kind of angry mockery. They destroyed their own teleportation base just to kill Zhou Kai. Yu Qianming's expression was complex. Wu Dixio said so. They think the teleportation base is less important than the 13 children. Have they figured out that we only have 13 people? Killing one means one less. The teleportation base can be rebuilt. It just takes some time. Yu Tianming smiled bitterly. To exchange lives for this is indeed not worth it. But at that time, the 13 children only had this method. But why did this method push the front line out? Just because destroying the teleportation base makes it impossible to teleport in a short time? The scene shifted. Master, kinetic energy exhausted. Quantum antimatter energy has also been filled. You now have no combat energy, the AI suggests. Return immediately. As the voice of the AI, Xiaofang fell. Zhou Kai's figure appeared in the footage. He leaned against a turret, with piles of dark star corpses at his feet. Return? Zhou wiped the black blood from his face. This is not the solar system. This is the dark universe hanging over Jupiter, connecting the dark star people's teleportation mother bridge. It's like entering a tiger's den. Thinking of going back is a fool's dream. Master, Xiaofeng, discard the fuel. Convert antimatter into kinetic energy. Collect the dark matter here. Zhou face was solemn as he gripped the turret's handle. The commander, along with a multitude of dark star beings, dozens of warships, and hundreds of mechs, surrounded Zhou tightly. Zhou straightened his chest. Xiaofeng, Master received, but if you do this, you can never return. Don't worry. The captain won't let us drift in the universe. He said we have a return plan. Zhou smiled broadly. This smile was like sunlight. It was the only light here. Just as Zhou smile appeared for a second, he spat and pointed at the commander, lightly curling his fingers. Captain, I can't come back. The teleportation data has been safely sent back, and their teleportation base has been destroyed. You might not believe it, but they destroyed it themselves. Stupid barbarians are just stupid barbarians, mindless fools. Zhou reported the situation while opening the life support pod. The captain said that if we are to fall, we should hide our bodies well before we do. This is the final plan besides the Heavenly Kingdom plan and the National Defense plan. This plan is called the Return of the Suns plan. It is called the Return of the Suns because we are all children of the motherland, and as children, we must protect our mother. We must protect our brothers and sisters. If this plan goes smoothly, we might one day return to our homeland, where fallen leaves return to their roots. Tears streamed from Zhou eyes, but his expression was filled with pride and honor. Unyielding as steel, his indomitable spirit is rooted here. The commander tilted his head to look at Zhou, then suddenly waved his hand to stop the dark star beings preparing to attack. The information in his eyes was complex as he muttered a series of incomprehensible words, then slightly nodded and said something to the yellow-skinned dark star being beside him. The yellow-skinned dark star stepped forward. You come here, Zhou Edklimet. You can still speak our Xia Kingdom's language. It seems your evolution isn't bad. Zhou tone was teasing, but his eyes were filled with deep concern. Xiaofeng, Master, the final kinetic energy has been converted into attack reserves. Dark matter cannot be quickly converted, only 1T equivalent. I thought you had already died. Zhou ignored the dark star being. His gaze fixed ahead as his battle armor slowly disassembled. His breathing became increasingly rapid, and his sky-blue eyes were filled with longing. Cough, cough. He coughed. The captain's voice echoed in the battle armor. To be a hero, one must pay a price. I like paying the price because I want to be a hero. Who doesn't want to be a hero? Even if it's just for a moment of glory, it's worth it. My death will surely be as monumental as Mount Tai. 13. The captain's voice sounded in the battle armor. Captain, Zhou cheeks puffed up as he struggled to hold back tears. I've really hit the jackpot. I've really hit the jackpot. The captain's voice was deep. You have completed the task excellently, paving a broad road for the first step of the Heavenly Kingdom plan. Zhou looked at the dark star beings encircling him step by step, along with the menacing battleships and mechs. Captain, I want to earn one more time. Today is National Day, right? The captain was silent for a moment. Yes, today is the birthday of our motherland. Captain, I have nothing else to say. Just wish our motherland a happy birthday, and also, may it prosper. Kulu, the commander suddenly shouted. Zhou raised his head and staggered back a few steps. Boom, boom, boom. Countless beam projectiles bombarded forward. It seemed the commander had received accurate information. Zhou looked at the sky. Tears flowed down his face. It felt as if doing this would prevent the tears from falling, from being seen by others. Dad, in the next life I will repay your kindness. Zhou voice was like thunder. Xiaofeng, Master, preparation complete, goodbye, Master. Xiaofeng will enter hibernation in the life support pod, waiting for the launch of the Return of the Suns plan. Boom! A terrifying shockwave, like the explosion of a black hole, absorbed everything around. A great river, wave-wide. Zhou voice gradually faded away in this terrible roar of explosion. Chapter 35, The Hero's Homeland. A great elegy in that moment. The scenery was a low lament of shared sorrow between heaven and earth. That lost hue was the deep affection of the children of Huaxia. He departed with a grand intensity, showing people the last stubbornness of a hero. Cry, children. Send him off with your tears. Sing a song for the hero, one that he loved to hear. This song is the hero's song of Huaxia, the elegy of generous souls who advance forward one after another. Sing, children. With your pure and clear voices, sing it for them. Let them hear your voices, inspiring their souls. Watch as we continue to move forward. Shout, children. Let your cries be heard, so they know that heroes are not alone. So, children, in this moment, do not hold back your praises, your tears, your emotions. Illuminate their way home. A great river, waves wide, the wind blows through the rice flowers, fragrant on both banks. The students, tears welling in their eyes, spontaneously began to sing this song. The elder saluted at the last scene on the screen, singing, "My home is on the bank." Accustomed to the boatman's calls, used to the white sails on the boat, Yang Daxing's tears flowed down in streams. He felt proud for Zhou Kai, but also heartbroken at the loss of this child. He raised his hand slightly, saluting. This is the homeland of heroes. This is where I grew up. On this ancient land, youthful strength is everywhere. The surging and passionate singing spread far and wide. At this moment, the whole nation sang this song for the 13th. That night, in squares and shopping malls across the country, this song played on repeat. This was the song that accompanied the seventh son, Song Shuebing, into eternal rest after his death. This was the song sung when Zhou Kai stood firm against 1,000 foes. This is the song of the motherland, the song of heroes, the song of the children of Huaxia. I admit, when the 13 left, I cried. I didn't let Lao Jio and the others see my tears. I wouldn't praise the 13 because that's what he was meant to do. Anyone else would have to do the same. The great first step often needs blood to pave the way. Continuing the journey is our second step. 13. The captain's voice was thick with tears. At that moment, he lost his composure and calm, like a 20-year-old lad, crying heartily. They all know that 13 has sacrificed. They know what they should do. We don't have time to mourn. The Heavenly Kingdom plan must be executed. 13. The captain couldn't help but shout that person's code name. Will you hate me? I know you want to hate me. When the 13 came out, you were the first to go. The captain's voice crashed like waves in the hearts of every citizen of Xia who witnessed this scene. In the first year, you were like a mischievous child, always telling me you were the strongest, that you wanted to accomplish something earth-shattering. You wanted to be the first to capture the Dark Star Commander among the 13. You did it. On National Day, I believe everyone will remember you. Like our great ancestors of Xia, your life is eternal. The captain's narration sounded hoarse and weathered, easily striking the hearts of those who heard these words. The live chat rooms were filled with scrolling comments. 13. Wait for you to come home. Hero, wait for you to return. On campus, everyone lit a candle for 13. Candles were laid out across the campus, leading from the school gate all the way to Zhou Kai's home. Young Daxing, with Yang Jinkong's assistance, walked back step by step. Grandpa, take care of yourself, the students said as they walked. Yang Daxing forced a smile, looking at those students, murmuring, "You all are the future and the backbone of the motherland. You too can become heroes of the country." He felt relieved. When he saw Zhou Kai bravely contributing to the Heavenly Kingdom plan, he completely let go. This child died for a worthy cause. What is there to lament? Only the phrase, "Dad, in my next life, I will be filial," kept tugging at Yang Daxing's heart with pain. Dad, they say the return plan is to bring the fallen heroes back home. This plan will be carried out step by step after heroes sacrifice for the country. The seventh son, Song Shuebing, was discovered on Mars and has already returned home first. Yang Jinkong's tone was heavy too. Yang Daxing smiled and said, Good. We have always valued returning to one's roots, resting in peace. After death, one must return to their hometown, to sleep eternally on this land they protected with their lives. Yang Jinkong's nose tinged with sourness, as passers-by and students spontaneously sang my motherland. Ah, returning home, knowing where this fellow has gone, my heart feels at ease. Yang Daxing quickened his pace, surprisingly breaking free from Yang Jinkong's hand. Yang Jinkong looked in astonishment at his father, who was moving swiftly, revealing a bitter smile. Xiaoxi, Mom, if the hero on TV comes back, will you take me to see him? Okay? Mom, when will he come back? Mom doesn't know. The middle-aged woman gazed out the window. Honey, I'm back. A man, weary from travel, returned home. The food is warmed up for you. Honey, did you watch the live broadcast? The man kissed the woman and walked into the kitchen. I did. The one ranked last among the 13 is so brave. The man shouted from the kitchen. The woman shed a tear, walked to the kitchen, and said, I know him. He was my classmate. We studied together since childhood. In high school, we even promised to take the university entrance exam together, but he suddenly disappeared in our senior year. Honey, don't tease me. Really, my childhood name was Xiaofang. I grew up with Zhou Kai. Xiaofang's tears fell like beads from a broken string. The man looked at his wife, who was crying like a child, put down his bowl, and embraced her. Didn't he expect? He went missing? Xiaofang buried her face in her husband's arms, crying loudly. They say there's a return plan? The man comforted Xiaofang, saying when the return happens, we will go see him. Xiaofang looked up. I just can't help it, but I also want him to know that besides being a hero, many of his old classmates and friends remember him. A day after 13 sacrifice, Mars base detected a flight signal. Yu Tianming rushed to the hall immediately. The signal source has entered the solar system range, and this signal source has been continuously sending signals into the solar system. Just an hour ago, we confirmed that the signal source has entered the solar system range. Yu Tianming immediately asked, Where? Uranus. Yu Tianming asked, Where are the satellites? I didn't see them. I estimate they are in the dark universe coordinates. Once in the solar system, they should be able to fly directly in this universe's orbit. It's out. A staff member shouted, the target has appeared. The signal source comes from a spaceship, a light-speed spaceship, moving very fast, already past Uranus. Lock onto the satellite immediately, Yu Tianming shouted. Wu Daxiu hurried over, collaborating with the experts. The signal source of the spaceship is consistent with our Xia country's code. Wu Daxiu pulled up his collar. Suda, hurry, prepare the fleet. Prepare for escort. Outside the orbit of Uranus, a pitch-black spaceship leaped out of the darkness. Mother Planet signal detected. Entering the range of the Mother Planet star system. Master, Xiaofang has finally brought you home. Chapter 36, Long Time No See. Child of the Motherland. An unidentified spacecraft appears in the solar system. It could be the heroes returning from the Human Child Return Plan. The spacecraft has appeared near Saturn. The spacecraft is moving very fast, with its speed reaching light speed as captured by satellites. It is about to leave Saturn's orbit and enter Jupiter's orbit. The spacecraft has been continuously releasing signals, and the feedback indicates that these signal sources match the codes of Xia country. The trajectory cannot be determined, but at least comes from a galaxy over 100 light-years away. One piece of information after another was transmitted to the headquarters of Xia country. The exquisite images captured by satellites were also sent to the Mars base and the hull of the Xia country space program. The elder looked up at the screen. The spacecraft was moving quickly, trailing a long plume of flames. This was a superliminal spacecraft that could not possibly be built with current Earth technology. Moreover, it could autonomously enter dark universe coordinates for super jumps. Earth has been researching warp engines for space jumps. Once such an engine is developed, Earth civilization will directly advance to a Type 2 civilization. However, this intact spacecraft could bring a qualitative leap to Earth technology. It is not only a heroic return, but also brings invaluable wealth. Where's the escort fleet? The elder rubbed his eyes and asked the person beside him. The Mars base is already set off. I don't know which return this is, the elder murmured. A staff member said, the spacecraft has slowed down, entering Jupiter's orbit. Our fleet has already gone to escort it. It's truly beautiful. Teacher, Commander Wang and I are approaching the spacecraft. It has slowed down to coordinate with us, and we can perfectly transfer with the spacecraft. Suda's voice was filled with excitement. Motherland, we have received the returning spacecraft, and the signal source inside has been confirmed to come from over 100 light-years away. This is the first step of the Human Child Return Plan. Commander Wang's voice also trembled with excitement. At this moment, the members of the escort fleet could no longer contain their overwhelming excitement. They looked through the portholes at the spacecraft they envied. Who is waiting inside to come home? Mother Planet, this is Long Ming. The hero is about to return home. Mother Planet, this is Long Ming. The hero is about to return home. The signal continuously transmitted to Xia country. Listening to the cold electronic voice, Wu Daxiu crossed his hands. Every hero returning represents the grandeur of their lives. Has the bridge to the Dark Star civilization been destroyed? They all died on the eve of the motherland's victory. Wu Daxiu couldn't help but recall this phrase. Each death of the 13 children occurred on the eve of their victory. The 7th child fell in the 15th year of the Heavenly Path National Defense Plan. He did not see the captain and his comrades break into the Dark Star's lair. The 4th year of the 13 Jokai's death was the first hero among the 13 children to sacrifice for the country. He not only did not see victory, but also did not witness the Heavenly Kingdom plan. In theology, there are the 4 words die with unclosed eyes. Because of unrelenting obsessions. Whether it was the 7th child or Jokai at the moment of their deaths, they must have been unwilling and surely could not close their eyes. Because they did not see victory. Wu Daxiu lowered his head, wiped his eyes, and heard Suda shout, "Teacher, we have escorted the spacecraft into Mars orbit. Although the spacecraft has slowed down, it is still fast, and we have to fully activate the acceleration engines to keep up." Wu Daxiu said, "Good." He and Tianming and others rushed out of the base. A rainbow light streaked across Mars's sky from a distance. Wu Daxiu looked up, his eyes wide open. At the moment he saw the alien spacecraft. He pressed the high-definition mode in his spacesuit and saw symbols on the alien spacecraft that did not belong to the Dark Star or Xia country. His pupils slightly constricted, but he said nothing, raised his hand. "Salute. Welcome the hero home. Salute. Send off the hero. Salute." Su Xiaomin and Chun Su had already become strong. Since personally bringing Song Shuebing home, they felt they had become very strong. But at this moment, they still couldn't help but shed tears. It turned out that strength was just a disguise of self-comfort. But at this moment, their eyes shone with light. They were more determined in their ideals and faith. The spacecraft slowly left Mars, and under the attention of major global satellites, Longming approached Earth's orbit. 5 escort ships provided protection. The lunar gateway opened, and the chain of stars embraced it. A firm and heavy voice shouted into space. After 30 years of cosmic warfare, welcome the hero home. Longming, named after Xia country. But this spacecraft does not belong to Xia country, does not belong to Earth, and does not belong to the Dark Star. After entering Earth's orbit, the spacecraft slowed down. Longming is entering the range of the mother planet's orbit and is about to enter the atmosphere. Engines off, prepare for landing. The command of Longming ignored any signal barriers and was directly transmitted to the hull of the Xia country space program, with the signal receiver emitting a large number of feedback signals. The Elder asked, "Can we determine the landing point?" "Not yet. We cannot capture Longming's landing trajectory. Longming is about to land, automatically searching for the best landing point. Landing point has been determined." The electronic voice slowly faded away as Longming broke through the atmosphere and descended from the sky. The escort fleet remained outside the atmosphere. Commander Wang, Suda, and others watched as the spacecraft entered Xia country's territory, descending slowly. Everyone looked solemn, each letting out a sigh of relief. The landing point was confirmed to be the North China Plain. The Elder said, "Hurry, notify all units, set off." A convoy of off-road vehicles and helicopters rushed towards the North China Plain, while large transport planes had already taken off. This spacecraft now belongs only to Xia country. The technology on Longming will be a qualitative leap for Xia country. The North China Plain was silent. Longming landed in a valley, surrounded by lush greenery. The spacecraft had scanned the terrain upon landing, and the surrounding environment was flat. The spacecraft did not suffer any impact. Insufficient energy. Xiaofeng is about to crash. Master, you have returned home. Zi, the voice emitted a signal and slowly faded. With a pop, the hatch opened. A breeze from Earth blew into the cabin. Motherland, motherland. The Vanguard has arrived at the North China Plain, and the position of Longming's landing has been found. Several helicopters circled above Longming. The hatches opened, and there are currently no abnormalities. The helicopters circled around Longming, and the pilots and combatants looked at the pitch-black spacecraft covering thousands of square meters, each showing a surprised expression. This is a spacecraft from a high-tech civilization, returning to Earth from over 100 light years away, flying at light speed, passing through dark universe coordinates. The civilization that built this spacecraft, if not from the Dark Star, at least reached a Type 3 civilization. This universe is becoming increasingly lively. The Elder hurriedly arrived. Vehicles could not reach the landing position of Longming, so he could only take a helicopter. He looked at the massive Longming. This type of spacecraft was a transport spacecraft, not a warship. But even as a transport spacecraft, it could almost recklessly intrude into Earth's orbit. The Lunar Gateway and the 8 major chains, as well as the 300,000-kilometer killing array, could not stop it. This is what a Type 3 civilization builds. Earth, as a Type 1 civilization, does not even have the qualification to touch it. Sir, the materials inside the cabin have been checked and are harmless. You may enter. Upon hearing the report, the Elder jumped down from the helicopter. The hatch of Longming opened, and a chill rushed out. The temperature test showed 99. A magnificent spaceship. The Elder sighed. This is truly a work of divine craftsmanship. The spaceship's exterior is very hard, but like the technology of the Dark Star civilization, this material can perfectly absorb damage and adjust its angle upon impact, allowing the stress points to pass smoothly. A group of experts in protective suits enters the interior of the spaceship with tools in hand. Other staff members gather around the Longming to begin testing. Sir, the exterior of the spaceship is intact and shows no signs of battle. It's a brand new ship. The spaceship is not equipped with weapons, but has a protective shield, serving purely as a transport vessel. What a great material! The old experts marvel at the spaceship's composition as they conduct their tests. At that moment, a message comes from inside the spaceship. Sir, we have found the cryogenic chamber, and the life support system is functioning normally. The hero returning home is, yes, Zwo-Ki. The old man takes a deep breath, straightens his clothes, and says to those around him, the hero Zhou-Kai is returning home. Notify Yang Daxing. In a narrow alley, the song My Motherland is playing in the yard. Yang Jiankong burst through the door of the study. Dad, Yang Daxing, wearing reading glasses, had a lot of documents and books on his desk. Jiankong, what's wrong? Dad, Yang Jiankong chokes up with excitement. Zhou-Kai. Zhou-Kai is back home. Chapter 37, The Broken Warship in Deep Space. In the cold, dark expanse of deep space, amidst a shattered star belt, countless debris and meteors orbit around a broken planet. Within the split star belt, gravity and anti-gravity are in opposing forces, slowly forming a small black hole. It looks like a battlefield. Besides the meteors and fragments from exploding planets, there are also remnants of metal materials. In the center of the abandoned wreckage, amidst the dense fragments, a blood-stained, broken warship suddenly lights up with a flashing signal. Detected the return plan execution of the host. I will lead the master back home. Currently unable to contact the home planet. Have connected to the return plan for positioning, searching for the home planet's location. Faster-than-light engine activated. Kinetic energy converted to propulsion energy. Searching for dark universe coordinates. Searching. Search complete. Kinetic energy filled. Preparing to enter dark universe coordinates. Breaking dawn is ready. Life pod supply activated. Hibernation ended. Setting sail. Dark matter begins particle conversion. Activating superstar space engine. Dual engine core speed motion. Countdown 9. Beginning to deviate from the course. Preparing for molecular disintegration. 8. 7. 6. 5. Molecular disintegration. Beam transmission activated. About to enter the dark universe coordinate transport belt. The breaking dawn warship emits a rumbling explosion of engines. Jets of flames erupt from the rear of the ship, and it shakes free from the constraints of the wreckage. A blinding wave of light envelopes the breaking dawn, and the entire starry sky seems to shift slightly. The light wave is suddenly stretched, transforming into a stream of light, entering the dark universe coordinates. Going home. The last 2 words linger in the boundless space. The Longming is quietly docked in a valley. This spaceship itself is a massive treasure. The Bear Nation and the United States have both called Xi'an Nation, inquiring about the status of this spaceship. They are eager to visit, but it is not yet the era of global republics, so they need to process paperwork in advance. Of course, the United States is more interested in sending people to investigate the spaceship. However, this spaceship is returning with one of the 13 suns, and for various reasons. It belongs to Xi'an Nation. Even if they want to take a look, they still need Xi'an Nation's approval. An old man stands outside the life pod. surrounded by busy staff. Inside the life pod, a young man sleeps peacefully. Zolki. The old man's expression is complex and serious. As long as they return home, everything will get better. He reaches out to touch the lid of the hibernation pod, lamenting, "You are the nation's heavy weapon. It is truly regrettable to leave like this." "Sir," a secretary approaches. "Mr. Yang is here." The old man turns around to see Yang Daxing, who has just gotten off the helicopter, stumbling over, with Yang Jiankong trailing behind, unable to catch up. Yang Daxing rushes into the spaceship, about to see the hibernation pod, but at that moment he suddenly stops, struggling to control his excited emotions and trembling arms. "Daxing, child, you're back." The old man walks over, making space for him. The old man knows that Yang Daxing wants to see his adopted child alone. After raising him for over a decade, he suddenly disappeared into the vast sea of people. No news, not even a word left behind, just left him like this. After more than 10 years, the child he raised has returned. Yang Daxing steps forward to the hibernation pod, but the child who has come back can no longer call him dad. He cannot stand proudly in front of Yang Daxing and say, "Look, I'm taller than you now." Yang Daxing leans closer, his body shaking violently. Yang Jiankong salutes the old man, then walks to Yang Daxing's side, tightly gripping his arm. "Zolki." Yang Daxing finally sees the person he has longed for. He can no longer control himself. Even with so many people around, he cannot hold back his sobs and cries. "You have returned. Zhoukai, oh child, my child." Yang Jiankong's emotions are infected, his eyes filled with tears, looking at the face in the pod. Still somewhat youthful. "Brother." "Zhoukai." Yang Daxing's emotions explode as he collapses onto the hibernation pod. The old man silently stands by, knowing that this day belongs to Yang Daxing and his family. On the road of a certain county's no. For middle school in Zhejiang province, it is covered with flowers. Vehicles filled with flowers and badges drive along this road that Zhou Kai has walked countless times. Zhou Kai lies covered with a national flag, sleeping amidst the colorful flowers, even wearing a smile. For a soldier, a national defender, death is the highest honor, as long as he has fulfilled his mission. Vaguely, a boy filled with youthful sunshine runs down this avenue. "Dad, I got first place in the entire grade." He proudly dashes across the avenue, crosses the long bridge, and runs to the willow tree he has climbed since childhood. He stops, supporting his knees, panting heavily. The yard gate opens and Yang Daxing, wearing glasses, steps out. "You're so excited just for getting first place? Wait until you get first in the whole county." "Dad, but I'm the first in the entire grade." "What does being first in the entire grade matter?" Yang Daxing snorts. "Tonight, I'll reward you with a chicken stew." Surrounding pedestrians and students from number 4 middle school hold candles and play My Motherland, accompanying Zhou Kai, who is eternally asleep, down this old road. "Dad." Xiaofeng also came to see Zhou Kai. Yang Jiankong supports Yang Daxing, who suddenly seems to have aged over 10 years, glancing at Xiaofeng, who has brought her family. Yang Daxing looks over sideways. He hardly remembers the current Xiaofeng. He only recalls the Xiaofeng who used to stick with Zhou Kai every day, making noise going to and from school. He doesn't say anything, just nods. The avenue leads to the end, past the long bridge, arriving at the yard gate. "Brother, we're home." Yang Jiankong leads the way, together with the soldiers, bringing the cryogenically preserved Zhou Kai back home. "Make the child a bowl of chicken soup." Yang Daxing slowly walks into the kitchen. He likes chicken soup. After drinking it, he can set off on his journey. "Child, you're home now, returning to your roots." Ready for the journey. The sky of Zhejiang province begins to drizzle lightly. The willows sway their branches, with gentle breezes blowing. The martyr's tombstone of the 13 sons has been erected at headquarters. The names and lives of Song Xuebing and Zhou Kai are inscribed on the stone. Now, there are still 11 sons who have not returned, including the captain, for whom no information has been leaked so far. He is the last hope of the 13 sons who is still alive. Because of him, the return plan can be successfully executed. Space headquarters. Blood samples of Song Xuebing have been collected. Studying their blood samples can provide information about the Dark Star bloodline serum, which is as crucial as technology. The Longming has already been sent back to the research headquarters to study the characteristics of a new engine. Wu has brought students back from Mars to participate in the disassembly research of the Longming. ZZZZ. The breaking dawn leaps out from the darkness. A cold electronic voice echoes in the cabin. Return information of the 13 has been obtained. Confirmation complete. 13 has returned to the home planet. Dark universe, superluminal travel will soon consume all energy. Estimated remaining travel time is 15 days. Full-range search for home planet coordinates. Must return to home planet orbit within 10 days. Otherwise, fuel will be exhausted, kinetic energy cannot be replenished, and it will be forever stranded in space. The electronic voice shows a hint of urgency. If the master cannot return to the home planet, the return plan of the 13 will fail, and other return plans will be subsequently shelved. Activate the thermal ray for full-range coverage and launch radiation signal sources towards the coordinates where the home planet may be located in space. Chapter 38, Full Spectrum Radiation. War Mode, it rained all day long. The drizzling rain accompanied a new grave. Yang Daxing leaned on his cane, standing in front of the grave. Zhou Kai's body had already been transported to headquarters. Like Song Shuebing, their remains still held value and would not be buried lightly. The burial site had been chosen, and he would eventually be laid to rest in the earth, in this land that the 13 sons deeply loved. I will come to see you often in the future. Yang Daxing touched the tombstone, which bore a childhood photo of Zhou Kai. Why grow old? I will come to accompany you. By then, you must look out for me, as I am an old man. You are a hero, you know? Yang Daxing muttered to himself as raindrops pattered on the umbrella. Yang Jiankong heard Yang Daxing's words and wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. The rain gradually intensified. Yang Jiankong supported Yang Daxing as they made their way back. Along the way, pedestrians held umbrellas, coming to bring flowers for Zhou Kai. This road stretched on long. National Academy of Sciences. Wu Deshio sat in the research discussion meeting room. After meeting with some old classmates and colleagues from the academy, he came directly here. The technology aboard the Longming spacecraft was crucial for Earth. This technology could help the Xia nation and help Earth break the shackles of civilization. Time waits for no one. They must thoroughly research the Longming spacecraft as soon as possible. The most important aspects were the application of antimatter and the extraction of dark matter, followed by the concept of manufacturing warp engines. After several returns and the incident with the anti-invasion Dark Star aliens teleportation array, top scientists from Xia and even globally had confirmed one thing. The coordinates of the dark universe were essentially another term for spatial jump. The warp engine utilized the function of molecular disintegration to achieve superluminal flight, entering the dark universe. This is what is referred to as spatial jump, where 1 light year could be traversed in just a second or even faster. Understanding it is one thing. How to develop it is another. Molecular disintegration is currently the best method for producing warp engines. However, disintegrating molecules to enter the super space-time tunnel, known as a jump, requires extensive experimentation. Wu Deshio's greatest concern was still the issue of time. This was not a technology product that could be developed in a day or two, or even a year or two. This was a qualitative leap in technology. Earth civilization was entering a threshold of Type 2. The dark stars had reached Type 3 civilization. The analysis of dark star bodies revealed that they had survived for hundreds of thousands of years. This also indirectly proved that for technology to achieve a qualitative breakthrough, sufficient time was needed. The dark star civilization might have just reached level 1 civilization after 100,000 years. Similar to human civilization on Earth, after a technological explosion, it began to enter modern technological society. The first 100,000 years was merely the first step in civilization development. The second 100,000 years would be the time for true leaps. Wu Deshio and the experts reached a conclusion. Once the second 100,000 years successfully achieves Type 2 or Type 3 civilization, it will reach a bottleneck. This was also the reason the Dark Star civilization sought to invade other civilizations. The ultimate goal of civilization is still expansion. This is an irreversible rule. Without expansion, civilization cannot sustain development as it leads to self-destruction. If Earth's civilization reaches Type 3, it will also expand outward from the solar system. Resources are limited. The law of conservation of mass is one of the essences of the universe. Without sufficient resources, a Type 3 civilization will only crash, ultimately leading to a Big Bang, with planets becoming black holes or white dwarfs. The discussion in the conference room was extraordinarily heated, saliva flying. Old Wu, the warp engine can be developed from the engine on the Long Ming, but what about kinetic energy? This kind of energy is unfathomable. Wu Deshio tapped the table. A black hole is equivalent to a massive antimatter energy body. Light energy is also photon matter, which is why black holes can devour light. Essentially, black holes do not possess any matter, as any particle entering a black hole will be disintegrated. Wu Deshio looked at everyone. Dark matter is different. When Zhou Kai invaded the Dark Star Aliens teleportation base, he mentioned converting dark matter into kinetic energy. A black hole is a celestial body with infinite density and infinitely small volume. It is a form of material existence. If dark matter fuses within a black hole, the energy produced should be kinetic energy. We've previously said that black holes were once thought to be wormholes, a type of space-time tunnel. At that time, it was treated as a theory, but now, this theory may actually exist. Wu Deshio sighed. Kinetic energy is currently a high-level energy source that we cannot control or even understand. Another expert said, Old Wu, Old Fong, the weapons aboard the Long Ming are relatively few, lacking conventional combat systems like star destroyers. However, we've discovered some energy sources, such as particles and quantum energy beams, which are the most basic space weapons. But there are also some special weapon principles referred to as light-year weapons and dimensional weapons. Wu Deshio replied, all theories must reach the essence of possibility before we can work on them. It's like our current research on mechs aboard the Long Ming. We are not in the same theoretical realm. Light-year weapons and dimensional weapons have already surpassed their understanding. Blindly researching is just a waste of time. At the very least, we need to get the warp engine out first. This is the urgent task. The ultimate truth of the universe is still that speed is invincible. Speed is the essence of everything. If we can't improve speed, we are just passively taking hits. Without spatial jumps, holding ground is one thing. But if the other side wants to leave, we can only watch them go. They decided to follow the process and resolve the antimatter equation first. Wu Deshio exchanged opinions with the other big shots. A knock sounded at the door. Come in. Everyone. An elderly man with white hair appeared at the door. Old Dean. Wu Deshio and the others immediately stood up. The old dean with snow-white hair looked at his students and smiled. Sit down. I suddenly remembered something about the 13 sons. Report. Yu Tianming raised his head from the chaotic stream of information. What is it? We have detected an unidentified signal body. Yu Tianming asked, what kind of signal body? A war giant ship. Yu Tianming hurriedly left the room and rushed to the hall. He had not slept well recently, with heavy bags under his eyes. Old Zheng, what is going on? Old Zheng pointed to a flashing point on the screen. Professor Yu, our unmanned exploration ship has discovered a bizarre signal body, a large-scale signal coverage. Moreover, it is not in a signal crossover pattern. It is radiation, full-spectrum radiation. Radiation waves can generally extend for several light years or even over a dozen light years in space. Most of it is caused by large-scale cosmic wars or planetary explosions, core collapses, such as cosmic rays resulting from red giant star explosions. These rays are extremely dangerous and can easily destroy some planets. Yu Tianming stared at the information body, which was enormous, far larger than the Long Ming. He furrowed his brows tightly. Could it be that the Long Ming was discovered by other alien civilizations during its return? Or perhaps the Dark Star civilization had not been destroyed and had followed them? Danger. The radiation signal is very dangerous. Yu Tianming immediately shared this information with other bases and reported it to the national headquarters. Upon hearing the news, Wu Deshio could not afford to continue researching the Long Ming or conversing with the old dean. He hurried to the space program headquarters. If it is the 13 Sons return plan, it definitely wouldn't be a cosmic radiation signal with such danger. It must be that an advanced civilization has discovered Earth. Perhaps. It might also be related to the return of the Long Ming. Wu Deshio dared not speculate recklessly. After arriving at the space headquarters hall, he saw the flickering red radiation signal point on the screen, and his pupils trembled. Could it be that war has come? Chapter 39. The arrival of the behemoth, the satellite-level warships' radiation signal fluctuated like cosmic waves, rolling in. Not only did it alarm the Xi'an nation, but other countries were also frightened by this explosive information. It was equivalent to declaring war, using radiation to search for existing life forms for destruction or enslavement. Terrifying emotions spread among the headquarters of various countries, and even the Mars base was affected. The Supreme Commander of Bear Country, Gov't, and the Supreme Commander of America, Gov't, both arrived at the Xi'an nation's Mars base to discuss countermeasures. In the large conference room, several important figures sat together, looking at each other. After discussing for a while, they realized that there seemed to be no perfect strategy to deal with this situation. The energy of the radiation was extremely strong, making it difficult for Mars to avoid its impact. Seeing that everyone was silent, Old Jung could only clear his throat and say, "Well, perhaps the situation with the 13 will unfold upon us." Everyone looked at Old Jung. Tianming continuously pulled at the virtual screen, not missing any information, analyzing the sudden appearance of the radiation signal, reasoning that it couldn't have appeared silently. High-level invasions of low-level civilizations wouldn't resort to such petty schemes. In the face of absolute power, everything is swept away. This was not the same as the era of cold weapons and 100 years ago. The powerful technological might was enough to destroy any conspiracy. Mastering the power of planetary civilizations was sufficient to annihilate Earth civilization. Tianming looked up at everyone. They might not have discovered the location of Earth, or one could say the location of the solar system yet. Old Jung said, "Could it be the Dark Star civilization?" "It shouldn't be." Tianming was not very sure. If it were the Dark Star civilization, they couldn't possibly not know where the solar system was. Using this indiscriminate method to search should be a trace of the Longming ship. However, the Longming ship returned to the solar system from the coordinates of the dark universe. Although the opponent's technology was advanced, it wouldn't be able to track this signal source to here anytime soon. Old Jung said, "Even if they don't know the location of the solar system for a short time, for an advanced civilization, it's just a matter of consuming more time. They will eventually find it. Unless we hide the solar system civilization like the tortoise breathing technique and play dead." Gov't laughed. "You really have a sense of humor." Old Jung shrugged. "What else?" The 13 once fought in the starry sky for the Xi'an nation and Earth. If 13 people could hold off the Dark Star civilization for 30 years, how long can we hold out? Tianming said, "The headquarters has issued orders to closely monitor the movements of the radiation source, and if necessary, activate the war mode, making Mars the forward base." Gov't also said, "The American Congress has just unanimously decided that for the continuation of Earth civilization, we will follow the path of the Xi'an nation's 13. Gov't stood up. "So, shouldn't we set up our first line of defense?" Tianming said, "How do we set up defenses? We don't even know where they are coming from. What's the use of defenses?" Gov't was taken aback, scratched his head, and awkwardly said, "Well, we have to come up with a strategy." Gov't said, "We need to figure out the source of the signal as much as possible and see which direction it is coming from. That way, we could deploy defenses in advance." He forced a smile. The plan for Mars had just been in place for less than 5 years, and now it had to change. If nothing unexpected happens, Mars will be the first forward base. All right, let's go back and prepare. The advancement of civilization makes war inevitable. At least we now know in advance that other civilizations exist in the universe. The alarm has been sounded early. It is far better than an advanced civilization suddenly descending upon Earth. Tianming sent them off and immediately summoned the other heads of the base to the conference room. The protective plan of the 13 was about to be replayed. Tianming looked at everyone solemnly. The unknown signal coverage had transformed from essence to entity. This was a precursor to war. We are about to engage in battle with other civilizations in the universe for the first time, even though the opponent may not necessarily come to destroy us. We have no experience whatsoever. Tianming looked at everyone. If this radiation signal source was a friendly dialogue, would you believe it? Everyone shook their heads in unison. Who would believe that? How could an advanced civilization engage in equal dialogue with a low-level civilization? After level 3, low-level civilizations become cannon fodder, mere ants, and resources to be exploited. To put it bluntly, it is like how Earth people regard flies and cockroaches. Who would worry that a cockroach or a fly could pose a devastating threat to human society? This is a perspective from another dimension. In the Xi'an Nation's Mars base, there were a total of 3 warships classified as aerospace level. Meanwhile, the Longming ship was defined as a satellite-level transport ship. Yu Tianming pulled up the combat readiness data, and the more he looked, the more headaches he got. These combat preparations, even if combined with other countries and regions to form a fleet formation, were still not enough. As the ancients said, when soldiers come, generals block. When water comes, earth covers. Professor Yu, let's not overthink this. A sudden civilizational war indeed catches us off guard. What we can do is to dialogue with the civilization. That is our only option. Yu Tianming widened his eyes and shook his head. No, dialogue with civilization is based on equality. Our current civilization level is not qualified. Prepare the fleet. The motherland is already in discussions with the joint headquarters. If nothing unexpected happens, the fleet from Earth's orbit should be coming over. The 8 major chain lines and killing formations are currently Earth's only barrier. Yu Tianming smiled wryly as he spoke. A 300,000-kilometer killing formation sounds impressive, but to deal with a race like the Dark Star civilization, it would be like paper mache. One touch and it would shatter. Earth. Then let's decide on this. The elder stood up and slightly bowed. On the screen, the representatives of powerful nations and the members of the joint headquarters also bowed. The elder turned off the screen and said solemnly, "Continue the research and development of the Longming ship. The Xi'an Nation's Deep Space Fleet 1 and Fleet 2 will form a formation and head to Mars. Ready at any time." The elder clenched his fist, his lips moving several times before finally saying, "To respond." In the sky, the 8 major blockade lines opened, and fleets from various powerful nations and the joint headquarters departed from Earth's orbit. This matter has not been made public for now. At least it is unnecessary to announce it now to avoid causing unnecessary panic. Right now, the opponent has not yet appeared. Until the last moment, there is no conclusion. The dark fleet connected in clusters, flying toward Mars. Earth people looked up in unison. They did not know what was happening. There was no sense of impending war. The movement of warships was quite normal, just that there were more of them this time. Many were proudly photographing these warships, boasting of the grandeur of great powers. Waves of surging energy descended from the sky. The warships soared across the sky, heading for the unknown. Yu Tianming stood at the base's entrance, hand behind his back, gazing at the cold universe. If you are enemies, before you, there were the 13. Behind you, there are hundreds of millions of people from Huaxia. We will not yield, nor will we bow our heads. If you are friends, our Xi'an nation has always been a country of etiquette. When friends come, we offer fine wine. If you are heroes returning home. As Yu Tianming spoke, his words suddenly halted. If you are heroes returning home, you wouldn't be so menacing. Searching for our location using radiation. The 13, who left home, know the way back. Professor, a young man rushed out. The radiation signal is approaching the solar system from Neptune. They have already found our location and located the entrance to the solar system. Yu Tianming couldn't help but exclaim, "Zulfast." It should be confirmed that the position of the solar system is determined, so we are approaching at full speed. Although we have not responded to any signal sources, the existence of Earth itself is a signal, a huge signal body. Suddenly, Yubajov's voice emerged. Yu Tianming opened the virtual screen. "Bagjov, they are coming. They have arrived." Couplet looked somewhat haggard. "We have to face it. The U.S. base is already on full alert. Since they're coming from Neptune, we should set off." Set off. Yu Tianming changed into a specially designed combat spacesuit. "Professor, you don't need to go." Others stopped Yu Tianming, saying he should command from the base. Yu Tianming said, "There are many who can command. The homeland can also command. I'm not going alone. Our fleet has already arrived, and Commander Wang and the others are all here. Don't worry." The fluctuations in the cosmic space around Neptune became increasingly apparent, as if some colossal object was about to appear. The instruments on Mars went out of control, and their programs became chaotic. Radiation, light waves. Inside the base, an expert shouted. Outside Neptune, in the dark universe. Suddenly, a faint but dazzling ray, like lightning cutting through the night sky, flashed by. The next second, a battered and blood-stained ship's bow slowly emerged from the darkness. A colossal object. The giant object has appeared. Just as Tianming boarded the warship, he saw this from the satellite's perspective. Chapter 40. A glimpse of the past. Breaking void, the massive bow of the ship emerged slightly, like a cannonball falling into a lake from the depths of dark space, creating ripples. Surrounding matter was absorbed by the battleship, as if it were a walking black hole. It was releasing terrifying radiation waves. The combined Earth fleet barely stood a chance against this colossal ship. Tianming looked solemnly at the electronic screen, with no thoughts in his mind. Since the enemy had already appeared, they had to face it. The motherland. Tianming arrived at the bridge. The hostile battleship had crossed Neptune and was rapidly approaching Uranus at sublight speed. He glanced at Commander Wang Jianjun and Suda. The speed of the Earth fleet could not match that of this giant for now. The old man stood in the hall, where people were busily mobilizing, a historic pressure bearing down upon them. Facing an alien civilization, there was no possibility of even putting up a fight. Did this mean that all 13 had perished? If any of the 13 were still alive, the battlefield wouldn't have come here. The old man believed in every one of the 13, especially the captain. The fleets of the allied nations were already heading to Mars. If they couldn't intercept at Uranus, they would do so between Saturn and Jupiter. They should hold off on attacking for now and observe the enemy's movements. The old man's thoughts were simple. The technological strength of the enemy far exceeded that of Earth. The distance from Neptune to Earth was merely a moment for such a civilization. If they intended to attack Earth, they should have struck the moment they appeared. In the universe, the collision of civilizations could occasionally lead to peace. If peace could be achieved without conflict, that would naturally be the best choice for Earth now. By not taking the initiative, they left themselves some room for maneuvering. After speaking, the old man glanced again at the alien battleship. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed slightly. The ship was covered in bloodstains. The color of the blood had turned dark red, shimmering under the flashing signal lights. Moreover, this battleship looked extremely dilapidated. It seemed like it could disintegrate and explode in space at any moment. This was a ship that had gone through countless battles. Tianming and the others also saw it. The enormous ship was approaching from afar, emanating an overwhelming sense of oppression from its battered hull. Epic, majestic. This was the absolute suppression of technological civilization. A single battleship overshadowed the entire Earth fleet. Old Yu, the commander of the Summer Country Space Fleet, Fong Huaigui, shouted loudly from the electronic screen. Old Fong. Tianming waved in greeting. The situation was not optimistic. Aside from radiation waves, they had not received any signals from the other side, leaving them uncertain whether they were friend or foe. What does it matter if they are friend or foe? Fong Huaigui said firmly. If war is to come, then let it come. We may be defeated, but we cannot be enslaved by aliens, becoming a hollow shell that has lost its national spirit. Tianming replied, of course, if war breaks out, we will fight to the end. We will never bow down and be enslaved. The Earth fleets united, arranged in a row, fanning out in formation. The commanders of various national fleets connected for discussions to determine their strategic layout. If war were to break out, the first collision would be crucial. Even if they were outmatched, they needed to show the alien civilization the determination of the Earth fleet. The massive alien battleship, the Breaking Void, began to slow down as it approached from the remnants of a deep space battlefield. Inside, everything was eerily calm, in contrast to the Earth fleet's state of readiness. The Breaking Void was quiet. The electronic voice of the artificial intelligence had disappeared, and everything was left to the automatic navigation system. It had decelerated. Tianming noticed this and quickly said, the alien battleship has slowed down. It has entered the orbit of Saturn. Why would it slow down? Fong Huaigui asked, puzzled. The Earth fleet formed a triangular formation, leading with the Shenzhou ship. Fong Huaigui stood on the bridge of the Shenzhou, watching the electronic screen without blinking. The speed of the Breaking Void not only decreased, but the radiation waves also began to contract. How strange, Fong Huaigui frowned. Could it be that this battleship is really just here to say hello? The sudden deceleration and contraction of the radiation waves of the Breaking Void baffled the commanders of the various fleets. However, the other side did not send any signals or take any other actions. At this speed, it would take at least a day to approach Jupiter. Yu Tianming continuously pulled up information, suddenly saying, "Could it be a returning ship?" Suda, beside him, said, "Professor, if it were a returning ship of heroes, it should be sending out our summer country signal." That may be true, but nothing in the universe is ever perfect. Yu Tianming focused on the slowly approaching breaking void. "Send a signal. Keep sending signals, using our summer country's exclusive code." Yu Tianming was only guessing and could not be certain. Suda was right. A return plan would not have been decided on the spur of the moment. The captain could have determined this plan over 20 years ago, possibly even before leaving Earth. This plan was tightly knit, and the 13 had returned to Earth in this manner. This ship was a warship, not a transport vessel. Wasn't it too conspicuous for a hero to return on such a massive battleship? Signal has been covered. The surface of Mars began to send a large number of signals to the breaking void, with the signal fluctuations perfectly covering it. If the other side could receive the signal, there would surely be a response. The signals were sent for 10 minutes. The breaking void did not respond. Continuing to slowly fly toward Jupiter, Yu Tianming looked at the electronic screen, puzzled, along with the other commanders and fleet officers from different bases. A lost alien battleship? Gov't expressed his thoughts. This ship is covered in scars and looks ancient, and those marks should be traces of its race. A battleship that has gone through a terrible interstellar war escaped the battlefield. After losing its navigation target, it drifted in the universe and eventually arrived in the solar system. Bargajov also said the battleship wants to find its way home, but due to missing some data or other things, it has no choice but to use radiation waves in such an extreme manner to find its way back. This perspective seemed reasonable. However, reasoning alone could not support such overly optimistic possibilities. Signal feedback received. Just then, information was relayed back from the surface of Mars. Received signal feedback from the alien battleship. Source of feedback: breaking void. Yu Tianming said, "Breaking void?" "Professor, yes, breaking void, but there are no specific contents. However, from this feedback, it seems that..." "Sorry, Professor Yu, I was confused earlier. The source code of the feedback signal from the other side is in Chinese characters." Yu Tianming was momentarily taken aback. They knew our... Just as he was about to say this, Yu Tianming's eyes widened. Chinese characters? This was not something that should be written. An alien race could not possibly use Chinese character codes unless... Yu Tianming suddenly became excited, but he still couldn't understand. If this was a heroic return plan, how could it emit such destructive radiation waves? Could it be that a programming error caused the system to lose its way back? Yu Tianming's breathing gradually became heavy. This battleship named Breaking Void was covered in blood, having gone through an unfathomably terrifying battle. "Commander Wang," Yu Tianming declared firmly. "We set off, approached the Breaking Void. This is a returning ship." Wang Jianjun asked in surprise. "Are you sure?" 99 sure. As for the remaining one, I'll leave that to the intelligence of Dark Star." Yu Tianming concluded that this had to be one of the returning ships of the 13. This was a warship, a true interstellar battleship. Still a battleship covered in scars and stained with blood. There must be unknown secrets inside. After the bloody battle, using such an extreme method just to return home, what has it really experienced? Who among the 13 will be on board? Chapter 41. Fuel Delivery. Escorting the return, the Yuegong battleship, piloted by Yu Tianming, bypassed the fleet formation and flew directly towards the Pokwang. "Pokwang, this is the Yuegong of Xia Nation. Do you copy? Please respond." The Mars base continuously sent signals to the Pokwang, but there was no response. This situation was quite alarming and unusual, keeping Yu Tianming on edge. The 13 warriors had artificial intelligence accompanying them during their battles, but after Zhou Kai's return, the AI had fallen into sleep mode. After testing, it was confirmed that the AI had completed its mission and self-destructed. So, had the AI on the Pokwang self-destructed prematurely? Everyone in the ground command center was tense. Initially, they thought it might be an alien race, possibly the Dark Star civilization discovering Earth through the Long Ming and starting an interstellar war. Earth launched an unprecedented mobilization, a global alliance, with fleets taking to the skies to prepare for defense. However, after all the commotion, they found out it was a returning ship, a hero coming home. This dramatic turn of events excited many, but no one wanted to experience it again. If the wolf comes too many times, it truly becomes a wolf. The Yuegong battleship was nearing the Po Kwang, yet there was still no feedback. Other countries' fleets learned that this might be the hero's return from Xia Nation, and each of them breathed a sigh of relief. Although there was some resentment about the mix-up caused by the returning hero, they couldn't voice it when considering how much the 13 warriors had done for Earth. Still no signal feedback. Yu Tianming was anxious. He didn't know what had happened on that battleship. The lack of feedback meant they couldn't obtain any internal information about the Po Kwang. The Po Kwang's speed began to decrease, and other fleets started to automatically escort it, surrounding the Po Kwang. This battleship was already on the verge of collapse. It was in much better condition than the one we found in the Long One impact crater, which looked fine on the surface but was already waiting for death. Although the Po Kwang was rusty, it could still perform spatial jumps and had immense research value. It was much better than the Longming. I could already envision the scene. Begajov sighed. It is a survivor that fought its way out of an interstellar war, representing the heroes of Xia Nation who fought bravely. This is no longer an individual war, but an interstellar battle. Gov't said, Mr. Begajov, are you referring to battleships exchanging fire? Pretty much, he replied. I'm saying, Commander Wang, if it doesn't send information back and doesn't stop, what if it flies past Earth? Exactly, we can't stop it. Old you. We need to think of a way, Wang Jianjun said, looking at Yu Tianming, his anxiety evident. Indeed, the Po Kwang showed no signs of stopping. Although it had slowed down, without receiving a signal source, it would not choose to land on the ground. Just then, the Po Kwang suddenly turned and flew directly towards Mars orbit. Professor Yu, came a message from the ground. It has locked onto our trajectory. Although there's no AI feedback and the signal source is off, it has chosen to land on Mars. Hearing this, Yu Tianming's face brightened, and he quickly said, Hurry, change the course. The Po Kwang was swaying precariously, looking as if it could disintegrate in space at any moment. Suda and the others couldn't help but sweat. If the battleship disintegrated in space, all would be in vain. Not only would the heroes be unable to return home, but the technology and data on that battleship would also be destroyed. Insufficient energy. A buzzing voice transmitted from the Po Kwang to all the major ships. The voice crackled and sounded like an old tape recorder running out of power. Insufficient energy. Unable to reach landing point. Unable to return home. The buzzing voice grew more urgent, but weaker. At the Xia Nation Space Command Headquarters, an elder stared at the screen and asked, What happens if there is insufficient energy? I don't know. We cannot ascertain the internal conditions and energy status of the Po Kwang. But if the AI says so, it means that the remaining energy is insufficient for a safe landing. If it has to make an emergency landing, the contents inside will suffer to some extent, especially our heroes. The elder's eyes narrowed as he shouted, Yu Tianming, sir, you must find a way, get the fleet to find a way, and ensure that this battleship lands safely on Mars. Yes. Yu Tianming straightened his chest, quickly swiping the virtual screen, his brow furrowed. Wu Deshio in the ground command center said, Teacher, perhaps we can use one method, fuel supply. Suda asked, Teacher, how do we supply fuel? Wu Deshio opened the fuel reserve data for the Yuegong and Shenzhou, quickly saying, although the Po Kwang is an alien battleship, the fuel it uses is definitely different from ours on Earth, such as kinetic energy or high-speed ion cooling fuel. But technology is complementary. Even if our Earth fuel is inferior, it can definitely be used. If one ship isn't enough, then 2 ships. If 2 aren't enough, then the entire fleet. Wu Deshio's tone was firm. This method was feasible. The Po Kwang's speed was already very slow, and it was entirely possible to perform a space fuel transfer. But teacher, we have no experience in this area, and we are unfamiliar with the Po Kwang. We don't know where the fuel compartment is. I have a way. Wang Jianjun suddenly spoke up. I'm going out of the bridge. Bring me my combat suit. Yu Tianming turned back and said, Old Wang, don't worry, I have experience. Don't forget, I've completed many space fuel transfer simulation experiments, and out of 18, I only failed once. Yu Tianming said, I'm not worried about that. The Po Kwang is an alien battleship. Its structure, different paths lead to the same goal. Wang Jianjun grinned. Commander Fong, is the Shenzhou ready? Fong Huaigui said, Jianjun, be careful. We believe in you. He said nothing more, just that. Sir, I'll go. A group of young soldiers stood up. We'll go. We're young. and our reactions are faster than yours. Oh, everyone is starting to brag now. Faster reactions? Do you have any experience? This isn't a drill. Wang Jianjun glared at the soldiers. I'm only 55, what's that? Wang Jianjun donned a special combat suit that allowed for short-term space stay and gave a thumbs up to everyone, shouting, ready, open the backup hatch. With a hiss, the Yuegong's backup hatch opened. Wang Jianjun took a deep breath and leaped out. At that moment, all eyes were on Wang Jianjun. The bravery of humanity was fully manifested at that moment. Wang Jianjun controlled the combat suit, flying towards the massive ship. Get ready. Once I find the fuel compartment, I'll figure out a way to pull a line, Wang Jianjun said, turning into a streak of light. The next second, he was face to face with the battleship. Life form detected. Life form originates from a Master's home planet. The DNA is of the same kind, akin of the Master. The electronic voice had become barely audible, but it still transmitted the signal to the ground on Mars through the remaining energy fluctuations. Hearing this voice, Wang Jianjun thought of the fallen song Shiwebing and Zhou Kai, feeling a wave of emotions. He was a soldier with iron will. Seeing the battered and scarred Po Kuang, he felt the epic battle unfolding. Wang Jianjun of Xia Nation, bringing the hero home. Wang Jianjun shouted loudly as he charged towards the Po Kuang. Around the breakthrough, there was no longer any energy to keep the shield activated. Wang Jianjun was attached to the tail of the warship, observing the structure of the entire ship. Found it. He discovered the fuel compartment. Having located the fuel compartment, he prepared to tow it. Wang Jianjun activated the only marker on his combat suit, hitting the entrance of the fuel compartment. Shenzhou. Calling Shenzhou. Fang Huigue replied. Shenzhou received. Prepare to breach the compartment. Ensure no fuel leaks. Seal the gap electronically. Understood. With a command from Fang Huigue, Shenzhou and Yu Gong approached breakthrough simultaneously. This was the first real combat, conducting fuel transfer in space. Just one step short, and all efforts would be in vain. Shenzhou approached breakthrough first, while fleets from other countries were also ready. If needed, they would take action. This was a great epic of human self-rescue. From this moment on, humanity's greatness would shine in the stars. Chapter 42. The third sun he Pingan reports to the motherland buzz. A long sound echoed. The massive satellite-class warship, the Void Breaker, finally landed safely on the Martian surface. Although the fuel from Earth couldn't compare to the original fuel reserves of the Void Breaker, it was sufficient for a short period. Other escort ships returned one after another, and the Shenzhou also returned to Earth's orbit. The Void Breaker sat on the desolate Martian land. The hatch automatically opened. Energy depleted, did not return to the home planet. Only half a day's journey left to the home planet. The signal has been transmitted to the home planet. Master, my mission is complete. A few minutes later. Master, goodbye. The electronic voice carried a hint of nostalgia and reluctance, dissipating into the ether. On the plane, a line of hover cars quickly raced towards the Void Breaker. Yu Tianming heard the electronic voice and felt a mix of emotions. Artificial intelligence was supposed to be devoid of feelings. Yet, the AI of the Void Breaker and the AI Xiaofeng, which escorted Zhou Kai home, both possessed abundant emotions. This confirmed their delusions about the technological blueprint. In the end, artificial intelligence would undoubtedly have emotions. But whether it would replace humans to establish self-awareness and territory remained to be discussed. It is said that if artificial intelligence evolves to a certain point, it will break free from the shackles of humanity. This is what is referred to as breaking the cage. However, from the perspectives of these two AIs, they already possessed certain human emotions, yet remained fiercely loyal. Gradually, the enormous outline of the Void Breaker appeared in their sight. A satellite-class warship stranded on Mars. Yu Qianming's excitement stemmed not only from the heroes returning home, but also because this warship would provide a perfect guide for Earth's space warfare. The Void Breaker was battered and bruised, like an injured giant beast lying on the ground. Its hull was covered in scratches, with many gaping holes from bombardments. The main ship was heavily damaged. Most of its instruments were inoperative, rendering it unable to fight. It was dead. Only its research value remained. Standing outside the Void Breaker, Yu Tianming sighed. Motherland, I and the Martian team have arrived at the hatch of the Void Breaker. Beijov kaput. and representatives from the non-region and Euro-region had all arrived at the scene. Upon seeing the void breaker, they all looked up with solemn expressions. This was a real alien warship. If it were just a bit larger, it could rival the moon. In the command center on the ground of Xia country, an elder stared at the screen, saying each word clearly, "Prepare to connect to the signal. Open full-range live broadcasting. Ensure we contact the heroes' families at the first moment." The live broadcast signal was activated, shared globally. The captain's black box currently had no information decrypted. Evidently, the program of the black box had been interrupted. Perhaps future decryption efforts could unlock the black box's final secrets. Under the global live broadcast, hundreds of millions of people logged on to watch. When the image of the void breaker appeared in the live room, hundreds of millions worldwide were dumbfounded. The terrifying war giant ship lay across the Martian surface. It was battered and blended into the desolate land. My God, what had it gone through? Scarred and bloodied, returning from battle, a headline appeared in the largest commercial square of Xia country. Yu Tianming walked step by step towards the void breaker. This warship, in such a state of disrepair, had returned here solely because of an obsession. Falling leaves returned to their roots, because a son must return home, even if alone and enduring everything outside. The last thought in their hearts was to return home. They all needed to go home. No one could be left in the universe. Absolutely not. Yu Tianming felt heavy-hearted. Looking up at the giant ship, the traces of damage above were shocking. Blood had coagulated into huge walls, with numerous claw and wing marks. What had it experienced? Motherland. The external damage to the void breaker is severe, and we cannot determine the trajectory of the traces. We are now preparing to enter the warship's interior. After taking a deep breath, Yu Tianming walked into the ship. The cabin lights turned on. Others followed, streaming in. Beijov, Gov't, and others also entered. As soon as they stepped inside, everyone's gaze went blank. Inside, it was all wreckage. Corpses and remnants, piles upon piles of debris. This scene shook the eyes of everyone globally. There wasn't even a clear path. Yu Tianming stood right in front of the wreckage, his gaze seeming to penetrate through the debris to the very back. His eyes couldn't help but moisten as he murmured, "Which son are you?" The wreckage blocked the way. It was easy to imagine how insane this battle had been, and how desperate. If Zhou Kai's destruction of the teleportation base displayed the momentum of a lone warrior facing death with courage, he died gloriously, without regrets, and without despair. Then, the one inside the void breaker was in completely different circumstances. All were the remains of dark star beings. Wang Jianjun's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Just as we thought. Yu Tianming bowed his head, a thick layer of blood on the ground. We do not know if this is part of the Heavenly Kingdom plan or from another battlefield. Let's go, clear the wreckage, and we need to find the hero and the database. The soldiers led the way. The wreckage piled like mountains occupied the entire internal cabin, making it difficult to clear a path. I can't bear to think about it anymore. What did our hero go through here? I feel despair even when surrounded by a few dogs. What did the hero encounter? I'm already crying. I really can't hold back. Some bear the weight and fight in outer space. What we must do is strive to make our motherland stronger to welcome future interstellar wars. Welcome? I welcome my ass. I want to join the army. Don't worry, what the hero thought in the last moment is definitely that I made a fortune. Stop with the knives, stop with the knives. Zhou Kai's words about making a fortune had already penetrated to the bone. Half an hour later, the soldiers finally cleared a path to the bridge. Yu Tianming walked in front. Hundreds of people passed through the wreckage passage, finally reaching the bridge. "Professor," Suda shouted excitedly, pointing ahead, his voice trembling, choking, and finally breaking into sobs. Yu Tianming looked deeply at the figure on the bridge, kneeling on one knee while holding up the national flag. He was frozen in ice. He did not lie in the sleep pod. He was there, holding up the flag of the motherland. He may have wanted to stand, but could no longer do so. Hence, he knelt on one knee. This scene broke the defenses of all people in Xia country. The live broadcast room couldn't withstand it, overwhelmed by torrents of tears. The hero, kneeling on one knee, holding the national flag. He could fall, but the flag, representing the motherland, representing Earth, could not fall. Beijov, Gov't, and others, upon seeing the kneeling figure, stood in respect. They slowly raised their hands and saluted the figure. At this moment, this was the only way to express their inner reverence. A wind rose in the cabin. No one knew where the wind came from. The national flag fluttered in the wind, making a rustling sound. Yu Tianming hurried a few steps forward, stumbled, and almost fell. Suda steadied him. He choked out, "Let the soldiers bring the national flag and the hero come. Bring them here." The soldiers immediately stepped forward, and at that moment, beams of light suddenly appeared, enveloping the kneeling figure. A voice declared, "Heavenly path protecting the country plan. Third son, He Pinyin, reporting to the motherland." Spotlight shone on the kneeling figure. A three-dimensional projection appeared next to the national flag. A young and handsome man saluted towards the front. He Pinyin's appearance is very handsome, not inferior to those dashing stars. He kneels on the ground, and the three-dimensional shadow projected gradually fades away. The motherland has not forgotten me. The captain did not deceive me. But even if the captain had deceived me, I would still willingly be deceived. Motherland, by the time you see this moment, I have already sacrificed. For the motherland and the people, for the continuation of the nation, our sacrifice is trivial. 13 said he likes to pay the price because he wants to be a hero. We are all the same. Motherland, farewell. I hope that when you see this scene, our warship has already charged out of the starry sea, embarking on an expedition beyond the solar system. The voice gradually fades, and the three-dimensional figure of He Pinyin completely disappears. He really, crying. He even specifically mentioned Zhou Kai, "Oh my God. When will this knife be pulled out? He Pinyin, where is peace? But now, you are home. He Pinyin, welcome home. Welcome home." The barrage rolls in. You all must be safe. The hero has sacrificed, died for the country. Those who say online that you must be waiting for us somewhere, saying not to be afraid, we are coming to find you, saying the hero is still alive, please respect the hero. They sacrifice for the country, for the nation, for our home on earth, defending a bridge with their lives, not a chip for you to increase your exposure. Those few streamers should really be banned. It should be managed. Sounds really disgusting. Remember, heroes sacrifice for the people, for the motherland. The old man listened to reports from all over, anxiously asking, "Has He Pinyin's family been found?" Still looking, it's very strange this time. No one is contacted here. Does he not have family? The old man said, "Maybe they haven't made contact yet. It's okay. Heroes need time to return from Mars." As soon as the words were finished, the screen transmitted several bang-bang sounds. Kneeling on the ground, He Pinyin's whole body cracked like ice. "Hurry!" The old man instinctively shouted. Yu Tianming dashed over. But due to his old age, he fell to the ground, shouting, "Catch the hero! Catch the national flag!" The soldiers rushed forward, steadily catching He Pinyin, who had fallen from the main control room of the bridge. Seeing his eyes closed but not at peace, his expression even somewhat grim, tears rolled down the soldiers' faces. They knew that this expression on He Pinyin's face surely meant he died at the last moment, facing thousands of dark star beings. They could feel it, feeling it. One person facing countless dark star beings, watching like a hawk. The soldiers lifted He Pinyin, and vaguely, they seemed to hear a song. It was still that song, the one they were most familiar with. The young soldier's eyes shone with tears, singing loudly. If the wolves come, what greets them is a shotgun. Yu Tianming stood up, supported by Suda, looking at He Pinyin's angry face. He was fighting until death. He looked no longer young, very different from the younger version of himself in the three-dimensional projection. He had become more weathered, more resolute, but with more wrinkles. A middle-aged man with sharp angles. The toughness inside him had never changed. Why wasn't he wearing armor? Bagachov said solemnly. Kaput lowered his head. Perhaps. It was easier to kill the dark star beings this way, but wouldn't he wearing armor make it easier? Bagachov glanced at Kaput. Kaput said, "Don't forget, they have the genes of the dark star beings, and also the blood potion." Yu Tianming didn't dare to touch He Pinyin's face. He knew that only He Pinyin's family had the right to do so. "Professor," so they exclaimed. Yu Tianming looked over and found that there were many objects that looked like human remains where He Pinyin had just fallen. This. Yu Tianming's pupils dilated. This can't be. He trembled, slowly looking at He Pinyin. Under this set of clothes, what is it? A terrifying thought spread in Yu Tianming's mind. He knew this was not good, but he couldn't help but reach out to uncover He Pinyin's clothes. Suda said, "Professor." You. Wang Jianjun also noticed, his eyes filled with incredible surprise and intense anger, staring at He Pingin's body. Yu Tianming trembled as he uncovered He Pingin's clothes. Su's pupils widened, and the expressions of the other soldiers instantly changed. They became sorrowful and pale. Wang Jianjun turned around and shouted angrily. "Damn it!" The old man asked, "What happened?" Yu Tianming looked up, tears streaming down. No wonder he couldn't stand. Motherland, He Pingin's body, his body. Most of it has been torn apart. The old man took a few staggering steps back upon hearing this. Torn apart? Yu Tianming said, "Except for the head, below the neck, there is already not a single complete." "Say it." The old man's blood surged. His body, not a single piece of intact flesh. After Yu Tianming finished speaking, he covered the clothes, gritted his teeth, and said, "Soldiers, take the hero back to the base." The soldiers' eyes filled with hatred and grief, saying "My motherland" loudly as they carried He Pingin away from the breaking sky. Bagachov and others, upon hearing this news, turned pale with fear. What kind of bravery is this? What kind of madness? What exactly did he experience here? Those dark star beings. Even Bagachov couldn't help but redden his eyes, like starving wolves. At this moment, the people of Xia country exploded with rage. The barrage was dense. The hatred for the dark star beings reached its peak at this moment. No matter what they said, it felt impossible to quell the anger in their hearts. The sky of Xia country at this moment was surrounded by waves of grief and anger. If dark star beings appeared beside them, they would surely tear them apart with red eyes. The more grief, the stronger the power. This grief would transform into the light of Huaxia, breaking out of the universe. Yu Tianming walked step by step across the bridge, trying to search for any useful data. However, the interior of the breaking sky was devastated beyond belief. Returning to the solar system was practically a miracle. Suda said, "Didn't He Pingin leave any database or something? There should be something like a black box." Yu Tianming walked past the blood fortress, through the life support pod, and the weapons warehouse, seeing piles of corpses lying here. Tragic. Incredibly tragic. Old Zheng ran over from a distance, discovering something. What? This should be a record file left by He Pingin. Coincidentally, it was left at the door. When I was checking the material just now, I scraped away the blood and saw it. Yu Tianming arrived at the hatch and saw a silver box attached to the wall. It looked very similar to the recorder of the seventh child, Song Shuebing. Take it down. The genetic password lock for the record file came from Xia country and was easily opened. Inside was a data chip the size of a fist, with the shape of the national flag printed on it, surrounded by 3 buttons. Yu Tianming gently pressed the first button, and the file cabinet immediately rotated, emitting a silver light. Heavens Down National Defense Plan, Year 18, July 1st, third child He Pingin was killed in the Taoguang star system. Yu Tianming and Old Zheng exchanged glances. This star system's name should have been named by themselves. A clear voice came from inside. Heavens Down National Defense Plan, Year 18, May 20th. The Heavenly Kingdom plan has encountered a flaw, and the second batch of self-evolved warriors from the Dark Star has learned of our vulnerability. To address this flaw, I am heading to the Taoguang star system. I know the captain would not do anything meaningless. We have 8 people left, and the captain said that when there are only 7 of us, we will become the 7 sons. But I know there will be no 6th son returning, because the 6th has already left. I, He Pingin, am an orphan, without father or mother, growing up alone without any attachments. If I do not return from this journey, then so be it, as long as the captain can complete the final step of the Heavenly Kingdom plan. I, He Pingin, will die without regrets. Chapter 44. Go ahead. The return plan has been prepared for you. There are still 8 people left. The 6th son has already sacrificed. If there are only 7 people left, then it's the 7 sons who go. The Yang family has 7 sons, 6 return, but they have no 6th son returning. Although this information was expected, hearing He Pingin's weary and low voice say it still stings the heart. A person has died. Why should we mourn? Why do we feel such sorrow? Why do we have such immense admiration for heroes? Why do we hold such grand ceremonies to welcome heroes back? In the past, we used airplanes to bring the bones of heroes back from other countries, bringing them back to the motherland, where fallen leaves return to their roots. Now, we use spaceships to bring them back from the universe. The time has changed, the place has changed, but everything else remains the same. We mourn so deeply, not just because they are heroes. Heroes can be erased by time and years. We only remember them at specific moments. Whether it's the 13 sons or the ancestors of the Xia kingdom from long ago. No one remembers heroes all the time, not even their families, as they have their own lives to live and cannot constantly dwell in the pain of losing loved ones. But heroes shine bright. They will inevitably be recalled by people in casual moments. It is because this moment is mentioned. It is because in this moment, we know what they did. We know what they sacrificed for the motherland. We understand the happiness and peace we have in this moment is due to them. That is why we feel the greatness of heroes. The old man's lips moved a few times. He Pinyin is an orphan, which is somewhat unexpected. An orphan makes one feel even more sorrowful. Because he has died, no relatives will send him off. Some suggested to investigate. The old man rejected it. This matter does not need to be investigated. It is what He Pinyin himself said, that all 13 sons wish to return to their roots. If He Pinyin had relatives, he would also want to return to his hometown, to where he belongs. The old man was silent for a moment and said, He Pinyin is the child of the motherland. I will have him buried in the martyr cemetery, exclusively for the 13 sons. Yu Tianming said, Yes, sir. You all prepare for it. He Pinyin's remains. The old man paused here, taking a sad breath. The remains will be sent back to the motherland at that time. Although the Broken Sky battleship is already battered, the technology on it still exists. It cannot be applied, but can be studied. This research will be shared globally. The Xia Kingdom also knows that once interstellar war breaks out, Earth is a whole with no division of nations. In this way, the United States and the Bear Country are overjoyed. If the Xia Kingdom does not open up, they have no way to do anything. Even if they use the joint headquarters to pressure the Xia Kingdom, with the 13 sons present, this hurdle cannot be crossed. The Xia Kingdom proactively opens up for sharing. Everyone is happy. Yu Tianming hurried back to the base with the recorder. He Pinyin's remains are stored on a special ice bed and will be sent back to Earth on a chosen day. Yu Tianming handed the recorder to the engineer, preparing to wait for the information inside to be decrypted. The 18th year is already very late. The Heavenly Path Plan has been executed for 18 years. Both the Heavenly Kingdom Plan and other plans within it have matured. Yu Tianming has a premonition that he will see a more comprehensive view of the Heavenly Path National Protection Plan. This is crucial for the Xia Kingdom's future response. The Heavenly Kingdom Plan is divided into 3 phases, clearly a grand plan. It is not easy for 13 people to execute this plan in the vast universe. Yu Tianming is very eager to know what kind of intricate and turbulent plan the Heavenly Kingdom Plan truly is. As the live broadcast room opens again, the recorder of the third son, He Pinyin, also begins to operate. The decryption is completed. The scene is desolate, clearly on Mars. In the distance, a figure is walking on the sandy ground, the silhouette looking very much like the captain. He walks alone, and soon, a figure appears, shouting loudly, Captain, third son. The captain, wearing mecha, slowly turns around, asking, Why are you here? Captain, I've been following you for a while. I know you're not feeling well. The captain smiled. How would you know I'm not feeling well? Are you a worm in my belly? He Pinyin walks into the frame, looking much the same as before his sacrifice. This is 2 months before his death. From this moment on, his life is already on a countdown. The Heavenly Kingdom Plan has flaws. You feel guilty. But this is not your fault, Captain. The Dark Star people evolved too quickly. The intelligence and cultural progress of this race are astonishing. The captain continues to walk forward. It's my problem, but it's not my problem. However, getting tangled in this issue is useless. Now we must completely leave our homeland, the solar system. From now on, we will never return to the solar system, nor expose the main body of our home planet, Earth's existence. Now, we need to leave one last message for our motherland and our people. He Pinyin asks, what message? One day, the motherland will break out of the solar system. Before breaking out of the solar system, I must tell them what exists in the universe. What is the nearest alien civilization to us? We don't have much time left. If we can't find the home planet of the Dark Star people, the Heavenly Kingdom Plan will ultimately just be a smokescreen. Ahead, Olympus Mons is reflected. The captain and He Pinyin arrive at what is now named by the joint headquarters, Dragon Type 1 Impact Crater. He Pingin looks at the battlefield covered in storm dust and slowly says, "Old 7, we have come to see you." The captain squats down, scooping up a handful of dust and sand, raising his hand. The dust is blown away by the Martian wind. The captain whispers, "Old 3, I brought you all out. I promised to send you back. In fact, I deceived you all." At this point, the captain's voice is slightly hoarse. "Captain," He Pingin stands straight. "We actually all know." The captain looks ahead. "Old 7 died here. I know his remains are below, but we cannot bring a corpse to fight the Dark Star people. I will leave something here to tell future generations of our motherland that the 13 of us died in the universe." He Pingin's nose tingles. "Captain, why not be a little more optimistic?" "Are you optimistic?" The captain turns back, the red eyes of the armor gently scanning. "Third son, He Pingin." The captain's voice suddenly rises sharply, rough and hoarse. He Pingin stands tall. "He Pingin here. From this moment on, you have entrusted yourself to the heavenly kingdom plan. Entrusted to the nation. Departing today, heading to the Tawong star system. The last step of the heavenly kingdom plan, even if something goes wrong, even if only one of the 13 sons is left, the heavenly kingdom plan must be completed." He Pingin's lips moved a few times, seemingly wanting to say a lot. But in the end, he said only 2 words. "Received." The captain watches He Pingin walk away and says again, "Pingin." He Pingin turns back. "I will prepare the return plan for you." He Pingin's shoulders shrugged a few times, wanting to say 1,000 words, but ultimately said nothing, raised his hand in salute, and strode away. The captain's figure gradually disappears. In the darkness, a light suddenly flickers. He Pingin's magnetic voice slowly says, "Who would blame the captain? No one. Not even the one most qualified to blame the captain, Old 9, can do it. Do we really think we were out here for a vacation? From the moment we left Earth, we already knew the outcome. The 13 sons have gone out, and our lives have been entrusted to the motherland and the people. I will put the final step of the heavenly kingdom plan on the agenda. I will not disappoint you and the other teammates, nor will I betray my country and my nation." A flame of battle erupted in He Pingin's eyes. In the dark universe, light spread, and ahead, a huge rotating star cluster appeared. The Tawong Galaxy. According to the return journey map, the Tawong Galaxy is 300 light-years away from the solar system. Seeing this distance, the old man and Yu Tianming gasped. The distance is undeniably vast. However, with the space jump engine, it won't take long to reach the Tawong Galaxy using dark universe coordinates. What surprised the old man and the others was that the 3rd phase of the heavenly kingdom plan had actually extended the battlefield to such a place. This galaxy is beautiful. From a distance, it looks like a mass of colorful clouds, radiating the elegance and splendor of the universe. But upon closer inspection, they found that the periphery of the galaxy was densely packed with warships. The Heavenly Path National Defense Plan, Year 18, May 30th. He Pingin's voice carried a hint of calmness. "I, the 3rd son, He Pingin, will be here to snip the Dark Star Legion." Chapter 45, The Ladder of Civilization. The Heavenly Kingdom Dynasty 1 person, taking on an entire Tier 3 civilization army? Is this the trump card of the 13? Can one person really achieve such glorious results? At least, based on the outcome of He Pingin's return journey, he seems to have succeeded. As long as he succeeded, everything else can be discussed. Prepare to enter the Dark Universe coordinates, Alan. We need to avoid the Dark Star Legion and enter the interior of the Tawong star system. Understood, Master. A layer of light waves enveloped the spaceship. As the prompt sound faded, the light waves transformed into a rainbow beam, vanishing into the darkness in the blink of an eye. "Master, I will activate the black hole system. The dark matter energy shield will cover the entire fleet, allowing us to temporarily evade dark star technology scans and enter the center of the Tawong star system." "Good." He Pingin's voice grew increasingly firm. In the darkness, devoid of light, the images flickered uncertainly. The old man pressed his hands on the table, speaking in a deep voice. "All departments pay attention. Do your own jobs well, and make sure to record and research everything without missing a single detail. This is the most precious treasure they left for us." All the experts in the hall were meticulous, fixated on the holographic screen in front of them. For a brief moment, it felt as if everything before them had experienced a millennium. As is well known, A light year is the distance light travels in a straight line over a year. Over 1,000 light years means light has traveled for over 1,000 years to reach Earth. Beyond light years lies the other side of the universe. They had crossed a millennium, gazing at what was once the other shore. The image shifted on May 31st, with just one more day until Children's Day on June 1st. I had already entered the center of the data.On star system. Here lies an important critical point for the Heavenly Kingdom project. The Dark Star people have also discovered this critical point. They evolved too quickly, catching us off guard. Once the data.On star system was discovered, they would surely come to destroy it, because they knew that the Heavenly Kingdom project aimed to locate the home planet of the Dark Star civilization. They are terrified. They invade other star systems from their home planet, requiring bridges that consume vast amounts of energy and resources to construct teleportation bases. Only after the teleportation bases are built can they use constant energy to activate the teleportation arrays. However, we exploited this point, using reverse teleportation to thwart their attacks 25 times, almost twice a year, each time involving large-scale teleportation to transport troops and fleets. We utilized the principles of differential spatial dimensions and the eternity of time to repeatedly destroy their teleportation arrays using their own technology in various locations. Yet, in this tug-of-war spanning over a decade, we lost several teammates, while the Dark Star people began to evolve unpredictably. Unpredictable evolution is more terrifying and harder to anticipate than self-directed gradual evolution. Thus, their home planet became aware of the existence of the Heavenly Kingdom project and discovered the critical point. Pingin's voice was calm, tinged with fatigue and hoarseness, as he slowly revealed the inside story of the Heavenly Kingdom project. If we destroy the critical point, the third step of the Heavenly Kingdom project will be stalled. They will counterattack the base of the Heavenly Kingdom project with their evolved thinking and technology. We cannot hold it for long, and if that happens, the captain's decade-long layout of the Heavenly Kingdom project will come to naught. But I, Pingin, will ensure that the critical point continues to ferment. They only have this one chance, as long as I can find a way to hold on to the critical point and perfect the third step of the Heavenly Kingdom project. We will be able to locate the Dark Star home planet. All the key points are on me. Only I can do this, as we do not have enough personnel to spare anyone else. The captain said, "We are the chosen ones." Pingin's voice carried a hint of warmth. He slowly materialized on the screen, and directly in front of the cockpit was a massive staircase. The ladder of heaven. Pingin looked up at the staircase. This was the most beautiful heavenly road. It would lead us to find the Dark Star home planet, and we would strike at their lair. Pingin's eyes sparkled with longing and anticipation, a faint smile gracing his face as he gazed at the staircase. The captain said, "This plan also has another name, called the Heavenly Kingdom Dynasty, the Ladder of Civilization." Wu Deshio paced back and forth, his eyes never leaving the screen. The seeds of civilization had already taken root in the Heavenly Kingdom project, and so far, it appeared to be a counter-offensive plan. The captain had previously said that the Dark Star had no gods. They could create gods for the Dark Star before it fully evolved into a civilized society. The Heavenly Kingdom Dynasty. Wu Deshio murmured. The general outline of the Heavenly Kingdom project had emerged, but many details remained undisclosed. At that moment, Pingin's voice echoed again on the screen. The first step of the Heavenly Kingdom project took 3 to 5 years, pushing the front line and battlefield beyond the solar system. We tried every possible means to push it out. The 13 did it, destroying the Dark Star's largest teleportation base, significantly injuring them and preventing them from immediately establishing a bridge. Pingin's voice carried a hint of laughter, laced with a sense of despondency. One person from the 13 achieved the results of pushing the front line outward. It was quite a gain. This sudden revelation brought tears to many eyes in front of the screen. However, the front line had not been completely pushed out, so the second step did not continue. It wasn't until the 7th year that we discovered a temporary control point of the Dark Star people in the solar system's outer spiral galaxy, realizing they had secretly established a cosmic space station. Destroying this base point infuriated the Dark Star people, who spared no expense to activate the teleportation arrays, launching an unprecedented assault with 5 teleportation arrays and 5 Dark Star legions against our star chain. But, just as the captain said, they had little rationality to begin with. And losing the little rationality they had meant that their reckless charge would only give us opportunities. We held our ground, but we also lost 2 teammates. At this point, he pinged and coughed, his voice filled with bitterness. Losing one of us is a significant loss that can never be made up. But the Dark Star people can reproduce endlessly, and their reproduction speed is astonishing. They can even give birth to Dark Star beings right before our eyes during combat. Newly born Dark Star beings cannot fight, but they only need 1 day to spread their wings and soar in space. The captain said this is a technological product, not natural childbirth, which is why it can happen so quickly. Later, the captain dismissed this speculation. I asked the captain when Earth and the Xia Kingdom could mobilize the entire nation for battle, because the 13 are truly running out of time. The captain looked at me, and I remember that day. The captain was very sad. He said, "The motherland is not yet ready. Mobilizing the entire nation for war would lead to complete extermination. The Dark Star people have not discovered the location of Earth because they are blinded by the star chain. They have not breached the solar system, so they naturally cannot find Earth's existence. The second step of the Heavenly Kingdom project involves planetary propulsion, using the Dark Star people's own technology to build star system reactors for us. Since the Dark Star's home planet is hidden outside this universe, we will use dimensional space algorithms to locate them." As he pinged and spoke, a brilliant white light flashed across the screen. The second step, they had begun their attack. Pingin's voice was icy. "Alin, Master, immediately activate all star system reactors. I want to give them a surprise." Chapter 47, Confronting the Enemy. 9 Heavens Galaxy. The first step of the Heavenly Kingdom plan is to push the front line outward. If the front line cannot be pushed away from the solar system, then all plans are just empty talk, utterly useless. The battlefield must be moved to other star systems. The solar system cannot become the battleground. Many veteran commanders in Xia country immediately had a comprehensive understanding of the first step of the Heavenly Kingdom plan. Placing the battlefield in the solar system easily exposes the location of the Earth itself. Another key point of this plan is the star chain created by the 13, which hides the Earth itself. Currently, Xia country has not obtained any information about this method, but they understand that the 13 have succeeded in hiding the Earth. As for how they did it, it may only be revealed later. An elder said, 13 people. How can they push the front line outside the solar system? The 13 sacrificed themselves to push the front line outward. One veteran commander said, this must be arranged based on the positions of the Dark Star people's attacks. From previous records, we know their attack methods, which are still. The commander hesitated, as this was over a decade or 2 ago. The Dark Star people have evolved rapidly. The elder said, it's okay, continue. The only method that remains is the teleportation array. The veteran commander pointed to a 3D map of the solar system. They built a teleportation base through a special channel, which is the prerequisite for teleportation and crucial. So the 13 had to blow up the teleportation base. This signifies that we have sounded the horn of counterattack, of course. It was intentionally done to show the Dark Star people. The veteran commander's eyes lit up. Yes, Wu Daxiu echoed from the other side. Commander Zhao is right. We want the Dark Star people to think we are counterattacking. They were once stuck at the teleportation array, unable to find the location of the Earth. For civilizations, once another civilization begins a counterattack, they will subconsciously prepare for defense and conserve energy for a counterattack. The key is that the Dark Star people are not smart. Once they think this way, they will find ways to defend themselves. They believe the counterattack will follow the teleportation array back. Therefore, before figuring out why a lower civilization possesses this strength, they will temporarily stop building the teleportation array. As for why they are wasting so much energy without finding the lower civilization's location and wasting resources and time here, that remains unknown. Commander Zhao said, Old Wu, that's the point. Unfortunately, the front line cannot be smoothly pushed out because the Dark Star people have already laid out their positions around the solar system. To completely push the front line out, we must eliminate the points laid out by the Dark Star people, one by one. Wu Daxiu continued, to eliminate these points. The 13 have sacrificed 2 more. The elder said, if that's the case, according to the timing of the Heavenly Path National Defense Plan, the front line has already been perfectly pushed out. Yes, Wu Daxiu nodded. Not only has it been pushed out, But we have also taken this opportunity to use the Dark Star's own technology to create a series of defensive and offensive measures. These measures include the planetary propulsion system and the galaxy reactor that Pingyan just mentioned. This is the second step of the Heavenly Kingdom plan. As for what the captain said about the Heavenly Kingdom dynasty, it is a bit difficult to understand, somewhat philosophical. We need to observe further. Just as the elder was about to speak, the screen suddenly shook. Alin, Pingyan's hoarse voice shouted, "Master, all galaxy reactors have been activated. But please note that once all are activated, we will lose all energy power. This step is already the final key to the third step of the Heavenly Kingdom dynasty. The only purpose of these reactors is to target the Dark Star Legion." The captain had already calculated everything. How can the Dark Star people's brains compare to the captain's? Do you know why this galaxy is called the data.On galaxy? Master, Alan does not know. Because the captain wants to take the third step here as a person, someone who can step into the Dark Star's home planet. Here, hiding our strength. This is an additional plan called the Nine Heavens Galaxy Plan. Nine Heavens Galaxy. The artificial intelligence, Alan muttered to herself. Pingyan appeared on the screen, sitting in a small spacecraft that looked like a star cone, quickly passing through the galaxy cluster. Ahead, dense rays poured down like the Milky Way. Wu Daxio's pupil shrank. The final step is treated as a person. The Heavenly Kingdom Dynasty plan is essentially one person. A non-existent, virtual person. On Mars, Tianming constantly manipulated the virtual light brain, observing all data and materials, murmuring, "Nine Heavens Galaxy, Nine Heavens Galaxy." Boom! A violent rumble came from the screen. Tianming raised his head. Huge rays and dense shells fell like a meteor shower, striking the very center of the data.On galaxy. They have discovered the Heavenly Kingdom ladder and also found Pingyan returning here. In the Dark Star Legion, on a warship that looked like a planet, a golden-skinned Dark Star person coldly stared ahead. Mons. The tone of this Dark Star person was very similar to that of Xia people, but these images were not observable to Tianming and the others. The Dark Star Legion is not just a few formations, but an entire army in combat, equivalent to deploying half of Earth's elite fleet. However, for the Dark Star, this might just be a small part of their military power. The Dark Star fleet did not squeeze inside, but used various energy weapons, including some terrifying cosmic annihilation cannons, with such power that they directly shattered some satellites into pieces. This scene made everyone in front of the screen swallow hard. How terrifying! Is this the armed force of a third-level civilization? A satellite is like cotton candy in front of their weapons, especially that ship that flashed across the screen. Comparable in size to Earth, left many military commanders around the world dumbfounded. Planet-level warship, the firepower coverage was dazzling, and the terrifying strike power penetrated the surrounding planetary rings, directly threatening the Heavenly Kingdom ladder. Alin, Pingyan piloted the spacecraft, swiftly flying past massive steel fortresses that looked like engines. Hurry and activate the Nine Heavens Galaxy. Data loading, activation. Alan's voice was calm, but her emotions seemed a bit anxious. Boom! Pingyan raised his head around the Heavenly Kingdom ladder. Huge energy beams comparable to a planet-level warship shot up into the sky. This scene looked as if the Nine Heavens Galaxy was cascading down. In an instant, the light screen was locked. Various destructive shells and energy beams all struck the Nine Heavens Galaxy. Open, open, open. Pingyan's expression was fierce, like an angry lion. With a buzzing sound, a strange shockwave swept around. On the screen, two streams of fire crossed, and after the subtle ripples rolled past, all weapons fell down, and the energy beams lost their effect. The Nine Heavens Galaxy stood tall, its pure white light illuminating the surroundings. Without any gaps, it firmly surrounded the Heavenly Kingdom ladder. Pingyan piloted the spacecraft to dive down. Whoosh! A shell shot towards him. Pingyan's spacecraft was hit. Flames erupted, wearing battle armor. Pingyan rolled on the ground and immediately stood up, quickly running forward. He stepped on the steel fortress, and ahead was a flying cone. Instantly, dense shells rained down like a storm. The Nine Heavens Galaxy can block energy attacks, but it cannot currently block the trajectories of annihilation cannons and electromagnetic cannons. Master, Be careful. He Ping-in charged into the flying cone amidst a hail of bullets, quickly activating all instruments, and shouted, "Is the galaxy reactor loaded? Loaded. Fire." He Ping-in piloted the flying cone into the sky. Buzzing. A beam of energy bizarrely pierced through the re-illuminated Milky Way, hitting the flying cone. He Ping-in flipped out, cursing under his breath, and turned to raise a quantum shield. The battle armor spewed flames, blocking a small portion of the attack, while he flew into the highest fortress. Rolling on the spot, He Ping-in removed the energy shield and rushed into the control room. The galaxy reactor was activated. "I'll give you a taste of power." Boom, boom, boom. Outside, the roar continued, with endless flames trailing behind. Crossing the Milky Way and striking the fortress, the Dark Star Legion began advancing toward the fortress. They also knew that continuing to bombard with weapons would be ineffective. They understood clearly the power of such propulsion in terms of technology. On the screen, the black mass of the Legion seemed endless. A terrifying pressure. The horrific pressure brought by the cosmic cannons and warships seemed to seep through the screen, pressing down on the Earth. Wu Daxiu said weakly, "This is the interstellar war of the alien Legion. Earth can't even dare to imagine such a level of interstellar war." How will He Ping-in respond? The mountain man has his own clever plans. He said the captain has set this place up as a sniper position, luring the snake out of its hole. No, the captain wouldn't take such a risk. I always feel the captain is testing something. Wu Daxiu adjusted his glasses while trying to gauge how far the Dark Star people had evolved. Su Xiaoman said, "Teacher, could it be that the captain has another trump card in the data.On galaxy?" "I don't know. The captain is too strong," Wu Daxiu sighed. Su Xiaoman suddenly said, "Teacher, just now He Ping-in mentioned using dimensional space algorithms to locate the Dark Star's home planet." Wu Daxiu's eyes lit up. On the screen, Alan's electronic voice started to sound anxious. "Master, the galaxy reactor is starting to spread, but the enemy is already closing in." "I know." He Ping-in remained calm and opened all regulators. "You may not know how many things you have left in the solar system and its surroundings. This is using their spear against their shield." After He Ping-in finished speaking, with a loud bang, a strong pressure erupted around the fortress, and the massive magnetic field power brought by the galaxy reactor permeated the entire galaxy. The Dark Star Legion suddenly paused, stopping in space. The next moment, the Dark Star troops quickly spread out. The Earthlings gasped in amazement, and only after the Dark Star Legion spread out did they realize how terrifying their numbers were. Blocking out the sun, opposite the core of the data.On galaxy, it resembled the strongest steel shield wall in the universe. After He Ping-in initiated the program, he didn't stay. He moved to the side and jumped out, where a flying cone was already waiting for him. "Alin, Master, I command, you control." "Yes." He Ping-in landed on the ground, and the flying cone opened its top hatch, allowing He Ping-in to perfectly land inside. He pressed the lightspeed button and shouted, "Go." Boom! The fortress opened. "Oh my God! Warships! Our warships!" Where did he release so many warships from? I'm more curious about how the heroes concealed so many warships in space. No, we should ask where he built so many warships. The people in the live broadcast room went crazy. This surprise made everyone forget that He Ping-in had already fallen in battle. The Dark Star Legion saw so many warships emerge and immediately adjusted their formation. "Open fire." 3 wings advanced together. At this moment, He Ping-in's voice was like a stabilizing anchor, firmly rooted in everyone's hearts. "Activate attack mode." War initiated, energy unleashed, guarding the Heavenly Kingdom's ladder. The civilization of the nation is about to arrive. Alan's voice also began to become excited. The data.On warships, propelled by the violent planetary thrust and the galaxy reactor's power, lined up in a straight line, with the 2 wings advancing side by side. The middle fleet shrank to the back, connecting the 2 sides. A triangular formation, combining defense and attack. The Dark Star Legion's fleet underwent some small-scale adjustments, with the largest planet-class warships retreating, while other warships moved up to supplement. Boom! The data.On galaxy let out a mournful cry, and the Heavenly Kingdom's ladder in the sky seemed to tremble slightly. He Ping-in looked up. Bang! Beams of light roared in from a distance. The energy shield activated, and the antimatter energy shield started. Pingin piloted the flying cone swiftly past the rear of the warships. First squad. The first squad has begun to maneuver around. Second squad, counterattack. Pingin was like a general commanding thousands of troops, riding his horse, galloping behind the army, issuing orders. Within the Taoguang fleet, two formations surrounded themselves with electromagnetic energy shields, and they saw snow-white light pouring down like heavenly pillars. Streams of energy cascaded. The sky was interwoven with colorful hues, as various firepower converged in the air to form streaks of rainbow. Wu Dexiu shook his head. In terms of numbers, the gap is still large, and the weapons are different. Mu Tianming spoke in the video. The disparity in power is still significant. Although this move is indeed surprising, it's only buying time. Buying time for the Captain's calculations? Calculations. Cosmic level calculations. This requires open source code, which is the open source code of Dark Star technology. Yu Tianming coughed. The fatigue from consecutive days of work had worn him out. No need to shill. Do you remember the possibility we discussed before? The digital universe level artificial intelligence? The calculation range reaches the beginning and end of the universe. The ultimate algorithm can break through the existence of cosmic rules. Wu Dexiu opened his mouth in shock. Yu Tianming nodded. Aside from that, I can't think of any other possibilities to calculate a civilization like Dark Star. Wu Dexiu said, Teacher, achieving this peak cosmic level calculation. Dexiu, we once said that within the digital integers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0, there is another integer between 3 and 4. Wu Dexiu said, to reach this possibility, the calculation speed of artificial intelligence must keep pace with the cosmic space-time, time, and the speed of open-source operation. But time does not truly exist. This is what we talked about. Master, the antimatter energy shield of the second squad has been breached. On the screen, the second squad was engulfed by dazzling light, and terrifying energy radiation poured over. Pingin gritted his teeth and said, Quick, follow up. The third formation will attack from the flank, divert the Dark Star Legion's target, and temporarily create a buffer zone. He piloted the flying cone swiftly through the battlefield. First squad. Where's the first squad? Master, the first squad has launched an attack using the principles of spatial black holes from the rear. But the Dark Star Legion has already detected them using atomic energy. Pingin's face instantly turned pale. By time, he weaved through the battlefield, with countless shells and beams passing by him. The Dark Star Legion possibly carried terrifying light-year strikes and dimensional weapons this time. If so, that would mean opening the final chapter. Pingin had a sense of foreboding. The rumbling sounds continuously assaulted everyone's eardrums. Master, the third formation has completely disbanded, unable to reach the core of the Dark Star Legion. Master, the fourth formation has retreated, initiating spatial chains, preparing to forge an energy wall. Master, should we activate black hole material reflection? The left third fleet activated particle flashes, helium flashes, and began the helium flashes. Pingin's voice was filled with a sense of tearing. There's one more hour. Just drag it out for another hour. Pingin's voice was somewhat uncomfortable. He hadn't even had a sip of water. Yu Tianming's eyes narrowed. Helium flash. Can this thing even be applied to warships? This is electronic degeneracy pressure causing inward collapse, with hydrogen continuously burning and gravity compressing inward. The sun will continue to burn for about 5 billion years before it begins helium flash. The sun will continuously shrink and collapse, eventually becoming a white dwarf. Then a white dwarf will transform into a red giant, and if the compression is strong enough, it will ultimately form a black hole. If the Earth wants to become a black hole, it needs to be compressed to the size of a grape to form a black hole. However, if the Earth becomes a black hole, then the range it can attract is also related to the Earth's current gravity. As long as you are outside the black hole's range, grabbing nearby objects will not be drawn into the Earth's black hole. This is essentially uncontrollable. No, with the technology of the Dark Star civilization, controlled nuclear fusion should be easily applicable, and there might be even more efficient means. Activate Fleet Helium Flash. As Alan's voice just fell, a burst of intensely burning fire cloud suddenly erupted in the Dark Star Legion. Pingin's pupils constricted. They actually took the initiative. Alan, Release all gravitational bands. Compress. Compress the dimension of the Taoguang galaxy. Compress it all. Let them taste the bitterness of self-damage. Master. Do it. As soon as Pinyin finished speaking, a beam of light disregarded any rules and slammed directly onto the flying cone. In the distance, in a massive planetary-class warship, the golden-skinned Dark Star beings withdrew their gaze. Destroy. He pointed a finger at the heavenly kingdom ladder. Pinyin shouted commands. Filled with despair, he knew the gap. He was just stalling for time, buying time for someone. He fell from the flying cone, his armor shattered, and the second layer of armor immediately covered him. He flipped over and landed, opened a virtual screen, and summoned the second program. Whoosh! He flipped in place and sat inside a strange spaceship. Warship start. Line up, I want to burn the chibi. The Dark Star beings wouldn't miss this opportunity. They firmly believed their technology crushed us, proud and arrogant yet brainless. Pinyin's voice grew increasingly hoarse. Alan, give me 1 second, just 1 second to start everything. After Pinyin finished speaking, he piloted the spaceship out of the star cluster, made a turn, and came to the side of the heavenly kingdom ladder. In the next second, he slowly turned his head, staring at the pitch-black planetary-class warship. It was like a ferocious beast resting in the darkness. Chapter 49, the last half hour from Pinyin's perspective, they saw the flagship across from them. Planet class. The enormous warship resembled a giant star, its oval shape exuding elegance. The higher the technological civilization, the simpler the model of the warship. This planet-class command ship, aside from the bow that resembled the barbaric side of the Dark Star people, was otherwise very simple, with a smooth overall appearance. The higher the technology, the more it focuses on effectiveness rather than aesthetics. However, what was unexpected was that despite the Dark Star people's roughness, most of their warships were so exquisitely crafted. Pinyin glanced at it, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Let me see your strongest method besides light-year strikes and dimensional weapons. After saying this, he drove the spaceship downwards. 3 wings advance, adjusting warship parameters, activating self-destruct mode. Alan's voice gradually calmed down. Master, we have detected our chain line, and a mysterious code, codenamed Erlang Shun, has already infiltrated the enemy's system headquarters. Upon hearing this, Pinyin raised his eyebrows. It's here. Alin, let our fleet advance, leave no energy behind, release all material reactors, and charge the warship. Yes, Master, but if you do this... Shut up. Pinyin flew to the back of the fleet, opening all energy shields. It had arrived as promised. The captain had already laid out the plans, just waiting for them to unleash their firepower. Excitement surged on Pinyin's face as he thought of the captain. Alan, are you ready? Master, ready. Pinyin extended his hand and waved forward. Charge, treating the technology of a level 3 civilization as if it were a charge from the cold weapon era. Perhaps only Pinyin at this moment dared to do so. The fleet lined up, engines roaring. Tianming watched this scene and said slowly, using reactors to initiate energy dilution for large-scale external release, these warships turned into individual stars akin to a helium flash. Continuous nuclear fusion within, electrons and atoms constantly compressed, ignoring the gravity and weight of the Taoguang star system. Here was the starting point of the heavenly kingdom ladder, but also its endpoint. Wu Dexiu heard Tianming speaking, hesitated for a moment, and his eyes lit up. The Taoguang star system was going to turn into a black hole. Yes, the black hole would devour the heavenly kingdom ladder. As long as the force pulling from above the heavenly kingdom ladder was greater than the gravity of the Taoguang star system, it wouldn't be sucked in by the black hole. Wu Dexiu said, but even if the Dark Star people are not smart, they are absolutely sensitive to technology. They cannot be unaware. They know, but it won't change anything. What I worry about is that Pinyin's actions may ultimately come to nothing. Why? Tianming sighed. The technological instinct of the Dark Star commander is stronger than Pinyin's. In the footage, the light screen gradually transformed into the Milky Way. Above the 9 heavens, the galaxy descended, as if the sky was collapsing, directly falling. Quick, don't give them any reaction time. The Dark Star pups are very aware of the power of these things. Even if they have a backup plan, we must strike unexpectedly. He Ping maneuvered the spaceship swiftly from left to right. Terrifying energy began to radiate outward. The energy released from the star system reactors converged into vast seas of light flames, drowning everything around. Full speed ahead. In the footage, the fleet darted through the buffer zone like shooting stars. Just then, the Dark Star Army also chose to charge forward. They didn't care about the immense energy released by the star system reactors at all. Indeed, He Ping's voice carried a hint of joy. They are indeed confident, choosing to charge directly, wanting to suppress and clear all obstacles with firepower and seize our civilization ladder, the first gate of the Heavenly Kingdom dynasty. The Dark Star Army's fleet spread across the sky, blocking out the sun. The golden-skinned Dark Star commander had a cold expression, continuously speaking to several red-skinned Dark Star people beside him. Boom, boom, boom. The roar of the Dark Star fleet's engines momentarily drowned out all other sounds. This outmade space buzz. He Ping stared at the star map, solemnly stating, Come, let us see your attack trajectory. Let it calculate properly. As the two fleets were about to collide, the Dark Star fleet unexpectedly came to a sudden stop. At this high speed, it seemed to freeze in an instant. In the next second, all warships simultaneously fired a beam of light, with various flashes and thunder, resembling the most terrifying and powerful gamma ray bursts in the universe. Yu Tianming watched this overwhelming energy release, his eyes nearly bulging out. The power of gamma ray bursts lies in the intensity of the photon energy produced, which is at least hundreds of thousands of times stronger than normal sunlight. It can easily destroy any life in the universe, except for the non-existent gods. At the fastest speed, it can release energy dozens of thousands or even millions of times that of the sun in just a few seconds. Based on the situation in the footage, it may not be as instantaneous as a gamma ray burst, but the energy itself is definitely not weak. He Ping's voice also showed some surprise. Master, the simulated gamma ray burst. We cannot enter the battlefield. As Alan's voice fell, the converging beams formed an energy wave, crashing into the Taoguang star system in a reverse stance. He Ping immediately shouted, Scatter! Everyone scatter! He was prepared for the Dark Star Army, carrying many high-energy weapons. But he was still caught off guard. Moreover, the Dark Star people clearly knew some simple layouts and battle strategies. Form 10 formations, all scatter. He Ping shouted hoarsely. He couldn't bear to see the fleet wasted like this. The fleet quickly scattered. Their speed was already fast, but they still couldn't avoid the first wave of impact. He Ping's bloodshot eyes watched the warships explode into fireworks in the air. Despair, anger, courage. His gaze was complex, but one thing remained unchanged: the courage to face death. With a buzzing sound, the beam condensed in the air. The Dark Star Army moved forward step by step, the sense of pressure closing in. A proud voice, speaking somewhat awkwardly in Xia country language, called out from afar, You surrender, and I will, in your own way, give you the highest honor, letting you die a worthy death. The old man stared at this scene, his eyes also bloodshot. They can already speak Xia country language, and they spoke it quite fluently. Commander Zhao clenched his fists. This was a premonition of preparing to enslave Earth. They thought this civilization had only our one race. The scene brightened. The beams of light coalescing into a wall emitted fluctuating energy, affecting He Ping's command. Even the artificial intelligence Alan found it hard to cope. Your Xia country language is indeed standard. Do you know what surrender means? He Ping leaned back in his chair, his body gradually covered with armor. Boom! The first shell blasted out from within the beam wall. The star system reactor of the Taoguang star system erupted with immense energy. Electrons and atoms continuously compressed and collapsed. Attack! The Dark Star Army pressed in completely, thoroughly entering the fortress range. Captain! He Ping shouted. Ping. The captain's voice traveled through light years into his mind. Hold on. Just hold on. For half an hour. Hearing the captain's firm and steady voice, the anxiety in He Ping's eyes gradually dissipated. He looked down at the time and said solemnly, Alan, Master, we cannot hold for half an hour. Yes, we can believe in ourselves. We can do it, absolutely. He Ping advanced, the spaceship soaring into the sky. All square formations, full retreat, We change from attack to defense. Just hold on for half an hour. The spaceship passed over the steel fortress, and a dense fleet of Dark Star warships in the distance had already entered the first chain. In the blink of an eye, the steel fortress was covered by endless beam weapons. Third squad, up top, drag the front line to the left. They want to annihilate us. They definitely won't let us go. This way we can hold on for a while. Hold the fleet at the 3 o'clock position. Aaron, release the shockwave. Unleash all the planetary propulsion. Forget everything. We can't care about those things anymore. Fifth squad, where's the fifth squad? Master, the fifth squad is gone. Then the sixth. Also gone. Pinyin fell silent for a moment. Then suddenly, with a boom, he somersaulted into the frame. The vast galaxy flew above his head towards the heavenly staircase. 5 more minutes. Pinyin's eyes turned completely red. He didn't know if it was too many blood vessels or if they were already stained with blood. The armor covered his entire body as he supported the anti-quantum shield and kept running. Aaron, how much do we have left? Master, only the electronic matrix. That won't do. That's the last resort, the final trump card. Pinyin panted, flipping his body as the armor was torn to shreds. Master, focus on your own tasks. Pinyin landed and reached out, the last set of armor fastening onto him. This is the last one. I have no reserves left. Pinyin stood up, countless artillery shells passing by him. Pinyin, Captain, time's up. This staircase can be destroyed. Our heavenly gate of the 18 star systems has been opened. This illusion can be abandoned. Yes, Captain. Pinyin shouted excitedly and proudly. Pinyin, the captain's voice slowly sank. Captain, wait. Forget it. Don't wait for me. Pinyin let out a faint laugh. They still have an entire legion. I need to activate the final electronic matrix. Pinyin, you are my pride. The captain's voice choked up. Captain, what are you saying? It sounds so cheesy. Pinyin turned off the communication. Captain, I'm sorry. Tell 11, I'm not coming back. He raised his head, his voice filled with unparalleled determination and faith, gritting his teeth. Aaron, activate the electronic matrix compress. The galaxy. Master, open it. Pinyin charged into the highest fortress. Activate the electronic matrix, detonate the reactor, compress the galaxy core, forming a neutron star. At this moment, everyone had already guessed the outcome. But this is not his final outcome. With a tremendous roar, the Taowong galaxy collapsed inward. Violent rays and electrons engulfing everything. Curses erupted from the Dark Star Legion, and the fleet was also swallowed in the collapse. Pinyin activated the final program, looking up at the heavenly staircase breaking and exploding layer by layer. A massive storm ray penetrated the entire galaxy for over a dozen light years. He smiled slightly, spread his arms, and fell. Spare warship breakthrough, ready. Master, I will pre-launch the return plan. After Aaron finished speaking, she fell into a deep sleep. Pinyin's armor brought him into a warship, and as the hatch opened, the next second, endless dark stars surged out from the annihilation. The golden-skinned commander glared at Pinyin, waved his hand, and all the dark stars stopped, surrounding the breakthrough. The commander looked puzzled, constantly scanning the surroundings. It seemed he was confirming whether Pinyin was truly the only one. Pinyin flipped up, grasping the hatch, looking at the swarm of dark stars. He stubbornly straightened his body. He took a deep breath. He saw the storm in the distance. The heavenly staircase was destroyed. But because of this, the location of the heavenly gate would not be discovered by the dark stars. Pinyin knew he had completed the mission, and he had done it perfectly. He looked ahead, his body resembling a stone statue. He faintly heard a distant song. In a daze, he saw his former comrades. In a blur, he saw the captain smile. Pinyin, Captain. A faint smile appeared on Pinyin's face. He never spoke of going home because he was an orphan, and his mission remained in space. But he still had concerns. Saying he had no concerns was always a lie. Wu Dixio and the others stood up straight. This was Pinyin's final stubbornness, even if he could no longer stand tall. His gaze lost its ferocity, replaced by a hint of softness and longing. They knew he was looking towards his homeland, looking towards Earth. Pinyin. The live broadcast room was completely broken. Various crying emojis rolled through the live stream. People wept loudly, continuously calling that name, remembering the most faithful warrior to the motherland. The birth of a hero, hurriedly passing away. Their regrets halted in this starry sky. but also fortunate. Their eternity lingered in the cosmic time, never to be erased. Aaron, goodbye. Tears streamed down He Pingin's eyes as he called out a familiar, yet strange name. He stood at the hatch, like a mountain, unyielding. He didn't even glance at the densely packed, dark stars surrounding him. He dedicated his final moment to the softest part of his heart. What was he thinking? In the last moment, he wasn't thinking of the motherland and the people. He should also think of the person he missed. He had dedicated his life to the motherland. At this moment, he should leave a place for the person he cared about the most in his heart. Pingin, among our 13 sons, your name has the best meaning. Peace, peace, sounds good, but it's very distant. The captain's voice became an off-screen sound. Pingin could also hear it. Does it take a month to kill hundreds of thousands of dark stars? It does. Pingin told me he was an orphan, so he never yearned for family ties. But he had someone he cared about. After the first year, he never mentioned that person again. They forcibly brought all 12 sons into space, separating them from their families. In the first year, they were filled with various emotions of defiance towards me. But only Pingin, he said nothing. They asked me, if we die in battle, leaving not even a strand of hair, how can we return to our roots, to our homeland? I couldn't say your souls will return, but I know your names will be remembered. Pingin, the heavenly gate will take you on your final journey. Goodbye, comrade. The captain's voice fell silent. No one could guess the pain behind the calm and strong voice of the captain as it faded away. They couldn't see it. Earthlings couldn't see it. Pingin, actually, we can't go back. Even if we destroy the Dark Star's home planet, we still... Pingin lowered his head and murmured, it's fine if we can't go back. Even if we do, I'd only see her marrying someone else and having children with others. The Dark Star commander finally realized that there was only one person here. Only one human from Sia. He let out a roar. Anger and unwillingness intertwined. In an instant, the dense dark stars surged toward the breakthrough. Here they come. Su Xiao Min trembleth. Yu Tian Ming stared at the screen. Pingin's kneeling posture was the result of this final battle. Pingin suddenly raised his head. The emotions in his eyes erupted violently, filled with bloodlust and slaughter. His battle suit enveloped him, smashing open bottle after bottle of potions. The DNA material of the Dark Star beings is being poured into his mouth all at once. He swallows resolutely, not even trembling. Motherland. A roar is drowned out by the rushing Dark Star beings. Can everyone send flowers to the third son, Pingin, for his final journey? In front of the screen, everyone's face is pale. Summer Country even broadcasts a warning on major live streams and news channels. Children need to watch with their parents at home. Summer Country, Sichuan Province. In a small city. In front of the television station, a middle-aged woman in her 40s stares at the live broadcast. In a corner, no one pays attention to. This woman is crying uncontrollably. Pingin. She cries almost to the point of suffocation. Mom. A man in his 20s rushes in. Ping. The man named Ping quickly comforts his mother when he sees her crying so sadly. Mom, what's wrong? Ping comforts his mother while watching the live broadcast. And he understands. In fact, he felt a bit excited and nervous while watching earlier, and he has a strange sense of kinship with Pingin. Mom. Ping gently calls out. The woman wipes her tears and sobs. Ping, do you know why I named you this? Ping shakes his head. He is puzzled. It's the first time in 28 years that his mother has told him this. The woman points at the live broadcast, her arm trembling uncontrollably, and Ping quickly holds his mother's trembling hand. He is even more confused. His mother wasn't this agitated the last time she watched a live broadcast. Do you know what your mother's name is? Mom, your name is Su Lin. What about my father? My father. Ping lowers his head, Mom. You've never wanted to talk to me about this. Every time I ask, you get angry. Su Lin bites her lip and points at the live broadcast again. Because your father's name is Pingin, I named you Ping to remember your father, so that if you ever meet him, he will know the meaning of this name. When Ping hears this, it feels as if he has been struck by lightning. His mind goes blank. He turns his head with difficulty, staring at the live broadcast, watching Pingin being overwhelmed by the Dark Star beings. He finally understands. He understands why he felt a strange sense of kinship when he saw Pingin, even feeling that he resembled him a bit. Is he really my father? Su Lin cries and nods. He is your father. I didn't take time to tell him I was pregnant with you before He went missing. I thought he was a heartless man, but I always believed he wasn't that kind of person, and now I know. Mom. He see Ping. Though reluctant to believe, trusts that his mother would never deceive him. He hugs his mother's legs and kneels in front of screen with a thud. Su Lin looks at He Pingin being overwhelmed. Want to turn off the TV, but then remembers this is the last scene of seeing He Pingin alive. She can't bear to turn it off, even though the outcome will be very, very cruel. The battleship breaking the sky is filled with countless dark star beings. He Pingin's figure is so small, so vulnerable. 13. I've made a fortune. Old 10. Old 7. Old 6. I'll kill 100, 1,000, 10,000 for you. He Pingin's vocal cords are completely torn. His voice is hoarse and barely audible, but his furious roar still comes from a screen. He Pingin's armor is torn. A giant hand impales his back. He turns and raises the light sword in his hand, coldly saying, "Have you seen the martial arts of Huaxia? Taught by the captain." Whoosh! White light flashes, and the heads of the dark star beings roll to the ground in pieces. He Pingin's physique is surging. His strength seems endless, but his weapon has already been damaged. Yet dark star beings keep pouring in. One legion has at least 100,000 dark star beings. He Pingin's eyes are bloodshot as he steps back, his feet surrounded by the shattered bodies of dark star beings. One of his hands is already broken, torn to pieces. One of his eyes is blackened. His face is covered in dark red blood. The golden-skinned commander stands high above, coldly watching He Pingin. There's some admiration in his eyes, but more cruelty. Earth, summer country, I will enslave you, making your people and nation my possessions. The dark star will inevitably become the ruler of this universe. He Pingin raises his head and spits. Dream on. Even if I die, there are countless others like me. Our captain, Old 9, the 8th son, 11. Each one of them is dozens or hundreds of times more powerful than me. He Pingin laughs mournfully. You want to enslave Earth, conquer summer country, dream on. Roar. The dark star beings desperately pounce again, once more overwhelming He Pingin. People in front of the live stream close their eyes, unable to bear to watch, unable to witness the sacrifice of a hero. What a tragic and cruel scene this is. The great hero does not retreat, even if he dies in battle. He cannot fall. Yu Tianming has aged. He steps back a few paces, feeling old. We, in this era, are preparing to conquer the stars and the sea. We raise our flags to break the shackles of the solar system, fighting for new civilizations and glories for humanity. But before this, some have already walked the heavy path. We, in this peaceful era, in an era without alien races lurking, watching them sacrifice. They are fighting alone, yet we can do nothing. Yu Tianming clenches his jaw. If he weren't on Mars, he would definitely want to roll up his sleeves and shout. Lien Po is old, but absolutely will not admit defeat. A solemn atmosphere spreads across the globe. Except for summer country, other countries watch He Pingin fight alone, bloodied. In that moment of despair, overwhelmed by 100,000 dark star beings. Even if they can't feel it, they can sense it. Emotions resonate at certain moments, and empathy is felt. In the broadcast, the dark star beings suddenly retreat in a frenzy. He Pingin breaks out from the sea of corpses and rivers of blood. His body is covered in blood. One leg completely shattered, he kneels and grips the light sword plunged into the ground, slightly raising his head. In his mouth, he still holds a piece of flesh. Spit. He Pingin spits out the flesh in his mouth, staring at the dark star beings in front of him, who appear frightened. The dark star commander flaps his golden wings and loudly says, "You are a warrior. Submit to us." Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? He Pingin retreats to the bridge, grabbing the national flag beside him. The dark star commander yells, "If you have the ability, keep standing." He Pingin tightly grips the national flag. Our national flag has flown here. Can you do it? He glares, his eyes wide, spewing blood as he shouts, "Come on, everyone come. If I take a step back, I'm no longer a summer country person." He Pingin's roar shakes the heavens and the earth. The momentum surpasses all the dark star beings, including the commander. Below the large screen in the mall, someone starts clapping first. Then, applause spreads everywhere, resonating throughout the land of Shenzhou. The commander glares at He Pingin, pointing at him, awkwardly yet fluently speaking summer country language. Your civilization is not yet qualified to challenge us. Remember, the only ones who can enslave you are us. We not only want to enslave you, but also breed with you, making you watch your bloodline descendants become our eternal slaves. We have this strength. This failure is just a minor setback, but you will all die one by one. No one can stop our march. Our march to conquer everything. He Pingin's eyes trembled. The only eye that could see light was filled with deep despair. But beneath the despair lies a faith that clears away all obstacles. A faith that breaks all shackles. Aaron released the spatial distortion waves, used dark matter to cleanse all enemies in the cabin. Aaron, He Pingin shouted loudly. But he forgot that the artificial intelligence had already fallen asleep to conserve energy for the last executor's return. He shivered, teetering on the brink of collapse, but still clutched the flagpole tightly, refusing to fall. The Dark Star commander waved his hand, ready to launch a final assault with the remaining Dark Star forces. Suddenly, a shell came roaring from afar. He Pingin suddenly raised his head. The captain, not the captain. His expression shifted from joy to coldness. It was the last program he set up to prevent us from being captured by the Dark Star. He Pingin slowly revealed a smile. The Dark Star commander let out a scream, obliterated into dust. The breaking sky erupted in sparks, sinking into the sea of stars. He Pingin stood on the bridge, forcefully turning back for a glance, squeezing out an ugly smile. Damn it, my flesh is gone too. With a thud, he knelt on one knee, grasped the national flag. His gaze was earnest and eager, staring ahead. In the end, filled with reluctance and nostalgia, he slowly lowered his head, frozen, waiting for return. The screen darkened. Everyone gazed deeply at the screen, watching He Pingin's final gaze, until it extinguished. What does a knife rolling in the heart mean? Such a desperate, yearning gaze. He wants to go home. He wants to go home with his comrades. This gaze has made me a fool. I'm crying like an idiot right now. He Pingin's final gaze was complex, making one's heart ache, as if it were being cut into pieces and continuously torn apart. It hurts so much. Sir, the secretary hurried over to the old man. What's wrong? The old man wiped his eyes. The secretary said, Sir, someone named Su Lin just contacted us, claiming to be He Pingin's wife. What? The old man widened his eyes. In front of Wu Daxiu, various data, materials, and images rolled by. Heavenly ladder, heavenly gate, planetary propulsion, galactic reactor, civilization ladder, fleet helium flash, electronic matrix compressing planetary core, transforming into a black hole or neutron star, dark star fleet scale, bloodline potion, dark star DNA. Wu Daxiu's head ached. But these things are the direction for their future. Yu Tianming appeared on the screen, looking exhausted. Daxiu, teacher, we have a lot to do now. Yes. Wu Daxiu felt a bit excited, but also had a hint of a bitter smile. But teacher, you look very tired. What is this compared to the 13 suns? I'm practically in heaven. Yu Tianming shook his head. Let's speed up our research, and don't forget that saying. What saying? Yu Tianming said. The Dark Star commander said that their failure was just a minor setback. They would use every means to enslave us, even using Dark Star DNA to breed with Earthlings and enslave our descendants. Wu Daxiu said with wide eyes. That's right, they won't destroy us. We must ensure that these sacrificed heroes die with dignity. They have cleared the way for us in the stars and seas, creating light for us, bringing technological momentum. We cannot let them down. Wu Daxiu ended the call with Yu Tianming and turned to look at his students. Su Xiaomin, Su De, Qin Su. And others looked at their teacher with firm determination. You are the best of this generation, so you have the right to go to Mars. This time, the future of the motherland is not on us, but on you. Suda and others stood straight and saluted. In Sichuan province, a small town, a group of people with special identities arrived. Li Guomin brought Su Xiaoxiao and set out again on the journey to find the families of heroes. Based on the location provided by Su Lin, they arrived at a very poor farmhouse. These places are where the country had no choice but to choose to grow food in order to break out into the stars and seas. Resources would be tilted. Although it was unfair from certain perspectives, in matters of national importance, there must be trade-offs. Li Guomin looked at these houses and sighed. Are all the 13 sons children of poor families? Su Xiaoxiao recalled He Pingin's final reluctant lowered head and her eyes turned red again. If she really is He Pingin's wife, not to mention the country. Countless people across Ya country would be willing to help them. Li Guomin said, "This is the country's responsibility. Don't involve others to avoid any negative talk." Su Xiaoxiao glared at Li Guomin but smiled politely. They walked to the courtyard entrance and saw some chickens and ducks inside, with a dirt dog lying on the ground. "Excuse me, is Su Lin here?" Li Guomin politely asked. After a while, He Siping came out. Li Guomin and Su Xiaoxiao looked at He Siping in surprise. So similar. Too similar. Could it be? Li Guomin and Su Xiaoxiao exchanged glances, hearing He Siping say, "Who are you?" "Hello. We are from the Civil Affairs Bureau." Li Guomin took out his credentials, saying that Su Lin had contacted us, claiming to be the wife of the hero He Pingin, and we came specifically to verify. He Siping said, "So soon." He turned back, smiling bitterly. "I'm sorry, my mother was too sad and just fell asleep." Li Guomin and Su Xiaoxiao asked, "Who are you?" "My name is He Siping. I am He Pingin's son." He Siping's tone was not particularly excited, but rather calm. "The hero's son? He has descendants?" Li Guomin was astonished. He had always thought that besides the captain, the 13 sons were all very young people who probably weren't married before leaving. Su Xiaoxiao immediately turned her back and walked out of the courtyard, taking out her phone. "Report to the director. Hero He Pingin has a son." He Siping poured water for Li Guomin and the others, preparing to go to the room to wake Su Lin. "Don't wake her up." Li Guomin stopped He Siping. "We can wait." He Siping said, "Isn't that inappropriate? My mother often says, 'Let her rest for a bit, child.'" Li Guomin, at least in his 40s, found it no issue to call someone in their 20s a child. "How old are you?" he asked kindly, though his heart was filled with emotion. On the day the seventh son Song Xuebing returned home, he saw Song Xuebing's old father, Song Weihua. This time, he met the descendants of heroes again. "I'm 26 years old." He Siping smiled shyly and honestly. 26. Li Guomin murmured, "In your impression regarding your father." "I was born when my father had already passed away." He Siping immediately interrupted Li Guomin's words. "I never met my father." Li Guomin opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. Does He Pingin know that he has a son? From the fact that he only called Aaron and not anyone else's name, it seemed he didn't know about his son. Su Xiaoxiao understood this matter, and her whole demeanor turned bleak. Women are often more emotional than men and more easily triggered to tears. If He Pingin knew at the moment of his death that he had a son who had grown into an adult, would his regrets be somewhat lessened? He didn't even know that the woman he loved most had already conceived a child for him. He knew nothing at all. He even said that if he returned, he would just see her marry someone else. When Su Lin heard this line during the live broadcast, did it feel like a knife cutting through her heart, like a needle pricking her? Li Guomin sat silently in the chair, eagerly watching He Siping. When the old man first stepped into this home, he never expected that all 13 sons would come from such a family. Shursen Zhoukai once said that the captain had chosen 12 of them from over 1 billion people in Xia country. It was a random selection, but a careful choice. They are the pride of heaven. There's a sense of self-praise in this, as well as a hint of mockery. But looking at it now, that is absolutely not the case. These are definitely the 12 individuals specially chosen by the captain from across the country. When the old man saw Su Lin and He Siping welcoming him, his pupils trembled. These are the descendants of heroes. The great genes will continue to be passed down. When Mars sends signals to the outer solar system searching for possibly living heroes, it is already destined that these signals will be known to alien races. The captain also mentioned in the black box that the electronic signals sent by the unmanned exploration spacecraft allowed the Dark Star to discover the existence of Earth-S civilization. Thus, at this moment, when Earth-S technology breaks out of the solar system, it has already exposed the coordinates of civilization. "Child, come here, let me see." The old man waved to He Siping. It was the first time He Siping had met this gentleman, the one who appeared on television every day. "Tell me, do you hate your father for leaving without saying goodbye, for not even seeing you the first time you were born?" The old man looked at He Siping with hope. He Siping moved his lips. He had not fully processed this information yet. "All right, I understand. Tomorrow, the hero will return home from Mars, and we will all be here waiting for his return." The old man sighed and patted He Siping's shoulder. Originally, it was thought that He Pingin was an orphan, so his remains would be buried in the 13 Sons Heroes Cemetery. Now he has a family. He has a home. He Siping raised his head and looked at the blue sky. The next day, August 2nd, 2066. The remains of hero He Pingin departed from Mars, escorted by the fleet, heading towards Earth. This is the third son returning home. 10 others remain in the universe. Perhaps some are still alive, or perhaps they have all perished. Maybe some heroes can no longer initiate the return plan, but they are out there in the universe. In this starry sky, even in death, they will guard the Earth home as heroic spirits, protecting the land of the motherland. Chapter 52, Means of Hiding Earth Coordinates. It rained again. In the land of Xia country, a light rain fell continuously. A spaceship soared across the sky. The Earth fleet formed a chain, opening its doors above Earth's orbit. Salutes erupted from the warships, exploding in the atmosphere above. Like rolling thunder, it welcomed the heroes home. With this deafening sound, it told the heroes, "You have returned. You are home. Your souls have found a resting place. You are no longer wandering." The Xia country fleet, the American fleet, the Russian fleet, the Allied fleet. Welcome heroes home. In the sky, fighter jets flew across the long sky of Sichuan province, adorned with colors. The spaceship slowly descended to a small town in Sichuan province, where soldiers were already waiting in the temporarily cleared area. These young soldiers were full of vigor, and they looked up together at the drizzling sky. Motherland, the spaceship has entered the designated orbit, landing in 3 minutes. The motherland received this. Please land on the designated orbit. The land of Sichuan, the land of the motherland. Pedestrians held umbrellas, candles in hand. Inside and outside the small town, children sang the song My Motherland with innocent and bright voices. This was a song beloved by all 13 children. It was their spiritual nourishment, a strong support that kept them resilient in adversity. Alone in the universe, they could not see their motherland or their kin. Only the song, at certain special moments, brought them endless courage and strength. On that day, petals fell all over the ground. On that day, the whole country sounded its horns. On that day, it was not just welcoming the third child He Pingin home, but also mourning for the other 10 children who had not returned. Su Lin held He Sipin's hand, quietly watching the spaceship come to a stop. He Sipin looked around nervously. It was his first time witnessing such a grand event. He was about to see his father, whom he had never met. They all said his father was great, a hero of Xia country and even the world. He was the guardian umbrella of Earth, the protector of the solar system. These titles were grander than the last. So much so that the introverted and somewhat reclusive He Sipin found it hard to breathe. An elder walked up to Su Lin. The soldiers would bring him back. Su Lin nodded at the elder, biting her lip tightly. Salute. The soldiers ahead shouted like a torrent. The hatch opened. Su Lin couldn't help but cover her mouth. That person was being carried out. The soldiers carefully took the specially designed stretcher, which was emanating a chill, enveloping the sleeping He Pingin. Middle-aged He Pingin was no longer handsome. He had aged. His face was covered with wrinkles. The fierce expression and desperate emotions he had dissipated upon returning home. He lay there peacefully, asleep. Siping. Mom. Su Lin hurried a few steps, almost falling. He's your father. He Sipin held back tears, helping Su Lin up and walked step by step to the soldiers. Salute to the heroes' families. The soldiers stood tall. He Sipin stared wide-eyed at the soldiers who were about his age, some even younger. Their faces showed pride, honor, courage, and determination. Su Lin saw the sleeping He Pingin and could no longer control herself. She rushed forward. He Sipin's lips moved a few times, but the word he most wanted to shout could not come out. With a thud, he knelt down as a son, welcoming his father home. The soldiers stepped aside. At this moment, the hero needed his own space to face his beloved alone. Regrettably, He Pingin did not know he had another son. On the day he left, he was unaware that Su Lin was already pregnant. Listening to Su Lin's cries, He Sipin finally understood what greatness meant. He looked at his father, imagining many times what he would look like. But this kind of father was something he could never have dreamed of. His father was a hero. He was the son of a hero. Although he had never met his father, he felt proud to have such a hero. He Sipin firmly raised his head, looking at He Pingin's face, tears streaming down his cheeks. Dad, I want to enlist. I want to be a soldier like you. National Space Program of Xia Country, Space Warfare Headquarters. Wu Dexiu, Commander Zhao, and others sat together. On the video call were Yu Tianming and other chief experts from the Mars base. With the third child, He Pingin home, Other matters were left to the country and families. They had little time to reminisce about heroes. They had more important tasks to accomplish, racing against time. What is the progress on the Voidbreaker project? The elder asked in the video. It's a bit troublesome. Yu Tianming shrugged. Old Zheng, you take this one. Old Zheng said, Gentlemen, colleagues, the technology of the Voidbreaker is very complex. We are still not very clear on the principles of the space engine. Our biggest enemy remains time. As long as we have enough time, we can research it thoroughly. The Voidbreaker has many residual energy sources, which are the best way for us to study antimatter and dark matter. But this path is too complex. If we had a complete, undamaged warship, it would greatly help our research. Commander Zhao said, That's too difficult. An undamaged warship? Would the brutal nature of the battlefield leave a warship intact? Old Zheng replied, Yes. It's difficult, so we can only take it step by step. Our signals have already been sent out. The unmanned exploratory ship has received our signal and continues to transmit. The biggest challenge before us is not researching the Voidbreaker, but finding other heroes. They are our spiritual support, our vanguards facing space. Everyone nodded. Wu Dexiu took out documents and said word by word, Gentlemen, let me share something. He opened the folder. First, after the Darkstar Legion was severely damaged in the Taiwan system, they should take some time to regroup, but this is just speculation. Additionally, the captain once said that even if they break into the Darkstar homeworld and destroy the entire Darkstar civilization, they still cannot return. Even if they survive, they cannot return. Wu Dexiu's expression was solemn as he looked at everyone. Why is that? Commander Zhao asked. Yu Tianming said in the video. Dexiu, I remember that sentence too. I suspect they might have been infected by the Darkstar virus. The places where alien species survive may not be suitable for Earth people. The 13 children have fought the Darkstar people so many times in the universe and have even consumed the Darkstar blood serum and DNA gene data, which is bound to produce such a virus. Commander Zhao said, But we have already sampled and tested the remains of the 7th child, Song Xuebing. In the blood tests, we did find some special substances, but they do not affect the physical attributes of Earth people. In other words, there's no virus. Yu Tianming said, They have already sacrificed. Their bodies are dead, and their cells no longer exist. What about the ones who are alive? Commander Zhao was momentarily at a loss for words. So, I still believe that there are heroes alive. Perhaps the war has already ended, or perhaps it is still ongoing. There are reasons they cannot return. Wu Dexiu said, All right, let us assume that for now. Next, the Gate of Heaven. The Captain's Heavenly Kingdom plan is divided into 3 steps. The first and second steps have already been achieved. Although we have not seen how the second step was achieved, based on Yipingyan's combat records in the Taiwan system, it is clear that the captain used a strategy to make the Darkstar people attack. At the same time, using a mysterious algorithm codenamed Erlang Shun, they calculated the attack trajectory and coordinates of the Darkstar people, essentially finding a special kind of teleportation device they possess. During this period, several of the 13 sons sacrificed themselves, and after Yipingyan's death in this battle, only 6 of the 13 sons remained. Is the Gate of Heaven the door that opens this teleportation device? After Wu Dexiu finished speaking, he looked at everyone. This requires further information and data. Yu Tianming shook his head in the video. An expert said, Old Wu, we have a basic study regarding the Earth itself, but this study might be a bit unconventional. Oh, Old Qin, please elaborate. Qin Hansen said, It's like this. The captain previously used some means to hide the existence of the Earth itself, or, to evade its existence, using what is called the Star Chain and Star Belt to avoid inspection by the Darkstar people. Their civilization has reached level 3, and the teleportation array has been specially transmitted to Mars. How could they not discover the existence of Earth? Qin Hansen opened a page from a pile of materials. I suspect the captain used some ancient method to turn the solar system into a special formation, and the core of the formation is on Earth. Earth should be the eye of the formation. After Qin Hansen finished speaking, he looked at everyone. Otherwise, with the technology of the Darkstar civilization, I really can't imagine how they would fail to discover Earth's coordinates. After he made this conjecture, the meeting room fell silent for a while. Commander Zhao shot a glance at Qin Hansen. You're a scientist. Qin Hansen replied, Yes, what I'm saying is not about metaphysics, but a possibility. If this is to be done, the first possibility is that the 13 suns are all gods, which is obviously not the case. So, it's the second possibility, using dark star technology to connect the 8 planets and the sun, creating a formation that hides the true coordinates and location of Earth. At the same time, a false image is created, which is the non-existent death, placing Earth at a coordinate point that the dark star people can find. This way, it maximally protects Earth. Wu Daxiu said, "Your speculation is not without reason, although it's a bit fantastical. However, if all the 13 suns are dead, how would Earth hide if a large-scale invasion by the dark star people occurs on Mars and Venus?" Qin Hansen replied, "I hadn't thought of that because I didn't consider the possibility of all the 13 suns being killed." Yu Tianming suddenly said, "Sir, Commander Zhao, I think old Qin's statement is not without merit." He opened some data charts and explained in detail. The 9 Palace 8 trigrams formation didn't come from nowhere. Many years ago, our ancestors in Xia country looked up at the universe. The idea is quite simple, to create something that wraps around the original coordinates, using the same technology as the dark star. Wu Daxiu suddenly remembered something and frowned. Dyson sphere? Yu Tianming nodded. Don't forget, the captain discovered the dark star formation was arranged at Saturn, and he once said that we are the ancestors of plane formations. However, it must not have been easy for the captain to hide Earth's coordinates. Whether it is a Dyson sphere, I'm not sure, but it definitely has a similar effect. And the captain completed this plan. Yu Tianming pointed at the screen. The dark star has not found Earth's coordinates and will continue to teleport, trying every means to find where Earth civilization is located. But the captain must have been very clear that if all of them died, and the dark star civilization was still around, Earth would always be exposed. Now, we have already been exposed. After Yu Tianming finished speaking, he opened the database of the Longming ship. On the Longming ship that the 13 Zhoukai returned home on, there were no symbols of the dark star civilization. Wu Daxiu opened the symbol chart of the dark star civilization. Light and darkness oppose each other. The Longming ship could not have been independently built by the 13 suns in the universe. So, it must be a spaceship of another civilization. Either the symbol of the dark star civilization was hidden, or it was a spaceship from another race's civilization. After Wu Daxiu finished speaking, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He looked oddly at Commander Zhao and others, then back at the elderly man in the video, and said slowly, "Not just one civilization is spying on Earth." The elderly man replied, "Whether it is one civilization or 2 civilizations, our immediate priority now is to quickly study the Longming ship and the Breaking Sky ship. This is one of the most precious legacies left to us by the 13 suns. They are our support for technological leaps. Only by understanding how to achieve spatial leaps can we have the qualifications to leave the solar system." Yu Tianming said, "What the sir said is correct. Our only trump card is technology. It is also the only help we can provide to the heroes who may still be alive." The elderly man said, "Then let us formulate a plan, starting with the Longming ship and the Breaking Sky ship. Within 2 months, I need a complete and executable plan from you." He paused and sighed. "I know 2 months is a short time, but time waits for no one." After the meeting dispersed, Wu Daxiu and Commander Zhao continued their conversation. They decided to release cosmic signals, spreading in all directions, to better receive signals from the heroes and guide them back home. The return of the Breaking Sky ship has already confirmed this point. The heroes are scattered in every corner of the universe, and they will get lost, drifting in space. To return home, the Breaking Sky ship did not hesitate to send out dangerous signals, almost causing a conflict between the Earth fleet and the Breaking Sky ship. Looking back now, it really makes one break out in a cold sweat. However, doing this also makes it easy for other civilizations to know it is a double-edged sword. They simply have no other choice now. They cannot wait idly. They cannot do that. They cannot just wait for the return signal. The electronic signals emitted by the unmanned ship have already been detected by the Dark Star civilization. Other civilizations should have known by now as well. One civilization conquering another is not something that happens on a whim. It depends on whether it is worth it. Considering this, the Dark Star civilization is closest to Earth civilization, almost a done deal. The only civilization they need to guard against right now should be the Dark Star civilization. Wu Daxiu said with a bitter smile, "Commander Zhao, are we taking a huge gamble by doing this?" "No." Commander Zhao's gaze was intense. "We are not gambling. We have a heavenly road opened up by the 13 suns ahead, and we can walk in their footsteps. The Heavenly Path Protection Plan has been in execution for 26 years now. Sipin is 26 years old. Wu Dashio said, "What do you think of this child? He has ideas." Commander Zhao chuckled. "He wants to join the army and follow the path his father took." "Really?" Wu Dashio turned around. The sun was shining brightly outside. "Are you going to consider it?" Commander Zhao said, "No need to consider. Let him join." "Why?" Wu Dashio looked at Commander Zhao in confusion. Commander Zhao said, "The blood of heroes will be etched in his bones. If you don't let him join the army and let him feel that he has privileges because he is the son of a hero, then his thoughts will decline. He should do this. We should support him in doing this." And his mother did not stop him. Commander Zhao walked out the door. He added, "If he can truly follow us, enter the universe, go to the places where his father fought, and even meet other heroes. I mean heroes who are still alive." Wu Dashio's eyes brightened. If the captain is still alive, how would he feel seeing He Pingin's descendants walking this path? What would other heroes think? This is our grand Huaxia. There are successors. Someone. Wu Dashio walked out of the conference room, and Qin Han-san said, "Old Wu, the old is asking for you." "Oh, the old." Wu Dashio slapped his forehead. He vaguely remembered that the old dean had mentioned something to them before, regarding the matter of the 13 suns. However, at that time, they had just discovered the signal from the void breaker, and they had no time to discuss it with the old dean. He hurriedly went to the old dean's office with Qin Hansheng. The old dean was already semi-retired and didn't often stay at the main hospital. However, due to the recent data.On plan, he had been there almost every day. When they pushed open the door, the old dean was sitting in his chair, looking energetic. Upon seeing Wu Dashio and the others, he smiled and said, "You remember this old man, huh?" Outside the window, the weather was pleasant. The tea on the table was giving off a faint steam. What a cozy and comfortable scene this was. But all of this had been fought for by the 13 suns over the lonely years of 2 or 3 decades in order to make a case for Earth. The old dean, Zhu Kongsheng, said, "I have a colleague, and you should all know him. His name is Bai Seiju." Wu Dashio was surprised and said, "Yes, that's him." Zhu Kongsheng smiled and added, "The chief engineer who always opposes me." Some younger scientists asked, "Is he the chief engineer who planned the Xia country's lunar base?" "Yes," Zhu Kongsheng replied, looking at the younger scholars. 26 years ago, he told me something. He said that the signal from Earth's unmanned spacecraft launch might be known to alien species. Zhu Kongsheng's eyes were filled with reminiscence as he slowly said, "But at that time, the unmanned spacecraft had just left the solar system, still within a 1 light-year diameter range." We didn't believe what he said. Of course, many people had said similar things, that the electronic signals emitted continuously by unmanned spacecraft in space would be known to alien species. But back then, who would believe in the existence of alien species? Zhu Kongsheng looked at everyone. "Do you believe it?" Wu Dashio and Qin Hansheng shook their heads. Indeed, they did not believe it at that time. Zhu Kongsheng poked his cane on the ground. "In the thousands of light years around the solar system, we have never found signs of life. So he and I clashed. Our relationship was already poor. We would argue every time we met." Zhu Kongsheng let out a hearty laugh. Later, he told me something that led to a big argument between us. Qin Hansheng asked, "Old Dean, what was it?" He said he wanted to train a group of people to go to space to execute some kind of forward patrol plan. I didn't submit that plan. I tore it up in front of him. Wu Dashio furrowed his brows. Forward patrol? It sounds completely unrelated to the Tian-Dao-Hugel plan, but upon closer thought, it has a significant connection. The people in the Institute thought he had become somewhat obsessed, and indeed he had become a bit eccentric, a little crazy. Saying it like this isn't very good, but it was true. He either arrived late or left early, and later he even stopped coming to the Academy of Sciences. Zhu Kongsheng sighed as he spoke, seemingly lamenting the genius of his colleague. Wu Dashio asked, "What happened later?" Later, there was no choice. The country used illness as an excuse and had him retire at home. Zhu Kongsheng slowly stood up. "If it weren't for the sudden emergence of the Tian-Dao-Hugel plan and the 13 suns battles in outer space stirring up the world, I probably wouldn't have remembered this matter." Wu Dashio and Qin Hansheng hurriedly supported Zhu Kongsheng. "What are you doing?" "I'm old, not incapacitated," Zhu Kongsheng said. Wu Dashio and Qin Hansheng smiled, but didn't let go. Zhu Kongsheng added, If you have time, accompany me to visit him. I haven't seen him in many years. The 8,000-word piece is finished, and there will be one more update later, with the specific time to be determined. Friends who go to bed early can wait until tomorrow to read it. If you have flowers, please send some. I won't ask for more. Thank you all for your love. Chapter 54. Friendship is long and rich. Signal coordinates appear by Seiju. A name forgotten for many years. He was once the chief engineer in the construction of a lunar base, with scientific literacy and academic status on par with Zhu Kongxing. But for some unknown reason, he suddenly went mad. The state relieved him of his duties and provided a sufficient subsidy for him to live at home. Some say that a scientist's ultimate fate is either madness or discovery, discovering new cosmic rules or new paths to space civilizations. Or madness. Perhaps by Seiju was quite unfortunate, or it could be attributed to his paranoia and stubbornness, which led him to madness. He is from Xiang province and now lives in Baitian City, the headquarters of Xia country. He has a stubborn temperament and has never admitted defeat in his life. When the lunar base was being constructed, I had some disagreements with him. He was very confident and did things his own way. Now, the lunar base is thriving, all thanks to Bai Seiju. Zhu Kongxing sat in the car, feeling emotional. Wu Dixio said, "When I first joined the Academy of Sciences as a fresh graduate, I met the old gentleman. What was your impression of him?" Zhu Kongxing asked with a smile. Wu Dixio hesitated. "The old director, how should I put it? I didn't have much interaction with him, and we didn't have any academic discussions privately, so my impression of him only stays at his stubborn side." Zhu Kongxing said, "Yes, he is indeed stubborn, obstinate to the point of madness." Not far ahead, the car stopped. Zhu Kongxing said, "We have arrived." Everyone got out of the car and stood at the entrance of an old courtyard. It was eerily quiet around. Qin Hansen asked, "Old director, who is he living with now? It looks like no one is living here." Zhu Kongxing replied, "It should be with his family, but I'm not very sure. Sigh, we are all getting old." After he finished speaking, he walked to the courtyard door and knocked. After a moment, a woman in her 40s opened the door and asked curiously, "Who are you?" "Hello, I am Bai Seiju's former colleague. And you are?" "My name is Zhu Kongxing." The woman thought for a moment but seemed unable to recall such a prominent figure. So she said, "Please come in." "Where's old Bai?" Zhu Kongxing walked into the courtyard, looking at the somewhat lonely yard, feeling suddenly uncomfortable. Why does it feel like an old person with no one to rely on? He's taking a nap. The woman went inside to get them some water. Zhu Kongxing surveyed the main house's furnishings. It was very simple and plain. "Is he doing well recently?" The woman handed them water, and Wu Dixio and Qin Hansen quickly said, "No need to trouble you. We could do it ourselves. There are many of us." The woman smiled and said, "Well, his health is still like that. Can't hear clearly, old now. They say it's a residual effect from the moon." Zhu Kongxing held the disposable cup and asked, "What is your relation to him?" "I am his daughter. My name is Bai Lanfeng." Zhu Kongxing felt a bit embarrassed. He didn't know Bai Seiju's family situation or how many children he had. But that is quite normal. Usually, if the children of big figures don't join the Academy of Sciences or work in state-owned enterprises, they rarely interact with them. If the private relationship isn't good, they wouldn't ask either. "What about the others?" "They are gone." Bai Lanfeng shook her head. Wu Dixio exclaimed, "Gone? I'm the only daughter of my father." Bai Lanfeng smiled naturally. "I am an only child." Zhu Kongxing asked, "Have you always been taking care of your father at home?" "Yes, otherwise who would take care of him?" Bai Lanfeng's tone was somewhat helpless. "I'm still not married." Zhu Kongxing was at a loss for words for a moment. "My father is awake." Bai Lanfeng heard some noise from inside and hurriedly ran in. Zhu Kongxing walked to the door and looked. His nose inexplicably felt sour. An old man with white hair, thin as a skeleton, was trembling slightly as he sat up from the bed. "Old Bai, you're still younger than me by a few years. How did you become so old?" Seeing his former colleague in such a state, Zhu Kongxing felt uneasy. Bai Seiju heard the voice and slowly raised his head to look at the door. "Who are you?" Bai Seiju's voice was extremely old, much more hoarse than Zhu Kongxing's. "I am old Zhu Kongxing." Zhu Kongxing stepped inside. Bai Seiju murmured, "Old Zhu. Old Zhu." Zhu Kongxing. "Dad, he is your colleague. Don't you remember?" Bai Lanfeng reminded him from the side. Zhu Kongxing said, "I am old Zhu Kongxing." He leaned close to Bai Seiju's ear and spoke loudly. Bai Seiju's murky eyes suddenly brightened. How is it you? Why did you come? Zhu Kongseng said. I came to see you, old friend. Wu Dashio and Qin Hansen stood at the door, watching this scene, feeling a bit heartbroken. They had made significant contributions to the country, yet in old age, they still could not escape this fate. They seemed to see themselves at 70 or 80 years old. At that time, if the children were unfilial, would it also be so desolate? A gentle breeze blew by the riverside. Bai Seiju sat in a wheelchair, pushed by Zhu Kongseng, and the two were chatting and laughing. After walking for a while, Bai Seiju pointed to the distant riverbank. Later, they stopped planting trees. It doesn't he look like a madman at all? Perhaps with age, his mindset suddenly opened up. Zhu Kongseng glanced at Wu Dashio and the others following behind, then lowered his head and asked, Old Bai, I want to ask you something. What is it? Do you still remember that year? Which year? Zhu Kongseng said. The year when you and I had a disagreement, don't you remember? You said you wanted to train a group of people to go to space for reconnaissance. Bai Seiju tried hard to recall. Disagreement? I didn't argue with you. Zhu Kongseng couldn't help but laugh. Old Bai, I'm talking about that, the reconnaissance plan. He emphasized the last few words. Bai Seiju's eyes brightened again. You executed it? Discovered aliens? Zhu Kongseng sighed and nodded. Discovered. Bai Seiju's eyes, which were bright, suddenly dulled again after hearing this. Not only did we discover aliens, but we also discovered the Xia country's 13 sons. What 13? Bai Seiju asked loudly. Zhu Kongseng said, 13 sons. The 13 sons of Xia country, stationed at the edge of the solar system, guarding the motherland and the earth. Oh, Bai Seiju smiled. Still, the country is strong. Zhu Kongseng squatted down and asked with effort. Old Bai, think carefully, think thoroughly. Did you train a group of people to go to outer space? Or was it the Heavenly Path defense plan? Bai Seiju had been forcibly retired for nearly 30 years. Training? The people trained by the country are certainly impressive. Bai Seiju seemed unable to hear what Zhu Kongseng was saying clearly. I'm asking you. Did you train people to go to outer space? Bai Seiju said, The lunar base, is it still okay? The group I trained is working at the lunar base. I haven't seen them for many years. Zhu Kongseng asked repeatedly many times, but Bai Seiju seemed unaware of the matter of the 13 sons. Although he was old now, and various factors had made his mind somewhat unclear, if the 13 sons were trained by him, he certainly wouldn't forget. Old Director, Wu Dashio walked over. There's a situation at the headquarters. We found the signal source. You all go first. Zhu Kongseng patted Wu Dashio on the shoulder. Remember to report the situation to me. Wu Dashio nodded and hurriedly left with Qin Hansen and the others. At this moment, the unmanned exploration spacecraft was sending signals from a position 9 light-years away from Earth. There's a signal source similar to the traditional code of the Xia Kingdom in the constellation Pegasus, 10 light-years away from Earth. Chapter 55 Codename. Wu Dashio and Qin Hansen rushed to the National Aerospace Center, the headquarters of the space program. As soon as they entered the hall, they saw a dense array of dots on the electronic screen, a large number of signal sources. Wu Dashio walked up to the optical brain in surprise and inputted his DNA code to establish a remote connection with a Mars base. Teacher, Wu Dashio, Yu Tianming appeared on the screen, pointing at the scrolling signal sources. It's here. This mysterious code belongs to the Xia country, located in the constellation of Pegasus, the second stellar system after Proxima Centauri. Commander Zhao had also arrived in the hall. Old Wu, this is information sent back by the unmanned exploratory spacecraft, confirming the characteristics of the signal source. The only issue is that the location is too far. Qin Hansen stared at the screen, shaking his head awkwardly. This is not a return signal. Wu Dashio compared the signal sources and found that they were different from return signals. The return plan signals have a common feature. They contain codes like motherland and home, but the signal source discovered by the unmanned vehicle does not have these codes. Could it be a trap left by another civilization? Another expert questioned. Wu Dashio and Commander Zhao exchanged glances, unable to answer. This cannot be determined at the moment. 10 light-years is too far. With current Earth technology, it would take a long time to get there. Moreover, we cannot guarantee safety. Can we attempt to use our signal collection devices to receive signals from 10 light years away using our space satellites? Wu Daxiu said this method is feasible, but it also requires time. However, this is the only thing we can do right now. Wu Daxiu turned around and sent a signal to the lunar base, asking them to adjust the satellite parameters to lock onto Tianyuan 4. Tianyuan 4 is located in Pegasus, the second closest star to Earth. The surrounding planetary belt is believed to have a high likelihood of being habitable. However, the distance is too far, and up to now, no specific information about Tianyuan 4 has been observed. This time, the signal source came from Tianyuan 4. Although everything is mysterious and possesses Xia country's special codes, Xia country cannot easily believe that these signals come from the 13 suns. Yu Tianming said on the video, Daxiu, the return plan is interconnected. When Song Shuebing returns home, the return plan will be fully activated. Wu Daxiu raised his head and looked at his teacher. The unmanned vehicle had never received signals from Pegasus before. This sudden reception should be related to the return plan. Yu Tianming paused and then said, "Everyone, I have reason to believe that the signal source from Tianyuan 4 is closely related to the 13 suns." Commander Zhao said, "If it is not a return plan, how can we determine what the signal source up there really is?" Qin Hansen said, "It could be one of the 13 suns, or it could be something left behind." Yu Tianming said, "By the way, what about the black box?" The program for the black box is currently being executed. It seems that the secrets hidden by the captain in the black box are not many. They have limited time. The black box should be recording randomly, adjusted automatically by artificial intelligence. Intelligent recording will be interconnected with other plans. After Yu Tianming finished speaking, he fell silent for a while. What should the captain have left behind? Left on Tianyuan 4, 10 light years away? Commander Zhao sighed. Does he really believe we can break the speed of light and spatial leap in 20 or 30 years? Although the signal source was transmitted to the unmanned vehicle, the system showed that the signal fluctuations had not moved. If it were a return signal, it would not be completely still. The mysterious signal from Tianyuan 4 tugged at the hearts of all experts and scholars in Xia country. They were eager to understand what was behind the Tianyuan 4 signal source. In the end, everyone agreed on a plan. A spacecraft would be arranged to send the most professional group of astronauts to Tianyuan 4 to investigate the source of the signal. This approach is dangerous, but Xia country has to take a gamble. The US and the Bear country know about this matter, but they did not participate. This is Xia country's only traditional code, and only Xia country needs to go there alone. The assistance provided by the US and the Bear country mainly involves research on Longming and Poquan to confront alien civilizations. The world is a whole. Aside from the most core elements, everything else can be shared. The plan to go to Tianyuan 4 has been determined, but it still requires time to execute, and all aspects of preparation must be sufficient. The lunar base, Mars base, and ground headquarters of Xia country are cooperating to provide complete data guidance and route testing for this voyage. A series of tense preparations slowly unfolded. In the evening, the sky was filled with colorful clouds. Old Wu, Qin Hansen rushed into the workspace. The black box. Why are you in such a hurry? Wu Daxiu put down his work. The second program information for the black box has been activated. Wu Daxiu ran out of the workspace. In the hall, the electronic screen emitted a crackling sound. The black box finally popped out the second signal. Although it made the people of Xia country wait for a while, the information inside was very confidential. The captain might also be afraid that the Dark Star people would find and intercept the black box. At the Mars base, Yu Tianming swallowed a pill, staring tightly at the screen. "Professor, you should take a good rest. You are too tired." Yu Tianming said, "No, I don't have the right to rest. I don't have time to rest." He stared unblinkingly at the screen. The second piece of information from the black box has opened. Time waits for no one. For all of this, I would rather die of exhaustion here, as long as I can thoroughly study it. What is the harm? After Yu Tianming finished speaking, he revealed a proud smile. Upon hearing his teacher's words, Wu Daxiu lowered his head and secretly wiped his eyes. No one has the right to let others rest. Life belongs to oneself, but dedication is for the motherland and the future. This is the backbone of a nation, the faith of a nation, and the fundamental strength of a nation. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from screen. The Heavenly Path Protecting the Nation Plan, Year 11, July 6th. We have repelled the 12th attack within the transmission range. I'm so tired that my heart feels like it might stop beating. The captain's voice sounded so exhausted, so weak. Only here, in the black box, could his questioning voice be heard. I'm afraid I can't hold on much longer. This world is beautiful. Our blue Earth is the most beautiful scenery in the universe. Every time I look at it from the solar system, it's as if I see my compatriots, my kin, our powerful motherland. The 13 say, the great price is our fulfillment. This guy could sometimes come up with a bunch of philosophical statements, but they don't stand up to scrutiny. The captain's voice gradually grew cold. After the third battle, the second step of the Heavenly Kingdom plan is basically all laid out. The Dark Star people have been relentlessly pursuing. If we want the second step to be fully perfected, we must strike hard at the drowning dog and not give them a chance to breathe. Wu Daxiu listened to the captain's voice, and then Su Xiaoman said, "But you guys can't catch your breath either. Use the skills of the barbarians to control the barbarians." The captain, wearing combat armor, walked across a stretch of white sand. At this moment, everyone stood in solemn respect. He alone bore it all. He had to watch his comrades sacrifice. After his comrades sacrificed, he had to continue to strategize. He had to comfort his comrades, but he himself had no one to comfort him. Would he secretly wipe away tears when his comrades departed? He would. He definitely would. He is human, a person of flesh and blood. His heart is pierced every time a son sacrifices. It must have been riddled with holes long ago, right? But he cannot stop. He can't even say a word. I'm tired. You all take over. The captain's silhouette, illuminated by the distant light, casts a shadow on the sandy ground. Hiding the Earth's coordinates, we use the Dyson sphere principle combined with our ancient 9 palaces and 8 trigrams formation. I know that if our homeland sees this, they must be very puzzled about what methods we have used to withstand the countless attacks from the Dark Star people. You will find out. The captain's silhouette comes to a halt. He gazes ahead. In the distance, there is a huge planet, Tianyuan 4, the star of the Bojiang constellation. Here I have deployed an interstellar orbital cannon, codename Chiyu. Chapter 56, The Launch Window of the War Master. Third update. Chiyu is a tribal leader, with both a prototype existence and mythological legends left behind. The captain refers to Chiyu merely as a codename. No one would associate this Chiyu with the tribes and myths of ancient Huaxia. What Wu Daxiu and Yu Tianming are most concerned about is the interstellar railgun. The captain has set up an interstellar railgun there, and the signal source from Tianyuan 4 comes from. Commander Zhao immediately said, "Hurry, let everyone preparing to execute the Tianyuan 4 exploration plan come back." If the signal source comes from this interstellar railgun, then they don't need to take the risk of rushing over right now. They should first check the captain's description of this railgun. The staff and astronauts preparing to head to Tianyuan 4 have already boarded the spacecraft and will go to Tianyuan 4 after changing supplies at the lunar base. This order made them stop at the lunar base. Earth is a core. Aside from being our home, it is the core of the solar system. There is life, and thus everything exists. We have used a Dyson sphere to replace the Earth itself with a fictitious dead planet. The captain's voice came from a screen, cold yet reassuring. We have moved the dead Earth to another place. During this time, the Dark Star people have attacked the dead Earth 8 times. They will never know where the real Earth is unless they control the solar system and completely dismantle the rotational mechanics of the solar system to find the real Earth. If this method were to be executed, it would only happen if all 13 of us were dead. However, the Dark Star people have been evolving. The captain's voice carried a hint of reluctance and helplessness. They evolve in war. We must defend as well as attack. Only with a combination of offense and defense can we wage this protracted war, fighting until the Dark Star people can no longer attack us, and break into the Dark Star mother planet, giving our Earth motherland 100 years of development time. 100 years should be enough. The captain's voice showed a hint of joy. We have left behind enough things to allow Earth's technology to undergo a qualitative change. The captain's figure appeared above the planet's atmosphere, along with his voice. "Captain." A spacecraft swooped in. Wu Daxiu glanced at Commander Zhao and the others. It was the voice of a woman, the 9th child. This is the only woman among the 13 known to them. Old 9. The captain looked up and entered the spacecraft before his armor's energy was about to deplete. The 9th child had a slender figure, but wearing armor concealed her appearance. Captain, the second step of the Heavenly Kingdom plan is being tightly blocked by the Dark Star people, making it difficult to break through. The ninth child's voice was pure and elegant, sounding like someone from a scholarly family, melodious and lingering. Su Xiaomin widened her eyes, seemingly recalling the appearance of the ninth child. When the seventh child sacrificed himself, the ninth child's voice, although sorrowful, did not sound as tranquil and pleasant as it does here. Suda said, "What do you understand?" I don't understand. Su Xiaomin lowered her head, afraid to speak loudly. On the screen, the spacecraft headed toward the planet ahead. The second step of the Heavenly Kingdom plan is to create planetary propulsion around the solar system, using the technology of the Dark Star civilization to acquire the resources we need through a process of mutual consumption. The galaxy reactor compresses the galaxy, creating the Heavenly Kingdom ladder to confuse the Dark Star people. They think we will follow the ladder to find their mother planet or transport belt. The captain chuckled lazily, as if in this spacecraft, he didn't have to think too much. The Heavenly Kingdom ladder is just a deceptive illusion, just like the dead Earth, used to deceive the Dark Star people. This is our only advantage now. They are foolish and cannot transport large numbers of troops and warships at once. Yet they are unwilling to accept defeat and want to invade the solar system time and again. This is called waiting for the rabbit by the stump. The Heavenly Kingdom ladder is an illusion, but it is also a truth. If they do not destroy the Heavenly Kingdom ladder, we can also make use of it. The Gate of Heaven is the key to opening Pandora's box. Yu Tianming said, "It seems that the main purpose of the Heavenly Kingdom plan is the Gate of Heaven. Then what about the Heavenly Kingdom ladder that he Ping'an vowed to protect with his life?" Suda couldn't help but speak. Wu Daxiu glared at Suda and calmly said, "You need to learn to think. If the Heavenly Kingdom ladder isn't important, why would he Ping'an risk his life to protect it?" Suda's face turned red as he retreated to Su Xiaomin's side. Su Xiaomin said, "Stop talking nonsense. You'll make others laugh at you." Yu Tianming said, "The first step only sacrificed 13. The second step of the Heavenly Kingdom plan is the most difficult." At this, the whole fell silent. They could not help but think about how the 13 had held on. But the more they thought, the more bizarre it became, and they could not explain it. They could only use the words of the 13 to say they were the pride of heaven, the pride of Huaxia. Only they could accomplish such a magnificent and grand task. The Heavenly Kingdom ladder is the umbrella for the Gate of Heaven, attracting the hatred and attacks of the Dark Star people, protecting the successful construction of the Gate of Heaven. If the Heavenly Kingdom ladder is them, then the Gate of Heaven is us. We are thriving. They are shedding blood in space. It's actually quite simple. If He Ping'an doesn't fight desperately to protect the Heavenly Kingdom ladder of the Taoguang star system, then the Gate of Heaven will be discovered. Qin Hansen said affirmatively. The Gate of Heaven is the key to opening Pandora's box. Guarding it with one's life is a last resort. A person as smart as the captain must have had no other choice but to take this step. This step, he must be very reluctant. But there is no other way. Wu Daxiu nodded heavily. On the screen, the spacecraft landed on a light red planet. The captain disembarked, and the ninth child followed. The star sea ahead was floating and sinking. The ninth child said, "Captain, it's been 11 years, and the second step of the Gate of Heaven has not yet been completed. Do we have enough time?" "Not enough," the captain replied directly. "So," the captain bent down and grabbed a handful of soil from the red planet. "We need to build a launch window for the Gate of Heaven there. 10 light years away from our mother planet, Earth." Launch window? Everyone present showed surprised expressions. The interstellar railgun, codenamed Qiyu, is stationed at Tianyuan 4. Tianyuan 4 is the launch window? Wu Daxiu looked at the screen in astonishment, colliding with Yu Tianming's equally surprised gaze. The captain has left a heavy artillery piece for Earth and the Xia country. The Qiyu cannon is the most important part of the Heavenly Kingdom plan that I have formulated. The War Master launch window. The captain's narration sounded like someone telling a story, sounding like an electronic synthesized voice. The next second, it switched to the captain's emotionally hoarse voice. The Qiyu cannon horizontally guides waves, converting dark matter to dissolve electron and atomic energy, compressing the planetary core for continuous nuclear fusion to the maximum extent, creating an energy body that can be ejected and capable of crossing interstellar space. with a maximum attack range of 5 light years. The captain's voice did not sound particularly proud or boastful. It barely compares to the ordinary light-year strikes of the Dark Star civilization, but it is far from enough. However, it is enough to defend Earth. As Tianyuan 4 serves as the launch window, the entire planet must maintain material stability, with planets around the star providing energy, serving as a support star to bear the buffering force when the Chi-Yu fires a shot. At the same time, it must continue to charge the entire system of the Chi-Yu cannon to ensure secondary launches and sustained combat. However, the Dark Star will not let us easily complete the launch window. The captain and the ninth son stood on a large red boulder, gazing into the distance. The ninth son instinctively leaned closer to the captain, cautiously. The captain seemed to notice and shifted a bit to the left. In Tianyuan 4, the blood flowed like a river in battle, and we, however, had no other choice. Chapter 57. A bowl of wine for the Lord, do not worry. My Lord, Year 11, July 18th. The framework for the Chi-Yu cannon's launch window has been completed. The captain's voice sounded completely normal. However, the emotions contained within it still made many people feel uneasy. He is a person filled with complex emotions. Although the captain's willpower is terrifying, one can sense his hesitance, fear, unwillingness, sorrow, despair. All these emotions merge together, and if it were an ordinary person, they would have gone completely mad by now. But he is not. The captain is like a stubborn rock. That rock can only be shattered by Sun Wukong. Neither thunder nor lightning can make this rock crack, even a fraction. We will use a planetary scale power generation device, utilizing the planetary propulsion of Tianyuan 4, integrating high-energy electronic flashes to keep the Chi-Yu cannon continuously charged. There are enough materials left by Dark Star for this. We have altered the permissions and operation modes of the Dark Star mechs, and they will replace us in infrastructure construction. The captain said with a smile. I wonder if our infrastructure powerhouse can compete with Dark Star. The master understands that the second step of all planetary propulsion is the limit to unlock the Pandora key. He knows that only when all the star systems in the second step merge to release unprecedented energy can this door be opened. The second step of the Heavenly Kingdom plan begins at the Chi-Yu cannon launch window, where the Dark Star people have initiated massacre mode. Master, the captain's artificial intelligence clearly showed emotional fluctuations. Master, cut yourself with a knife and tell yourself I cannot stop the master. I am just an obedient artificial intelligence. At this point, the screen went dark. The static crackled, and faint sounds of wind, rain, and thunder could be heard. The extraterrestrial environment is harsh, and there are very few planets suitable for human habitation. The 13 suns are camping in space, not knowing what to eat. Su Xiaomin thought to herself, secretly glancing at everyone. She noticed that no one was speaking. Many people had red eyes, desperately trying to suppress their emotions. Finally, the elder spoke. We must quickly address the signal reception situation of Tianyuan 4. If it is a launch window, there must be launch codes and control systems. Let's send that group over. The elder clasped his hands together, clearly having hesitated for a long time. Hurry up. Don't waste time. After he finished speaking, he tilted his head back. Wu Dexiu casually asked, Teacher, why was Dark Star able to discover that the captain and the others were building the launch window? Logically, this matter should not have been conducted in a grand manner. The captain has means to hide the Earth's essence. Creating a dead Earth should also be able to conceal Tianyuan 4. Yu Tianming thought for a moment before saying, perhaps it is because of the source of technology. Although the Dark Star people are not smart, they have an acute sense of technology that completely surpasses the 13 suns. Even if they wanted to conceal the construction of the launch window from Dark Star, almost all their means come from Dark Star civilization. The launch window must be perfected within 5 months. The captain's voice cut through the static. The rest of Dark Star is unpredictable. The faster, the better. Illusion beyond truth, death above survival. To place oneself in a deadly situation and then be reborn is the wisdom of my ancestors in Huaxia, and I will use it to deal with the Dark Star people. I will send the 10th and 4th suns to complete this task. I know they might not come back, and they might drift in the sea of stars, but I will tell them, when one dies, they bow to their ancestors. The lights of Huaxia shine bright, bringing peace. The captain's voice was like biting his lip, making a sound of extreme restraint. Sacrifice is the best fulfillment. A bowl of wine for the Lord. Do not worry, my lord. There are many paths ahead. Where will you be now? In the scene, a spaceship swiftly swept across the starry sea. The captain, the 10th son, the 4th son, they've already set off. Received, safe journey. Pinyin appeared in the scene. Pinyin. In an instant, many people could no longer hold back and burst into tears. The captain should have let me go. Pinyin looked at the captain, his eyes filled with longing. In the 11th year, Pinyin had not yet sacrificed. The captain extended his arm, wrapped in battle armor. If you go, who will take care of the Taowong star system? They don't have my experience. Taowong's Lao Jiu can handle it. If not, Lao Chi can manage too. Pinyin still wanted to argue. The captain said, Lao Chi is on Mars. What are you thinking? Captain, then I will go. Your promise to let me rest for a month is revoked. Stop talking nonsense. The captain turned around and began to bargain. This sudden scene made many people in front of the screen shout. Pinyin did not obtain the execution authority for this mission and helplessly turned around. He looked at the spaceship disappearing into the starry sea and softly said, Lao Shi, Lao Si, be sure to come back safely. My name will bring you good luck. Taking advantage of the gap, Wu Deshio quickly compiled the data and got busy with other experts. The Heavenly Kingdom plan is the most important part of the Heavenly Way to protect the country plan, but it is not the final part. After the Heavenly Kingdom gate is opened, that will be the final moment. Based on the time of Pinyin's sacrifice, at most by the 20th year, the Heavenly Kingdom gate will be completed. So, there are still 5 to 6 years left from now. These 6 years are crucial. By then, only 6 sons will be left to the 13. Yu Tianming said, Everyone, the Heavenly Kingdom plan is already very clear. This is a master plan that includes various smaller plans. For example, the launch window of Tianyuan 4 is a small plan within the Heavenly Kingdom plan. The first step is to push the front line. The second step is to integrate planetary propulsion and planetary chains with star system reactors. Starting from the range outside the solar system, build the Heavenly Kingdom gate. This gate is the channel to open the home planet of Dark Star. But behind this gate, there will surely be a ruthless charge from Dark Star civilization, just like the vast cosmos of the starry sea. And the third phase is the world behind this gate. This is the key to Pandora. After Yu Tianming finished speaking, he heavily knocked on the table. The Heavenly Kingdom gate is also the gate to hell. Lao Yu. Old Zheng rushed in with excitement. Great news. Old Zheng was practically dancing. Yu Tianming said, What are you doing, acting like a child? So many people are watching. Old Zheng didn't care about that, excitedly saying, Lao Yu, the execution program of the Breaking Void has been completely intact. After our inspection, Breaking Void can continue to sail, as long as we fix some programs and parts that were damaged in the hull. Old Zheng was speaking so fast. It's not as good as the original, but it can definitely perform space jumps. Wu Deshio glanced at Qin Hansheng with surprise, and Commander Zhao jumped up excitedly. Yu Tianming said, Don't make fun of me. What am I joking about? Old Zheng shouted loudly at the screen. The most crucial part of this is the artificial intelligence of the hero, Pinyin, which has completely modified the parameters of this battleship. Yu Tianming suddenly remembered something and excitedly patted Old Zheng. You really are something. At the lunar base, the astronauts and team from Xia country officially boarded the spaceship. They will head to Tianyuan 4 over a long timeline to investigate the Chiyu cannon and the launch window. They have signal guidance and will not get lost. But whether this journey is safe or dangerous, no one knows. The Xia nation had no choice but to send people over. The spaceship heading to Tianyuan 4 was equipped with a Starlight engine, capable of reaching speeds close to light speed. Unfortunately, without dark universe coordinates, it would take a very long time for them to arrive at Tianyuan 4. Just as the spaceship was about to take off, the lunar base commander shouted into the radio, Change of plans. We are not going to Tianyuan 4, but to Mars instead. Immediately commence high-intensity training to quickly familiarize ourselves with the breakthrough. The black box emitted radio waves, and the screen lit up. A spaceship slowly descended. The hatch opened. 2 figures emerged. Their silhouettes were infinitely elongated, resembling 2 war gods standing on a desolate yet vibrant planet. Ahead of them was endless darkness. The 2 exchanged a glance, and in perfect harmony knelt down on one knee bowing heavily in a certain direction. Intelligent recording started. Fourth update. Nearly 10,000 words. Rating 8. 1. I don't know what to make of it. Chapter 58. Youth is not wasted, and a letter from home is worth 1,000 gold. The 10th son. The 4th son. People murmured to themselves. They had already felt the tragic sense, even if there were only 2 figures at this moment. After the 2 of them bowed 9 times, they stood up in succession. Captain, Li King, Ziyu. Captain, we have arrived at the planned destination. The 2 spoke simultaneously, perfectly in sync. All right, prepare to begin. Pausing, the captain added, Gu Ziyu, Li Qing, you will remain in history. Captain, what do you mean? Li Qing asked in confusion. Didn't you say we need to keep it a secret? Stay here. The captain's tone was somewhat relaxed in the black box. All right, prepare for action. Li Qing and Gu Ziyu exchanged glances. Captain, the air here is really comfortable, truly worthy of being a place suitable for human habitation. It's just a pity that the elemental radiation from Tianyuan 4 is too strong. If we want to live here, we need to build an oxygen atmosphere. Gu Ziyu took off his helmet, revealing a delicate face. Li Qing also lifted his mask, looking about the same age as Gu Ziyu. Of course, you will represent the people of our country and adapt here first. In the future, our national flag will definitely fly here. Good. Upon hearing about the national flag and the people of the motherland, the smiles on their faces suddenly faded, turning solemn. They raised their hands in salute towards a certain direction. Commander Zhao and the others suddenly saluted. Everyone involuntarily returned the gesture. Wu Dixio's arm trembled slightly. They looked young, but this was already the 11th year. Even if they left Earth at the age of 16 or 17, they were now almost 30. Time had not left many traces on their faces. They were still like youths, but they had already matured, ready to face death at any moment. They had no complaints, nor were they dissatisfied with the captain. They had already integrated this mission into their very bones. After the elders finished their salute, they said solemnly, start the investigation, check the hometown and relatives of the 10th son and the 4th son. Yes. The secretary immediately notified Li Guamin and Su Xiaoxiao. Among others, Commander Zhao asked, Li Qing and Gu Ziyu, who is the 10th son, and who is the 4th son? Take your time to look. Qin Hansen's tone was low. He knew these 2 had to attract the firepower of the Dark Star people here. Attracting firepower, just the sound of it made one realize how terrifying the process would be. The Dark Star people would not let the captain easily complete the layout of the Qiyu interstellar cannon. Li Qing was rugged, while Gu Ziyu was delicate. Together, they had a somewhat complementary feeling. Old 10, Li Qing sat on the ground, not knowing what he was drawing. Can you see the evening glow? Gu Ziyu sat beside him, holding a pen and paper. I can't see it. Do you want to see it? Li Qing turned to look at Gu Ziyu. Gu Ziyu looked at Li Qing with curiosity. What, do you have a way? Li Qing stood up, fastened his helmet, and smiled. Old 10, watch closely. He flipped over and flew high into the air. Gu Ziyu looked up, a hint of mischief and wicked fun in his eyes. Whoosh! Suddenly, colorful rays of light appeared in the sky. Old 10, did you see it? Li Qing Shouta. I saw it. This is something only children would like. Come down quickly. Don't waste energy. After Gu Ziyu finished speaking, he continued to write to himself. But he wrote very slowly, thinking for a while before each word fell. Li Qing came to Gu Ziyu's side and snorted. You really don't know how to appreciate it. Gu Ziyu leaned against a rock, placed the pen and paper aside and pressed them down with small stones, and said softly, Li Qing, do you miss home? Not really. Li Qing Shukulat. You're lying. Gu Ziyu glaradat Li Qing. Li Qing said, what is the use of missing it? Old 10, let me give you a piece of advice. Longing is useless. It's just parting. Gu Ziyu said, that's because you have no ties. What if there are ties? Just because we have ties, do we have to go back? Should we hand everything over to those damn pups? Gu Ziyu hurriedly said, I didn't mean that. Look at you all flustered. You're the one who's flustered. Li Qing bumped Gu Ziyu. Gu Ziyu hugged his knees, looking at the fading rays of light. His eyes filled with longing and yearning. The captain took us out back then, saying we were here to see the new world of the universe, to explore new energy for the motherland as pioneers. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. He also said we would be back in 3 years. Li Qing's tone was somewhat hurt. As a result, in the first year, we ran into the Dark Star pups. Guzi you glanchid si dois at Li Qing. You a grown man. We're so scared you wanted to roll back. Hey! Li Qing glared at Guzi Yu, as if he wanted to eat him. The captain was right. In fact, we can't go back. The return plan was just the captain's comfort to us. Guzi Yu looked at Li Qing sincerely. Do you regret it? Damn you. Li Qing raised his hand. Back then, I saved you from the canyon. Your life is mine. Don't talk to me like that. Guzi Yu shrank a little to the side. A gentleman speaks, but does not use his hands. I like to use my hands. Yu Tianming watched them bickering and smiled knowingly. This was probably their only leisure time in space. But the more they bantered, the more he had a premonition that Li Qing, calling himself brother, would probably take care of this younger brother in every way possible. This thought occurred to the others as well. Once soldiers refer to themselves as brothers, they establish an identity. They are strong. They must protect their weaker brothers, even if those brothers are stronger than them. Li Qing was rugged, Gu Ziyu delicate, and in appearance, Li Qing seemed several years older than Gu Ziyu, with much darker skin. Su Xiaoming glast su de sleep. I'm afraid I can't take it anymore. Be brave. Suda pressed down on Su Xiaomin's shoulder. You've been to Mars. You're one of the strongest among the billions of students in Xia country. Some of the 13 sons left Earth to fight in outer space at the age of 16 or 17. We were just watching from the shore. Suda spoke through gritted teeth, but his voice was low. Pretty boy, what were you writing just now? Li Qing tried to take Gu Ziyu's writing. Gu Ziyu immediately clenched the paper and pen in his hand. What is it to you? Hey, so sentimental? You're not writing a will, are you? Li Qing tried to snatch it. Gu Ziyu immediately activated his armor to dodge and retreated several hundred meters. Not letting you see. Li Qing said, kid, you're getting some temper. He chased after Gu Ziyu. Gu Ziyu immediately dodged. Still running? The two chased each other for a while. Old 4, time's up. Gu Ziyu's playful voice suddenly changed. Li Qing abruptly stopped, opened the timer, and slowly looked at Gu Ziyu. Gu Ziyu's face lost its smile, leaving only calmness. Brother. Gu Ziyu reached out his hand. Help me hold this. Li Qing said. Didn't you say you wouldn't let me see? You're better than me. Help me hold it. Get lost. You're better than me? Who doesn't know you're famous for? Brother. Tears welled up in Gu Ziyu's eyes. Li Qing quickly closed his mouth. You know my memory is bad. Help me hold it. This ISNTA will. It's a letter from home. The beacon fire has lasted for 3 months. A letter from home is worth 1,000 gold. Li Qing turned his head, paused, and said, hey, and walked over. You just love this kind of delicate pretentiousness. He took the paper from Gu Ziyu's hand, which was already neatly folded into a heart shape. This is an ordinary paper. Don't worry about damaging it. How do you know so much nonsense? Li Qing put away the heart-shaped letter. Let's begin. Gu Ziyu forced a smile. Then you help me hold this. Li Qing thought for a moment and handed the drawing he had done earlier to Gu Ziyu. Gu Ziyu fell silent for a moment, took it, and didn't look. The birds carry branches to announce joy. Frost passes to welcome spring. Seeing them laugh and play. How I wish they were at this moment on Earth, playing carefree. Unfortunately, I brought their youth to hell. They are bait. Li Qing, Ziyu, we are starting here. You prepare the mirror image. The team leader's hoarse voice echoed through the hall. The master knows that they have a 1/3 chance of holding on until that moment. Because they are one of the 13, a 1/3 chance is already very high for the task assigned to the 13. Only the master did not expect. Chapter 59. Mirror Coordinates. The last stand of the twin stars. Li Qing is experienced in combat, and Gu Ziyu is meticulous. Their cooperation is seamless, which is why I believe they can hold out until that moment. As long as they do not fail, it will be victory. As the captain's voice falls. In the scene, Li Qing and Gu Ziyu activate their battle armor programs and begin to set up their defense line in the asteroid belt. The two do not speak, moving swiftly around the asteroids. Soon, a light curtain envelopes the main planet. A heavy artillery piece, an interstellar orbital cannon, slowly appears at the core of the planet. The Qiyu cannon. The expressions of Yu Tianming and others are filled with excitement. This cannon is a decoy, but it is the Qiyu cannon that just received a signal from Tianyuan 4 in its true form. This is a heavy weapon that allows Earth to establish itself in the vast starry sea. The old man gazes at the model of the cannon, murmuring, Chi Yu cannon. Thank you, 13 suns. He chokes up several times, but no one knows. The base of the Chi Yu cannon stands like a steel city wall. It is deeply rooted at the core of the planet. The massive base plunges into the core energy group, causing the entire planet to tremble slightly. Wu Dishio stares at this scene, his hands sliding over the virtual screen, flipping through page after page of data. The Chi Yu cannon requires the nuclear fusion energy of an entire planet to power it. Such consumption would be a challenge even for a Type 2 civilization. In the scene, Li Qing circles back to meet Gu Ziyu. The two look at each other and nod simultaneously. Activate the mirror. With a buzzing sound, a virtual wheel spins around the planet, and various ships, warships, and mechs appear on the wheel. Meanwhile, the scene shifts. The captain, wearing dark gold battle armor, stands with the ninth sun and several others on the land of Tianyuan 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Someone starts counting in front of the screen. Captain, the mirror is complete. Hearing Li Qing and Gu Ziyu's voices, the captain slowly nods. Begin the work. The last 48 hours of the 5-month countdown. The final program of the Chi Yu cannon must be completed. The captain's gaze is fixed ahead as mechs and artificial intelligence machines crawl on the ground. The true Chi Yu heavy artillery, faintly visible. Commander Zhao, as the commander of the national military, looks eagerly at this heavy artillery. His eyes are filled with deep joy and gratitude towards the 13 suns. This heavy artillery can defend the homeland, can defend the Earth and the solar system, deterring all Type 2 civilizations. The 13 suns. Commander Zhao, a blooded general, cannot help but feel his eyes welling up at this moment. The Chi Yu interstellar orbital cannon lies across the land. The cannon mouth emits plasma electrons, continuously crackling. Streams of nuclear fusion energy converge from the planet's interior, continuously powering the Chi Yu cannon. The asteroid belt flickers with electrons under the light curtain. This scene looks like a fairyland. Two figures stand under the Chi Yu heavy artillery, gazing into the distance. What are you writing? Li Qing asks. If you're alive, you can see. Gu Ziyu replies. Li Qing shuklas. Gu Ziyu continues. What did you draw? You can see it now. Gu Ziyu shakes his head. After waiting for a while, he cannot help but take out Li Qing's drawing and glance at it. The captain said you're a great painter. I see it's nothing much. Gu Ziyu teases. Li Qing stares ahead, his expression fierce, but he does not hold back his words. What do you know? This is called art, the world of artists, which you cannot comprehend. Gu Ziyu says, Old 4, if we survive this battle, let us make a pact. Don't start that. Li Qing shoots Gu Ziyu a glance, puts on his helmet, and flies into the distance. I will write the last program. Li Qing flies to the other end, opens the password matrix, and begins to input the final program command. Gu Ziyu stands still, looking down at the drawing again. Master, coordinates fluctuating. Gu Ziyu's eyes reveal a fierce determination. Old 4, they're coming. Li Qing looks up, the virtual screen in front of him constantly changing, lines of code activating. He says solemnly, Old 10. The captain said we have a 1/3 probability. I don't believe in probabilities. Then do you believe in the captain? I. Gu Ziyu is left speechless. He puts away Li Qing's drawing and puts on his helmet. Are you ready? Li Qing presses the final command, retrieves the virtual screen, and shouts, Done. Gu Ziyu flies to the other end. He stares at the starry sky ahead, waves of energy rippling towards the planet. Master, code X009 mirror planet. Sensing enemy warship exploration signals. Gu Ziyu spreads his arms, and the light curtain behind him expands simultaneously, waves of energy spreading throughout the entire asteroid belt. It is indeed a mirror, but this is a real asteroid belt with many planets and satellites undergoing continuous nuclear fusion. After Li Qing finishes inputting, the planet seems to have been activated. A massive amount of energy continuously converges towards the Death Chi Yu heavy cannon, energy pouring out wildly. Meanwhile, robots and mechs seem to emerge from a fantasy, spreading out in various corners to adjust their work. This scene is manufactured, but it feels so real that many people are rubbing their eyes. Wu Dishio stares intensely at the screen. He sees the release and execution of this program. This is a standard display of a Type 2 civilization. Creating a planetary mirror is not a special high technology. But the key is how to make the Dark Star people, who are infinitely close to a Type 3 civilization, believe that this is the launch window for the military master, an important link in opening the gates of heaven. Write the program. Wu Dexiu slides through the data while speaking with Su De and the others. Simulated writing. Did you see those numerical equations? Su Xiaomin quietly reminds from the side. Su De says, I've noted them all down. Wait a minute, I don't want to miss. Before he finishes speaking, a dull sound of the starry sky resonates in the scene. Su De suddenly looks up. A wave of ripples spreads. In the dark, starry sky, warships suddenly emerge like giant beasts, sinking down like a river of stars, overwhelming the entire X009 asteroid belt. Many satellites emit roaring compression sounds. Guziu's figure is so small under this fleet of warships. He looks up and glances contemptuously. With great ambition, energy transmission continues. Old 4. Reinforce it a second time. Li Qing responds with a sound, flying into the air, squeezing out a few words from his throat. Damn, there are really quite a few. With a buzzing sound, the light curtain emits a flow of light for the second time. The asteroid belt is reinforced for the second time, and the Death Chiyu cannon that is powering up also turns its muzzle towards the Dark Star fleet. This scene freezes in an instant. 1 formation, 2 formations, 3 formations. Qin Hansen counts, but cannot make sense of it. Every warship bears the unique insignia of the Dark Stars, opposing light and darkness. Boom! In the Dark Star fleet, a satellite-class warship trembles, and an electronic flash railgun fires a torrent directly at the Chiyu cannon. Their goal is this heavy artillery. They will not let the 13 suns complete the setup of this heavy artillery. Up. Li Qing activates full-speed acceleration. The Chiyu heavy artillery continuously powers up. Waves of surging energy fluctuations collapse with nuclear fusion and electronic layers, and terrifying energy rapidly sweeps in all directions. The Dark Star civilization realizes something is wrong, and the fleet immediately disperses. Guziu darts behind the asteroid belt, his expression slightly changing. Old 4, what's wrong? The Dark Stars are attacking from both sides. Li Qing heard this and opened the electronic observation, first frowning, then laughing heartily. What a huge price to pay to destroy our Chiyu cannon using 2 teleportation points. And you're still laughing? Guziu said irritably. Should I cry now? Li Qing replied, and suddenly, the light screen was torn open by something. Guziu stared at the torn gap. A fighting spirit and ferocity emanated from his eyes that did not belong to his face. A fight to the death. Let's see who will prevail. Chapter 60. The energy body explosion in the planetary belt, holding the line. Are they coming in? The hearts of the people in front of the screen instantly raced. Electronic flashes swirled around the torn gap, and the Dark Star battleship immediately detected this breach. In an instant, a dense array of energy weapons surged toward the gap. Li Qing activated his battle armor and approached the main control seat, quickly initiating the repair program to seal the breach. In a split second, a barrage of attacks struck the freshly repaired gap. The light screen shook, rippling, with colorful beams resembling the most beautiful fireworks in the universe exploding madly here. The roaring continued for 10 minutes. The people watching the screen felt dizzy and disoriented. Such high-density, high-intensity attacks had already left some planets riddled with holes. If it were some small satellites, they would have likely been shattered. The 2 figures inside the light screen were unhurried, weaving back and forth between various programs, continuously using energy to repair and resist the bombardment from the Dark Star. This was a test of endurance, a war of attrition. But the Dark Star's violent bombardment would soon reveal the energy shield's values. They had a keen sense for technology. Guziu repaired 2 breaches, but some attack beams surged in through the gaps, destroying several holograms. Old 4th, if they attack a few more times, they will discover these are holograms. I know. Li Qing flew to a lever, staring at the firepower coverage that obscured his view, and pushed down hard. The battle armor released a scorching airflow, and Li Qing shouted, pushing the lever down with a loud crack. Boom! The planet shook. The core rapidly burned and rotated, providing powerful electronic matrix support for the energy shield. This commotion drove the Dark Star battleships even crazier, doubling their firepower at that moment. The violent energy overturned the surrounding magnetic fields. The people in front of the screen even saw distorted space. Commander Zhao Yuqi stared at this scene, gritting his teeth and muttering, like it's free. This consumption for the Dark Star civilization was like us using ancient rifles now. The bullet consumption was hardly significant. Qin Hansen said helplessly. In the footage, Li Qing shouted, "Old 10, how's it over there?" Gu Ziyu replied, "Not a big problem. They can't tear open the breach for now. You focus on the energy levels." Li Qing opened program after program, sliding the screen, and said, "Still sufficient. We should be able to hold on for a while. They will definitely stop at nothing to tear through this energy wall. Then let them crash around like headless flies." Gu Ziyu flew here and there, patrolling within the light screen. They were furious. Li Qing shukulat. Gu Ziyu asked, "Why are you so happy?" "I can't cry." The Dark Star fleet realized that if this continued, it would take a lot of time, so they began to spread out, launching annihilation cannons at the energy shield of the light screen. The light screen continued to shake, with cracks appearing in several places, but they were quickly repaired. The Dark Star fleet was determined to tear open the breach with these energy weapons. The scattered battleships and some small attack spacecraft continued to bombard the energy shield, while rows of self-destructing aircraft swooped across the sky, crashing madly into the light screen. The energy shield was surrounded on all sides, densely packed with Dark Star battleships. Wu Dixio stared intently at the screen. He knew that if this continued, they would eventually shatter the energy shield. Warning, breach detected in the left sector 37. Hearing this voice, Gu Ziyu rushed over. Whoosh! A beam of light pierced through the breach. Gu Ziyu hurriedly dodged, but was still hit by the beam's tail, letting out a muffled groan as he fell from the sky. At the moment of landing, he activated the second set of battle armor, covering his entire body. "Old 10, Li Qing shouted. "I'm fine." Gu Ziyu skimmed over the ground, looking back, only to see the breach torn open. "Not good." Gu Ziyu rushed over, grabbing the lever and pulling down hard. The planet roared. A brilliant light rapidly rose from the surface, covering the breach. Bang! 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 The sound of violent impacts came from the breach as those self-destructing aircraft crashed into the newly risen brilliance, turning to dust. Frequent planetary energy activities. The planetary core is about to go out of control. Li Qing said, "Old 10, we need to activate the transport routes of other planets." "Do it." "What is the situation?" The captain's voice suddenly sounded. Li Qing replied, "Captain, not good. The Dark Star has mobilized half a legion. The electronic matrix energy shield has already been breached 3 times. Their attacks are too fierce, and energy consumption is too fast. The core of the X-009 planet can no longer support it. It's going to collapse." "So soon?" The captain was somewhat surprised. "Half a legion." The Dark Star people teleported from 2 transport time-space points, which is also an extremely costly attack. "Hold on. Use every means necessary to hold on." The sound of engines roared from the captain's side. "Captain?" Gu Ziyu asked in confusion. The captain said, "Testing engine acceleration. Li Qing, Ziyu. The success or failure of the Qiyu interstellar orbital cannon depends on you two." The captain's words filled Li Qing and Gu Ziyu with a sense of battle and determination. "Captain, we will complete the mission at all costs." "Don't talk about at all costs. We already." "You two, do your best to stay alive." This time, the two did not respond. Li Qing silently activated the program. The energy from other planets would provide values for the energy shield based on previously established programs. This step was hidden beneath the dimensions. The Dark Star people would not easily discover it. Li Qing adjusted various parameters to get the mechs and robots moving quickly. The Qiyu cannon also slowly turned to aim at the first chain of attacking fleets. The Dark Star fleet attached great importance to this heavy artillery. Seeing the cannon aimed at the main ship, all attacks immediately ceased. Amid the astonished voices of Wu Dixio and others, the main ship and the surrounding fleet rapidly dispersed, moving incredibly fast. "They're running fast." Li Qing sneered, seizing this opportunity to inject all the nuclear fusion energy from the surrounding planets into the X-009 main planet. Boom! 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 The planetary core erupted with a roar. Wu Dixio and others also understood that once this plan concluded, regardless of the outcome. The core of this planet would collapse. At the very least, it would become a white dwarf, or even a neutron star, or a black hole. After the Dark Star main ship evaded, their commander seemed to notice something was off. The next second, Li Qing suddenly shouted, "They've discovered our transport route." Gu Ziyu activated his battle armor and flew to a blind spot, only to see a group of battleships bombarding the planet with the largest energy supply off its original orbit. Under this relentless bombardment, the core of this planet rapidly shrank, and all energy supplies ceased. Crack! A strange sound came from outside the light screen. Li Qing slowly looked up. A series of massive mechs charged toward them. They have a myriad of tactics. Li Qing gritted his teeth and said, leaving the main control seat, "Old 10, speak." Li Qing said, "They deployed mechs, planning to use the super photon chains within the mechs to cut through our energy shield." Learning fast, Gu Ziyu said with surprise. Under the vast sky, hundreds of mechs surged toward the light screen. Their chests opened in a circular matrix, unleashing a purple electric light from the mech reactors, which streaked across the light screen like lightning, instantly cutting out a gap. If these hundreds of mechs were all placed on Earth, they would greatly benefit Earth's technology. But they were using hundreds of mechs to carve a path. These mechs would be completely destroyed the moment the light screen shattered. Not a single one would remain. Gu Ziyu said, "Fourth, I'm going to activate the steel body." "All right, be careful." Gu Ziyu replied, "Don't worry, I know this better than you." "You're talking nonsense again," Li Qing teased. In this situation, he could still maintain such a mindset. Li Qing not only had rich combat experience, but also an impressive big heart. Gu Ziyu flew to a dead corner, looking up at the mecha outside. The purple superphotonic chains were very powerful, specifically for corrosive energy. He lowered his head and opened the energy cover on his arm, and a virtual cloud floated out. "Xiaodong, Master, connect to the internal planetary base expansion device." "Yes." Gu Ziyu carefully activated the energy shield. The dark star beings in the dead corner wouldn't notice for a while. He needed to use this brief 10 seconds to activate the entire planetary expansion. Just as Gu Ziyu had just activated the expansion device, Xiaodong issued a warning. "Master, direction west 30. Boom! A beam hit Gu Ziyu, faster than the artificial intelligence, Xiaodong's warning sound. Chapter 61, Crossfire. Black hole cannon, the 10th sun has been hit. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly froze. The center of the summer country, the United States, the bear country. Mars base, moon base, United headquarters. Everyone involuntarily stood up. The 10th sun can't just sacrifice like this, right? "Old 10, in the footage," Li Qing exclaimed. "Cough, cough." Gu Ziyu started to cough. "It's fine." He opened the system function. "I still have one last set of backup battle armor." The Dark Star people are indeed extremely sensitive to technology, discovering the dimensional space dead zone we set up so quickly. Gu Ziyu reappeared in the footage, his face waxy, slowly covering himself with a new layer of red battle armor. But his face was still exposed. There were some marks on his handsome face. "Old 4, I took the medicine." Gu Ziyu coughed a few times, smashed open a vial of bloodline potion, and swallowed it directly. "I'm afraid if I don't take it now, it will be too late." "What's the hurry?" Li Qing seemed to want to advise, but Gu Ziyu had already finished a vial. He gave Gu Ziyu a deep look, and as he turned his head, a few tears flew out. Boom, boom, boom. The light screen shook violently. The mecha released all the energy from the reactor, enhancing the superphoton chain, and the cutting speed increased. After the Dark Star fleet repelled Gu Ziyu from the dead zone dimension, all attacks instantly whistled towards that dead zone. Gu Ziyu had already repaired the discovered dead zone gap, and the attacks hit it, creating ripples. This scene left everyone watching breathless. Zhao Yuqi, as the commander-in-chief, was very sensitive to these combat modes and the atmosphere of war. This is space combat at the peak of a secondary civilization. In a way, it has even reached a tertiary level. In aerial combat, it is still primarily about firepower coverage strikes. But if firepower becomes ineffective, it will still revert to cold weapon combat, just like He Pingin's final battle. However, these cold weapons of this civilization's technology will not be the knives and guns of Earth hundreds of years ago. These battles provided Zhao Yuqi with a lot of food for thought. This will be the direction for future battleship group operations. Perhaps the direction for training soldiers also needs to align with this. Battleship bombardment is a means, but to invade the home planet of a star system, urban warfare is still necessary, unless complete destruction is the goal. Conquest or destruction are two different approaches. The Dark Star is determined to enslave Earth civilization and to enslave the summer country that has repeatedly sent them back in defeat. They are reluctant to destroy it. Conquest and enslavement are even more tragic than destruction. But from another perspective, in this situation, there is still the possibility of reigniting hope. As the commander-in-chief, Zhao Yuqi mostly thought about war. But now, the tense battle situation did not allow him to think too much. Bang, bang, bang. The intense explosion sounds continuously assaulted the light screen, also bombarding people's ears. Watching and listening in front of the screen, one could already feel the eardrums straining to bear it. Many people subconsciously covered their ears, yet still could hear the piercing roar. One can only imagine how torturous it was for the 10th sun and the 4th sun at the center of the bombardment. They had no support. They understood that they were the bait, luring the Dark Star civilization into an endless attack, allowing the captain's side to finish setting up the real Chiyu cannon. Facing them head-on is still challenging. The old man crossed his fingers, and after a while, loosened them, then tightly grasped them together again. The continuous rumble caused the light screen to start shaking severely, looking as if it would shatter at any moment. "You didn't activate it?" Li Qing asked unexpectedly. Guziyu replied, "I activated it." As soon as he finished speaking, steel walls suddenly shot out from outside the light screen. These walls surged up along the light screen, moving very quickly. Before some people could see clearly, the steel walls had already wrapped around the light screen, and the immense upward impact crushed all those mechas into pieces. Hundreds of mechas instantly turned into a sea of fire, exploding in the air like fireworks. The steel walls, like a chasm, enveloped the light screen. A series of gasping sounds echoed in the hall. The captain really prepared for this. Every plan is laid out in advance. How'd he do it? Is he clairvoyant? No. If he were clairvoyant, the Heavenly Path Protection Plan would have to be executed for so many years. There would be no sacrifices. The mechas were destroyed. The Dark Star fleet ceased its attacks. The ships dispersed. Slowly following behind the main ship, a grayish-white hue appeared on the distant horizon. From aside, it seems that the Dark Star people do not like to think, relying solely on their technological instincts. They would not suspect that this is a mirror. They do not like to use their brains to think. This was already evident when Pinyin sacrificed himself. At this point, the Dark Star people's brains were most likely exposed. But even if their brains are not good and they do not use strategies, their racial instincts and technological senses are exceptional. Li Qing said, "They have stopped the frontal assault. Don't rush." Guziyu opened the virtual data. They won't give up so easily unless they discover the true location where the captain has set up the Chiyu cannon. No, what I mean is, Li Qing opened the planetary core operation data. They are drilling through the planet. Hearing Li Qing say this, Guziyu suddenly lowered his head. The ground suddenly bulged upward with a loud rumble. The speed was very fast. From the moment the Dark Star battleship stopped attacking to the planet being drilled through, it was less than 2 minutes. This means that when the mechas attacked the light screen with the super photon chain, they had already broken through the original blockade line from beneath the planet. Cold weapons are here. Li Qing let out a cold laugh. They are reluctant to part with this cannon. Guziyu said, "They want to take it back and study us through this thing." "Old 10, hold your ground. I'll go meet them." Before Guziyu could speak, Li Qing's battle armor spun rapidly and charged into the ground. Guziyu helplessly said, "I haven't even spoken, and you ran ahead." Li Qing dove underground and soon discovered the Dark Star people pouring into the planet's interior through the suspended coordinates. Kulu. The Dark Star people spotted Li Qing and shouted in piercing insults. Some familiar voices also cursed loudly. "Summer country people, kill them all. Enslave them." These awkward summer country phrases, heard by Li Qing, made him furious. "You bastards. I have the heads of over 13,000 of your compatriots in my hands. Now you will only add another glorious achievement to my record." After finishing his words, Li Qing swiftly drew out a shimmering long knife from behind him. This knife is called data.On, specifically designed to take your lives. The battle armor sprayed scorching airflow, and Li Qing, like a ghost. In a moment he swallowed a vial of bloodline potion, beheaded a Dark Star person. The speed was so fast that it was like a phantom. The super speed brought by the battle armor, combined with his already rich combat experience, allowed the Dark Star people not even to touch a shadow. But this is not a dimensionality reduction strike. The Dark Star people have technological assistance and can quickly learn various combat and cold weapon fighting techniques. Before long, their attacks became orderly. They were large-bodied, and only with his battle armor could Li Qing barely match their stature. The ground was constantly being overturned, and Li Qing was drenched in blood from the killing. On the surface, Gov't quickly adjusted the parameters. His left eye screen displayed the movements of the Dark Star battleships, while his right eye watched the virtual image of Li Qing's battle. "Master, I'm sorry." The artificial intelligence, Dong spoke with a hint of grievance. "It's okay. Their technology is inherently stronger than ours." Gov't was unconcerned, staring at the Dark Star mothership, feeling as if something was building up. "Zu." The captain's voice suddenly came through. "Captain." Gov't bent down. "Be careful, the black hole annihilation cannon." The captain's voice was clearly agitated. The black hole annihilation cannon? Govt's expression changed slightly. He finally understood where that feeling was coming from. Gov't quickly rushed to the main control seat, shouting, "Li Qing, retreat." They've activated the black hole device, the black hole annihilation cannon. Boom! The starry sky seemed to be violently pulled by something. In an instant, a faint white light came rushing from the distant dark starry sky. Gov't quickly activated all energy devices. Although he was anxious, his tone was still gentle. "Dong, initiate the propulsion program. Electronic core launch." "Yes." The Chiyu cannon in the mirror shook, energy electrons gathering wildly, and the base let out a thunderous roar. "Hurry," Gov't said in a deep voice. "Launch." The main cannon fired a beam of light, colliding with the faint white light coming from afar. The previous chapter was a joke. The 10,000-word update would still be completed. Tomorrow there will be an explosion. Seeking some motivation for updates online, like small gifts. Those watching this scene were already prepared for the shockwave to sweep everything away. However, the Dark Star's white light instantly engulfed the light beam fired by Gov't. The surroundings fell silent. A feeling of an impending storm surged in everyone's hearts. An extreme silence. All to wait for that moment of explosion. Tianming suddenly said, "The principle of the black hole is to devour everything, but can also spit it out." Gov't let out a roar that did not belong to him. "Old 4. Li Qing did not reply. Only the angry screams of the Dark Star people could be heard from below. Govt's eyes widened, bloodshot, as he saw the previously silent and calm starry sky suddenly twist. Whoosh! A beam of light shot suddenly from the pitch-black starry sky. The black hole erupted. The steel city walls could not withstand this violent storm, instantly collapsing, crumbling to dust. "Old 10, our second line of defense is gone." Li Qing shouted from below. "It's ruined." Gov't arched his body, the violent rays of light wreaking havoc around him, and he closed his eyes. Dong, "Master, accelerate the activation of nuclear power and kinetic energy cooling. Inject energy into my battle armor." "Master, just do it." Govt's voice was very calm. The walls were destroyed, and the beam of light scattered like particles, destroying many mirrors. Gov't raised his head, and energy slots of antimatter appeared behind him. He focused ahead, endless beams shooting out wildly from various warships, and he dashed forward in one leap. Dong, "Inject energy, hurry." Gov't stepped forward, each footstep flashing with crackling electronic material. With one step, he absorbed a small portion of the planet's energy value. In the distance, a brilliant light beam coalesced. Gov't stood at the forefront, his battle armor raising a massive shield, and energy slots behind him erupted with dazzling electronic brilliance. In a flash, he withstood the blow. "Launch." The captain's voice abruptly appeared on the screen. The next second, Govt's shield cracked, his pupils shrinking in despair, unwillingly saying, 3 seconds left. "Master," Dong said sadly. Govt's battle armor emitted various warning sounds as he was swept back by the storm like a drifting meteorite. crashing through many infrastructure facilities, smashing with a bang beneath the Death Chiyu cannon. Hiss! Gu Ziyu let out a painful gasp. He did not scream or call for Li Qing. He silently turned pale, trying to pull half of his body out from the shattered facilities. Unfortunately, he could not do it. A massive, sharp object pierced through his chest, nailing him there. Cough, cough. Gu Ziyu spat out a mouthful of blood clots. Single-handedly opening the inner layer of his battle armor, pulling out a bottle of black potion. Without hesitation, he smashed it open and swallowed it down. Blood flowed down his chest in torrents. Due to the bloodline potion and biological DNA, the various substances in their bodies were stronger and more abundant than those of ordinary people. Li Qing. He furrowed his brows and shouted forcefully. In an instant, the stars around the planet erupted, one by one, as the cores exploded, collapsing into a storm of extreme nuclear fusion. 3 seconds later, centered around the planet, it rolled outwards in all directions. The planet exploded. This scene shook Wu Daxiu and the others, their eyelids trembling violently. Not only was Gu Ziyu fighting bloodily, but there was also the decisive action of the planet's core exploding to buy time. Su Xiaomin averted her gaze, not daring to look at Gu Ziyu, who was nailed there, unable to move for a while. If the Dark Star people came over at this moment, he would undoubtedly die. He couldn't even fight back. The Dark Star fleet did not anticipate this step. On the bridge of the mothership, the golden-skinned commander looked at the exploding planet's core, cursing a few times, as a whirlpool outline appeared behind him, and the mothership was the first to enter the whirlpool, disappearing. They retreated. Gu Ziyu stared at the starry sky without blinking. They had temporarily retreated. A figure shot out from the ground. Accompanying the figure was blood shooting up to the sky. It was as if a torrential rain fell upon this land. Old 10. Li Qing's battle armor was covered in blood as he rushed to Gu Ziyu's side. Looking at the disheveled, yet stubborn Gu Ziyu, Li Qing spat. You think your body is tougher than mine? Gu Ziyu grinned broadly and laughed. That goes without saying. Help me, I can't get out. Li Qing discarded this set of battle armor and put on a prepared second set, grabbing Gu Ziyu's hand. Bear with it. Don't count to 3. I won't count. Li Qing's veins bulged as he restrained his emotions. The two hands gripped tightly together. Li Qing said, ready? Don't. 1, 2, 3. Li Qing closed his eyes and pulled hard. A stream of blood shot out. Li Qing hurriedly opened the medical kit to treat Gu Ziyu's wounds. In the footage, Gu Ziyu's face was pale, holding his wound, unable to cover it with one hand. Half of his body was torn apart. You're too weak. Li Qing sprayed some potion and then used a thick substance to cover the wound. I was careless. Gu Ziyu endured the pain, smiling gently. This smile was still so sunny. Ziyu, the captain called out. Captain. Gu Ziyu tried to stand up straight, but almost fell over, and Li Qing quickly supported him. Are you okay? It's a small injury. The captain fell silent for a moment. You all rest for a bit. Yes. Li Qing and Gu Ziyu replied in unison. Resting for a bit meant that later, they would have to do something big again. I know, I'm a cold-blooded person. I am very selfish. We are here watching them being attacked by the Dark Stars, watching them fight in blood. Yet we cannot go to support. Sometimes I think about it. I owe those 12 people too much, but I cannot repay it. This is the smallest cost, and also the only cost. This is one. Our only one. The captain's narration flashed by with a black box recording. Li Qing supported Gu Ziyu and sat down on a distant slope. Old 4, you still have 2 sets of battle armor, right? What do you mean? Lend me a set. Gu Ziyu took out a bottle of liquid from his damaged battle armor. You wish. Li Qing turned his head away. Hey, stingy. Gu Ziyu handed the liquid to Li Qing. This is the wine we brewed in the Ao Star system. Daughter's red. Li Qing's eyes lit up, and he turned back. Haven't you always wanted to drink it? Gu Ziyu shook the daughter's red in his hand. Li Qing said, You're being so generous. Considering how we've fought side by side for so many years, I'll grant you a sip. Gu Ziyu let go, and Li Qing immediately caught it. His eyes sparkled as he sniffed the wine and exclaimed, It tastes just like home. Gu Ziyu lowered his head and slowly drew out Li Qing's painting. Slap! A hand hit Gu Ziyu's hand. Li Qing said, What's wrong? Is it so difficult to let me take care of a painting? I'm afraid. Afraid of what? Li Qing pressed down on Gu Ziyu's hand. Gu Ziyu took a sip of daughter's red, leaned against the slope, and murmured, Do you think that when they come for the second time, they'll uproot this place? Akimema, likinkaswali rapulia. Before I met the captain, I never thought I could become this kind of person. Guziyu gazed longingly at the starry sea. Such a noble person. Li Qing said boldly. This is called defending the homeland. It doesn't conflict. Guziyu put down the bottle, noble and righteous, understanding the great significance of family and country, knowing the honor and disgrace of the nation. You have more knowledge than I do. I won't argue with you. Li Qing took the wine bottle, took a sip, and said, we're almost out. Then let's finish it. Otherwise, Guziyu slowly stood up, realizing there wouldn't be another chance to drink. Chapter 63, by Seiju and Haizinzi, half a light year, North Tian City. A quiet courtyard. Zhu Kongsheng pointed at the screen, his voice choked with emotion. Old Bai, do you know these kids? Are you familiar with these voices? Beside him, Bai Lanfeng was already crying uncontrollably. Bai Seiju focused on the screen, tears shimmering in his eyes. Perhaps because his eye sockets were too deep and his bags under the eyes were too prominent, the tears just wouldn't fall. Old Bai. Bai Seiju slowly turned to Zhu Kongsheng. The two old men gazed at each other after many years. After a while, Bai Seiju slowly shook his head. Zhu Kongsheng urged, think carefully, think. He then looked at Bai Lanfeng. Can you think carefully too? This is a matter of national importance, not just your family's business. Bai Lanfeng's eyes were swollen from crying. Old Zhu, don't ask anymore. The tears in Bai Seiju's eyes rolled back and forth. I don't know these kids. Zhu Kongsheng said. Old Bai, I'm not blaming you. The plan you discussed with me about the forward patrol and training a group of people to go to space coincides with this plan. You once contributed to the country, and although I didn't understand you and didn't submit your report, Bai Seiju raised his hand, interrupting Zhu Kongsheng. Old Zhu, even if you submitted the report, the country wouldn't execute it. If I had believed you back then and fought hard for this matter, there are no ifs. Bai Seiju's voice suddenly lost its frailty. He trembled as he tried to stand up. Bai Lanfeng hurriedly supported him. Bai Seiju said, I don't know these kids, but they are the heroes of the nation, the pride of the motherland, the heroes of the whole world. Old Zhu, this proves that my decision back then was not wrong. It is you who are wrong. It is you who are wrong. Zhu Kongsheng said, yes, I was wrong. We were wrong. Old Bai. This matter not only concerns the return of the heroes, but also the safety of the entire Earth. I really don't know. Bai Seiju slowly walked back. Zhu Kongsheng looked at Bai Lanfeng, his eyes filled with pleading. Bai Seiju seemed tired, sitting in the rocking chair in the room, eyes closed. Child. Zhu Kongsheng held the cup, rubbing it back and forth. Bai Lanfeng said, Uncle, actually, I don't know if I should say this. You say. Zhu Kongsheng's hands trembled slightly. Bai Lanfeng said, I have a younger brother, born over 20 years ago by accident. Zhu Kongsheng frowned, looking at Bai Lanfeng in surprise. He was just 18 when he died. Then you're this year. I am 46. Bai Lanfeng brushed her hair back. Can't you tell? Zhu Kongsheng's mouth was bitter as he glanced at Bai Seiju, who was swaying in the rocking chair. Why didn't we know about this? Bai Lanfeng sighed. My father didn't let this matter be made public and told me not to mention it to anyone. Zhu Kongsheng softly asked, what was your brother's name? Bai Shuqing. Can you tell if there's anyone's voice in here that sounds like your brother's? Bai Lanfeng glanced at the TV screen and shook her head. No, my brother has already died. The rumbling thunder echoed in the sky, but it wouldn't rain. Zhu Kongsheng sat in the car, reaching for his cane, staring blankly out the window. Bai Seiju had a son late in life. He had this son when he was 38. The year Bai Shuqing died was also the year Bai Seiju went mad. He vaguely saw a young man kneeling on the ground, kowtowing and shouting, Father, goodbye. Bai Lanfeng said that Bai Shuqing had a disease that could not be cured. After he died, he was buried in his hometown. Zhu Kongsheng trembled as he got out of the car. While watching the images from the black box, he arranged for people to report back to headquarters and then went to Bai Seiju's hometown in Hunan province. It rained heavily on the day Bai Shuqing died. Bai Lanfeng recalled that day, Bai Shuqing trembling in the rain, continuously knocking his head on the ground 9 times. She couldn't lift him up no matter how hard she tried. Bai Shuqing was like a stone. Father, I can no longer honor you. After I die, just consider me this unfilial son who never came to this world. I'm going to the underworld to do something big. I'm going to find King Yin and ask him where the book of life and death is. Bai Lanfeng recalled this, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. My brother has gone mad. He wants to go to the underworld to find King Yin and strike out the name Bai Shuqing from the Book of Life and Death. Bai Shuqing said he could not die because he had not shown filial piety. But how can a person's life and death be controlled by oneself? Hunan Province. Zhu Kongsheng was followed by a group of people to a small village in western Hunan. Bai Shuqing was buried here. Zhu Kongsheng, older now, was carried up the hill by others. He looked at the slightly raised mound of earth, took a deep breath. Old Bai, I'm sorry. Let me take a look, and then I'll go back to confess my sins. The staff dug open the mound and opened a decayed coffin. Zhu Kongsheng looked into the coffin, his pupils suddenly constricting. Old Dean, this matter. Let us leave it for now. We'll talk about it when we find a chance. Zhu Kongsheng looked up. The sky was blue, with only thunder and no clouds. 3 days later, the captain's voice came through the screen. I know the Dark Star will launch a second attack. This time, they will use what they believe can completely crush us. Destroy our Chi-Yu cannon. I did not underestimate Dark Star, nor did I overestimate Old 10 and Old 4. I just overlooked one thing. The debris surrounding the planet rotated around it, the gravitational pull causing the shattered planet to orbit the main star. Li Qing suddenly raised his head. Captain, Li Qing, where's Ziyu? He asked drunk. What nonsense? No. Gu Ziyu's voice was a bit angry. I didn't Old 4, don't talk nonsense. The captain's tone softened a bit. We VE reached the most critical moment of the 5th month. They must have realized they underestimated your defensive strength when they retreated last time. Li Qing's deep voice was particularly reassuring. So this time, their offensive will be more intense than last time. Old 9 said to end this early. The Chi-Yu interstellar orbital cannon will be set up in 5 hours. 5 hours? Yes, 5 hours. Captain, that means we have to hold on for 5 hours. Right. Make sure to complete the mission. Li Qing immediately promised loudly. But Gu Ziyu said, Captain, what about the return plan? Return what? That S prepared for 13. Old 6 and Xiao Air. They have already sacrificed. You have not sacrificed. The captain's tone suddenly intensified, as if he had taken gunpowder. Gu Ziyu trembled all over and lowered his head. I'm sorry, Captain. You all better hold on. You have a 1/3 chance. Do you understand what 1/3 probability means? The captain seemed to be breaking down. He seemed unable to control his emotions. Captain, please don't be so angry, said the voice of the 9th child weakly. 1/3 is higher than the survival probability of any previous operation. You all better live. Even if it's just one of you, you must live. Our sacrifices are not worth tears. If one survives, we VE made a blood profit on this plan. Blood profit, do you understand? The people in front of the screen were shaken into silence by each powerful word. Captain, such a powerful presence. It was their first time hearing the captain's voice so filled with anger in the recorded footage, a voice that couldn't hold back. Li Qing gritted his teeth and said, Captain, don't worry, we. Virum. A long rainbow piercing the sun. A snow-white light burst forth from the starry sea in the distance, causing all the stars within a light year to show signs of trajectory deviation. Captain. Li Qing rushed into the air, shouting, yes, it's a light-year strike. A light-year strike. This is standard for a 3rd-level civilization. The energy consumption value is enormous, rarely used lightly, unless one is willing to destroy the area at all costs. This kind of destruction has no blind spots. Within the range of the galaxy, everything is erased, including the planet itself, unless the mass and volume of the planet exceeds the range that a light-year strike can cover. For example, a planet that is over 100 million times larger than the Sun cannot be completely destroyed by a light-year strike. Captain, there's no time left. Gu Ziyu stared at the snow-white light like a long rainbow piercing the sun, reflections of flowing light in his eyes. Li Qing, Ziyu, this is not a full light-year strike. It's a half-step light-year. The captain spoke quickly, urgency in his tone. Avoid it. At worst, let them discover our location. Just avoid it. Captain. The voices of Yi Pingyan and the others chimed in one after another. Captain, we're coming. Captain, we can't just watch. We still have a chance, even if it means leaving behind the Chi-Yu heavy artillery. Yes. Captain, let Lao Si and Lao Shi be safe. We still have the next interstellar railgun. The 9th child hesitated and said, Captain, Captain, shut up. In the footage, the roar of engines echoed again. Get down here. He Pingin. Captain. He Pingin tried to argue, desperately trying to plead, his voice thick with tears. Our 13 brothers. One less means one less. We can't. Captain, we can't just watch. The captain said one by one. Have you forgotten your mission? 3 years, 3 years, and another 3 years. What did you say? 11, come on, say it louder. The captain's voice trembled with anger. 11 didn't dare to speak loudly and fell silent again. Old 9, tear old 3 down for me. The 9th child said, Old 3, listen to the captain. The captain doesn't want this either, but we must make choices. We must. He Pingin let out a furious howl. The captain took a deep breath. Li King, Ziyu. Captain, this half-step light year can be avoided. Captain, we can avoid it, but what about the mirror image? The captain fell silent for a few seconds. Old 10, Old 4. Do you remember? You swore with me under the national flag? Remember. Did you remember clearly? Clearly. Louder. The captain's tone was filled with suppressed defiance. Captain, we clearly remember our mission. Good, very good. Old 10, Old 4, regardless of the outcome, the son's return plan will bring you back home. In the footage, the suppressed cries made those watching this scene unable to bear it, completely breaking down. No one felt ashamed of their tears at this moment. Their tears fell, one by one, dropping onto the land of their motherland, coalescing into blooming flowers. How much torment did the captain endure? Wu Deshio's eyes widened in anger, tears flowing into his mouth, bitter yet sweet. He endured the pain of his comrades, the sons he brought from Earth who could sacrifice at any moment, while also having to keep the others who wanted to rescue calm. He had to maintain absolute rationality to suppress the terrible pain and anger within. Was he a robot? Could he really bear it? Wu Deshio believed they all believed. No one was more pained and sorrowful than the captain at this moment. But he couldn't sit down and cry out loud. If he fell, the others would only become more impulsive. The half-step light year was rapidly approaching. The captain slowly said, Erlang Shun's calculations are initiated. Clear and precise calculations for this half-step light year. After he finished, he took a step back. Old 10, Old 4. Captain, goodbye. I look forward to your victory news. I will be here, waiting for your return. We, your comrades, are all watching you. The captain's tone, each word heavier than the last. He stepped back, struggling to open his mouth. No sound. It vaguely felt like 3 words. A flash of light passed through the starry sea. A touch of starlight bloomed, rippling within. Li Qing rushed forward, hugging Gu Ziyu, and the 2 dove down. Old 10, remember our mission. Remember our mission. No one can take us down, no one. Except for ourselves. Gu Ziyu's eyes ignited with the fire of battle, resolutely looking at Li Qing. Li Qing nodded vigorously. Right? Gu Ziyu spread his arms, projecting a virtual information box. Xiaodong, goodbye. Master. Xiaodong's voice was filled with deep reluctance. Xiaodong, integrate the returned backup spaceship. Master. Xiaodong didn't know what to say. Go. Gu Ziyu raised his head, extending his hand forward, fingers clenched tightly. A blinding white light instantly obliterated the entire planet. The mirror image is destroyed. The Darkstar people will realize this is fake. They will immediately use the mirror image principle to find the true location of the Chiyu heavy artillery. This is the hardest step, but unexpectedly, Old 10 would be so brave. Or rather, it's not bravery. It's his desire, a desire to fulfill. Fulfilling the motherland. Fulfilling me, this useless captain. Fulfilling Earth. The moment the planet was obliterated, the Darkstar fleet reappeared outside the coordinates. An enraged voice shouted, You deceived us. The Darkstar commander roared in Xia country's language in all directions. You will pay 1 billion times the price. The Darkstar mothership emitted shockwaves, quickly sweeping away into the distance as if searching for something. Below the obliterated planet, Gu Ziyu's battle armor was shattered, and the wounds that had just barely healed were now bleeding profusely again. His lips were pale. He weakly opened his eyes, slowly pressing down on the reactor in his chest. The battle armor reactivated, though it was already in tatters. This is the powerful motherland. It is where I grew up. On this warm land, there is brilliant sunshine everywhere. Familiar singing echoed. Motherland. Gu Ziyu opened his mouth, shouting out these 2 words. He slowly smiled, his eyes gradually bursting forth with boundless anger and fighting spirit. He flipped over, spreading his wings, and the battle armor rushed him into the air. Li Qing flipped out of the darkness. His second set of battle armor had already been destroyed. The moment the half-step light year obliterated the planet, he and Gu Ziyu used the electronic pressure diffusion from the planet's core to survive perfectly. Li Qing shouted, "Old Ten, what are you doing? Brother." Gu Ziyu turned back to look at Li Qing. "You are stronger than me, so I will leave the letter home to you. Promise me, you must promise me." "Promise you what?" Li Qing's eyes turned red as he chased after him. "Promise me, take me home." Gu Ziyu spoke calmly, opening the setup program, and a prepared spaceship appeared from the darkness. Li Qing's pupils constricta. This was the spaceship prepared in advance for the sun's return plan. When the two of them came here to act as bait, the spaceship had already been prepared from the dark universe coordinates and was placed in constant speed space. "Since you call me brother, damn it, listen to your brother. Get down here. Get down here." Li Qing accelerated to catch up, but at this moment, the energy of his armor had already been depleted significantly. "Gu Ziyu," Li Qing cried out. "Didn't you say you couldn't cry?" Big liar." Gu Ziyu smiled and swallowed his tears. "Li Qing, don't come over. They're going to find the captain's coordinates, which is the most important step of our Heaven's Country plan. Without it, the captain won't be able to carry out the third step of the Heaven's Gate." "Li Qing, you, stop right now." Gu Ziyu boarded the spaceship and turned around to bow. "Family letter, please keep it safe for me. That's the only token for my family." Li Qing's heart seemed to be violently struck, shattering completely. "Even though I know it won't be seen by my family." Li Qing screamed, "Get down here! Get down here!" Gu Ziyu turned a deaf ear. "Xiaodong, master." Xiaodong's voice was faintly tinged with tears. "Entering constant speed space. Master, I will enter hibernation and wait for you to execute the return plan." "Don't hibernate. We can't go back." Gu Ziyu closed the hatch. "Li Qing, captain, comrades, and my country and family, goodbye." The spaceship entered the dark dimension and disappeared. Li Qing couldn't catch up to the spaceship. He screamed heartbreakingly, "Gu Ziyu, you bastard. You call me brother, but you're a damn younger brother. You're a younger brother. Is there a younger brother to protect his older brother? Damn it. I've been writing 4 chapters recently as a base, basically updating 10,000 words. Don't say I only have 23 chapters in one day. And don't send me sharp objects. I live in the countryside, and the delivery can't reach here. A small gift would be nice. Urge me to update a bit." The data suddenly started to drop. "Have you been nurturing the book? Please don't nurture the book. Promise me to add it to your bookshelf, okay?" Gu Ziyu sat in the cockpit. He opened various regulators. Constant speed space. When surpassing the speed of light for spatial leap, once the visual acceleration is activated, one will enter the constant speed space. This space has no passage of time, no temperature, and no wind speed. This space is still. He silently looked at the darkness outside the porthole. Just like at this moment, his heart was lonely. "Xiaodong, actually, I'm really tired." "Master, Xiaodong will always be with you. But no matter how tired I am, I can't give up. If I live one more year, I can help the captain, help the country, and continue to fight for one more year. However, one must have choices. As the captain said, he didn't abandon us. He fulfilled us." Gu Ziyu said while tears streamed down his face. "Do you know why I named you Xiaodong?" "Master, my son, just 8 months old, and I'm leaving. I just thought a name for him. It's called Gu Xiaodong, to the east. Unfortunately, in 8 months, I have never returned home." Gu Ziyu smiled. He had no photos, no memorabilia. He tried to take something out to look at, but he had nothing. He only had one thought left, just one thought remaining. "The captain is still waiting for me." Gu Ziyu's dazed eyes suddenly cleared. He slapped himself hard. Foolish Gu Ziyu. His gaze focused on one point, and he quickly said, "Xiaodong, full speed ahead, break free from constant speed space. I want to give the Dark Star mothership a surprise." The spaceship swayed and struggled in constant speed space. "Captain, Li Qing, where is Ziyu?" "Captain, I understand." The captain's voice deepened as he entered the constant speed space. "What?" The 9th child and the others exclaimed in surprise. The captain said, "In 10 minutes, the Dark Star's wave search will discover this place, but our Chiyu heavy artillery still needs an hour and a half." "Captain." Gu Ziyu's voice suddenly appeared. Li Qing shouted, "Good for you, Gu Ziyu." The 10th child, Gu Ziyu, reporting to the captain, "I have locked onto the enemy's mothership. Please rest assured, motherland and people, comrades, wait for my good news. I will destroy the enemy's mothership. Gu Ziyu ignored Li Qing, reported the situation, and cut off the connection again. Gu Ziyu, you bastard. Li Qing knelt on the shattered track. The mothership scan was about to cover Tianyuan 4. Just at that moment, a beam of light shot out from the darkness. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a torrent. Like the rising sun, it crashed into the Dark Star mothership without hesitation. Gu Ziyu stood up and turned around, facing his unseen comrades, giving a thumbs up. Who says scholars can't go to war? Old 10, a tender voice shouted at the top of his lungs. Li Qing was engulfed by a surge of murderous intent. Blood dripped from his eyes, his lips bitten until they bled. Gu Ziyu, how can I, as an older brother, let you down? How can I let you down? He crushed his helmet with all his might, desperately smashing down on the track. He believed he was stronger than Gu Ziyu. He wanted to protect Gu Ziyu. If anyone was to die, it should be him first. But unexpectedly, his heart was gone, completely gone. Spaceship fully destroyed, core energy cooling liquid rapidly rotating, compressing dark matter into electronic nuclei, annihilation range, 500 kilometers. Xiao Dong's voice sounded for the last time. Xiao Dong cannot hibernate, cannot take care of the master, cannot bring the master back. Xiao Dong is going to die. The Dark Star mothership shield was immediately shattered. The next second, a large-scale fracture collapse. Inward shrinkage. The mothership was pulverized. Other warships were affected. And after losing their main brain, these warships locked onto Li Qing. They might have received an order, diving towards him. The captain gazed at the engulfing darkness in the distance, with no sparks, all being consumed by inward collapse. Ziyu, goodbye. I'm sorry, the return plan has failed. You will forever remain in this star sea you fought for with your life. Don't worry, I will always be with you. The captain's voice was very restrained. Very, very restrained. Li Qing watched the flashing light of the engulfing darkness disappear in an instant. He slowly stood up. He opened the inner layer of his armor and took out that family letter. The heart-shaped family letter pierced his eyes with pain. Old 10, Li Qing murmurat, placing the family letter properly. And when he looked up, the broken warship continued to dive towards his position. Li Qing did not wear a helmet. He had no helmet left to wear. He only had this last set of photon armor. Ziyu, let your good brother bring a group of people to cover for you. Li Qing reached behind him, and the long sword K-Tion burst out. He smashed open nearly 10 bottles of potions and desperately drank them down. Captain, I have Old 10's family letter on me. On behalf of me, go home. Li Qing roared and charged forward. That figure illuminated the starry sky, and then disappeared. The brilliance obscured the sea of stars. Wings split the thick fog. The fierce Dark Star people struck at Li Qing's armor with various strange weapons. K-Tion was blood red and also dark and shiny. The two colors reflected each other, illuminating that numb face. 1008, 1801. Li Qing was riddled with holes, and his face was covered in blood, white bones bursting out. 2001, 2005, can't remember anymore. Li Qing fell to one knee on the ground with a thud. Huang Yo, master, energy supply exhausted. Charge in my bones. Li Qing had just finished speaking when his face suddenly turned extremely painful. His chest was suddenly pierced by a wing, lifted high. In the command hall of Xia country, cries converged into a wave. Oh my God! Su Xiaomin covered her mouth, tears streaming down uncontrollably. This scene shattered many hearts. They knew that Li Qing was doing this for Gu Ziyu, for the one who called him brother, as the best repayment. The wings are indeed strong. Li Qing slashed down with a knife. The Dark Star people screamed and retreated. Li Qing's bones crackled as he charged forward. Kill, 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 kill. Old 10, wait for your brother. As Li Qing was killing, his back had turned to nothing but white bones. Master, Huang Yo is about to enter hibernation. No life signs detected. We'll wait for the return of the human child. Huang Yo will always accompany. Master, Huang Yo's voice was weak and powerless, and after a moment of distortion, it fell silent. Li Qing knelt on one knee, and when he looked up, a touch of starlight shimmered in the distance. The starlight rippled through the universe. Huaxia shone within. Li Qing murmurat. Crack! His neck was cut halfway through. Suda couldn't help but shout. Li Qing slowly turned his head. In the distance, a voice, reminiscent of a madman, Fire! The cannon! Boom! Tianyuan 4 fired a beam of light, spanning half a light year. The Chiyu interstellar railgun, the first shot, was launched from Tianyuan 4. Li Qing spread his arms and began to fall. He seemed to remember something, forcefully touched his chest, and finally found that thing. Li Qing wanted to smile, but couldn't. His face stiffened. He pressed down hard on that spot to ensure nothing would be lost, slowly descending. Perhaps he would reunite with the damn Gov't. Chiyu heavy artillery, the only interstellar railgun, successfully set up. The captain's voice faded away. I couldn't initiate the return plan. I could only leave Li Qing on Tianyuan 4, under the heavy artillery he protected. And Gov't, he was watching us from this starry sky, and we were accompanying him. This shot opened up the situation, and we had to prepare for the next step. The country is broken. The mountains and rivers remain. The city is spring deep with grass and trees. Feeling the time, flowers splash tears. Hating separation, birds startle the heart. 11 years of war. A letter home is worth a fortune. White hair, scratched, even shorter, almost unable to hold hairpin. Starlight rippled through the universe. Huaxia shone within. The 10,000 character update is complete. As usual, sending Ziyu and Li Qing a journey. Not all sharp, really sweet, I just gritted my teeth to eat candy. The plan for the Chiyu cannon is considered successful. But the hall was solemn. No one cheered, nor did anyone clap. The old man released his hand and looked around. Everyone's face couldn't hold back, leaving deep tear stains. The young people cried even harder. In the moment of emotional eruption, no one could stop it, nor would they want to. The more heartbroken they cried, the more they could remember this moment. Remember these heroes, who made great contributions for Xia country and for Earth. The old man exhaled and asked, "Have Li Qing and Gov't's family contacted us?" "Sir, not yet." The old man frowned slightly. "No. Yes, none." The secretary picked up the phone, checked carefully, and said, "Sir, there are currently no clues from Li Guomin's side. He suspects that, like Song Xuebing, the hero's family still do not know about this matter." The old man said, "Check it out. Li Qing is still unknown, but Gov't must have family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have written a letter home. He Pingyan is an orphan, so he didn't write." Li Qing at least drew a picture. He Pingyan really left nothing behind. Of course, if He Pingyan knew that Su Lin had given birth to a son for him, he would definitely have left something. Gov't has family, that must be. Ground Command Headquarters, Chief Conference Room. The old man sat tiredly in the middle. Zhu Kongsheng had just rushed back, looking worn out, not even having time to drink water. "Old Zhu, what have you found out?" Zhu Kongsheng said, "Old Bai Seiju has a son." The old man opened the documents, and the Civil Affairs Bureau and the Police Department had already submitted Bai Seiju's household registration and family information. After looking for a while, he nodded and said, "Bai Seiju's son is named Bai Shuqing, who died of illness more than 20 years ago." After the old man finished speaking, he raised his head. "This identity information has not been erased." Zhu Kongsheng drank a large gulp of water, looked at Wu Daxiu and Zhao Yuqi, and nodded. "Yes. The identity information has not been erased, but, sir, we went to the place where Bai Shuqing was buried." His Adam's apple moved a few times. "Bai Shuqing is not in the coffin," Zhao Yuqi exclaimed. "Not in the coffin? Fake death?" Wu Daxiu instinctively said. The old man frowned tightly. "What is Bai Seiju doing?" "Fake death is not ruled out." Zhu Kongsheng shook his head with a sigh. However, Bai Seiju himself would not say. His daughter Bai Lanfeng said everything. Bai Seiju may really not know about this matter, and even Bai Lanfeng does not know that the coffin is empty. "Are you sure?" The old man looked at Zhu Kongsheng skeptically. Zhu Kongsheng said, "I am sure Bai Lanfeng cannot fake it. She only knows that Bai Shuqing died of illness, and Bai Seiju has been depressed since then." Zhao Yuqi said, "I know what kind of character Bai Seiju has. If his son died of illness, he wouldn't go crazy." "Old Zhu, you used to be colleagues with him. You should know his character better. This blow wouldn't drive him insane." Zhu Kongsheng said, "I understand. But the problem is not here." The old man stood up and said, "All right, I will go find him. You continue with the other work." After the old man left, Qin Han's Hen said, "Let's connect with the Mars base and see how the training for the Po Kuang is going. Tianyuan 4, the heroes are still waiting for us." The electronic screen flickered for a while and connected to the Mars base. Yu Tianming looked as if he had aged several years. He smiled and said, "Deshio old Zhao. Old Zhu, you're here too." Zhu Kongsheng said, "Such a major event. How could I not be here? Teacher, how is the research on the Po Kuang going?" Yu Tianming became even happier upon hearing the Po Kuang. Old Zheng has some insights, having figured out the overall framework for modifying the Po Kuang program with artificial intelligence. We also have to thank the artificial intelligence, Alan. All the methods it used are in line with our Xia country's habits and principles. It has preserved the most core component of the Po Kuang, the space jump engine, and has modified it to adapt to any operational mode. Yu Tianming rarely looked so excited. Currently, the repair work on the Po Kuang is almost complete, and Old Fong and the others have also started intensive training. The warship operations are similar. Not to mention that artificial intelligence has made modifications. As long as we figure out the other details of the Po Kuang, familiarize ourselves with the internal environment and emergency training, we can officially set off. Zhao Yuqi said, "Old Yu, what about the firepower on the Po Kuang?" "The firepower is insufficient." Yu Tianming sighed at this point, saying it was unavoidable. Qin Hanzhen said, "Whether the firepower is sufficient or not is not the focus. The key is this space jump folding engine. With this kind of engine, we have the qualification to break through the Star Sea. The Dark Star civilization is indeed very powerful, throwing out various technological weapons. Not to mention those few perverse interstellar weapons. Just the conventional space combat firepower can easily wipe out Earth civilization. But the Dark Star people still want to engage in hand-to-hand combat. With such advanced technology, why still fight hand-to-hand? It could only be due to a few possibilities. First, the firepower consumption is too great and needs to be conserved. Civilization being advanced does not mean that resources are infinite, especially when the Dark Star is engaged in battles across light-year star seas, which may not even be in the same dimension. Second, in long-distance combat, subsequent supplies cannot keep up. Every time the Dark Star civilization transports troops and battleships to attack the solar system and fight against the 13, it expends enormous energy. The most troublesome part is that the 13 occasionally disrupt their supply lines, and these costs are not a simple bullet issue. Third, cold weapon combat is actually the standard for advanced civilizations. After all, those weapons are generally only used for space battles or extreme destructive campaigns. When it comes to real fighting, it still has to be a close-range fight. Song Xuebing, He Pingyin, and Li Qing have all confirmed this point. Zhu Kongsheng asked, "Old Yu, how long until we can depart?" "Within a month." "So long?" Zhu Kongsheng was somewhat puzzled. "Can we speed up a bit?" Yu Tianming replied, "We are already pushing ourselves to the limit. Everyone wants to fly to Tianyuan 4 right now, to see the Qiyu heavy artillery left by the captain. This interstellar orbital cannon is a true cosmic heavy weapon. The repair of the breaking void is not that quick, and training must be steady. Even if we are already familiar with it, we must simulate it at least 100 times. We've already waited over 20 years. Can't we wait another month? We can't be too reckless." Yu Tianming seemed to want to persuade everyone present with grand principles. Zhao Yuqi said, "I understand your point in this matter, but Tianyuan 4 keeps sending signals. This is something the Dark Star people are willing to pull out even for light-year strikes, and it must be destroyed. I'm afraid it will attract the attention of other civilizations." Just as Old Yu was about to speak, a young student shouted, "Professor Yu, an unidentified flash has been detected, observed by the Cold Lake Observatory." Yu Tianming turned around abruptly. "How far away?" 3,000 light-years. "Where's the signal source?" "No signal source detected." Zhao Yuqi suddenly stood up. Could it be that what we say comes true? Chapter 67. The events of that year. 18-year-old by Shuqing, 3,000 light-years away. A flash of light is approaching the solar system at a constant speed. No signals, no familiar codes. Mysterious and unknown. Yu Tianming stared at the information coming from the Cold Lake area as the flash gradually approached in a spot-like form, although it did not emit signals. Experts found several points in the original signal fluctuations of the flash that were the same as those from Tianyuan 4. This means that this flash is heading towards Tianyuan 4. Is it for the Qiyu heavy artillery? Could it be that the main body of Earth is still within the formation set by Captain? But why can't we observe it? Thoughts flashed through Yu Tianming's mind, but none of them were good. This matter cannot be simply assumed to be a return of human child or from other heroes, we must take it seriously. We must consider the worst-case scenario. Lao Zheng and others began to speak up. Zhao Yuqi also agreed. The current enemy and friend situation is unclear, and the extent to which the Heavenly Path National Defense Plan is being executed is also unknown. Earth must unite, Yu Tianming said solemnly. Speed up. Compress the time. Half a month, at most half a month. We must ensure that the breaking void ship sets sail. He understood the importance of seizing time. Half a month. In the Mars base, Su De and Wang Jianjun were somewhat troubled. Yu Tianming said, "We are racing against destruction. Racing against a high-level civilization that may be flying towards our Earth right now. Don't you have any confidence?" Lao Wang. Don't tell me you don't have confidence. Wang Jianjun shouted. How is that possible? Within half a month, I will definitely train this batch of kids, well, to go to Tianyuan 4. I guarantee the mission will be completed. Suda also straightened his chest. Yu Tianming continued to look at the data images. He understood that he must seize this moment. Regardless of who the opponent is, human potential can be developed infinitely and can also be forced out, fighting against the 13 Suns and the Dark Star civilization time and again. We have activated the potential limit in desperate situations again and again. Can we do it even once? Zhao Yuqi stood up to adjust her military uniform and said slowly, I also have to go to the military headquarters to let the soldiers of Xiagua familiarize themselves with real space warfare. I'll leave this to you. Contact me anytime. Lao Wu, you are the most promising middle-generation talent in the Academy of Sciences. Show your abilities. Wu Dexiu nodded vigorously in response to the trusting gazes of everyone. In the courtyard, the old man got out of the car. Bai Seiju had nothing to do with this matter, but his son indeed died. However, he was still the chief engineer who designed the lunar base. He was a scientist who could almost be named alongside Zhu Kongsheng. The old man straightened his clothes and slowly walked to the door of the courtyard. The secretary and Bai Lanfeng were already waiting at the door. The old man personally came to visit. Naturally, he would notify in advance. Sir, Bai Lanfeng handed the old man a glass of water. She also washed some fruits and placed them on the table in the yard. The old man took the glass and saw Bai Seiju sitting in the yard. Bai Seiju was slowly rocking in his chair with his eyes closed. And this scene looked very cozy. Bai Lao. The old man smiled as he walked over. I came to see you. Since meeting Zhu Kongsheng, Bai Seiju seemed to have improved a bit in spirit. As soon as he heard the voice, he opened his eyes. Master, sir. Bai Seiju tried to stand up. The old man hurriedly supported Bai Seiju. Bai Lao, don't rush. Take your time. Don't hurry. Sir, why did you come? And you didn't notify me in advance? Bai Seiju let out a laugh different from usual. The old man said, I notified you, but you were taking a nap just now, and Xiaolon didn't want to wake you. Bai Seiju said, you're so busy, yet you waste time visiting this old man. The old man immediately said, unhappily, Bai Lao, what is this? You designed the lunar base, which is our first base on another planet. You are a recipient of the Republic Medal. Your students are now independently managing operations at the lunar base, contributing greatly to the country. It's only natural for me to visit you. Moreover, I'm not just here alone. I also represent the people of the motherland, representing. The old man paused here. Bai Seiju pulled the old man to sit down and pointed to the fruits, saying, Eat, have some fruit. The child bought it. It's very fresh. The old man took a deep breath and said, Bai Lao, I also represent the third son, the 13th son, and the 7th son, who have now returned to the motherland to visit you. Who? Bai Seiju didn't understand. The old man said, 3 of the 13 sons have returned to the motherland. What 13 sons? Bai Seiju looked at the old man with curiosity. Sir, why are you speaking to me like Zhu Kongsheng, saying some nonsensical things? The old man glanced at Bai Lanfeng and said again, Bai Lao, you should know about the 13 sons going to outer space for the motherland, right? Oh, I understand now. Bai Seiju smiled. You all came to ask me about that plan from back then, right? The outpost cruise plan I mentioned back then coincides with the current 13 sons. So you all think I know about this? The old man nodded. Bai Seiju suddenly became excited. You all don't know anything. How could I know? You are the leaders of this country, yet you don't even know, and you come to ask me. Cough, 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 cough. Dad. Bai Lanfeng quickly helped Bai Seiju with his back. The old man sighed. You're right, but we indeed know nothing about this. However, Bai Lao, your son Bai Shuqing. Perhaps. Hearing the name Bai Shuqing, Bai Seiju's face suddenly turned red. My son is dead. My son died when he was 18. Dead. Bai Seiju became agitated and started coughing violently, his face also becoming extremely bad. The old man hurriedly said, quickly, help Bai Lao to rest. Bai Seiju waved his hand, telling Bai Lanfeng not to worry about him. Sir, my son died when he was 18, and at 19 he got an incurable disease and really left. The old man said, Bai Lao, but he wanted to talk about burying Bai Shuqing. I know what you're thinking. If I had that ability, would I let my son leave me? Bai Seiju smiled, tears welling in his eyes. Shuqing was a stubborn and rebellious child, always saying he wanted to leave me and told me not to be sad. I kept hearing him say this once, twice, 3 times for times. I doubted whether he was possessed, always talking about this. Bai Seiju raised his hand, patting downwards one by one. I was very angry. I scolded him. I hit him. I even thought about sending him to a mental hospital for treatment. Bai Lanfeng listened and turned away to wipe her eyes. He said, Dad, I'm going to die. I said, you can be treated. Medicine is so advanced now, it can be cured. Shuqing said again, Dad, I'm going to die. I'm sorry. I can't be filial anymore. Bai Seiju cried so heartbreakingly. I want to cure him. You all, don't come to me with these matters anymore. Bai Seiju trembled slightly as he walked into the room. Shuqing, Dad misses you. He mumbled these words, step by step, walking into the main room. The old man stood up and slowly bowed. Sir. Bai Lanfeng escorted the old man to the door, thought for a moment, and said, although my brother left very early, he said some strange things several times in front of my father and me. What did he say? He said, Dad, every time I come to see you, I can't bear to leave you. The old man sighed, feeling pity for all the wanderers in the world, and also for the hearts of all parents. Xiaolan, your father is doing very well now, but what really happened when he retired due to illness back then? Bai Lanfeng thought for a moment and shook her head. I don't remember much. So many years have passed, and I've forgotten a lot. However, I remember the day my brother died. My father was very angry, saying, how long are you going to torment me? Afterwards, my father started to become a bit abnormal, began to ramble, saying things like you might as well die early. He also said, I'm your father, and you're tormenting me like this. Just die, just die. Then he started talking about time and space, and completely lost his mind. After saying this, Bai Lanfeng wiped her eyes, her nose red from crying. The old man felt uneasy listening to these words, but still had to ask, torment? Bai Lanfeng held back her tears and nodded. That illness required daily care. All right, I understand. You take good care of your father, and if you need anything, call me, secretary. Sir, the Bai family, the country takes responsibility. Yes. The old man didn't ask why this matter wasn't reported. Perhaps they didn't want to trouble the country with such private issues. But is Bai Shuqing really one of the 13 sons? Or is he one of the people who know about this plan? The old man got into the car and suddenly received a phone call. That early morning, it was drizzling lightly. The old man Zhang Zeshan arrived at an alley in Baitian City. This place had remained unchanged for many years. Zhang Zeshan hadn't been here for a long time. Looking at the somewhat familiar yet strange environment, he couldn't help but sigh. At the alley entrance, a girl around 12 or 13 years old was waiting there. Upon seeing Zhang Zeshan, the girl raised her hand to salute. Sir, my grandfather is waiting for you inside. Zhang Zeshan took the girl's hand and walked into an old courtyard. Under the eaves, where water dripped, an elderly man sat in a grandmaster chair, gazing up at the fine rain. My home is right on the shore. A melodious song echoed in the courtyard. Grandpa, the sir has arrived. The girl led Zhang Zeshan through the rain curtain. Zhang Zeshan smiled at the old man. How have you been lately? The old man smiled slightly. I'm in good health, unlike old Bai. Everyone knew that this elderly man with white hair was the previous few presidents of the country, named Jiang Hetao. Zhang Zeshan said, you called me yesterday about old Bai. Jiang Hetao straightened up, slowly pushed a teacup towards Zhang Zeshan, poured tea, and said slowly, speaking of old Bai, it's actually the 13 sons. Half a month later, Mars Base. The commander of the Summer Country Fleet, Feng Huaigui, stood at the base gate, donned in a specially made combat spacesuit. Accompanied by Wang Jiangwo, Su De, and other experts and soldiers, boarded the spacecraft Breaking Void. Yu Tianming raised his hand high, giving a thumbs up. All the best. The Breaking Void set off, for Tianyuan 4. The distance was 10 light-years. This trip to Tianyuan 4 was to find the Chiyu interstellar orbital cannon. At the same time, they aimed to locate the fourth son, Li Qing, who lay in eternal slumber under the heavy artillery base. Half a month of training was too short. Fortunately, simulating space transition was not difficult, but the random reactions to unexpected situations upon arriving at Tianyuan 4 were challenging. This voyage attracted nationwide attention. The lunar base, Summer Country's ground center, the American base, the Bear Country, and the joint headquarters were all prepared for this voyage. Although the Longming was a transport ship, it also had a space transition engine on board, ready to support the breaking void at any time. Achieving this step in half a month was already their limit. Racing against time was truly thrilling. Inside the breaking void, Feng Huaigui sat in the command room. The pilot was a professional veteran soldier with over 20 years of experience piloting Summer Country space warships. The country. Feng Huaigui spoke in a deep voice. The breaking void was about to take off. The country received. Please leave the Mars orbit at the scheduled time. The breaking void received. Feng Huaigui stared ahead and shouted, "Prepare for takeoff. Leave the Mars orbit." Scorching air currents shot a long rainbow across the Martian surface, and the breaking void took off, leaving the Mars orbit, entering the vast star sea. The country has entered the predetermined orbital position. The country received. Please begin searching for dark universe coordinates based on the engine's characteristics. The country. The breaking void engine has a built-in search function, capable of entering hyperspace dark universe. Received. Pay attention to safety. Feng Huaigui pressed a switch and shouted, "Soldiers of the people, scientists of Summer Country, please enter sleep mode according to the previously selected position. We are about to initiate molecular disintegration, enter dark universe coordinates, and conduct hyperspace transition to Tianyuan 4. Everyone, quickly enter the sleep chamber. Everyone, quickly enter the sleep chamber." Yu Tianming returned to the hall, staring intently at the satellite footage of the breaking void. At the same time, the whole world was watching this scene. This would be humanity's first attempt at superluminal travel. This is a great first step. The countdown began. Molecular disintegration initiated. Approaching the coordinate point. Please everyone enter sleep mode. Do not open your eyes. Yu Tianming clenched his fists, repeatedly saying, "We must succeed. We must succeed." At the Summer Country Ground Command Center, Wu Deshio and Qin Hansen were also watching the electronic screen. "Go, breaking void. You must succeed." Initiating hyperspace engine acceleration. Entering the light wave tunnel. Molecular disintegration. Countdown 3, 2, 1. The breaking void elongated its light wave and disappeared in an instant, leaving only a white-silver light gradually dissipating in the dark star sea. Yu Tianming breathed a sigh of relief. They had entered the dark universe coordinates. This step had been passed. The next step was to emerge from the dark universe coordinates. The live broadcast kept locking onto the signal source, and the breaking void was flying toward Tianyuan 4 at a speed that left global experts astonished. Hyperspace transition, speed surpassing light speed by an unknown multiple. Inside, there was a feeling that time was eternal. If one accidentally opened their eyes, their thoughts would remain eternally in the superluminal space, unable to return. In other words, they would become insane. The sleep state could perfectly offset this eternity, allowing the astronauts to safely reach the other side. 10 minutes passed. Every second was torture. Experts closely monitored all data, feedback on the current status of the breaking void. Everyone was tense, not daring to let their guard down for a moment. Half an hour passed. Breaking void data normal. Flight normal. Fuel sufficient. No other signal fluctuations detected. Everything is safe. Every half an hour, there would be a major report worldwide. And Summer Country was the focal point of this report. The lunar and Mars bases were sweating bullets. The first space transition to such a distant place. If they couldn't return, all this would be for nothing. But, after enduring the darkness, dawn would come. 5 hours later, the breaking void has left the dark universe coordinates. The breaking void has entered the range of the Botez constellation. The breaking void has entered the predetermined orbit, distance to Tianyuan 4, $3. One after another, exhilarating news was released, causing a global frenzy. Humanity had successfully crossed space and traversed the universe for the first time. Yu Tianming had just slept for a while when he was abruptly awakened by old Zheng. Knowing that the PKing spacecraft had successfully entered the constellation of Botez, he immediately put on his clothes and, despite his exhaustion, entered the command hall. Half an hour later, the voice of Feng Huaigui came from the electronic screen, Motherland, Motherland. We have successfully crossed light years and arrived at Tianyuan 4 in Botez. The shape of Tianyuan 4 appeared on the screen, surrounded by a group of planets rotating around it. The PKing spacecraft formed a simulation of the galaxy's operation in just 1 minute. So beautiful, Su Xiaomin said sincerely as she stood behind Wu Deshio. Watching this scene, they say Tianyuan 4 has planets suitable for human habitation, and it turns out to be true, Chen Su added. Wu Deshio nodded, his eyes burning as he looked at the screen. There is no civilization here. It will be a station for Earth civilization in the future. A forward base. Congratulations to you all. Zhang Zeshan stood up and applauded, loudly addressing the screen. Thank you for the trust of our motherland, Feng Huaigui replied, his voice slightly changing. Motherland, we have detected the specific location of the signal fluctuation. Since the Chiyu interstellar orbital cannon sent out the signal and received feedback, it has continuously emitted signal fluctuations towards the solar system. The amplitude is relatively low, but each signal fluctuation perfectly covers the solar system. Motherland. The signal fluctuation comes from the largest planet rotating around Tianyuan 4. Meanwhile, at the Mars base, old Zheng said gravely, Old Yu, the Cold Lake base has sent out the second signal. That flashpoint has already closed in on us by 500 light years. 2,500 light years? Yu Tianming immediately replied, Old Zheng, let's not worry about that for now. He knew very well where the focus should be. Besides, that flashpoint was still 2,500 light years away. It had only dragged 500 light years in half a month, which wasn't fast. The Chiyu cannon was what we must hold in our hands right now. The images transmitted back by the PK-ing spacecraft were already approaching that planet. No wonder it's a satellite-class battleship, Feng Huaigui thought, looking at the various data displays, feeling both happy and worried. The battleship had analyzed the situation around Tianyuan 4 clearly. The planet's mass, atmosphere, environment, wind speed, temperature, the distribution of existing microorganisms or resources, including the possibility of unknown life forms, all were laid bare. PKing, search for the Chiyu cannon. Search for the remains of our heroes. Zhang Zeshan at the ground command center of Xiagua spoke continuously. Yes, Motherland, Feng Huaigui responded. The PKing spacecraft slowly approached the planet ahead, which, due to not having a name yet, was temporarily referred to as Qingshi. The Chiyu heavy artillery in this area were defended by Li Qing and Gu Ziyu with their lives. They truly deserved it. The Qingshi planet, apart from its slightly low temperature, was not much different from Earth. It had mountains and rivers, just with limited coverage. There were no oceans. Feng Huaigui asked, have we found our Chiyu interstellar orbital cannon? Not found, Suda shook his head, as he had been staring at the various scanners, but had not found what they were looking for. Wang Jingwo suddenly said, Captain, since the Earth was hidden, could the Chiyu heavy artillery have been hidden in the same way? Feng Huaigui replied, that makes sense. The PKing spacecraft circled the surface of the Qingshi planet. Let us land at this coordinate point. Feng Huaigui pointed to a location on the star map. The battleship descended smoothly, after circling around, released resistance and gravity, and landed safely. Prepare to disembark. Team 1 and Team 2, stay alert. We have not detected any living entities around, but we cannot let our guard down. Yes. The soldiers put on their helmets and stood at the hatch. As the hatch slowly opened, another milestone of Earth civilization was officially achieved. The people of Xiagua stepped onto the soil of a planet 10 light years away, successfully taking this great step, although 13 others had already paved the way for Xiagua. Arriving here first, this step was a significant leap for all humanity. I have stepped onto a planet 10 light years away. I am now standing in the place where the 10th and 4th sacrificed themselves. I am so excited. Wu Deshio said, Suda, you have always been one of my best students. Keep your composure and complete the mission of the motherland. Yes. Suda took a deep breath and stepped out of the hatch. The soldiers of Team 1 and Team 2 stood guard nearby, and the experts streamed out, beginning to walk towards the signal transmission point. The signal fluctuations came from a small valley, flanked by rising mountains, with a gorge running across its length. Although the signal fluctuations were strong, they did not detect any objects. There was only one possibility. The Chiyu heavy artillery had been hidden. This was understandable. Fang Huaigui, dressed in combat gear, moved closer to the mountain gorge with Wang Jiangwo on either side. Commander, General Wang, the signal fluctuations are intensifying. A request has appeared, but the code is unclear and cannot be translated. The signal receiver in Suda's hand emitted a red light. He opened the virtual screen, collected the signal source, but could not translate the content. It seemed urgent, as if it was eager to tell them something. Wang Jiangwo said, "Is it from the fourth, Li Qing's artificial intelligence?" Huang Niu, Fang Huaigui added. Suda replied, "Not sure yet, maybe." Before he could finish, a faint light curtain suddenly appeared around the gorge, followed by an electronic voice, detecting the DNA frequency fluctuations of the mother star. It was the language of Xiaohua. Fang Huaigui's body shook, and he quickly said, "Hurry, scan here." Suda and the other experts rushed over. "My name is Chiyu Heavy Artillery, also known as Chiyu Interstellar Orbital Cannon. I was created by the captain, born 16 years ago, and have been here waiting for my mother star's people." Hearing the familiar and electronic-sounding language of Xiaohua, which mentioned the two words Chiyu they were searching for, the soldiers and experts erupted in excitement. The light curtain swayed. "You have come." A familiar voice came from the light curtain. "I have been waiting for you for a long time." Wang Jiangwo sprang forward and then stopped abruptly, standing straight and saluting. It was the captain's voice. At that moment, everyone stood straight and saluted. In command halls across the board, everyone stood up, solemnly watching the screen. I knew that the motherland would come, because I believe that one day in the future, the motherland will come here. The captain's voice was calm, yet hoarse. The Chiyu Heavy Artillery, also known as the Chiyu Interstellar Orbital Cannon, is the main focus of the second step of the Heavenly Kingdom plan. I need to use it to initiate the Heavenly Kingdom Gate plan, but it is not unique. It must be combined with the fluctuations of the alien systems and the energy body cover, that is, the galaxy reactor and planetary propulsion must work simultaneously to give the Chiyu cannon enough energy to open that door. Wu Daxiu listened to this and said to the person next to him, "Is that door the ultimate gateway to the Dark Star?" "It should be, but that is only the third step of the Heavenly Kingdom plan, not the final chapter. Without the Heavenly Kingdom Gate, they wouldn't even find the exact location of the Dark Star's mother star. This door is not the final chapter, but it is the only passage to the final chapter. The only door." The captain's voice continued. "I named this cannon Chiyu because Chiyu is the master of war. Military matters are paramount. Without these weapons, these earthly heavy artillery, we cannot continue to initiate the next plan." "What year is it this year?" "People of the clan." The captain's voice carried both joy and melancholy. Wang Jiangwo shouted, "Captain, this year is 2066 AD, the 26th year of your expedition into outer space. No, to be precise, it should be 27 years. Fang Huaigui corrected himself, his heart racing wildly. He was an old general, the commander of the Xia country's fleet. But in front of this captain, he felt like a rookie. Wang Jiangwo's words to Fang Huaigui were inaudible to the captain. He had only left these words behind. No matter what year it is, as long as the motherland reaches this point, it can activate the Chiyu heavy artillery. Motherland, this interstellar orbital cannon is entrusted to you. It can deter all level 2 civilizations, including ordinary invasions from level 3 civilizations. The specific procedures are in the coding of the Chiyu cannon, and the launch window is integrated with Tianyuan 4. No need to bring it back. You can't bring it back either." At this point, the captain's voice changed. "And there is the fourth son, Li Qing, who sleeps here. Motherland, if the return plan is not executed, please bring him home." The wind, accompanied by the captain's voice, etched longing into their bones. At this moment, despite Fang Huaigui's numerous experiences through storms, tears streamed down his face. The light screen shattered. A pitch-black cannon base, flickering with electronic layers, slowly appeared before everyone's eyes. Suda was already in tears, and the moment he saw the outline of the Chi-Yu cannon, he suddenly lowered his head. The virtual screen shook continuously. The signal source forming dots, transforming into 2 words. Go home. Brothers, let's boost the ratings, urge updates, and rewards. Today is Saturday. Let's go for 10,000 words. Chi-Yu heavy artillery, steel base. It resembled a giant beast from Huaxia, crawling on the ground. The base appeared to be made of steel, but the material used was similar to that of the breaking void, known as titanium core crystal. This material does not exist on Earth. Its hardness goes without saying, and it can perfectly fuse with any material. The Chi-Yu heavy artillery also used this material. Ordinary materials couldn't withstand the recoil of a Chi-Yu shot. The cannon might collapse before the beam was even fired. The heavy artillery base occupies an area of 15 square kilometers. It continuously absorbs the nuclear electronic energy of the planet, while the photon radiation from the Tianyuan 4-star also charges the Chi-Yu heavy artillery. Similar to a solar sail, it automatically absorbs energy. The cannon platform has smooth overall lines, without any unnecessary designs. The base has no controllable parts, nor a main control seat. It only requires system code to operate the cannon. The system can be controlled remotely with no errors or delays. Instructions include firing, charging, and self-destruction. Simple and straightforward. Feng Huaigui asked Su De to open the electronic lock. The same race DNA can perfectly unlock this procedure and access the core system of the Chi-Yu heavy artillery. Su De said, "We can perfectly connect to the core system and control it remotely from Earth, adjusting angles in all directions, with no dead zones in the strike coverage." The precision. Su De gasped while watching. It reached 0.001 millimeters. Although the coverage range of this heavy artillery is generally guided by kilometer-level error, the precision is still at an extremely high level. Another expert said, "There's a database for simulating destruction here, my goodness." Feng Huaigui asked, "What?" The moon might not withstand even one shot. It is well known that the moon is merely Earth's satellite, with a diameter of over 400 kilometers. A beam from the Chi-Yu heavy artillery could destroy the entire moon. Motherland, prepare to take over the core data. Su De sent the data source while speaking to the ground command center. The Motherland received it. The Xia country's ground command center staff began to connect with the Chi-Yu heavy artillery using Xia country's special code. Taking control of this national treasure capable of deterring any level 2 civilization. The U.S. and the Bear Country sent congratulatory messages one after another. Congratulations. There was a hint of bitterness in the words. Commander, from below the base, a surprised voice emerged. We found a life pod. Feng Huaigui asked, "Is there anything else besides a life pod?" "None. Be careful first." "No, I'll go down first." Feng Huaigui feared these young soldiers might be clumsy, so he took Wang Jiangwo into the cave beneath the base. This cave was not there from the beginning. It was dug out by the soldiers. With the help of their combat suits, Feng Huaigui and Wang Jiangwo easily reached the underground. A square silver life pod was placed in the middle of the dirt. The life pod emitted a chill, the temperature very low. The workers who were digging stood beside the box, looking at Feng Huaigui as he descended. Motherland. Feng Huaigui took a deep breath. "We have found. Possibly the life pod of the 4th son, Li Qing." Zhang Zeshan stood up, tightly clenched his fists, exhaling slowly, and said, "Open it. Let us take a look." "Yes." Feng Huaigui walked towards the life pod. Just then, a shadow suddenly flashed beside the life pod. "Be careful," Wang Jiangwo shouted. The combat suit locked on the shadow. His pupils dilating, he yelled, It's a dark star person. A living dark star person." "What?" Yu Tianming rushed to the screen, trembling. Wu Dexiu and Qin Hansen's faces changed instantly. "A living dark star person." Zhang Zeshan rushed out of the office, staring at the huge screen in the hall. On the screen, the soldiers momentarily didn't react, only seeing the shadow spread its wings and lunge at a young soldier. "Get away! Get away!" Wang Jiangwo charged forward. Feng Huaigui's face turned pale, quickly pulling out his combat weapon, and shot an energy ray at the shadow with lightning speed. With a crack, the shadow's wings broke, and it uncontrollably crashed into the wall, letting out a piercing coo. How could there be a living dark star person? Wu Daxiu dragged the data, looking at the previous research data. Although the Dark Star people have exceptional physiques, they shouldn't be able to hibernate for such a long time. Moreover, they didn't have a life pod or similar supplies. Kulu. The Dark Star person roared again, continuing to pounce. Damn it, I'll kill you. Fong Huaigui saw the appearance of the Dark Star person, thought of Pingon, thought of Li Qing, and anger surged in his chest. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of rounds were fired into the Dark Star person's body. At this moment, the other soldiers finally reacted, each pulling out their weapons and shooting wildly. The Dark Star person let out a roar, struggling to crawl forward. In the end, black-red blood gushed forth, and it fell to the ground, motionless. Fong Huaigui pulled out a dagger, took a deep breath, and slowly walked over. Commander, let me do it. A soldier pulled out a dagger. I'll do it. Fong Huaigui looked at the soldier appreciatively, but then his eyes widened. The soldier cautiously approached the dead Dark Star person. Trembling arms raised the dagger high. Dad, Sun is avenging you now. In the future, the Sun will kill more Dark Star people. Tears streamed down his face as the dagger plunged fiercely into the Dark Star person's body. Once, twice, thrice. Fong Huaigui's eyes trembled, shouting, "Pull him back." Wang Jiangwo rushed up to grab the soldier, comforting him. Kid, don't get excited." When he saw the soldier's appearance, he was also stunned. This person was actually He Siping. "What are you doing here?" He Siping, tears streaming down his face, said, "I participated in the training of the Mars-breaking void. Minister Zhao sent me here." Fong Huaigui sheathed the dagger, muttering to himself, "Old Zhao, you didn't say a word and even deliberately concealed his identity information. Fabricating a false name. Was that really necessary? If he was determined to come, we wouldn't have driven him away." In the Xia Country Command Hall, Zhao Yuqi raised his head, a smile in his eyes. This child is starting to show his father's demeanor. The body of the Dark Star alien is shriveled, but there's still a lot of blood. It's hard to guess why he is here, and the captain has not mentioned this matter either. However, the combat tactics of this Dark Star alien are quite mediocre. He seems to be running on empty, otherwise, his speed wouldn't be so slow. Otherwise, with the situation that Li Qing and He Pingin are facing, at least a few of these young warriors would have died. Old Zheng said, "Old you, the Dark Star alien that is still alive, not fully dead. Well, we can study the Dark Star alien's genetic DNA and real body structure in detail." Zhao Yuqi shouted at the screen, "Old Fong, we need to bring this bastard's body back." "I know, no need for you to say," Fong Huaigui snorted. Zhao Yuqi said, "Old Fong, don't be angry. I'm just afraid you'll chase him away." "All right." Fong Huaigui didn't want to continue bickering with Zhao Yuqi. He checked the surroundings, confirmed there were no other Dark Star aliens, and ordered the body to be dragged out. Wang Jiangwo was still not at ease. He instructed people to return to the Void Breaker and cover Tianyuan for as much as possible to prevent any accidents. "Bring the national flag," Fong Huaigui shouted. A soldier solemnly walked to the life pod holding the national flag. Fong Huaigui said, "Open the pod." He Siping stood next to Wang Jiangwo, tears streaming down his face, staring unblinkingly at the life pod. This was his father's comrade in arms, a hero of the motherland. When the 10th and 4th sons fell in battle, his father cried out in the most painful and sorrowful way. The 13th son, not just a relative but more than a relative. At this moment, he saw not a stranger, but an elder like a father. With a hiss, the life pod opened. A snow-white face appeared before everyone. The 4th son, Li Qing, resting here. Fong Huaigui slowly raised his hand. "Salute." Li Qing's body was covered with dried flowers. Next to it was a piece of paper that read, "When a mountain flowers bloom, you will smile among them." A heavy atmosphere of grief and anger circulated in this small underground space. "Li Qing, we are leaving. If the return plan cannot be executed, please forgive me. I also want to take you all back home, but man proposes and God disposes. If one day the motherland can come here, they will find you and take you home. There will be times when the long wind will break the waves, directly hanging the cloud sails to cross the vast sea." The captain's voice gradually fell. Guardian hero, 4th son, Li Qing's grave. Beside the life pod, there was a small plaque, a tombstone inscription. Fong Huaigui trembled as he took out the inscription and said loudly, "The motherland has confirmed. It is the 4th son Li Qing." Zhang Zeshan repeatedly said, Good, good, good. Fong Huaigui turned around and said, "Bring the wine." Daughters read, "To honor the hero." Fong Huaigui's voice was deep, shaking those in front of the screen, who bowed their heads and covered their faces. The soldiers took out the wine and brought it into the cave. Fong Huaigui stood in front of the life pod and glanced back at Siping. Siping, come here. Yes. Siping stood tall and walked over. These are heroes like your father. They live and die for the country. To the hero, raise your glass. Siping lifted the bowl and gently spilled some on the ground. They couldn't take off their hats. Everyone solemnly extended their hands to salute. Siping seemed to see that pale face breaking into a smile. What lies beneath the dried flowers? No one dared to look. It might be more terrifying than Pingin's body. To the hero, cover with the national flag. The bright national flag slowly covered the life pod. Lift. Fong Huaigui shouted again. Siping pushed upward with all his strength. Uncle, we are taking you home. Chapter 71. Loyalty and Valor. We are all children of humanity. Under the starry sky, the sea of stars rises and falls. The light of Tianyuan 4 refracts on the green jade star. The soldiers carry the life capsule, step by step, to the door of the breakthrough. Put it down, Fong Huaigui shouted. The soldiers set the life capsule down. Bring out the wine. The starry sky shines down on the people. They gaze up at the stars. History inspires struggle. Struggle creates the future. The 10th child, Gov't, will forever remain in this starry sky. The captain did not leave him an epitaph. He has no life capsule. He has no body. But this sea of stars is him. Fong Huaigui and the others raised their heads, faintly seeing Gov't's last smile and his thumbs up. Who says scholars cannot go to battle? Salute. Pour the wine. Daughter red is the 10th child's favorite drink. Let the spirits of the heroes accompany us on our way home. Back to Earth, back to the motherland, back to the hometown, fallen leaves. Return to the roots. Tears welled up in Fong Huaigui's eyes as he spoke each word slowly. The soldiers together tossed the wine into the sky. Heroes, come home with us. One by one, the soldiers shouted as if this could make him hear them. The breakthrough was about to return. The authority of the Chiyu cannon had been transferred to the headquarters of the Xia country and could be activated remotely. A layer of particles surrounded the cannon's base, similar to a Dyson sphere mode, which could avoid unfamiliar signal exploration and visual monitoring. It was temporarily impossible to establish a base here, nor could a part of the people be left behind. With Earth's current technological strength, to station troops required more advanced technological capabilities and reserves. A Level 2 civilization was standard. Only upon reaching this stage could one qualify to advance beyond the solar system. Fong Huaigui was the last to step onto the boarding ladder. He glanced back at the Chiyu cannon, and vaguely he saw someone sitting on the turret, pointing at the stars. Old 10, when we complete the final chapter, we will come back to see you. We'll go home together. Fong Huaigui lowered his head and slowly walked into the cabin. Close the door. The heavy cabin door closed. The breakthrough shot out a stream of gas, leaving the green jade star. Motherland, we carry the remains of the 4th child, preparing to return. Received. Pay attention to safety, safe travels. The breakthrough entered the dark universe, disappearing from sight. Only the Chiyu cannon remained, eternally watching over this sea of stars. Watching them. Sir, the secretary walked over to Zhang Zeshan. The family of a hero, the 10th child, has contacted us. Zhang Zeshan said, that's great. What about the 4th child? The secretary shook his head. Where's the 10th child's hometown? In Yu province. Zhang Zeshan said, let's go. They are about to return. The secretary said, but the 10th child. Zhang Zeshan glared at the secretary, walked out, and arrived at the command hall. Looking at the busy staff, Zhang Zeshan said, Zhao Yuqi, old Jew. Sir, I will go find the family of the 10th child. You all continue to thoroughly understand the Chiyu cannon. Consider all possibilities. This is the only heavy weapon we have right now. After giving his instructions, Zhang Zeshan left the space center, got into a car, and headed straight for the airport. Guziu's hometown is in Dengfeng City, Yu Province. Shaolin Street. When Zhang Zeshan arrived, Li Guamin and Su Xiaoxiao had already been in contact with Guziu's family for a while. In the crowd, Zhang Zeshan immediately saw a familiar face. Like father, like son, the man, over 6 feet tall, must be Gu Chaodong. Guziu's family conditions were not great, but the atmosphere at home was very good. As soon as Zhang Zeshan entered the yard, he could feel the rich scent of books. Li Jianmin said that Gu Ziyu's family had an old study filled with books. Their home was very tidy and clean, and both the elderly and Gu Chaodong were very polite. Zhang Zeshan nodded. No wonder Gu Ziyu had a unique scholarly demeanor. Gu Chaodong was a bit introverted, like He Siping. Perhaps it was because he grew up without a father, he didn't talk much. In the yard, Zhang Zeshan saw an elderly person and a middle-aged woman. Sir, the middle-aged woman wiped her hands and quickly stood up, welcoming him. The elderly person also stood up, squinting and smiling. Sir, you've come to see us. Zhang Zeshan said. You are? Yes, I am Gu Ziyu's wife. My name is Jean Salian. Jean Salian's face was weathered, her skin dark. Li Guomin had previously said that she supported the whole family and raised the children by herself. She knew her husband would never return, yet she remained steadfast. She is a hero too. Who is this elderly person? Zhang Zeshan walked up to the grandmother. She is my mother-in-law, Gu Ziyu's mother, named Feng Cuimiao. Zhang Zeshan looked at the grandmother's wrinkled face, his nose tinged with sorrow, and softly asked, Elderly lady, do you know where your child has gone? I know, he went to the sky. Feng Cuimiao pointed at the sky. Like his father, he went to serve the country. Feng Cuimiao squinted and smiled. Li Guomin said, Sir, Gu Ziyu's father participated in the battle for the island and later suffered from aftereffects, passing away 15 years ago. Zhang Zeshan's eyes turned red. This family is full of loyalty and valor. Zhang Zeshan looked at Feng Cuimiao, who was smiling. She knew her son died in space. With not even a body, yet she did not cry, still smiling. Proudly smiling. This scene moved everyone around. It is indeed rare for the elderly to be so open-minded. Elderly lady, your child has sacrificed. Zhang Zeshan said bitterly. Feng Cuimiao said, I know. She smiled, and tears welled up in her eyes. His father also left like this. I am very proud, very proud. Although her tone was a bit shaky, she spoke clearly. Zhang Zeshan took a few steps back and deeply bowed. Elderly lady, thank you for your son's sacrifice for the motherland. He was about to. Zhang Zeshan said this, but could not continue. Sir, the secretary hurried over. Someone just contacted me. It seems the family of the fourth child has been found. Li Jianmin. Zhang Zeshan shouted as he turned around. Li Jianmin hurried in, just putting his phone down. Sir, I understand. Li Jianmin glanced at Su Xiaoxiao, who nodded, and the two left the yard. Li Jianmin drove, feeling heavy-hearted. Su Xiaoxiao stared out the window in a daze. Only if it's true, then only one elderly grandmother is left in the fourth child's family. Li Jianmin's expression was complex as he suddenly slammed his hand on the steering wheel. The phone said this elderly grandmother has poor hearing, almost unable to hear, and her eyesight is not great either. Su Xiaoxiao felt like a knife was cutting her heart, unsure how to talk about Li Qing after they met. She rolled down the car window, letting the wind blow away her tears. Heaven, why must you be so cruel? A few hours later, Li Jianmin and Su Xiaoxiao got off the plane at the international airport in Anhui province, accompanied by local officials, and headed to a mountain village. Masbaz. The breakthrough appeared at the coordinates of the dark universe. After confirming the trajectory, the breakthrough did not land on Mars but altered its course, heading straight for Earth. Inside the warship, everyone was silent. They had all seen the information. The families of the 4th and 10th children had been found. They were returning home, but only the 4th child was coming back. However, the family of the 4th child, Li Qing, was left with only an elderly grandmother. In terms of age, she might be Li Qing's grandmother. She's almost 100 years old. Feng Huaigui looked at the data coming from the center of the ground. This grandmother can no longer hear sounds, and her eyesight is barely clear. He turned off the information and took a deep breath. Motherland. The motherland received it. We will first send the 4th son, Li Qing, back home. Agreed. Feng Huaigui stood up, walked into the cabin, and looked at the soldiers sitting upright. Everyone, stand up. With a whoosh, the soldiers stood up in unison. We are about to send the hero, the 4th son, back home. There is only an over 90-year-old grandmother left in his family. Feng Huaigui's voice choked as he slowly said, From today on, you and I are all her family. Do you understand? Understood. Haven't you eaten? Understood. It's already the 3rd watch, and there's a 3,000-word chapter being written. I can't stand this 3,000-word chapter myself. Salute. Chapter 72. The Bloodstained Family Letter. A true man should be like this. August 22nd. Early morning, 8:30. Drizzling rain. A loud roar. Cannon fire disperses the tranquility. 13 cannon shots welcome Li Qing home. A convoy slowly drives out of the city. In front, a special car clears the way and helicopters provide low-altitude escort. Fighter jets streak across the sky, scattering a rainbow. On both sides of the road, pedestrians and students hold up banners that read, "Welcome home. The hero has returned home." Many people, seeing the special car carrying Li Qing pass by, bowed their heads and wiped away tears. The road is long, and the pedestrians never stop. It continues until they reach that originally very quiet little village. The soldiers are solemn and respectful, carrying a specially made ice bed, just like those for the previous heroes. Step by step toward the small brick house. Step by step, the sky scatters a rainbow. Step by step, the rain lightly drizzles. The soldiers stand tall and proud, looking straight ahead, marching with high steps. Ling. Those around see the hero lying on the ice bed, and one by one, they begin to cry. They are mostly older people who knew the young Li Qing. After all these years, he hasn't changed much. Fang Huaigui and Wang Jianjun walk at the front, hats held to their chests, arriving at the courtyard gate. "Li Qing, you have come home." Fang Huaigui turns around and takes a step back. The courtyard gate is wide open, welcoming the child who left home over 20 years ago. Bang! The cannon fire shoots up into the sky, startling flocks of birds. "Grandma, I'm here." Su Xiao helps an elderly woman whose eyes are almost covered with wrinkles to slowly walk out of the room. The old woman, wearing glasses, smiles and says, "Who is it after all?" She is Li Qing's grandmother, Tian Ho-Hot. She actually cannot hear, but fortunately, she can read. Li Jianmin bows his head. They chose not to tell the old woman about this. For some reason, they just cannot bring themselves to say it. Moreover, even if they said it at that moment, the old woman wouldn't believe it. Only at this moment, let her see with her own eyes. To see her grandson, who has been away for more than 20 years, come home, then she would believe and understand everything. Su Xiao's eyes are red, making her uncomfortable, as she supports Tian Ho-Hot out of the door. "Who is it?" Tian Ho-Hot looks curiously ahead. Her eyesight isn't good. Now, that technology has developed a lot. It still can't help her see clearly so quickly. In the distance, Sipin walks into the courtyard with a straight posture. Behind him, the soldiers carry Li Qing and walk in. Sipin looks at the hunched Tian Ho-Hot and suddenly kneels heavily on the ground. "Great-grandma, we've brought uncle back." "Oh." Tian Ho-Hot sees Sipin kneeling and quickly goes to support him. Su Xiao hurriedly says, "Grandma, don't be anxious." But when she speaks, Tian Ho-Hot cannot hear. And Li Jianmin immediately comes over to assist, bringing Tian Ho-Hot in front of the kneeling Sipin. "Child, who are you? What are you doing?" The old woman's tone is very surprised. Even though she cannot hear and cannot see clearly, her body isn't as strong as one would expect at her age. "Get up," she says, reaching out to help Sipin. "Great-grandma." Sipin kneels back a few steps, slowly opening the banner in his hand. "I know you can't hear, so we wrote what we wanted to say on it." When opened, a line of words is written on it. "The hero of the motherland, your grandson Li Qing, we have brought him home." Tian Ho-Hot originally went to support Sipin, but when she saw this line of words, she was instantly stunned. She stares at the words above, especially the two characters for Li Qing. This. She strains to widen her eyes, forcing open her eyelids and the wrinkles above. Suddenly, she calls out, "Little child." "Little child" is the nickname she used to like to call him. Her mind isn't confused. She immediately thinks of something and raises her head. The soldiers gently lower the ice bed. When Tian Ho-Hot sees that face, she takes a surprised step forward. It seems she still hasn't realized who this person is. The scene is deathly silent. Only the occasional sound of sobbing can be heard. Tian Ho-Hot walks step by step closer. When she finally sees this face clearly up close, she is stunned. Her eyes reveal disbelief. "How can this be my little child? How can this be my little child? It's been over 20 years. Tears seep from Tian Ho-Hot's eyes as she trembles and extends her hand. Suddenly, she stiffens all over and falls back. "Grandma." Light rain taps on the home. Passers-by on the road seem to be heartbroken. Outside the courtyard, neighbors, officials who came from afar, and soldiers guarding the surroundings stand silently. Among the crowd, Su Lin is also present. She does not go inside. She watches this scene from outside, looking at her son. In her eyes, there is pride and honor. Little child. A voice of an elderly cry pierces through the fine rain. Tian Ho-Hat looks at Li Qing, trembling as she reaches out to touch his face. Very cold. Tian Ho-Hat's hand pulls back immediately upon contact. She quickly goes to touch again. She rubs this face hard. But no matter how she rubs, this person will no longer speak. Son, oh son. Tian Ho-Hat has very few tears. She suddenly remembers something, kneels down, and bows her head to the ground. Thank you. Thank you to the country for bringing the little child back. As she bows, a thunderclap suddenly roars outside. This kneel frightens Su Xiao and Li Jiamin. Everyone kneels down. Su Xiao hurriedly helps Tian Ho-Hat up. He Sipin kneels on the ground, opens the banner, and looks at Tian Ho-Hat with teary eyes. Great-grandma, from now on, we are all your relatives, all your family. Birds circle in the sky. They curiously observe the courtyard. Today's rain will not stop. Compared to the heaviness in Li Qing's hometown, Guziu's home is much quieter, because he cannot return home. He cannot return his roots. Zhang Zeshan, with a heavy heart, approaches Jin Salian and Gov't. The fourth son, Li Qing, has come home. However, the 10th son, Guziu, cannot come back. You should have seen it too. Li Qing thinks of himself as a brother. He is so sad to see Guziu's sacrifice in front of him. He doesn't know what to say. Perhaps nothing would have any meaning. He takes out the heart-shaped family letter and hands it to Jin Salian. This is what Guziu left behind, a thing that Li Qing guarded with his life. He never forgot this family letter until his death. Jin Salian covers her mouth and does not take it. Gu Xiaodong reaches out to take it. He bows and says, "Thank you, sir. Thank you to the country." Zhang Zeshan steps back a few paces and bows, saying, "No, we should thank them." Gu Xiaodong clutches the family letter, the bloodstains still visible. Uncle Gu protected this with his life. Gu Xiaodong's tears drip onto the family letter. Zhang Zeshan walks aside. Looking outside, Jin Salian suddenly says, "Quick, Xiaodong, hurry, open it, open it. Mom, open it." Jin Salian seems to lose control. Gu Xiaodong quickly says, "Mom, I'll open it, please don't get agitated." "Grandma," he calls out again. Feng Miao sits on the doorstep, holding a small toy in her hand, sternly saying, "Xiaodong, open it. This is the only thing your father left for you." Gu Xiaodong slowly opens the family letter. When unfolded, the elegant handwriting spreads out like mountains and rivers. "My son, Xiaodong." Gu Xiaodong sees these 4 words, and tears start to fall. "My son, Xiaodong." Gu Xiaodong reads each word slowly. "You have grown into a 7-foot-tall man now, right? I have always wondered what you would be like when you grow up, but I can't imagine it. I can only think of myself. Like father, like son, you must be just like me. Face east. Tell Grandpa and Grandma that I am guarding the border for our country and cannot return home. Please forgive your unfilial child. However, when the country is in trouble, I have been chosen and must dedicate myself to the nation and the people, even if it means sacrificing my life. The unfilial one cannot be tolerated by heaven and earth. If heaven does not tolerate me, it is my own unfiliality that brings sorrow. I will die for my country, as the country is my home, and this is how I repay my parents for their upbringing. Throughout history, how many noble souls from a Huaxian nation have sacrificed their lives for the country and the people? I am honored to have this opportunity, and I will dedicate my life. Face east, do not be sad. Take good care of your father and be filial. Tell Grandpa and Grandma, I do not return because foreign tribes are invading our homeland and seeking to exterminate our clan. I do not return, not out of unwillingness, but for the honor and disgrace of our nation. Infiliation, Guziu, Koto, Kailien, my love. The writing here is somewhat hasty, perhaps because time is pressing, or perhaps it reflects Ziyu's worries and guilt. Hearing this, Feng Miao couldn't help but shed tears, murmuring, "My child, I do not blame you. I do not blame you. Your father has gone there first. When you see the old man, you will have something to talk about. Reading this letter is like seeing you in person, but it is also the last time. I wanted to grow old with you, but alas, my 7-foot frame has already been promised to the country, and I can no longer promise you. However, a country is needed to have a home. I left my home for the sake of the country. Please forgive my sudden departure. My love, I always remember that day when I walked through the purple grass and crossed the rain bridge. You were waiting for me on the other side of the bridge, holding an umbrella and singing a song, saying that under the pear tree, we would grow old together. I saw in the starry sea that the storm had become your likeness. I do not know what you have sacrificed for this family, for our aging parents and our growing child. But I know that with you, my life is complete. Do not cry, do not worry. A man should stand tall for his country, and you should feel proud and honored for me. Whenever I think that I am guarding here, you will be safe. The country will be safe, and the people will be safe. I feel an immense sense of pride and honor. A man should be like this. Jean Kyle Yin's eyes were bloodshot from crying. Gov't continued. Chaodong, my son, I hope you become a strong man who stands tall. Until the foreign tribes are eliminated, who knows when they will be defeated? Perhaps, even if I sacrifice myself in today's battle, they will not stop their invasion. However, my son, remember, when the country is in trouble, you must stand up. The path I have walked, you will walk again, and it will be much easier. This is my only expectation of you. Guziyu, final words. The 3,000-character letter is complete, about 11,000 words. Leave a thought for this letter home. The rain falls continuously. Li Qing's funeral was held as scheduled. He rests among the green mountains and rivers. On the day of the funeral, Song Weigua, Yang Daxing, Su Lin, He Siping, and Gu Chaodong all came. Flowers lead the way, trees sway in the wind. Along 10 miles, a 10-mile-long corridor sends off the hero. Summer country headquarters, conference hall. Zhang Zeshan and Wu Daxiu and others watched the screen. The dissection of the Dark Star being was underway. Although it was not a live dissection, it had not been dead long, and the research value was still immense. Yu Tianming sat beside them, listening to the biologists dissecting and explaining the anatomy of the Dark Star being. This Dark Star being was 7 meters tall and weighed over 500 kilograms. From its appearance and physique, it was very intimidating. However, the internal structure was not particularly remarkable. They did not have organs like hearts, but they had detoxifying livers and kidneys, just different from human body structures. The focus of the dissection was to study the blood samples and genetic tissues of the Dark Star being. There was a secretion in the Dark Star being's head that promotes their rapid growth. According to research analysis, it only takes 2 years for them to reach the same size as adult Dark Star beings. This also indirectly confirmed what the captain had said. Dark Star beings can reproduce during war and quickly engage in battle. Ordinary Dark Star beings are essentially tools. Yu Tianming dragged the data in his hands. War tools, Zhao Yuqi said. Their combat methods are not many, relying on their wings. Yes, the biologist Lao Wei nodded. Their wings connect to the main brain of the body, serving not only as an important medium for their flight in space, but also as their most powerful means of attack. Lao Wei pointed at the data on the screen. The wings rotated in the display. Their skin is very hard, bulletproof in our terms, but it cannot withstand energy weapons, which is why you were able to kill it immediately on Qingyu's star. Zhao Yuqi said. That was also because Lao Feng was decisive and quick to react. The soldiers crossed light years for the first time. If it weren't for their strong physical quality, they would have vomited long ago. But it was also fortunate that this Dark Star pup was too weak. Otherwise, there would have been casualties. Yes, physical quality. Lao Wei coughed and cleared his throat. The physical quality of Dark Star beings is undoubtedly strong. They can ignore the pressure of a vacuum and do not need oxygen, allowing them to fly in space for a short time. They can even walk easily on Saturn and Jupiter without wearing battle armor. Their DNA is very strong, absurdly strong, but we have not found the original materials for the bloodline medicine in their bodies. Wu Daxiu said, Is that what our heroes often mention, the bloodline medicine? Lao Wei said, Yes, the 13 children use bloodline medicine to increase their physical strength in a short time, similar to a type of evolution that is not essential. However, the blood samples of the Dark Star beings do not contain the medicinal content that our heroic bloodlines possess. They did not take it. Qin Hansen frowned. No, they do take it. Yu Tianming pressed his forehead, tiredly saying, They take it, but only during their childhood. Wu Dixio and others exchanged glances. Taking it in childhood, accelerating growth? Lao Wei said, "That's right. I simulated the process of dark star beings from birth to 2 years old, and indeed, if bloodline medicine is added, it will accelerate their growth. Wings and scales will undergo a change, becoming harder and thicker." Zhao Yuqi said, "To call them human, referring to dark star beings, is actually not even calling them dogs. They're just monsters." Lao Wei continued, "Their adaptability is very strong. Their genes are not complex. I just studied it. And if we fuse human genes with their genes, guess what? Don't keep us in suspense." Yu Tianming shot a glare at Lao Wei. Lao Wei quickly said, "No fusion." This was both expected and difficult to understand for everyone, because many of the 13 children had swallowed dark star genes. Rejection. Lao Wei opened the gene fusion situation. "Look, the genes of dark star beings are very domineering, rejecting our human genes. Even a slight touch will immediately drive them away. This also means that once any of us takes the dark star genetic research medicine, we will be directly occupied by the dark star genes and gradually be transformed." Gene Hansen said, "Isn't that just devouring?" "Not entirely." "Seizure?" "Nonsense." Lao Wei said helplessly. "In other words, unless we humans have special genes, can we perfectly control the dark star genes? After fusion, due to the strength of the genetic organization itself, combined with bloodline medicine, it allows one to unleash terrifying energy in a short time. I just spent a whole day researching, collecting DNA samples from different provinces, even from the US and Bear Country. All were completely rejected. However, there's a small portion that is striving to reverse engineer the genes of the dark star people. This small portion is working very hard, but the results are still failures." Lao Wei finished speaking and tapped on the virtual screen. "The genes of the 13 sons are not fully tested, but for now, the genetic organization tests of Song Shuebing and Zhou Kai show ordinary results. However, while they were alive, their genetic values were definitely beyond that of ordinary people." Wu Dexio said, "So, is this also the reason the captain chose these 12 individuals?" "It should be." Lao Wei nodded. Zhao Yuqi asked, "Could it be that the captain is a DNA biochemical warrior?" "This research is being conducted by various countries. It's quite normal. But if they had done this, there would definitely be data packets left behind." "No," Lao Wei shook his head. "They are not. Their genes have no mutations." "Remember, there are no mutations at all," Zhang Zeshan said. "All right, let's continue the research and hold a meeting to report the results later. Additionally, the rehearsal for the Chiyu interstellar railgun must be executed immediately, but unfortunately, we cannot conduct exercises or attempt a test launch. The energy consumed by a single launch is too terrifying. Earth cannot afford it." Other experts expressed their headaches. Gene Hansen said, "Therefore, it makes sense to support our weapon master Chiyu with an entire Tianyuan 4-star system. The captain's actions are truly astonishing in their foresight." Speaking of the captain, Zhang Zeshan sighed and said, "Everyone, Tianming." Tianming looked at the screen. The second half of the meeting was from Bai Shuqing. Everyone looked at each other. Bai Shuqing is the son of Bai Seiju. He died over 20 years ago, specifically 26 years ago. The timing of his death coincides with the implementation date of the Tiandao Hugu plan. Everyone believes he was one of the sons or someone who knew about this plan. However, all of this is speculation. Bai Seiju did not confirm it, and they cannot be certain. Zhang Zeshan took out a document, handwritten. "This is what Elder Jiang gave me." Zhao Yuqi asked, "Elder Jiang?" "Yes," Zhang Zeshan nodded. "Half a month ago, after I met Elder Bai, I received a call from Elder Jiang." Zhang Zeshan said, "Everyone, take a look at the materials first." In the conference room, it was quiet, only the sound of pages turning. One person finished reading and passed it to another. The last to finish was Wu Dixio. He raised his head, looking at Zhang Zeshan in confusion. "This is not a document, but a letter of commitment." "Sir, this," Zhang Zeshan said, 27 years ago, Bai Shuqing approached Elder Jiang and expressed his hope that the country could do one thing for him, which was to erase the existence of 12 individuals. At that time, Elder Jiang was puzzled, but once he learned he was Bai Seiju's son, that puzzlement turned into doubt. He approached Bai Seiju to discuss this matter, but unfortunately, did not specify, only mentioning that Bai Shuqing's mental state was not very good. However, later, Bai Shuqing approached Elder Jiang repeatedly. Even during the reign, He stood outside, getting drenched. Zhang Zeshan recalled. Elder Jiang said he found it hard to understand how a person's obsession could reach such a level. Why he wanted to erase the existence of 12 individuals. On a rainy night, a solitary figure stood under the rain. He was soaked through. His handsome face was pale, but his eyes were very determined. Mr. Jiang, he shouted. Jiang Atao walked over with an umbrella to Bai Shuqing's side. He looked at this young child. Why are you doing this? What obsession do you have? Zhang Zeshan slowly said. Bai Shuqing said nothing, only took out something and handed it to Elder Jiang. What was it? Zhao Yuqi asked anxiously. A videotape. Sir, that videotape has already been destroyed by Elder Jiang. Zhang Zeshan said with some sorrow. After watching it, he agreed to Bai Shuqing's request to erase the existence of 12 individuals. After watching the videotape, Elder Jiang also destroyed it as agreed. Qin Hansen asked, 12 individuals? Wasn't it 13? Bai Shuqing's own existence proves that he was not erased, just not mentioned. Zhang Zeshan lowered his head. He did not erase his own existence to avoid making Bai Seiju think too much. He suffered many times. The videotape mentioned heaven, the way of heaven. But Elder Jiang was not very clear about the specific content of the plan. However, he chose to believe Bai Shuqing, who said he took 1,000 days. Zhao Yuqi cried out. Why didn't Elder Jiang say anything back then? Zhang Zeshan's eyes turned slightly red. Because Elder Jiang guaranteed with his life and character that he would not speak of this matter, unless the news of the 13 sons returned to Earth. This is a promise from an old man to a child. This promise is as solid as a rock, as vast as rivers and oceans, as boundless as the stars and sea. Chapter 74, the list of 13, the preparation for the battle begins. Elder Jiang, should we tell Old Bai about this? Don't say it, Old Bai can't take it. But if that child really comes home, we can tell Old Bai after we bring him back. Or perhaps we should completely conceal Bai Shuqing's identity. Elder Jiang, isn't this too unfair to Old Bai and Bai Lanfeng? Zeshan, sometimes fairness isn't always necessary. Jiang Hetao held a photo, a picture of him with Bai Shuqing. 18-year-old Bai Shuqing was young, full of vigor, and full of fighting spirit. He was quite handsome, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. His gaze filled with a fierce intensity that was almost impossible for an 18-year-old boy to possess. Moreover, it was still a time of peace. I feel guilty towards the 13 and towards Bai Shuqing. Jiang Hetao said, tears streaming down his face. Elder Jiang. Zhang Zeshan handed over a tissue. Jiang Hetao waved his hand, letting the tears flow freely. I promised him. I kept that promise, which is why we had that year. The year when Xia country's technology soared with the space program. I know that Xia country has no right, and Earth has no right to welcome this war. The space program was a year of sudden technological growth for Xia country, and also a year of rapid global technological advancement. Unexpectedly, it was because of this. Only by continuously improving technology, with the efforts of the 13, could we achieve a technological leap in a century. The child said he would fight for a century for Xia country and for Earth. 13 people, fighting for a century for Earth, Zeshan. Doesn't it sound absurd to you now? Zhang Zeshan looked at the emotional Jiang Hetao and shook his head slightly. Such a war, mobilizing 1 billion people, is equivalent to 1 billion corpses. A century of soaring. Only by facing the war as a secondary civilization can we have a foundation for battle. Therefore, the rapid establishment of the lunar base and the Mars base, with the country's grand goal being the stars and the sea, is all because of that moment, that promise. Yes, Jiang Hetao nodded. For this century, Xia country has given up many plans. Everyone doesn't understand and blames me, but so what? Jiang Hetao pressed his lips together and raised his head. They're watching from above. Zhang Zeshan asked, Elder Jiang, if you listen to the voice. Is that captain's voice Bai Shuqing? Jiang Hetao shook his head. I don't remember. The voice has changed. I can't tell if it's that boy from back then. Zhang Zeshan crumpled the tissue in his hand, understanding. Bai Seiju isn't unwilling to speak, but truly doesn't know about this matter. Bai Shuqing's fake death was also unavoidable. What he wanted was a short pain. Instead of suddenly disappearing and causing his family to worry, it would be better to die directly, to lessen that attachment and longing for his family. What a resolute and fearless decision this is. Zhang Zeshan stepped out the door and looked at the bright sunny day. Who says there are no clothes? They have the right to know. If we don't speak, how can Xia country face the Bai family? Bai Lanfeng has not married because of this matter by Seiju's lineage. If Bai Shuqing doesn't return, wouldn't that mean? But now, it is indeed not the right time to talk about it. Which of the 13 is Bai Shuqing, and whether he is the captain, remains unknown. Although Zhang Zeshan has already speculated that Bai Shuqing is indeed the captain of this national defense team. On the table, there was another document. The list of the 13. There are a total of 13 names, but no ranking. Song Xuebing, Zhou, Yipingen, Li Qing, Gu Ziyu, Yang Qinyuan, El Shongkong, Xie Yunyang, Zhen Qi, Gao Xiaodian, Li Xingru, Lu Zheng, Bai Shuqing. These are the names of the 13. Behind each name is a family, a concern, a belief. Ultimately, it is infinite greatness. Zhang Zeshan said, except for the 5 who have returned home, the other 8 still have no information. Let's first try to find the families of the other heroes based on the name clues, aside from Bai Shuqing. If we find them, don't say anything yet. Qin Hansen said, Li Xingruo, is she the 9th? Wu Dixio said, it should be. Only Li Xingruo looks like a woman's name among them. This list was hastily written by Jiang Hetao, with no order. Perhaps he also didn't know the correct order of the 13. Zhang Zeshan said, from now on, we will advance in 3 directions: technology development, space training, and searching for the other 8. Step by step. Technology cannot be achieved overnight. The 13 have given us so much time. The only thing we can do is find them and not let them down. Understood. Wu Dixio and the others stood up and saluted. With the deeds of the 13, Xia country developed technology, tilted resources, and gained almost 100% support from the people. Over 1 billion Xia people are also eager to bring the remaining heroes home as soon as possible, so they do not drift and wander in space. They also strongly support the country in breaking through current technological limits. The Joint Headquarters has also passed a series of bills to cooperate with Xia country and fully advance scientific technology. A storm is about to sweep in. Everyone is a part of it, a witness to history. But all this must be credited to those 13 people. They have forged a path through the cosmos. Mars Base. As the forefront of Earth's technology, the experts in technology here represent the peak of Earth's current capabilities. The Xia country experts are divided into 3 parts. One part controls the Qiyu cannon, another conducts research on the Dark Star people, and the last part continues to search for possible traces and clues on the Martian surface. Finding a battlefield is equivalent to discovering a new technological continent. However, there are not many battlefields on Mars, and they are quite scattered, making them hard to find. Mars has not experienced large-scale battles, only small-scale infiltration operations. In the base hall, Yu Tianming was studying the Heavenly Kingdom dynasty with Suda, Wang Jiangwo, and others. The Heavenly Gate requires the Qiyu cannon and also needs the full force of the second phase of the Heavenly Kingdom plan. In the simulation room, Yu Tianming focused on the illusory scene. Surrounding the solar system, about 3,000 light-years, can condense 10 points. These 10 points are distributed in different star systems, forming the Heavenly Kingdom ladder and opening the ladder of civilization to impact the Heavenly Gate, using star system reactors in conjunction with planetary propulsion, ultimately charging the Qiyu orbital cannon to launch a beam to open the dark universe teleportation array of the Dark Star. This step is not a one-time success. Yu Tianming and the others have simulated it many times, but they cannot find the key. Either the star system reactor explodes, or the planetary propulsion collapses. Once it explodes or collapses, the entire plan will be suspended, needing to wait for recharging. This is a long and complex process, extremely torturous. The team members are left with only a maximum of 6. Did the remaining 6 enter that door? Yu Tianming and the others sense that even if the Heavenly Gate opened, entering it would definitely not be easy. Absolutely not easy. Is this door what is known as a wormhole? Or is it the opposite of a black hole? Old Zheng dragged the materials and proposed an idea. The theories of wormholes and black holes have actually been discussed countless times. But discussion is discussion. Before this, no one had truly discovered or ventured into it. It was all speculation. Suda instinctively said, the teacher said this door is not a door, and it's not as simple as pushing it open. It should be a special coordinate. The captain once said that the dark star's mother planet drifts outside the universe, not existing within the scope of this galaxy's universe. It should be like a wormhole. After passing through, one arrives at another dimensional universe. Yu Tianming said, it's unlikely to be a dimensional universe. Even if a folded universe truly exists, it wouldn't create a dimensional universe. At most, it would only change the shape or range of the universe. We are still within this universe, but the distance could have reached hundreds of thousands or even millions of light years. The Milky Way is about 100,000 light years across. The farthest range currently detectable in the universe is roughly 50 billion light years. Even at 50 billion light years, traveling through hyperspace would take an incredibly long time. Unless, as theorized, one could traverse a wormhole or black hole and jump directly from a folded universe to hundreds of millions of light years away. Just as Lao Zheng was about to speak, a voice shouted from outside, "Professor, the Cold Lake base has sent a signal prediction. The unidentified flash has entered the Tianquan star cluster and is now only 1,300 light years away from the solar system. In the dark universe, a point of light was flying quickly at hyperspace speed. Destination, Tianyuan 4. It was getting closer," Lao Zheng said. "No matter what, we must consider all aspects. Unknown dangers may be approaching, and we need to hurry." Yu Tianming said, "Dismissed. Everyone, go about your business. Lao Zheng, Lao Wei, and you all stay. We need to continue." Time was pressing. The Xia country and the world had been training soldiers and researching spaceships. They searched for remnants of battles on Mars, bringing back those abandoned weapons to study them as thoroughly as possible. They couldn't replicate them. A one-to-one restoration was impossible. But these weapons could provide ideas for equipping Earth's warships and individual gear. The flash heading towards Tianyuan 4 was now just 500 light years away. Its speed was not fast, but not slow either. It just didn't emit any signal, which fell off. It was neither a weapon nor a spaceship, and definitely not a warship. But with such high alien technological capabilities, one could not afford to be careless. At the Xia Country Mars base, a routine meeting was held. In addition to experts from Xia Country, people from the US and Russia were also involved. Yu Tianming reported on the latest research progress of the Breaking Sky ship. The progress was good, but overall it was still too slow. The material research was clear, but they couldn't produce anything. They could only extract core materials as much as possible from the wrecks of those abandoned warships and mechs. The corpses of the Dark Star people had not been transported back to Earth. They remained in a secret warehouse on Mars. However, the body had been dissected messily, with hardly any good flesh left. After Yu Tianming finished reporting the specific situation to Earth, he sat down to drink some water, signaling Lao Zheng. Lao Zheng said, "Our country, the joint headquarters, we still have one thing that needs clarification." Zhang Zeshan appeared on the screen. "What is it?" "About the black box." Lao Zheng looked at everyone present, facing the screen, and said, "Gentlemen, the captain's black box returned from 13 light years away. 13 light years. We now have the foundation to cross." Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise appeared on Zhang Zeshan's face. "If you hadn't mentioned it, we would have almost forgotten." Zhao Yuqi said, "That's right. The captain's black box returned from 13 light years away, which is only 3 light years more than Tianyuan 4. Lao Zheng said, "Therefore, we have now formulated a plan to activate the Longming ship to go to the launch site of the black box." "Have you found the specific location?" Zhang Zeshan asked. Yu Tianming replied, "Sir, after precise calculations, we have roughly determined the launch location of the black box. The captain's black box was definitely launched from there. It must have been left there in advance. There might be other secrets there too. I believe the captain must have had this idea as well. He just didn't mention it in the black box. It's also possible." Yu Tianming coughed. He was so busy dealing with the Dark Star people that he forgot to mention this matter. Wu Daxiu said, "Teacher, the cosmic sea is vast, measured in light years. Without a precise location, blindly searching could be troublesome." Yu Tianming understood Wu Daxiu's meaning. This trouble was not just about what dangers they might encounter. Fuel was currently insufficient. If they were to stagnate on an alien planet due to lack of fuel and ultimately couldn't return home, they would not only lose the Longming ship, but also the excellent astronauts and experts. Zhang Zeshan said, "Let's determine the precise location first." Lao Zheng said, "Sir, give us 3 days. The black box has a signal chain. From the moment it took off, it left a signal source. The disappearing signal fluctuations have not completely vanished in terms of the universe. There are traces of fluctuations that we can find. Zhang Zeshan said, "That's the best scenario, but this is not a small matter. We must be cautious." Understood. The launch site of the black box is 13 light-years from Earth. This range is within the scope of exploration. Now that we have a hyperspace engine, we must pay a visit. The flashpoint. How should we respond? Zhang Zeshan looked at everyone. Should we pre-activate the Chi-Yu cannon? If we activate the Chi-Yu cannon, we could annihilate the approaching enemy, at least for now. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. Zhao Yuqi coldly spoke. We must pre-activate the Chi-Yu cannon now and prepare for battle. Once this shot is fired, it will declare that war has completely arrived in the solar system. It is unavoidable. Yu Tianming also agreed. Zhu Kongxing agreed. In the end, the Xia country side agreed unanimously. All right, then let us pre-activate. Zhang Zeshan raised his hand in approval and simultaneously submitted a request to the joint headquarters. This request was not to ask for permission to pre-activate the Chi-Yu cannon, but merely to inform them. The ground command center received the order and immediately pushed forward the core system of the Chi-Yu cannon, located in Earth's Xia country, 40 light-years away from Tianyuan. Pre-activate the Chi-Yu cannon. Tianyuan 4. The Chi-Yu cannon emitted waves of energy fluctuations, with layers of electronics intertwining and flashing. The Chi-Yu cannon's base emitted rumbling sounds as it began to absorb the fusion energy from the core of the star system. From this moment on, they had to constantly monitor the position of the flashpoint. Zhao Yuqi issued a command. Once the flashpoint was detected entering the Tianyuan 4-star system, they would immediately obtain the signal fluctuations. If not, they would be unable to stop it and war would commence. Wu Daxiu returned to the Academy of Sciences and, together with Qin Hansen, compiled all the data. The speed of the flashpoint was actually not slow. In just about a month, it had traversed 2,500 light-years out of 3,000 light-years. What exactly are you? Wu Daxiu stared at the flashpoint, his eyes bloodshot. Every scientist had hardly slept well these days, especially people like Wu Daxiu and Qin Hansen, who had dark circles under their eyes. 3 days later, the Longming ship was requisitioned to travel to Mars. The exact location of the black box had been calculated down to a specific meteorite on the planet. This was thanks to the residual signals of the black box, which were completely different from the return signals. This black box was not just any black technology. The launch site had to be visited. This was beyond doubt, and no one would question it. At this moment, the flashpoint was only 150 light-years away from Tianyuan 4. Time was of the essence. It had never been so urgent. Chapter 76. Following their footsteps, the black box launch site 150 light-years, just 2 days. Earth stands ready. Under orders from headquarters, the Chi-Yu interstellar orbital cannon has already targeted the flight position of the flashpoint. If it is a danger, an inspection from an alien civilization, then the Chi-Yu orbital cannon can provide full coverage. Once the attack begins, as Commander Zhao Yuqi said, there is no turning back. A full-scale war must be initiated. At this stage, Earth cannot engage in a war with such a disparity in strength. Countries, including Xia, are unwilling to start this war at this time. However, the initiative for war is not in Earth's hands. If war is inevitable, then Earth can only fight with its back against the wall. 2 days, spanning 150 light-years. 6 hours searching for the black box. In terms of time, the Longming is definitely returning first. In the Xia Ground Command Center, experts are monitoring the data and status of the Longming, which has been flying in dark space for 5 hours and is about to reach the launch site of the black box. The team going to the black box launch site is led by Wang Jianjun, with Wu Daxiu serving as a scientific advisor, accompanying them throughout the journey. The journey is long, and everyone must enter sleep mode. They lack artificial intelligence and cannot accurately report the situation to the ground, so they can only wait until they leave dark space to contact the ground. Yu Tianming looked at the trajectory of the Longming and frowned. Old Zhong, we need to get artificial intelligence developed as soon as possible and equipped on the spacecraft and warships. We're already researching it, but it's a bit troublesome. Artificial intelligence is a program, and the preset program can only perform tasks written in the implanted code. Unlike the 13th AI, which is so convenient and quick, artificial intelligence needs to evolve. Old Zheng sighed. If the returning heroes have not destroyed their artificial intelligence, it would be a tremendous advantage for us in this development. Yu Tianming smiled. They have accompanied the heroes from birth to death. It is a cycle. Although it's a bit regrettable, this is the emotional bond of artificial intelligence. They must accompany their masters to death. In the darkness, the stars see ebbs and flows. Around a shattered star system, space suddenly begins to writhe. The Longming prepares to leave dark space. The signal sounds. The Longming stretches its light wave and leaps out of the darkness. Half an hour later, Wu Deshio and Wang Jiangwo wake up one after another. Motherland. Motherland received. Wang Jiangwo said, "Report to the Motherland. We have left dark space. And we are currently 19 Australian dollars from the target point, Black Box Planet. Good. Please proceed at full speed." Yes. After Wang Jiangwo finished his report, he and Wu Dashio went to the bridge to check the status of the target planet. Wang Jiangwo spoke up. The staff busily got to work. Soon, the star map was activated, and the current status of the target planet was displayed on the star map. This planet has not been named, and it is surrounded by shattered star systems. It looks like it has experienced a war, causing many planets to break apart, rotating around the central planet that can barely rotate. The Xia side provisionally named it Black Box Outpost Planet. Wu Deshio said, "General Wang, the gravity of this planet is slightly greater than that of Earth, and it is currently inconvenient to land." Why? Wang Jiangwo looked at Wu Deshio in confusion. Wu Deshio said, "The storms on the surface of the planet are terrifying, with wind speeds reaching 15,000 meters per second." The ground command center gasped upon hearing this report. This means that the current wind speed is 15 kilometers per second. This speed is unimaginable. The maximum wind speed of Martian dust storms can only reach 210 meters per second, and that is at its peak. At this wind speed, although the Longming is a satellite-class transport ship, it does not dare to land casually. Moreover, this is the first time Wu Deshio and his team have come to such a planet, and they must be extremely cautious. Let's study the situation of this planet first. Since we cannot land at the moment, Wu Deshio said, opening the database, "Suda, come help me." Half an hour passed. The storms on the planet had not subsided. This planet has not been observed before, and the ground command center has no idea when the storm will recede. They can only wait. But waiting is not good news for Earth. Every minute spent waiting means more danger. All right, we have observed the general situation of the Black Box Outpost Planet. Thanks to the Longming, Wu Dashio said, opening the data reference chart and sending it to the ground center. Yu Tianming received the data and looked at it carefully. The Black Box Planet is classified as a semi-sand planet, formed about 1.2 billion years ago, making it a relatively young planet. Its surface resources have depleted, forming white, floating sand piles with a surface gravity acceleration approximately 3 times that of Earth, making it a relatively peaceful planet. If there are no storms, the current combat suits could easily land on the surface. The data shows that the volume of the Black Box Planet is about 1/3 that of Earth, with a diameter of over 500 kilometers. The surface temperature fluctuates between 45 to 87 degrees. It emits a slight glow with a visual magnitude of about 8.5. The density of the planet is higher than that of Earth, roughly 5 times greater, but its mass is less than that of Earth. The Black Box Planet has a semi-sand form, with few landing points, requiring a reconnaissance action route. Otherwise, it can easily be swallowed by quicksand. It operates at a high speed, absorbing light from a distant nebula. Due to its trajectory, one day lasts only 13 hours. Every 5 hours or so, sandstorm events occur at unpredictable locations, making it impossible to capture the storm's appearance. There is no life on the planet, nor any vegetation. It is oxygen deficient and lacks photosynthesis. After reading the data, Yu Tianming said, "Old Zheng, although this planet cannot compare to planet Tianyuan 4, it is still a good outpost base." Old Zheng was still looking at the data. Old Wu said that the debris star belt surrounding this planet has been through a war, which has shattered everything, thus proving that the Black Box was launched from here for a reason. Cold and desolate, Yu Tianming said. There should be many battlefields within 1,000 light years. There are countless small battlefields, but we cannot find them all. We will find them all step by step. As the two conversed, Wang Jiangwo shouted, Motherland. The storm on the black box planet has receded. We are preparing to land. Motherland received. The Longming shook as it broke through the thin atmosphere, driving straight in towards the predetermined landing point that had been confirmed during the earlier research of the planet. This landing point is also the closest land to the black box launch site. 10 minutes later, the Longming safely landed. Wang Jiangwo put on his combat suit and adjusted the parameters to cope with the environment of this planet. Everyone prepare to disembark. Team 1 and Team 2, go out and stand guard. Team 3 and Team 4 follow me. Team 5 with the scientists. Team 6 stays behind. Team 7 secures the rear. After Wang Jiangwo finished speaking, the hatch opened. Wu Dexiu put on his helmet, connected to his combat suit, and fixed his determined gaze ahead. Captain, if you left anything behind here, you must let us discover it. We have come here following your footsteps. I believe you must have left something here. Everyone streamed out. Although the wind and sand had receded, the wind speed was still strong. Wu Dexiu glanced at the wind speed, and the system displayed 3.5 meters per second. Old Wu, it's up to you, Wang Jiangwo said. Wu Dexiu nodded, opened the database, and began to locate this nearly pure white planet when viewed from a distance. Surprisingly, does not appear white. It truly feels strange. The sandy sea swayed up and down, the white sand resembling waves, rippling one after another. Found it, Wu Dexiu shouted, confirming the exact location. It was 30 kilometers from their landing point. Let's go. Wang Jiangwo took the lead and stepped forward. Wait, let me test it first. This quicksand can trap people, and our combat suits can't expend too much energy here. Wu Dexiu said, I'll do it. He walked over, testing the ground step by step. The floating meteorites swayed in the sandy sea. Just as Wu Dexiu stepped forward, unknown invasion, an electronic voice echoed. In the next moment, the sandy sea suddenly boiled. The white sand particles floated up, transforming into a giant sand figure. The sand figure stared at Wu Dexiu, and the surrounding space abruptly compressed downward. Wang Jiangwo stared at the somewhat eerie sand figure. Old Wu, what's going on? Wu Dexiu looked at the sand figure and slowly shook his head. General Wang, don't be agitated, it's artificial intelligence. The sand figure looked at Wu Dexiu, slowly raised its hand, and its palm, flowing with sand particles, gently approached Wu Dexiu. Wu Dexiu was slightly taken aback, suddenly thought of something, and slowly raised his palm to meet it. Chapter 77 Survivors. The fifth child, El Chong Kong. Old Wu, be careful. Wang Jiangwo saw Wu Dexiu extend his palm and couldn't help but worry. Although this was the signal transmission point of the black box, and the artificial intelligence spoke in the language of the summer country, it didn't mean there was no danger. The artificial intelligence might autonomously launch an attack. Everything was sudden and came very quickly. Wu Dexiu said in a deep voice, General Wang, don't rush, don't rush. His arms slowly approached the palm of the Sandman. A pair of eyes appeared on the Sandman's face, devoid of emotion, but filled with some confusion and surprise. Yu Tianming said, he's testing the genetic data of the incoming race. Yu Tianming grabbed his collar and whispered, Dexiu, trust, complete trust. I understand, teacher. Wu Dexiu leaned closer to the Sandman's palm. The Sandman lowered its head. After looking for a while, it raised its head again, and its mouth, overflowing with sand, slowly opened to say, detecting DNA from the home planet. Master is of the same kin. Boom! The sandy sea exploded. Wang Jiangwo and the others quickly activated their combat suits to form a temporary quantum energy shield, but the quicksand did not harm them. Detecting home planet, the electronic synthetic voice suddenly stopped. From the blasted, empty bottom of the sandy sea, some faint sounds could be heard, vaguely saying, insufficient energy, about to enter hibernation. Wu Dexiu's body trembled. Quick, he vaguely sensed something. Without hesitation, he activated the acceleration function of his combat suit and jumped into the dark opening. Old Wu. Wang Jiangwo rushed over. Wait for me. He transmitted the command and jumped down after him. Teams 3 and 4 immediately followed. The cave was about 700 meters deep, the surrounding temperature gradually rising, but the core was very stable, not exceeding 100 degrees Celsius. People at the ground command center and the Mars base were worried when they saw Wu Dexiu jump down so recklessly. Wu Dashio, don't! Yu Tianming shouted. Wu Dashio suddenly yelled, Motherland! Motherland! I found! His breath was rapid, and his voice was excited. What happened? Yu Tianming initially wanted to reprimand Wu Dashio, but upon hearing this, he quickly asked. On the ground in the summer country, Zhang Zeshan and others anxiously looked at the screen. Wu Dashio, don't be nervous. You are experienced. Qin Hansen's words were interrupted by Wu Dashio's almost screaming voice. I found a hibernation pod. Hibernation pod. Not the life pod. At this moment, everyone became excited. The Captain's black box was launched from here. Could it be that the captain was sleeping on this planet? Wu Dashio Wang Jiangwo. Be careful. Ensure whether the hibernation pod is operational. Zhang Zeshan quickly issued instructions. Wu Dashio said, the hibernation pod is operational. Operational. His tone was even more excited than before, even a bit frantic. Yu Tianming understood this student well. Wu Dashio rarely showed such a side. Could the person in the life pod really be the captain? Wang Jiangwo arrived at the underground and saw Wu Dashio standing in front of the hibernation pod. The surrounding white sand particles twisted and turned. This scene looked strange yet beautiful. Old Wang! Wu Dashio shouted from behind, startling Wang Jiangwo. Quick! Quick! Have the soldiers transfer energy from the Longming to us. Hurry! Wang Jiangwo walked over and saw that the temperature of the hibernation pod was a bit high, indicating insufficient energy. If the energy ran out, the hibernation pod would gradually lose its effect and ultimately stop functioning. Team 3, activate the pod. Bring over the backup energy tanks we prepared. Hurry! Wu Dashio struggled to lift his head, not knowing whether to cry or laugh. His lips trembled, and his chin shook. Motherland! The person inside is still alive. This was like a heavy bomb detonating in the summer country. Alive! One of the living 13 children. Yu Tianming even slapped his ears, rubbed his eyes hard, and shouted, Wu Dashio, are you sure? Are you sure? Teacher, I'm sure. Wu Dashio stepped forward. The image connected to the front. Inside the hibernation pod lay a man who looked about 30 years old. He had his eyes closed, his face expressionless. The data on the pod showed life signs, low temperature hibernation. This meant he was not dead. Yu Tianming covered his chest, sat in the chair, and slowly adjusted his breathing. One of the living 13 children. Alive, still alive. The ground center was completely in an uproar. Zhang Zeshan hurriedly connected with Elder Jiang to inform him of this news. Among the 13 children for back then, one was found to be still alive. This news, at this moment, was no different from the summer country's technology stepping into level 2 and Earth civilization entering level 2. A living hero, he must know everything. He was a walking level 2 civilization. Warning, the hibernation pod cannot continue operating. Energy deficiency, about to lose protection. The electronic voice became increasingly urgent. Home planet DNA data fluctuation. Home planet has found the master. Insufficient energy warning. I am about to fall into hibernation. Wu Dashio listened to the electronic voice and turned back to say, Old Wang, the energy tank, the energy tank. Coming. Wang Jiangwo flew up and soon brought down a huge energy tank with the soldiers. Wu Dashio opened permissions and entered a string of codes. Connect. The summer country, the whole world, was focused on this moment. Energy continued to connect. Perfect coverage. The hibernation pod emitted a buzzing electrical sound, and a voice said, Energy injection, year 21. The sleeping master is about to awaken. The artificial intelligence emitted a joyful sound. Year 21. Wu Dashio glanced at Wang Jiangwo. The person in front of him had been in hibernation for the 21st year of the Yutian National Protection Plan. Awakening procedure execution. Master S physical condition is good. Awakening progress 1. 2. Wu Dashio and Wang Jiangwo stepped back a bit, and the soldiers behind stood straight, waiting for the awakening to be completed. At the ground command center, the huge electronic screen displayed 45-46. As everyone waited anxiously, the awakening procedure finally reached 100. Awakening complete. Master, Xiaoyu has always been with you. Xiaoyu's voice sounded increasingly happy. Wu Dashio said, Motherland, energy has been connected. Awakening procedure completed. Our hero is about to awaken. The hero is about to awaken. However, after waiting for a full half hour, The person in the hibernation pod did not open his eyes, did not awaken. The artificial intelligence, Xiao Yu, also did not continue to speak. This, Wang Jingwo looked at Wu Daxiu with concern. It can't be, can it? A fleeting illusion, a dream? Wu Daxiu gritted his teeth and said, wait a bit longer. Just wait. Yu Tianming cast a heavy glance at the other data. Time passed little by little. Daxiu, the unidentified flashpoint, is approaching the star system surrounding Tianyuan. In 15 light years, it will enter the range of Tianyuan. Can our hero still wake up? Wu Daxiu said, Teacher, since the artificial intelligence said so, it will definitely wake up. They have accompanied the hero from birth to death. They wouldn't say nonsense. Master, the artificial intelligence, Xiao Yu suddenly spoke. In that instant, the person in the hibernation pod suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were pale. Slowly, the white of his eyes disappeared, and black pupils appeared. Motherland! Wu Daxiu shouted loudly. The hero has opened his eyes. The hibernation pod opened with a hiss. He closed his eyes, and the next second, immediately opened them. Captain! He emitted a hoarse, powerless voice, as if squeezed from his throat, rushing out of the hibernation pod. Captain! He shouted hoarsely. An arm was flailing in the air, while the other was left with only a sleeve. Xiao Yu, where is the captain? Where is the captain? What year is it now? What year is it? Captain! Captain! Xiao Yu. Master, home planet. He suddenly focused, his whole body arching up sharply, and in the next second, his entire body was covered in battle armor. A chilling aura enveloped the surroundings. Cough, cough. He let out a cold laugh. Have I still been discovered? He spoke coldly, as energy began to gather slowly in the palm of his remaining arm. Salute! Wang Jingwo shouted angrily, filled with surprise, gratitude, respect, and fearlessness. Salute! The soldiers shouted in unison. He trembled, his shoulders shaking violently. But through gritted teeth, he said, how could they have learned our Xia country language so perfectly? Xia country, commander of the Mars-based fleet, Wang Jingwo. Xia country, scientific advisor of the Mars-based Wu Daxiu. Xia country, people soldiers. Salute to the heroes. His back trembled even more violently, slowly turning around. He saw it. Tears welled up his eyes as he saw the proud and upright Xia people. Compatriots. He pressed his lips together, slowly raising his single arm. Heavenly Path National Defense Plan Team, 5th Child, El Chong Kong, reporting to the motherland. Living heroes. At this moment, the Xia people were incredibly excited. Standing in front of the screen, they saluted excitedly. Many people cried out in front of the screen. They desperately hoped that there would be heroes still alive. Many went to pray, hoping that there were still those fighting for the motherland. Not all had sacrificed for the country. Now it had truly come true. The 5th child was still alive. Zhang Zeshan looked solemnly at the screen. Although he had 1,000 questions to ask, he also knew that now was not the time. El Chong Kong had just awakened and needed a little time to adapt. El Chong Kong's eyes were moist. Perhaps it was due to too long in hibernation. His eyes were red, but there were no tears. He stood straight, looking into the distance. Who was he missing? El Chong Kong saluted with one arm, and this scene quickly spread around the world. A true hero, even if missing something, his backbone will not bend. His gaze will not change. His willpower remains as fierce as ever. El Chong Kong stood and slowly said, Motherland, Heavenly Path National Defense Plan, Year 21, I am injured and unable to participate in combat. The captain asked me to wait here and left the hibernation pod. I thought the captain would return, but I didn't expect so many years to have passed. The captain must have gone to execute the Heavenly Gate plan. After he finished speaking, he lowered his head. You must have found your way here. Someone must have returned. Right? Wu Daxiu said, yes. The 3rd child, 4th child, 7th child, 10th child, and 13th have returned. They have all gone home. El Chong Kong smiled upon hearing Wu Daxiu's choked words. They went home. That's great, they went home. 5th child, you can also go home now, Wang Jingwo. A tough guy, said while wiping his eyes. El Chong Kong's smile became even brighter, but in the next second his brows furrowed. The captain has not been found. He muttered to himself, and suddenly opened a virtual screen. On the screen, a fortress was rotating. Mr. Wu, General Wang. This is the combat fortress of the Sandstorm Star, and now I officially hand it over to the motherland. As El Chong Kong spoke, he pressed the virtual switch above. Wu Dexiu and Wang Jiangwo heard a deafening roar from outside, and they exchanged surprised glances, quickly asking, "What is this? We set up this combat fortress here." El Chong Kong's face bore a hint of pride as he activated his battle armor and flew out. "Keep up." Wang Jiangwo excitedly activated his combat suit and followed El Chong Kong. El Chong Kong flew out of the cave, and the scene before him sent the world into a frenzy. A steel fortress burst forth from sand. The floating, shimmering sand whirled around this massive steel silhouette that spanned over 100 kilometers. This, Yu Qianming's eyes widened. The ground command center of Xia country. Zhang Zeshan and others' breaths became almost inaudible. This was a combat system fortress that was almost completely intact, an integrated offense and defense system. A mobile combat fortress. Similar to a space mother ship, but far superior to a space mother ship. It was not even on the same level in terms of combat attributes. El Chong Kong proudly said, "This is designed by the captain, and we participated together, using Dark Star technology to exploit their labor force. Making those mechs and sci-fi robots work for us, creating..." He paused, took out a bottle of nutrient solution, and swallowed it whole. The Great Wall Fortress. At first glance, it did resemble the Great Wall a bit. Wang Jiangwo excitedly patted his chest and asked, "What is this combat system?" "The front line," El Chong Kong said, his pride and joy fading. "To stop the front line outside the solar system, unless the Dark Star people teleport directly to Earth." Zhang Zeshan took a deep breath to calm himself and said, "Wang Jiangwo, the motherland wants to communicate with the fifth child now. Please relay." Wang Jiangwo was about to speak. "Motherland, a bright point has entered the Tianyuan 4-star system." This sentence immediately captured everyone's attention. Wang Jiangwo's words were swallowed back. El Chong Kong also heard this voice, muttering, "Tianyuan 4, Chiyu heavy cannon." "Mr. Wu," Wu Dexiu said, "Fifth child." He didn't know how to address him. However, since they proudly identified as one of the 13 children, addressing them by their order should be the greatest respect for them. "Chiyu heavy cannon is in Tianyuan 4. Wu Dexiu said, "Rest assured we have found it thanks to 10th child Gu Ziyu and 4th child Li Qing." "What is that bright point?" El Chong Kong's face was boiling with battle intent. Although he had just awakened, he would quickly recover after a little adaptation. He was a seasoned warrior who had fought in outer space for 21 years. His combat instincts were unparalleled. Wu Dexiu roughly explained the origin of the bright point and mentioned the pre-start of the Chiyu cannon. El Chong Kong said, "I understand." He opened the program in his battle armor and shouted, "Xiao Yu, Master, search for signal fluctuations." Analysis complete. "Master, the signal fluctuation comes from the Lu Wang star system, 3,000 light years away." Lu Wang star system. El Chong Kong muttered to himself. Wu Dexiu noticed he was deep in thought and refrained from speaking to avoid interrupting. The bright point entered the range of Tianyuan 4, flying directly toward the position of the Chiyu cannon. "Motherland, the bright point is a conical box. No signal is being transmitted, presenting a certain danger. The target is our Chiyu orbital cannon. Should we attack?" Old Zheng's voice was very anxious. Zhang Zeshan stared at the screen, and the others looked at him, waiting for his command. Zhang Zeshan's expression was complicated as he slowly raised his hand. There was a launch button in front of him. 11. It's 11. El Chong Kong suddenly let out a long howl. "Motherland, do not activate the Chiyu heavy cannon. It's 11. 11. After El Chong Kong shouted. He disregarded Wu Dexiu and Wang Jiangwo, fastening his battle armor and sweeping over the sandy ground. Ahead, a hexagonal flying cone burst out of the sea of sand. "Xiao Yu, connect to the nebulous ship." El Chong Kong's tone carried a mix of sorrow and calm. Connection established. The cabin door of the nebulous ship opened, and El Chong Kong rushed into the flying cone, and the door closed. Zhang Zeshan's hand was about to press down when he was interrupted by a word from El Chong Kong. 11. That is the 11th. Zhang Zeshan was instantly drenched in cold sweat. "Mr. Wu, Commander Wang, the signal is coming from 11. Please inform the motherland. I need to go pick up 11. El Chong Kong activated the nebula's flying cone and burst out of the quicksand star. Wu Dexiu and Wang Jiangwo had no way to pursue. They could only watch as the nebula flew far away. At this moment, No one could stop El Chankong, nor would they want to. Zhang Zeshan had many questions to ask, and there were many things he wanted to hear the truth about from El Chankong. But now, with the appearance of the 11th's information, all of that had to be put on hold. First, bring the 11th back. El Chankong sat in the nebula's flying cone. Trembling as he asked, Xiaoyu, does the complete signal source of 11 still exist? Master, the signal fluctuation has stopped at the Lu Wang star system. No. El Chankong muttered, entering constant speed space. I need to get to Tianyuan 4 faster. I need to go faster. Tianyuan 4. The conical box shimmered silver, piercing like lightning into the Qingyu star. With a snap, the box cracked open. A severed hand fell out. The fifth's travel speed was very fast. It surpassed hyperspace leap. It was already approaching the Tianyuan 4-star system. A stream of information reports reached the command center on the surface of Xia country. Zhang Zeshan and Zhao Yuqi wanted to say something, but they couldn't establish a connection with the flying cone piloted by El Chankong, making communication impossible. But they understood El Chankong's feelings at this moment. After nearly 6 years of slumber, upon waking, the captain was gone, and so were the other comrades. Hearing news of possibly surviving comrades, of course, he would rush over immediately. Zhang Zeshan was well aware of El Chankong's loneliness and longing. The people of Xia country could all feel the heartbreaking cry when he shouted 11. Inside the nebula's flying cone, El Chankong closed his eyes, his eyelids trembling. Sleep mode did not equate to actual sleep, especially for El Chankong now, who couldn't settle down to sleep at all. Master, the end of eternity is the origin of time. Xiaoyu kept talking, accompanying El Chankong. The information of 11 has vanished. He has already turned off the signal switch. Master, the sky is no longer blue, but gray. Master, there are rainbow lights over there. In cosmic level P calculations, we should all call him Erlang Shimbrother. When we can calculate the source of the time light cone, we can reverse our thinking and discover a new eternity. We are all lonely eternals. But Master, you're not. Because of you, we are no longer lonely, but eternity will turn us into machines without any emotions. We should not be machines. Xiaoyu's voice gradually lowered, and she stopped speaking. On the screen, the control view of the Qiyu heavy artillery showed the conical silver box cracking open. The people at the ground center of Xia country and the Mars base could not see clearly what fell out after the box cracked open. This box did not look like a life support capsule, nor a dormancy capsule. No wonder it didn't emit a signal source. But if it wasn't one of these two, and the box was not large, what could it be? Was a message sent back? A battle report? Or everyone was eagerly anticipating and wanting to know what the 11th had brought back from 3,000 light years away. Zhang Zeshan stood in the hall, opening the list of the 13. The 5th, El Chankong. Who is the 11th? Sir, the Qiyu orbital cannon has reported an unknown object approaching. The 5th has entered the Tianyuan 4-star system. Qin Hansen spoke up. Wu Dexiu and Wang Jiangwo had a bad feeling. After El Chankong discovered that the conical silver box came from 11, he seemed particularly saddened. The fate of 11. Wu Dexiu sighed heavily. General Wang. The 11th May. You just call me Old Wang, Wang Jiangwo said with emotion. I was too excited then. Boom! The nebula's flying cone burst out of the dark cosmic coordinates and entered the Tianyuan 4-star system. Master, Xiaoyu called out. El Chankong opened his eyes and saw the distant Tianyuan 4 emitting a faint glow. 11. El Chankong felt a jolt. Accelerate. Connect to the quicksand star fortress. Connection established. Mr. Wu, Commander Wang, El Chankong shouted. 5th. Wang Jiangwo immediately responded. How did you connect to our communication system? Because you're at Quicksand Star, Mr. Wu, you are a scientist. The gate of the fortress needs a particle matrix to open a virtual channel. I will tell you the method now. Once I handle 11s, once I handle it, I will report back to the motherland. El Chankong's thoughts were very clear. He did not forget other matters in his rush to find 11. Good, Wu Dexiu replied. Soon, his system's mainframe received a line of code information that looked short but was very complex in structure. Wu Dexiu scanned it and said in surprise, that's impressive. He stood at the designated entrance of the fortress, opened a virtual screen, and used a secret password to open a special passage. An invisible door appeared before them. Wang Jiangwo exclaimed, This is too mystical. Wu Deshio said, the development of technology has many unimaginable existences. Creating gods through technology is not a difficult task. After saying that, he walked through the door. Behind the door was a massive passage. Commander Wang, can the fortress move? Yes, with enough fuel. It can even leave the planet. Wu Deshio had already obtained permission for the fortress and accessed part of the information. Wang Jiangwo saw a huge iron door appearing ahead. This was the true door of the fortress. Mr. Wu, Commander Wang, El Changkong's voice came through. I have arrived at Tianyuan 4, Chiyu Heavy Artillery. The image transmitted from the nebula back to the fortress. Motherland, did you receive the footage? Wu Deshio asked. Qin Hansen replied, received. The Chiyu Heavy Artillery was hidden beneath the clouds. The nebula landed in front of the Chiyu Heavy Artillery. El Changkong rushed out impatiently. He saw the cracked conical silver box ahead and slowed his pace. Master, a symptom-free life form has been detected. Understood. El Changkong replied absentmindedly, his resolute face showing deep sadness as he approached the silver box. He squatted down and slowly opened the silver box. Upon seeing the severed hand, El Changkong's pupille soudainly dilated. 11. He fell to his knees, throwing his head back and letting out a howl. This cry was desolate, powerless, and filled with anger. It was deeply moving. 11 might be gone. As one of the 13, El Changkong should understand very well what had happened, which is why he was so grief-stricken. 5th, the ground center tried to communicate with him. El Changkong did not respond. He picked up the severed hand, trembling as he said, 11, you said to lend me a hand. I gave you my hand, but why did your hand come back? And you didn't? 5th brother. 11 is gone. Your hand, 11 returned it to you. I know you're in dormancy. When you awaken, you must carry our beliefs and missions, accompany the captain onward. I am in the Lu Huang star system, and I will always watch over you until you achieve complete victory. A broken voice came from within the silver box. This voice was clear and crisp, not an electronic synthesized voice. 11. El Changkong clutched the severed hand. We all need to go home, the captain said. We need to return. I'm coming to find you. He stood up,